starting with the God card Joker, unique and supreme. When street magician Chen awakens this heaven-defying ability on his 18th birthday, able to transform into any poker card and possess all its powers. Facing a world sharply divided between nobles and commoners, and the mysterious God Card Academy, how will he use this Joker card to stir up storms and ascend to the pinnacle of life? A sexy woman in red, leaning against a riverside railing scrolling through videos, was startled by a clear, youthful voice. Chen, an innocent-looking street magician, appeared beside her, borrowed her phone, and claimed he would make a coin on the screen materialize. With a flick of his finger, a coin appeared in his left hand. The woman gasped and applauded, attracting onlookers. Chen then accidentally dropped the phone into the river, handed the coin to the woman, and innocently said the phone had become the coin. The woman was furious. Chen tried to slip away. The woman shouted, drawing a larger crowd. Chen, secretly pleased, smiled and explained it was all part of a trick. Her phone was safely in her LV bag. The woman found her pink phone inside, amazed. The crowd erupted in applause. Chen performed several more magic tricks, disappearing coins, producing roses from a single hand, conjuring flames, the atmosphere growing increasingly lively. For his grand finale, he had the woman in red pick a card, the 7 of clubs. After shuffling it back, he confidently drew a card, but it was the Joker. Magic hasn't failed, you've just fallen into a well-arranged trick. Chen tossed the Joker card into the air. Instantly, all lights on the commercial street went out. Windows on a distant financial building lit up one by one, forming a giant 7 of clubs high in the sky. The river reflected it, creating a fantastical scene. The crowd cheered wildly. Chen slipped away quietly, magic, a perfect curtain call. Away from the crowd, 2 police-like men stopped Chen, flashing their badges. We're from the Dragon Kingdom's Superpower Regulatory Department. We detected you using superpowers without authorization. Please come with us. At the police station, a short, stout policeman disbelieved Chen was 17, insisting he was 18. A tall, thin policeman tried a gentler approach. Chen stated his parents were deceased. The stout policeman questioned him about using superpowers, materializing objects, causing a citywide blackout. Chen explained it was all magic. The coin was palmed, the submerged phone a model, and the blackout and light show were achieved by bribing an electrician. The 2 policemen struggled to suppress their laughter, then sternly informed Chen he had violated Article 1 of the Noble Code. Displaying magic before commoners is prohibited. Chen argued he was a commoner and couldn't afford noble school. The police stubbornly insisted he knew magic. Chen, exasperated, asked about the fine. The police replied, death penalty. Chen tried to leave, slipping his handcuffs onto the stout policeman's wrists. The stout policeman closed his eyes and chanted, diamonds, transform all things, all objects shall be, 2, ly severed. Clack, the handcuffs broke. Chen was stunned. The policeman actually had superpowers. The policeman pulled out a 2 of diamonds poker card, explaining it was its exclusive ability. He then asked if Chen had received a God card on his 18th birthday. Chen said he was only 17 and counted down on his watch. As the clock struck midnight, Chen turned 18. A brilliant light enveloped him, and a poker card appeared in his hand, the Joker. A voice sounded in his mind, God card, Joker, unique. Superpower, possesses the superpowers of all other poker cards. Superpower trigger condition, hidden. Trigger condition met, superpower automatically used. Randomly drawing other superpowers. The Joker card rapidly flipped, transforming into the King of Clubs. King of Clubs, superpower, changed the probability of an event occurring. Note, after using this superpower once, this God card reverts to Joker. The 2 policemen, astounded, immediately bowed an apology and escorted Chen out. Chen returned to his shabby small apartment, lamenting being reborn a commoner. He found a perfumed note in his pocket. Tomorrow, I will come find you. This scent, could it be that woman in red? Chen analyzed how the note got into his pocket, suspecting a teleportation superpower. He took out the King of Clubs. A thin voice, calling itself the Joker God, explained that God cards were superpower bestowing mediums given by gods to individuals on their 18th birthday, and Joker was the strongest. Then it vanished. Chen pondered how to use the King of Clubs change event probability ability and decided to save it. The next morning, the doorbell rang. It was Chen Yun, the woman in red. She introduced herself as a professor at Dragon Kingdom Noble School, her God card being 5 of diamonds. She presented a pile of cash as a scholarship for Chen, who had been exceptionally admitted. Dragon Kingdom Noble School was the top institution, exclusively for nobles. Chen had always dreamed of attending. Chen Yun said today was the first day of school. It was 7:55 a.m., and the school was at least an hour away by taxi. Chen Yun, however, said it wasn't an issue. She had him hold her arm, then, holding her 5 of diamonds, chanted, "Diamonds, transform all things, 5 dimensions determine the path." After a disorienting spatial warp, they arrived at the magnificent gates of God Card Academy. Chen Yun explained the previous note was also teleported and informed Zhou Chen he needed to pass 3 entrance exams before she quickly departed. Zhou Chen joined the queue of new students, feeling apprehensive. A long-haired boy named Zhang Yang struck up a conversation, expressing his nervousness about the exams. He mentioned a legendary new student who caused a citywide blackout and a financial building's light malfunction the previous day, receiving a club's God card before turning 18, and was a commoner exceptionally admitted. The first round, bloodline detection, measured mana element levels. A senior student, Li Hanfeng, maintained order. Zhou Chen learned from Zhang Yang that mana element was like a power level inherent in nobles, improvable through cultivation. Reaching 10 points could ascend a god card's rank. The test standard was a mana element level of at least 3, commoners had none. Deep mana element level 3, God card 4 of diamonds, pass. Yiling Tian from one of the 4 great noble families tested at mana element 11, causing a stir. Soon after, a masked, silver-haired girl tested at mana element 15 with a queen of spades, creating an even bigger sensation. Zhang Yang explained that J, Q, K were known as letter cards, with powerful abilities, their wielders personally guided by gods. He speculated the silver-haired girl was the one who caused the blackout. It was Zhang Yang's turn, mana element 3, 5 of hearts, pass. He was overjoyed. Zhou Chen took a deep breath and stepped into the detection gate. Deep mana element level, 43, God card, King of clubs, pass. The world seemed to freeze, then erupted in discussion. 43? A new student? A minor noble with 43? Clubs? King? Zhou Chen remained calm. He had expected something special, though the detector registered King of clubs instead of Joker. Zhang Yang turned back, stunned. Clubs? King? Could you be? Zhou Chen calmly took his uniform and handbook, bowed to the senior, and then, to Theshang Yang, plainly said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Chen, a commoner. I was the one who caused the citywide blackout yesterday." On a campus tower, Chen Yun and another professor, Yuan Xing, observed. Yuan Xing was surprised a commoner like Zhou Chen had a mana element level of 43 but still believed bloodline was paramount. Chen Yun said she got lucky, encountering Zhou Chen performing magic and recognizing his talent. Both noted his King of Clubs, a club's god card hadn't been seen in Dragon Kingdom for a long time. Li Hanfeng excitedly invited Zhou Chen to join the Black Blade Society, the best student club. Zhou Chen politely declined, needing to complete his exams. Zhang Yang, still in disbelief that Zhou Chen was the legendary commoner genius and hadn't joined Black Blade, asked about his god card. Zhou Chen confirmed it was King of Clubs. Zhang Yang explained the meaning of letter cards, J for Jack/servant, Q for Queen, K for King, I for Ace, and that K cards signified a king's destiny. Zhou Chen didn't take it too seriously, knowing his true card was Joker. The line gradually shortened, and Zhou Chen also focused on the upcoming test. Bro, this second round of testing is called the Qualification test, which is a one-on-one competition with other students. Zhang Yang looked ahead at the second round of testing, but it will only assess qualifications and won't eliminate anyone. Losing doesn't matter. Zhou Chen also looked forward. The person in charge of the second round of testing was a senior girl. She had short hair, very fair skin, and looked extremely beautiful, dressed in an exquisite and glamorous manner. Many freshmen cast eager glances at her, and a few bold boys even approached her to strike up a conversation. However, the girl seemed completely indifferent, her expression cold as ice. She ignored everyone's enthusiasm and methodically arranged the freshmen's tests. As Zhou Chen got closer, he noticed a small badge pinned to the collar of the senior girl's outfit, a ruby, heart-shaped brooch. Zhou Chen couldn't help but glance at it a couple more times. "Hey, bro, you're not staring at Senior Zhuang, are you?" Zhang Yang clearly noticed Zhou Chen's gaze. "Don't even think about it. This senior is famously the ice queen of the school, with a very proud and aloof personality. She is beautiful, but don't think you can get close to her. I heard no one has ever seen a boy next to her." Zhou Chen withdrew his gaze. "I was just looking at that little badge on her chest." Zhang Yang responded, "Oh, that? It's the badge of the 4 great noble families. Just like the Yi family's Yi clan, this senior's surname is Zhuang, and the Yi Zhuang family is also one of the 4 great noble families. The Yi family is a well-known square divine card family, while the Zhuang family is a heart family. So, their family badges also correspond to the suits." The line slowly shortened until it finally reached Zhang Yang's turn. "It's my turn, bro. I'm going for the second round of testing," Zhang Yang said as he stepped forward. "Stand here." The senior girl's voice was very cold. Zhang Yang followed her instructions and stood in front of a testing device. This testing device looked like a large computer with a helmet connected beside it. "Put it on." The short-haired senior still refused to say another word. Zhang Yang obediently sat in front of the computer and put on the helmet. Across from him, another student also sat down, wearing equally luxurious attire. Chen noticed that he also wore a noble badge on his chest, which was different from the senior girls. This one was a design of branches entwined in a square shape. Chen remembered that the Yi family's family badge was indeed a square. The boy across from him had an arrogant expression, a little noble-like. This thinks he can compete with me? Damn! Why do I have to test with Yiling Tian? I definitely can't win. Zhang Yang wanted to cry but forced himself to smile, extending a hand. Brother Yi. Nice to meet you. Yiling Tian glanced disdainfully at Zhang Yang's outfit. I don't shake hands with people from little noble backgrounds. Zhang Yang retracted his smile, sulking as he pulled back his hand. This student, the test is arranged by the school. Please put on the helmet. The senior girl shot a glare at Yiling Tian, her tone seemingly more assertive. Also, please refrain from making classist remarks. Yiling Tian looked up at the senior girl, his eyes filled with anger, as if he wanted to say something. But when he saw the badge on the girl's chest, he ultimately lowered his head and remained silent. He also put on the helmet. The cold senior then tapped a few times on the computer. In the next second, Zhang Yang and Yiling Tian vanished instantly. The cold senior cleared her throat. Next, Chen took a deep breath and stepped forward. At the same time, another person walked to the position opposite Chen. The student across was a figure in a black cloak, with a hood obscuring their expression. What kind of outfit is this? A bit unconventional. As Chen stepped forward, the short-haired senior actually lifted her head slightly and took the initiative to speak to him. Are you the genius with a magic essence level of 43? This question caused quite a stir among the classmates behind him. No way, did I hear that right? Senior Zhuang is actually initiating a conversation with a guy? The senior remained unfazed by the whispers of the crowd, pulled out a business card from her pocket and handed it to Chen. I hope you can join the Qixin group, which is one of the 3 major clubs in the school. This is my business card. The crowd erupted in discussion. What? The senior is actively inviting him to join the Qixin group? This is the first time I've seen Senior Zhuang invite a freshman to join a club. TSK. The sun must be rising from the west. The aloof goddess persona is collapsing. Senior Zhuang looked up, casting a cold glance at the line of freshmen, her expression somewhat displeased. Strangely, they fell silent in an instant, no one daring to utter another word. Chen took the business card and glanced at it. Zhuang Xingyao, God Card Heart J, President of Qixin Group, Elite Cup Champion, Heir of the Heart Scepter. He didn't understand it, but it felt impressive. Chen accepted the card. I'll think about it. Countless eyes were fixed on Chen, as if they wanted to tear him apart. Think about it? Which family is this guy from? I heard he's just an ordinary person from a common background. Does he even know what he's saying? Damn, my biggest dream since enrolling was to join the Qixin group one day, and he's still considering? Magic essence level 43. People really do die from comparison. Chen ignored the noise behind him. Alright, 2 students, please sit in front of the computer and put on the helmets. This round is the second round of the entrance assessment qualification test. When the system selects the content for this round of testing, both parties will be automatically transported to the examination room. Chen put on the helmet. The person in black did the same. Chen noticed a simulation roulette on the computer with each section labeled with a word: strength, intelligence, luck, psychology. Zhuang Xingyao gently spun the roulette. The wheel spun rapidly, gradually slowing down over time. Finally, the pointer landed on a section: luck. Both of you, the content of this test is luck. As an old saying goes, luck is also a part of strength. In this round of assessment, the student with better luck will be the winner. Please get ready. 3, 2, 1. You will be transported to the examination room. Zhuang Xingyao clicked on the computer. In the next second, Chen felt everything around him spinning. He recalled the sensation of being transported with Professor Chen Yun. It felt almost identical at this moment. It was as if he was being squeezed into a very small space, darting around. His whole body felt compressed, making it hard to breathe. Then, the air suddenly became fresh. Chen looked around. He had arrived in a new place. Once he recovered from the dizziness, he began to carefully observe his surroundings. This was the interior of a small classroom. The entire classroom had only 1 desk, 2 chairs, and a blackboard. He was sitting on one of the chairs. The other chair was occupied by his opponent for this round of testing, the student in black. Suddenly, a sharp knife appeared on the chair behind him, pressed against his spine. Chen felt the cold touch of the blade, causing his hair to stand on end. He was startled for a moment but quickly calmed down. He couldn't act rashly. The test should have already begun once he entered this room. And this classroom was likely the examination room. Chen recalled the roulette on the computer screen, which had pointed to luck. He kept guessing the way luck would be tested in his mind. Rock, paper, scissors? Rolling dice? Or drawing playing cards to compare sizes? Just as Chen was lost in thought, the fluorescent writing on the blackboard flickered and slowly revealed a few lines of text. Second round of entrance examination qualification test. Test direction. Luck. Assessment content Russian roulette. Russian roulette? Zhou Chen was quite familiar with this term. He had seen it in many films and TV shows. It was a cruel game of life and death. The gambling tool was a revolver and a person's life. The revolver's cylinder had 6 chambers. After placing a bullet in one of the chambers and spinning the cylinder, it was closed. This created a gun with a randomly positioned bullet. The two parties gambling would take turns pointing the gun at their own heads and pulling the trigger. Naturally, the one who got shot lost. The key to this game was completely relying on luck. This indeed matched the luck assessment. However, was it really necessary to gamble with one's life for a school entrance test? The text on the blackboard continued to appear, detailing the assessment content. The revolver has 6 chambers, 1 bullet. 2 students will pick up the revolver and take turns pulling the trigger at themselves. The person shot by the bullet will be eliminated. Note: please do not leave your seat and strictly follow the rules. Otherwise, the blades on the seat will pierce forward. After reading the rules, Zhou Chen sighed. It was exactly as he remembered Russian roulette. But still, that question lingered. What kind of test was this? Did it really require risking lives? As if hearing Zhou Chen's inner thoughts, 2 lines of text appeared on the screen again. The examination room is an intelligent simulation equipped with safety devices. After the assessment, both parties will be teleported back to school and no one will suffer actual harm. That was reasonable enough. Zhou Chen no longer looked at the blackboard and shifted his gaze to the desk. There, indeed, lay a revolver. A luck assessment, truly simple and brutal. This classmate, do you want to go first or should I? Zhou Chen asked a classmate in black. Outside the examination room. Terminate the test. Chen Yun rushed into the testing site, panting. After sending Zhou Chen and the classmate in black into the examination room, Zhuang Xingyao was arranging for the next pair of students to wear helmets. Professor, what happened? She asked, raising an eyebrow in confusion. A killer from the Skull Society has infiltrated the examination room. What? Upon hearing the term Skull Society, the new students present gasped in shock. Even Zhuang Xingyao, who usually had a frosty expression, showed a slight change in her demeanor at this moment. Professor Chen Yun, catching her breath, said in a fragmented manner, we received intelligence. A killer from the Skull Society disguised as a student is preparing to kill a new student, and he has already been teleported into the examination room. The Skull Society, a top assassin organization lurking within Longwei. Anyone targeted by the Skull Society had no escape from the fate of death. Countless big shots, powerful figures, and wealthy merchants had perished at the hands of the Skull Society. And at this moment, the target of the Skull Society was actually an ordinary student. Professor, is what you said true? Will our new students also be targeted by the killer? And Zhuang Xingyao hesitated as she spoke. The examination room is all intelligent simulation. Even if the assessment is dangerous, it's still fake. If someone dies during the exam, they will only be safely teleported back to reality after the exam ends. Finally catching her breath, Chen Yun said seriously, someone in our school has compromised the safety system within the examination room. What? Zhuang Xingyao realized the seriousness of the situation and finally dropped her indifferent expression. She lunged at the computer's control panel, murmuring to herself, interrupt the test, we must evacuate the freshmen from the exam room. She clicked rapidly on the exam system panel. Soon, students were being transmitted back one by one from their helmets. What the hell? I was about to win. Thank goodness, I almost lost. Countless freshmen either complained or secretly rejoiced, while most wore puzzled expressions, looking towards Professor Chen Yun and Senior Zhuang Xingyao. I sincerely apologize, everyone. Due to technical reasons, this round of testing has been cancelled. Professor Chen Yun bowed in apology. Teacher. Zhuang Xingyao bit her lip, staring intently at an electronic screen. What's wrong? Professor Chen cast a puzzled glance. The usually calm Zhuang Xingyao's voice trembled slightly. One of the exam rooms has malfunctioned. The test content is Russian roulette. There are 2 people still inside. Get them out. Without a safety system, if they're hit by a bullet, they could really die. Zhuang Xingyao's voice was a bit hoarse as she whispered, the exam room is out of control, and the bullets in the gun have been replaced with real ones. Inside the assessment classroom. Hello, classmate, do you want to go first or should I? Zhou Chen tried to be polite as he struck up a conversation with the person across from him. I'll go first, replied the figure in black, their voice hoarse and low. Seemingly, not like a student's voice. They extended their right hand and deftly picked up a revolver. Zhou Chen noticed a black skull tattoo on the back of their hand. So non-mainstream? Zhou Chen thought, is the person across a spirited youth? The figure in black said nothing more. They raised the gun and aimed it at their own temple. Zhou Chen calculated the probability of being shot in his mind. 6 chambers, 1 bullet. Theoretically, the chance of being shot was about 1 in 6, or roughly 17%. In other words, if luck was on his side. The bullet might just fire at this moment, and with one shot, Chen would win outright. Of course, a 17% chance isn't very high, it's more likely to be a blank. Click. The figure in black pulled the trigger. The first shot, a blank, missed. The figure silently handed the gun to Chen. Sigh, Chen lamented inwardly. It really is a game of luck. A 17% chance isn't very high, and he wasn't that lucky. Chen quietly took the gun. He waited slightly. It seemed to be a real gun. Chen recalled the words on the blackboard in the exam room. The exam room is an intelligent simulation equipped with safety devices. After the assessment, both parties will be teleported back to school, and no one will suffer any actual harm. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder, if he were to be unlucky and get shot, would it really be fine? Chen raised the gun, bringing it next to his head. The barrel was cold, and his temple felt a slight chill. There were 5 chambers left, 1 bullet. The probability of being shot was 1 in 5, or 20%. Not very high, but luck is hard to predict. A shot to the soul isn't impossible. Chen closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. Click. Chen let out a light breath. The second shot missed. After all, a 20% chance was still there. He couldn't be that unlucky. Chen moved his shoulders and was about to hand the gun to the figure across when the system voice in the exam room suddenly sounded. Ding! Sudden exam question issued. The student holding the gun must complete a small task before passing the gun. Otherwise, they must shoot themselves again. A sudden exam question? Complete a small task to pass the gun? The footage from the classroom has come through. With a flurry of actions from Zhuang Xingyao, a large screen lit up, clearly broadcasting the entire life and death assessment process. Russian roulette was originally a test of luck for the school, but at this moment, the guns have been replaced with real ones. In other words, if someone gets shot, they will actually die. Zhuang Xingyao murmured to herself, her voice laced with a hint of anxiety. She didn't particularly care about the lives of the people inside, it was just that this second round of testing was her responsibility. In the past, no new student tests had ever resulted in fatalities, and if an accident happened this time, she would undoubtedly be held accountable and punished. At this moment, all the new students in the school were fixated on the big screen, watching the entire process of the Skull Society's assassin engaging in a life and death game of roulette with Chen. When Chen missed his shot, Professor Chen let out a sigh of relief. If a student dies on the first day of testing, it would be a major educational incident. In the next scene, the big screen displayed the issuance of the emergency test question. Emergency test question? Professor Chen, do we have such a segment? Zhuang Xingyao looked up and asked. Professor Chen frowned, staring intently at Chen on the big screen. Absolutely not. The luck test questions are purely about luck. So, this emergency test question must have been arranged by the assassin inside the examination room. Emergency test question? Chen frowned as he looked at the blackboard. Why did it have to be him who had to answer an extra question? Was this also part of testing luck? Whoever had bad luck would have to answer an extra question? Emergency test question content. Please find a red item and place it in the center of the table within 5 seconds. Countdown 5. A red item? All he had to do was find something red to put on the table? The question seemed very simple, but Chen quickly scanned the entire examination room, which was quite plain. Desks, benches, handguns, everything was gray, and there was not a hint of red to be seen, for Chen couldn't get up from his seat to search the examination room carefully. After all, the initial rules clearly stated that if he wanted to leave his seat, the dagger would immediately stab forward. He didn't want to gamble on who would move faster, him or the dagger. Moreover, even if he left his seat to search carefully, he might not find a red item. Chen looked at the person in black across from him. The shadowed face seemed to have a slight smile at the corners of the mouth. 3. Something was off. This assessment was very strange, because this exam clearly stated it was a test of luck, and the content of the emergency test question had obviously exceeded the scope of a luck test. Furthermore, only he was required to complete this test question, which clearly violated the fairness of the assessment. 2. He couldn't think too much anymore. He had to get through this round of testing safely first. A red item. A red item. To be honest, Chen had already thought of a red item, but he was just a bit reluctant to accept it. However, as the countdown pressed on, there was no other way. Chen no longer hesitated, silently extending a finger to his mouth. Then he bit down hard. 1. Chen's expression was calm as he gently pulled the bitten finger from his mouth. He then placed it calmly in the center of the table, blood dripping. Blood is red. Red item detected. Test question completed. Chen expressionlessly handed the handgun to the person across from him, then asked, "This classmate? You seem completely unfazed by the content of the emergency test question? Moreover, your voice doesn't sound like that of an 18-year-old. Can you explain why you keep hiding your face?" "Phew, you scared me to death." Zhang Yang, seeing Chen escape danger, patted his chest. "Bro, you can't die. I finally Made a genius friend, and I still want to copy your homework in the future. Professor Chen Yun also took out a handkerchief from her LV bag, gently stroking her forehead and wiping away the cold sweat. Thank goodness. How could anything happen to the student I have my eye on? Zhuang Xingyao did not speak immediately, her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Chen. When she saw Zhou Chen calmly biting his finger to solve the sudden exam question and noticing the assassin's unusual behavior without changing his expression, her eyebrows raised slightly. Zhou Chen, who exactly are you? Inside the examination classroom, the assassin from the Skull Society ignored Zhou Chen's questioning, simply taking the handgun and, without hesitation, fired a shot at his own forehead. 4 bullet chambers, 1 bullet. The probability was 1 in 4. That is 25%. Click. The third shot. Empty gun. Zhou Chen frowned. Too decisive. The person opposite fired without any hesitation. Zhou Chen began to suspect whether this man in black knew something or if he had already learned the position of the bullet in advance. I am indeed not a student, the man in black suddenly spoke, but I have no enmity with you. I am just following orders. Zhou Chen furrowed his brows tightly, taking the handgun. He pressed it against his temple again. He had to follow the rules of the examination room. He felt a sharp knife behind him, seemingly ready to strike. The examination rules in this classroom have already been altered by you, right? So, what orders did you receive? Zhou Chen asked gently. 3 bullet chambers, 1 bullet. A 1/3 probability. The chance of death is 33%. This probability was already quite high. The bullet was very likely in this shot. Zhou Chen did not hesitate and pulled the trigger directly. He clearly saw the murderous intent in the eyes of the man in black beneath the hood at that moment. The man in black uttered 3 words, kill you. Click. The 4th shot. Empty gun. The man in black sighed, his tone filled with disappointment. What a pity. Zhou Chen gently lowered the handgun, staring unblinkingly at the man opposite. So, you are a killer? If I'm not mistaken, the safety measures in this examination room have already failed, right? If I get shot, will I really die? The man in black looked up, revealing half of his face, his cold and fierce eyes staring directly at Zhou Chen. You're quite clever. However, being too clever can be a bad thing. I'm starting to understand why that person wants to kill you. Zhou Chen ignored the black-clad assassin's words and directly handed over the handgun. But the man opposite did not take it. Because beep, emergency exam question issued again. The system voice came again. Emergency exam. Question. The current gun holder must answer the following question within 5 seconds. If answered incorrectly, they must shoot themselves again. Please listen to the question. What is the most important thing in the world? Countdown. 5. What? Again? Zhou Chen clenched his fist. Sure enough, additional assessments only appeared when it was his turn. Zhou Chen was already convinced that the person opposite was up to no good. For the question is, what is the most important thing in the world? Is this thing a specific item or an abstract concept? Wealth, love, career, social status, or life? Logically speaking, life is the most important. Once a person dies, nothing remains. But is this really the correct answer? 3. How many people have sacrificed their lives for freedom and dreams? Yet many also believe that without life, everything is moot. Ultimately, this question has 1,000 answers. For 1,000 people. Because this is an open-ended question, there is fundamentally no correct answer. A miser would think wealth is the most important, a love-struck person would consider love supreme, and a workaholic would be wholly devoted to their career. Throughout history, countless people have pursued immortality. In this vast world, living is the greatest. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow, his mind racing with thoughts. No matter how he answered, it seemed impossible to get it right. This was an unsolvable dead end. 2. Zhou Chen recalled the sudden exam question once more. If the answer is wrong, then one must shoot oneself again. That's right. The question didn't require a correct answer. It only stated that if the answer was wrong, one would have to shoot oneself again. So, all he needed was to provide an answer that could never be wrong. The key to breaking the deadlock lay in stepping outside the question itself and giving an answer that could never be judged wrong. 1. After pondering for a long time, Zhou Chen suddenly looked up and immediately spoke. My answer is wrong. The system's voice was momentarily stunned. It gritted its teeth, mixed with the sound of mechanical currents. You're quite something. Outside the examination room, Zhuang Xingyao still hadn't looked up, anxiously operating something on the screen. It has to be quick. We must rescue him before the Skull Society gets their hands on him. Professor Chen Yun stared nervously at the big screen. When she saw Zhou Chen's clever answer, she let out a sigh of relief and picked up a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from her brow. Many freshmen also began to understand, and once they grasped the meaning of Zhou Chen's answer, they couldn't help but admire him. How did he come up with such an answer? Zhang Yang was completely lost. He muttered softly, what does that mean? Did Zhou Chen pass? Professor Chen Yun explained. The issue isn't about finding the correct answer, but about finding an answer that cannot be judged wrong. Zhang Yang tilted his head. Why wouldn't this answer be judged wrong? Professor Chen Yun analyzed carefully. If this answer is deemed wrong by the system, what would happen? Zhang Yang had to think hard about Zhou Chen's answer. He said his answer is wrong. If that statement is wrong, then according to Zhou Chen, his answer would be correct. Senior Zhuang Xingyao chimed in, her hands still moving. Exactly. Professor Chen nodded. Since the answer is correct, the system would naturally consider him to have passed the sudden exam question. Zhang Yang scratched his head and asked again, so what if the system judges this answer is correct? Professor Chen Yun explained again, if the system deems Zhou Chen's statement correct, then the statement his answer is wrong would be true. Zhou Chen's answer would then become wrong again. This contradicts the system's initial judgment. Zhuang Xingyao summarized. So, this answer is a paradox, neither right nor wrong. Since there's no right or wrong, naturally, there's no talk of answering incorrectly. This freshman didn't directly answer the system's question. He's very clever. Zhuang Xingyao's hands suddenly stopped moving. Professor Chen Yun quickly asked, what's wrong, Xingyao? Is there progress in the examination? Room repair? Zhuang Xingyao gently shook her head. I've tried every method, and it's completely ineffective. Right now, he only has one way to survive. And that is to win this test. Inside the examination room, after successfully passing the second sudden exam question, Zhou Chen handed the gun to the assassin across from him. It's your turn. The expression of the black-clad assassin finally showed some signs of wavering, but he still pointed the gun at his own temple. After all, the rules were absolute. The dagger on the chair was still pressed against his cervical spine. If he didn't act according to the examination rules, he would die too. The assassin's fingertips began to tremble slightly. 2 bullet chambers, 1 bullet. A 50% chance, a 50% probability of death. The mortality rate this time is already extremely high. Zhou Chen looked at his finger. The assassin seemed to be staring at him intently, and after 2 seconds of silence, pulled the trigger. Click. The 5th shot. An empty chamber. At this moment, the examination room was silent. Both understood what would happen next. Ha! The man in black laughed triumphantly. Kid, do you know what this empty shot means? If you deliberately answered the surprise question wrong just now, this empty shot is your doing, and I would have to take over your handgun, which has missed twice in a row. But now, the man in black tossed a revolver over. The 6th shot is your turn. Russian roulette, a total of 6 chances to shoot 1 bullet. The first 5 shots were all empty. This means, Zhou Chen helplessly gripped the gun handle. 1 chamber, 1 bullet. The probability of firing this last shot is 100%. A certain death situation. Is there any way to escape? Zhou Chen felt the blade behind him, slightly piercing his skin through his clothes. If he violated the rules, chose to run away, or fought to the death, the blade on the chair would surely pierce forward. He couldn't gamble on whether he or the blade would be faster. Ha! He exhaled a breath of foul air, pressing the cold barrel against his temple. The temperature of the gunhead reached his temple. The cold touch felt like the fingertip of death. Pulling the trigger would end everything. The man in black said softly, sorry, I'm just following orders. Since I'm going to die anyway, can you tell me who wants to kill me? Zhou Chen suddenly asked. The man in black shook his head decisively, absolutely not. I can't reveal his name. Zhou Chen didn't give up and asked again, is it someone I know? Someone from this school? After his words fell, Zhou Chen suddenly noticed that the assassin's face, hidden in the shadow of the hood, twisted strangely. The reaction was too great, Zhou Chen thought. This could only mean that his guess was correct. Someone in this school wanted to kill him. Why? I'm just an ordinary freshman. I don't remember offending anyone. Why does someone want to kill me? Zhou Chen persisted, continuing to question. The man in black seemed to let out a cold laugh. Ha, you really don't remember your parents? His own parents? Zhou Chen was taken aback. His hand holding the gun trembled slightly. His parents had never talked to him about the divine cards or abilities. He had a very poor family when he was young. Therefore, until now, he believed his parents were ordinary civilians, with no connection to nobility or abilities. However, since childhood, Zhou Chen had been having a recurring dream. In that dream, strangers broke into his home, flames everywhere, and his parents died tragically. And he, still young, hid under the bed, trembling, powerless. In the last second before his mother died, she anxiously said one sentence to his younger self. But no matter what, Zhou Chen couldn't remember what that sentence was. His mother's voice was not soft. Logically, he shouldn't have been unable to hear it. Clearly, that was his mother's last words, and he couldn't possibly disregard it. He had once tried very hard to recall, using all sorts of methods, but that sentence seemed to have been erased from his memory. Whenever Zhou Chen tried to remember, his head would throb violently. Stop dawdling, let's get going, the man in black urged as Zhou Chen hesitated to pull the trigger. Zhou Chen closed his eyes. He didn't want to die. He still hadn't figured out his mother's words. He hadn't understood the mystery of the divine cards. Was there any way to let himself survive? Like an instinct, he suddenly opened his mouth and, as if compelled by some unseen force, uttered a strange incantation. Clubs establish all laws. King determines the heavenly decree. The moment the incantation slipped from his lips, a hint of astonishment appeared on Zhou Chen's face. He had never heard this phrase before, yet this incantation-like odd poem flowed from his mouth so naturally as if he had been born to say it. In an instant, the playing cards in his pocket became scalding hot. Clubs K unconditionally alters the probability of events. So that's how it is, Zhou Chen realized in a flash. He had seen someone use a divine card before. At that time, they had recited a strange poem. Thus, at this moment, he had unknowingly triggered the divine ability of Clubs K. Before Zhou Chen, it seemed as if a number was wildly fluctuating. The number started at 100, and under Zhou Chen's gaze, it rapidly changed, decreasing to 0. This number represented the probability of the bullet being fired. In that instant, the probability shifted from 100% to 0. Zhou Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing. The anxiety that had once filled his heart vanished without a trace. He spoke with elegance and confidence, quietly watching the assassin across from him. I am a magician. During my years of performing, my favorite saying has always been, magic has no failures, only you fell into a carefully arranged trick. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Click. The sixth shot, the last shot of Russian roulette, the final firing of the entire gun, was a blank. The man in black looked utterly astonished, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The assassin stared blankly at Zhou Chen, and 2 seconds later, he stammered, "Why? How could this be? Impossible." This was the last bullet. The firing probability was 100%, it had to hit. Zhou Chen appeared remarkably calm, casually tossing the gun to him. Perhaps the bullet jammed. Perhaps there were no bullets in the gun at all. Perhaps I performed a clever magic trick. In any case, next shot, it's your turn. Russian roulette, the 7th shot. The man in black took the gun, his voice trembling. He aimed it at his own forehead and said fiercely, "Impossible. The organization cannot be wrong. There must be a bullet in the gun." Zhou Chen replied calmly, "There is indeed a bullet in the gun, just in this shot of yours. If I'm not mistaken, you have to abide by the rules of this examination, right? In any case, go ahead and shoot. You shoot, and I can leave." The assassin's trembling gradually subsided. He looked calmly at Zhou Chen. "You're very clever, too clever. But being too conspicuous is not a good thing. If you had acted foolishly, you might have saved your life. However, you have displayed qualities that match the bloodline. You must die." He pointed to the black skull on the back of his hand and then to the sky. "This duel, my superiors are also watching. They must be even more convinced of their determination to eliminate you. If I die, the next assassin will come soon." Zhou Chen quietly looked at the assassin, raised his head, and spoke to the sky. "Sorry, I never knew how to hide my strength, nor do I have the need to. Feel free to send more assassins. No matter how many come, I will kill as many." The assassin paused for a moment, then finally pulled the trigger. Bang! The head exploded, blood splattering all over the table. The assassin from the Skull Club was dead. On the blackboard, words quickly appeared. Detection complete. Winner Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen elegantly stood up and bowed. Magic perfectly concluded. He pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the bloodstains from his face. "You are about to be teleported out of the examination room." Gradually, Zhou Chen's body transformed into specks of light and then vanished. In the next moment, he returned to the testing machine at school, emerging from the helmet. This exam was quite something. He stretched lazily, walking leisurely out of the teleportation gate. But that assassin was a bit too dramatic and talked way too much. "Hey, why are you all gathered here? Did everyone finish the exam?" Countless pairs of eyes stared at him in shock from all directions. Chen Yun stepped in front of him. Her expression was one of astonishment, her voice somewhat hoarse. "The one you just killed was an assassin from the Skull Society. The Skull Society has never missed a target before you." In Zhou Chen's house, he replayed the events of the day. His magic audience, that woman in red, turned out to be a professor from the ability school. She even pulled him into the entrance exam for the aristocratic school. And he had inadvertently secured first place. There was no other way. After all, he was the only one who won the second round of testing. Due to a fatality during the exam, the entire assessment had to be halted. The originally scheduled third round was postponed to 1 week after enrollment. So, theoretically, all the new students who participated in the assessment were eligible for admission. Before Zhou Chen went home, Professor Chen Yun had repeatedly requested to send someone to escort her. But Zhou Chen refused. He didn't want a bunch of bodyguards trailing him. Having people around felt more like surveillance, which would hinder his actions. For 18 years he had survived alone, solving various difficulties and crises by himself. He was more accustomed to being solitary. Zhou Chen took out that Joker card. Again. After using the ability to change probability, the card transformed back from the King of Clubs to its clown form, waiting for the next activation of his power. Abilities, divine cards, aristocratic, schools, and assassins. He recalled the assassin's last words. "Don't you remember your parents? You have shown qualities that match your lineage. They are even more convinced of their determination to eliminate you." Why would someone want to kill him? Why did the assassin mention his parents? What was his mother's last words before she died? The assassin's final words lingered in his mind. The next assassin will come soon. Chen didn't know how long this soon would be. He only knew that he would be prepared. The next day, Chen got up early, ready to report to school. On the way to school, countless expensive luxury cars sped by. Rolls-Royces, Ferraris, Porsches. Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind. These expensive cars were exclusive to the aristocracy, and only the aristocrats had divine cards and abilities. Could it be? Perhaps it was precisely because the aristocrats possessed the blessing of divine cards. With the help of their abilities, they became elites in various fields, earning countless riches, while the commoners, lacking divine cards and unaware of the existence of abilities, could only be exploited like cattle by the aristocrats. This thought sent a chill down his spine. Chen remembered being mistakenly arrested by the police the day before yesterday, charged with using abilities in front of commoners. Thus, the commoners were like livestock kept in the dark, completely unaware of the existence of abilities, at the mercy of the aristocrats. Chen sighed. In just 2 days, his worldview had undergone a dramatic change. He had thought that this world he had crossed into was not much different from Earth, aside from its political system. But the emergence of elements like divine cards, abilities, magic schools, and the Skull Society assassins made Chen realize that he knew very little about this world. Chen clenched his fist. Fortunately, he received the divine card on his 18th birthday, which allowed him to access the real world. As long as he could attend the divine card school, he would eventually become a member of the nobility. He focused on the journey ahead. The last time he went to school, he was instantly transported there by Professor Chen Yun's ability. But today, Chen needed to go to school on his own. He couldn't teleport and had to take the subway instead. The subway station at 8 in the morning was packed with people, and Chen couldn't help but sigh. The vast majority of nobles had private cars. In this world, the subway was generally for commoners or impoverished minor nobles like Zhang Yang. When the subway arrived, people surged forward, pushing each other. Chen managed to squeeze onto the train with his agile body, only to find that there were no seats left. Helpless, he had to stand among the crowd, swaying. Ding dong! East City Square Station has arrived. This was a large station, and some people began to get off one after another. Chen needed to ride to the final stop, so he stayed put. In the crowded subway, a soft body bumped into Chen. Sorry, a crisp female voice came from behind him. Chen turned around. It was a girl with silver hair. The sunlight streamed through the window, refracting tiny halos on her silver locks. The skin visible above her black mask was fair, and her eyelashes cast butterfly-like shadows on her face. The girl was dressed simply, very clean and stylish. She looked to be around Chen's age and carried a red backpack, seemingly also heading to school. After apologizing, she slightly closed her eyes, not looking in Chen's direction. Her distinctive silver hair immediately reminded Chen of who she was, the girl from yesterday, the one with the divine card of Spade. Chen's gaze shifted to her wrist, a carved silver bracelet. The bracelet bore a special emblem. This emblem resembled the medals on the chests of Zhuang Xingyao and Yiling Tian, but was slightly different. It depicted a spade with a long sword inserted into it. He recalled what Zhang Yang had said. Zhuang Xingyao and Yiling Tian were both from the 4 great noble families, hence their medals. This girl before him was also from one of the 4 great noble families. Chen frowned. This subway was generally for commoners, with only a few impoverished minor nobles occasionally riding it. Why was she also taking the subway? Excuse me. Chen tried to strike up a conversation. Boom! A sudden, violent tremor shook the subway. Passengers looked around, voicing their confusion. What's happening? Is there an earthquake? A piercing scream echoed through the subway car. A female passenger covered her mouth, pointing towards the end of the car, her voice trembling. There's a monster on the train. Chen looked in the direction she was pointing. At the very end of the subway car stood a figure cloaked in black, wearing a hood. At first glance, one might think he was just a strangely dressed person. However, what extended from the cuffs on either side were not human hands, but dark, slimy, and sticky octopus tentacles. Slowly, the humanoid monster began to speak, its voice hollow and hoarse. Rebels die. It's not anyone else's business. I'm here to kill just one person. As it spoke, it slowly moved closer to Chen's position. Hey, what are you doing? Cosplaying? A muscular man with thick limbs blocked its path. This is a public place, please maintain order. The monster stopped, seemingly looking up to scrutinize the man's face. 2 seconds later, another hoarse voice came, non-target, obstacle clearance. It suddenly extended a tentacle high up, then swung down forcefully, slapping the burly man. The man looked incredibly tall and sturdy, but when struck by the tentacle, he flew out like a piece of paper. The sound of slithering slime emerged from beneath the tentacled monster's black robe, and when the burly man collided with the train railing, the stainless steel pipe emitted a buzzing tremor. The man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. After clearing the obstacle, the creature continued to move forward. The surrounding crowd gasped, hurriedly avoiding it, running in terror to escape the train car. Chen did not move. He noticed that a skull was painted on the monster's black clothing. He also realized that the silver-haired girl had not left. It's a killing monster from the Skull Society. Generally, they are programmed with specific killing targets so they won't indiscriminately kill innocent people. So, that civilian man is not dead. The girl murmured, but precisely because of this, these killing monsters act like machines with a very singular and rigid logic. Chen sighed slightly. He recalled the second round of the new student assessment from yesterday. That assassin had sworn that they would send someone to hunt Chen down soon. Seeing this tentacled monster, Chen had long been mentally prepared, but he didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Chen sighed and softly said, "He must be here to kill. He must be here to kill me." The silver-haired girl murmured. She inadvertently stole Chen's line. Chen glanced at her sideways. "Hey, are you being a bit self-important?" The girl didn't notice Chen's gaze at all. Her eyes fixed intently on the tentacled monster. In the next moment, she swiftly took out her divine card. The speed was quick, but Chen still saw the pattern on it. A black queen. Spade Q. The silver-haired girl muttered, "Although using a divine card in public is illegal, it's an emergency, so I have to do this." She then recited a spell. Spade breaks through 10,000 troops. Princess forges divine weapons. Instantly, a handgun appeared in her hand out of thin air. Bang! 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 Without hesitation, she fired at the monster. The monster did not dodge, taking the bullets head-on, but showed no signs of injury, continuing to walk straight ahead. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the girl's eyes. She quickly shook her head and was about to step forward when suddenly an arm blocked her. It was Chen extending his hand. "Classmate, its target is me. Please don't make a pointless sacrifice." Chen stood in front of her and said softly. The girl looked him up and down, hesitatingly asking, "Who are you?" Chen cleared his throat twice. "Do you remember the one with a magic level of 43, the sole victor of Russian roulette? At that time, there was an assassin from the Skull Society who wanted to kill an ordinary new student." The girl politely waited for him to finish. "That's right. I am the one from yesterday." "Ah!" The monster let out a furious roar. Before Chen could finish his sentence, the creature suddenly accelerated, charging towards the two of them. "Sorry, let's talk later." The girl instantly brushed aside his arm and moved forward. Upon seeing the silver-haired girl, the tentacled monster clearly locked its gaze on her. Then, it emitted a hollow voice. "Target detected." "Ha!" Hearing the monster's words, Chen was momentarily stunned. "Target detected? This girl is really the target of this tentacled monster? Does your Skull Society want to kill so many people at once?" Chen stood frozen in place, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he sensed the girl's helpless gaze. Ahead. Ding! Divine card Joker. Ability trigger conditions met. Why did the divine card trigger? Chen clearly remembered what that sharp voice said when he obtained the Joker divine card ability. Possess the abilities of all other playing cards. Trigger condition hidden. The trigger condition for the ability had not been made public, and at this moment, for some unknown reason, the ability was activated. Randomly draw divine card ability. The voice remained sharp and distinctive. Chen recalled that the owner of this voice called himself the Joker God. In this situation, drawing a powerful combat ability was undoubtedly better. To be honest, Chen really hoped to draw a flashy and cool combat ability. That way, he could elegantly kill the monsters, save everyone on the train, and receive countless astonished gazes. He stared intently at the divine card in his hand. Just like the scene when he first obtained the divine card, Chen saw his card flipping in the air, eventually transforming into another card. Heart 7. Divine card. Heart 7 skill. Read anyone's inner thoughts. This divine card reverts back to Joker after use. Mind reading? Could it be any more useless? Chen was somewhat speechless. To put it bluntly, under the current conditions of being attacked by monsters, this ability was basically of no use at all. Read anyone's inner thoughts. Who was he supposed to read? That monsters? Does that tentacle monster count as a person? He quickly let it go. After all, the ability was drawn randomly. It was quite reasonable not to draw an ability suitable for the current situation. In the blink of an eye, the monster had already lunged close to the two of them. The silver-haired girl activated her divine card ability again, instantly conjuring a long knife and swinging it forcefully at the monster. However, the tentacle monster reacted extremely quickly. It directly raised one of its left tentacles and swatted the long knife away. Before she could react, it raised a second tentacle from its right sleeve and lunged at the girl's body. The girl trembled slightly, seemingly giving up the struggle, and closed her eyes. At this moment, Chen took a few steps closer. Since the assassination target wasn't him, there was no need to worry. Being closer should be safe. Crack! Just as Chen passed by the monster, the tentacle monster's hand suddenly stopped in midair. It tilted its head slightly, turning its hooded face towards Chen. Chen seemed to see the glowing eyes beneath the hood, staring directly at him. Chen blinked. "You can kill, just kill. Why are you looking at me?" The tentacle monster's shriveled mouth opened again. Target detected, changing target of slaughter. It instantly turned around, its eyes locked onto Chen. "No, wasn't that girl just your target? Why has it changed to me?" It extended its tentacle, instantly lunging at Zhou Chen with a speed so fast he couldn't react in time. Whoosh! The anticipated pain did not occur. That girl stood at a distance, maintaining a throwing posture with something in her hand. She had somehow produced another long knife and threw it at the tentacle monster, causing its attack to miss. Zhou Chen was momentarily at a loss for how to react. "What are you dawdling for? Run!" the girl shouted from afar. In an instant, one of the tentacle monster's hands seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds as it swung towards Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen quickly jumped to the right. Bang! It was a hair's breadth away from smashing his head. The tentacle monster moved quickly, rushing towards Zhou Chen again to launch another attack. Zhou Chen, who was on the ground, rolled over and dodged once more. He dashed left and right on the train, drawing gasps from the passengers. But the tentacle monster paid no attention to the others on the train, focusing solely on chasing Zhou Chen. "Great octopus, what have I done to you? Why does your skeleton club want to kill me?" Zhou Chen thought angrily while dodging everywhere. "Spade, break the 10,000 armies, princess, forge the divine weapon." The girl in the distance quickly took out her playing cards and shouted again. Whoosh! This time, she conjured a long spear and threw it forcefully at the tentacle monster. The tentacle monster bent down to dodge. The glass of the subway shattered from the impact of the spear, and the people on the train screamed. At this moment, Zhou Chen finally had a moment to catch his breath. Divine card abilities. From Zhou Chen's observation, her ability should be to conjure any weapon she desires without limits. Compared to his own, this ability seemed much more suited for combat. However, he was no longer an ordinary person who knew nothing. He was a member of the Divine Card Academy and should learn to adapt to using his abilities. His Joker had already transformed into the Heart 7. Although he didn't know if the mind-reading ability would be helpful in this situation, it was certainly better than nothing. Zhou Chen followed her example, holding his divine card. "Do I also need to recite a strange poem? In any case, I will use my divine card." In an instant, a strange feeling surged in Zhou Chen's heart. He felt the magical essence flowing within him. This feeling was exactly the same as when he used the Club K during the exam. At the same time, a true incantation naturally flowed from his mouth, as if he had been born to say it. "Heart sees the 10,000 souls. 7 emotions reveal the truth." He could feel his ability activating instantly. Suddenly, everything in front of Zhou Chen seemed to be shrouded in a thin layer of blood mist. A complex and murky voice surged into Zhou Chen's mind. "Execute the slaughter. Follow the command, royal blood, erase." Zhou Chen was slightly taken aback. Was this the inner thoughts of the tentacle monster? He recalled what that girl had said earlier. This monster was a killing machine trained by the Skeleton Society, only acting according to orders. Erase royal blood? Was this the slaughter command he received? Royal blood, did it refer to royal lineage? Suddenly, a hypothesis surfaced in his mind. The tentacle monster still did not give up on attacking. Zhou Chen, using his agile body, dashed left and right, dodging the two octopus-like arms of the tentacle monster. Bang! His back slammed against the subway railing, the cold metal sending a shiver through him. Zhou Chen finally created some distance from the tentacle monster. But that thick, dark, gurgling voice appeared again. "Royal blood, erase. Distance too far, change attack target." The monster's tentacles immediately retracted. They turned to attack the silver-haired girl. The girl was startled and jumped back, creating distance. The moment the distance widened, Zhou Chen once again heard the monster's inner thoughts, and it was exactly the same as the previous voice. "Distance too far, change attack target." In an instant, the tentacle monster's attack came rushing back at Zhou Chen. Could it be? Zhou Chen seemed to vaguely realize the monster's attack logic. Judging by the tentacle monster's inner thoughts, as long as the distance was too far, this monster would switch to attack another person. And in these two instances, the monster ignored all the other passengers on the train, only attacking him and that silver-haired girl. The targets that fit its slaughter criteria seemed to be just the two of them on the entire train. Moreover, if one of them created distance, it would turn to attack the other. Just now, when the tentacle monster intended to kill that girl, Zhou Chen had inadvertently taken a step forward. Thus, the monster threw the girl aside and turned to attack Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen came to a conclusion. The monster could only kill one person, so it would only attack the one who was closer to it between the two. Verifying this idea was simple. Zhou Chen looked up and shouted at the silver-haired girl, "Run towards me." What? The silver-haired girl was taken aback. "Trust me." The silver-haired girl looked him up and down, weighing the pros and cons, and ultimately decided to heed Zhou Chen's words, running towards him. Change attack target. The tentacled monster abandoned Zhou Chen and turned back to attack the girl. "Stop!" Zhou Chen shouted quickly. The silver-haired girl complied perfectly, decisively halting in place. Zhou Chen immediately moved his feet and ran towards the monster. As Zhou Chen got closer, change attack target. The monster retracted its tentacles, reaching for the silver-haired girl and extended them towards Zhou Chen. Just as expected, this strange creature seemed to lack independent judgment. Its logic was quite simple. 1. It would only attack either Zhou Chen or the silver-haired girl. 2. It would always choose the closest target. Given this, the solution became quite clear. Surprisingly, the mind-reading ability, which seemed useless in this situation, could play an unexpected role. There are no useless magical props, only unreliable magicians, Chen murmured. Who said that aggressive abilities were stronger in such situations? In the hands of an excellent magician, even rotten wood can blossom. Chen shook off his previous panic and became incredibly calm. He took a step back effortlessly, his movements graceful and leisurely. At this moment, the silver-haired girl, the tentacled monster, and Chen were aligned in a straight line on the train. Moreover, the distance between the two and the tentacled monster was exactly equal. In an instant, the monster suddenly froze. To outsiders, it seemed as if Chen's half-step back had rooted the tentacled monster in place. The reason for this, Chen naturally understood. He curled his lips, quietly listening to the monster's thoughts. Abnormal. Distances are equal. The monster's logic was simple, it would only attack the closer person. But if the two were equidistant, it would confuse its judgment. This was the true way to break the deadlock. The girl was momentarily stunned. She looked at the motionless monster and then at Chen, casting an incredulous glance. The girl couldn't hear the tentacled monster's thoughts, so she was quite surprised that Chen could easily keep the monster in place. However, the next second, the tentacled monster extended both hands simultaneously, attacking both of them. Simultaneous attack. The monster's voice was murky and deep, seemingly raised several degrees. So you're not stupid after all, Chen murmured. Chen was not surprised by the tentacled monster's action. On the contrary, if the monster were foolish enough to give up attacking and just stand there, Chen would question the intelligence of the Skeleton Association assassins. Chen quickly said to the girl, "Step back. We both need to maintain the same distance from it as we retreat." The silver-haired girl couldn't hear the monster's thoughts, so she couldn't grasp its attack logic. Thus, she had no idea why Chen issued such a command. But seeing that Chen could keep such a monster at bay with just a small step back, she had already begun to trust his abilities. So she obediently followed his instructions. The silver-haired girl moved lightly, leaping to the side wall of the train, dodging the tentacles attack. Then she quickly retreated. Chen also ran back swiftly, as if flying, leaving only a black shadow in the eyes of those around. The two worked in perfect harmony, maintaining the same distance during the process, preventing the tentacled monster from concentrating its attack on a single target. When the two had retreated to a certain distance, crack, the tentacles stretched to their limit. At this moment, the scene inside the carriage was as follows. In the middle of the carriage stood a tentacled monster. It extended one tentacle to each side, attempting to attack both young people simultaneously. Unfortunately, the length of the tentacles is limited, so he was pinned in the middle. His two types of tentacles stretched out to the sides to their limits, but he couldn't reach anyone. This monster's brain is too stupid. Chen slightly bent down and casually picked up an iron rod from the ground. This iron rod was a train railing knocked off by the tentacle monster during the recent conflict. He weighed it in his hands and felt it was quite good. In the next second, he stood the iron rod upright, aimed at the tentacle, and thrust it down with force. With this thrust, Chen instantly pinned the tentacle to the ground. The tentacle struggled, but it was nailed in place by the iron rod and couldn't move. The silver-haired girl stared blankly at Chen's actions, not understanding why he was doing this. Chen noticed her questioning gaze. "If you don't understand, just do as I do." The silver-haired girl paused for a moment, then nodded. She activated her ability, conjured a spear, and mimicked Chen's actions, skillfully thrusting it down. The tentacle writhed violently, pinned to the ground by the spear. At this moment, the tentacle monster's two hands were completely immobilized. "Please move closer to the center with me, but maintain the same distance," Chen said softly. The silver-haired girl nodded in agreement. The two of them moved in sync, slowly approaching the tentacle monster. Because they maintained the same distance, the tentacle monster couldn't concentrate its attacks on one person. So, it could only mobilize its tentacles to attack simultaneously. However, its tentacles had long been pinned to the ground by the two iron rods firmly stuck. This was Chen's purpose in pinning its tentacles to the ground. The two safely arrived in front of it. Royal blood erased. Error. Two targets. At the same distance. The monster's inner voice continued to buzz. It wanted to attack the two with all its might, but its own tentacles were tightly pinned to the ground by the two rods. So it could only struggle and writhe in place. Chen fixed his gaze on the skull pattern on the monster's clothing, his expression darkening. "I told you, feel free to send more assassins. No matter how many. I'll kill as many." A cold light flashed. Chen drew a short sword from his pocket and with a swift motion cleanly slashed the monster's neck. Amidst the blood mist from the monster's disintegrating head, a red glow slowly flowed and faded in Chen's eyes. The monster's noise-like inner voice also vanished at this moment. The effect of the ability disappeared, signifying that this monster was completely dead. Chen stretched again, easily tilting his neck. It was as if he hadn't just killed someone, but had just woken up. The silver-haired girl looked at Chen, wanting to say something but hesitating. "Feel free to ask whatever you want," Chen said softly. How did you do it? She blinked with a puzzled expression, her voice cool and crisp. Do what? The silver-haired girl looked astonished. Pin that monster in place. She hesitated and continued. Generally speaking, individual divine cards can immobilize people. But I only saw you take a step back and then the monster suddenly stopped moving. During that process, I didn't see you use a divine card. Chen didn't want to reveal that he had used the Red Heart 7 divine card. After all, in yesterday's bloodline test, his divine card was the Club K. Normally, a person should only possess one divine card. I don't know either. I guess I just stunned it with my charm. He made a deliberate joke to divert her attention and make her overlook the question. It seemed she saw through Chen's intention, smiled slightly, and said understandingly, "Alright, I shouldn't have asked. Hello, my name is Su Chensi. Thank you for saving me." The girl performed a slight noble gesture, her posture standard, elegant, and dignified. Chen pulled out a piece of tissue and silently wiped the blood from his face. No need to be polite. My name is Chen. Su Chensi's expression shifted slightly. Chen? You're the one from yesterday, born a commoner with a magic essence level of 43 points, and you even killed a member of the Skeleton Society? Chen nodded silently, then countered. You're the new student with the divine card of Spade Q from yesterday, right? I saw you use your ability. So, the ability of Spade Q is to conjure weapons without restriction? Chen had a good memory. She was the only one with striking silver hair in yesterday's enrollment team. Su Chensi didn't hide it and directly admitted, that's right, it's a combat-type ability. But I can only conjure weapons that I'm skilled with. Chen smiled wryly. By the way, we just used divine cards in front of commoners and killed someone. The school won't expel us, will it? He still remembered how, on the night of his 18th birthday, he performed a spectacular magic trick and was treated as an ability user by the police. At that time, the police were very strict with him and even mentioned the death penalty. Su Chensi shook her head. That person was a killing monster belonging to the Skeleton Society. They have lost their humanity and only follow the killing orders of their trainers, automatically seeking out targets that meet the criteria to kill. He doesn't count as a person. Using abilities in front of him is considered a special circumstance, and the law has exemptions. Moreover, I will also inform my father. You don't need to worry, father. Chen understood upon hearing that word. The person opposite him was indeed a noble young lady with power and influence in her family. Furthermore, based on the earlier instructions from the tentacle monster, Chen had long been aware of this girl's identity. So, as a noble, why do you take the subway? Chen finally asked a question he had been curious about from the start. She smiled and said, you don't think I'm the kind of noble young lady who has a big ego, do you? In fact, I have always believed that the gap between nobles and commoners should be narrowed, treating everyone equally in society. So, I came today to experience the feeling of taking the subway, leading by example. Then she sighed, but I didn't expect that this would attract the killers from the Skeleton Society. Given the monster's behavior, the order it received must have been, kill all the nobles. Chen raised his head, but I'm not a noble. She chuckled lightly, no need to hide it. Although everyone says you come from a common background, your magic essence level is so high that you can only be a high-ranking noble. Also, that short sword of yours is clearly a noble item. Short sword? Chen looked at his right hand. He was still lightly gripping the short sword that had killed the monster, the tip still dripping with blood. This short sword is very well made, Su Chensi praised. Chen shook his head. This short sword was left to me by my parents. I'm sure they were both commoners. As for why I have magic essence and was granted a divine card, it's just an exception, I suppose. Su Chensi lowered her head in thought. If you really are a commoner, then what command did the Skeleton Society monster receive? To kill all the students of the Divine Card School? Chen didn't respond. He recalled the voice of the tentacle monster. Royal blood, erase. We're here. The subway slowly pulled into the station. After getting off the platform, they saw the spire of a building at the school in the distance. A sea of people crowded together. Chen, I have to go now. Thank you again for your help on the train. I owe you a favor and will repay you in the future. Goodbye. Chen bid her farewell. To be honest, Chen's first impression of the girl named Su Chensi was quite good. Clearly a noble young lady, yet she took the subway to school. Moreover, she seemed to have no airs about her, very polite and courteous. Chen thought of Yiling Tian. Yiling Tian held his family crest high, nose in the air, as if afraid others wouldn't know he was a noble. They were all nobles, but the differences were quite significant. Wow, Chen, you finally made it. Someone patted him hard on the back. Zhang Yang grinned. So, how do you feel? Nervous? Excited? The freshman orientation ceremony is about to start. All the new students were bustling in the grand auditorium of the Divine Card Academy. Each student was excitedly chatting, observing the decorations of the auditorium. At the front of the auditorium was a large stage illuminated by dazzling lights. Below the stage were rows of seats, already filled with freshmen. Chen and Zhang Yang found a spot towards the back and sat down. Hey, I just heard someone in front say that the king's daughter is also enrolling this year. I wonder what this princess looks like. Coming from royalty, she shouldn't be too bad, right? From now on, we'll be classmates. Who knows, maybe I'll have some story with the princess, he. Zhang Yang had already started to fantasize. Zhou Chen wasn't as excited as Zhang Yang, he just casually continued the conversation. Since she's a princess, she must be very proud. Would she even look at a little noble like you? They continued chatting about trivial matters. The orientation ceremony began. A senior student took the stage and spoke in standard Mandarin. Teachers, students, welcome to the Divine Card Academy. Now, the orientation ceremony officially begins. Please welcome the principal to the stage. After saying this, the senior host stepped down. The freshmen were extremely excited, all waiting for the principal to appear. But as seconds ticked by, no one came on stage. Everyone exchanged curious glances, and the whispers in the audience grew louder. Ahem, it seems the principal is a bit delayed. Let's skip this part for now. A young female professor stood up to regain control of the situation. Seeing her in a red dress, Zhou Chen immediately recognized her as Professor Chen Yun. Now, let's invite the representative of the freshmen to give a speech. After saying this, Professor Chen Yun was the first to applaud. The students below also erupted in applause. According to past customs, only those from great noble families have this right. This year, it's probably that young master from the Yi family, right? Hey, you don't know? The royal princess is enrolling this year too. It must be her. Zhou Chen heard discussions like this nearby. Accompanied by the applause, a striking figure slowly took the stage. All the freshmen's gazes were drawn in. A girl in a flowing long dress, with silver hair cascading down her shoulders, gracefully walked onto the stage. The girl was exquisite and elegant, wearing high heels, and slowly approached the microphone. Zhou Chen, look quickly, the goddess has descended. Zhang Yang beside him was practically drooling. Zhou Chen didn't respond immediately. His gaze fell on the girl's left wrist. On her fair wrist, she wore a silver bracelet. She spoke, her voice clear. Hello everyone, I am Su Chensi. Her voice is so beautiful too. Zhang Yang was about to jump up in excitement. Su Chensi stood tall, enunciating clearly, I am honored to be the representative of the freshmen and to give a speech. Most of you may know me, but what I want to say is, I don't want everyone to see me as a lofty princess, but rather as an ordinary classmate. Zhang Yang was instantly stunned. So she is the princess. No wonder she's so beautiful. Zhou Chen slightly covered his face with one hand, pretending not to know the boy next to him. Su Chensi continued her speech, but most of it was somewhat formal. Only one sentence left an impression on Zhou Chen, and it was something she had said before. I hope that in the future there will no longer be a gap between nobles and commoners. As a princess, she chose to take the subway to school just like a commoner. It seems this is her true thought. My speech ends here. Thank you all. She put down the microphone and walked towards the audience. Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. But most people were not applauding because they were moved by her speech, but simply because she was a princess. Hey, the princess is coming towards the audience. Zhang Yang whispered, shaking Zhou Chen's arm. Of course, she's a freshman too. Where else would she sit if not in the audience? Zhou Chen pushed his hand away, urging him to be more normal. Su Chensi walked slowly, her gaze searching for an empty seat. The vast majority of people's eyes were fixed on her, following her every move. There were empty seats next to some students. However, being a princess, even without the airs of royalty, she naturally exuded an aura of superiority that made it hard for anyone to muster the courage to invite her. As Su Chensi passed a certain row, a figure suddenly stood up. Zhou Chen frowned. Dressed in luxurious clothing, with a rebellious expression and a square noble medal on his chest, it was Yiling Tian. He slightly bent forward, bowing to Su Chensi and extending a hand. If your highness does not mind, you may sit here. There was an empty seat next to him. But Su Chensi merely inclined her head and said, thank you for your kindness. Then she walked past that row. He awkwardly paused before sitting back down. Zhang Yang couldn't help but cheer inwardly. It's my first time seeing a young master from the Yi family get turned down. To dare refuse Yiling Tian's invitation, an ordinary person would definitely suffer for it. But the princess is from the royal family, she can do this, and Yiling Tian wouldn't dare say a word. Zhang Yang laughed and then asked Zhou Chen, hey, do you think the princess will sit next to us since there are empty seats here? Zhou Chen was a bit speechless. She can sit wherever she wants. Why are you worrying so much? Suddenly, Su Chensi stopped right at Zhou Chen's row. Her gaze turned towards Zhou Chen, clearly recognizing him. Hey, Zhou Chen, the princess is looking this way. Is she looking at me? Zhang Yang straightened up. I hope the princess really sits next to us. As if she heard his words, Su Chensi actually walked in this direction. Excuse me, is this seat taken? She quietly asked Zhou Chen. No, you can sit, Zhou Chen replied. Thank you. She sat down directly. The surrounding classmates gasped. In unison, a flurry of whispers erupted. Su Chensi seemed to not hear them and took the initiative to speak. I saw your results from the first 2 rounds of testing backstage. You were first among all freshmen. Zhou Chen smiled slightly, humbly saying, it was just Luck, there was an accident during the second round of the qualification test and it was interrupted. I was the only one who completed the test. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been first. Su Chensi smiled back. You don't need to be modest, your performance on the subway made me very confident that even if the exam had gone normally, you would still achieve good results. If you weren't from a common background, you would probably have been selected as the student representative and it would have been you speaking on stage just now. Before Zhou Chen could respond, Zhang Yang let out a strange cry. His gaze shifted from Zhou Chen to the princess, then back to Zhou Chen. His expression as if his jaw was about to drop. Zhou Chen and Su Chensi both looked at Zhang Yang in confusion. What's wrong? WWW what? Zhou Chen, do you know the princess? Zhang Yang asked in a hushed voice. Su Chensi looked up at Zhang Yang, smiling politely. Zhou Chen, is this your friend? Zhou Chen was reluctant to admit it but still introduced. Su Chensi, this is Zhang Yang, a friend I met when I enrolled. Zhang Yang, this is Su Chensi, we have met once before. Su Chensi added, Zhou Chen saved my life, so he is my benefactor. Zhang Yang looked at Zhou Chen with a hint of curiosity. Zhou Chen just smiled. By the way, your highness, why did you choose to sit here? Zhang Yang suddenly asked. Su Chensi gazed at the stage and softly replied, then where do you think I should sit? Zhang Yang scratched his head. Our seats are at the back, most of those sitting here are minor nobles. When Yiling Tian invited you just now, I thought you would sit in the area for major nobles. But you completely ignored him, which was a bit unexpected. Zhou Chen and Su Chensi answered in unison, not unexpected at all. Su Chensi turned to him, oh, do you know what I'm thinking? Zhou Chen replied. Lightly, just a superficial analysis. As a princess, you wrapped yourself up tightly while in school and even chose to take the subway. When you spoke just now, you said you hoped everyone wouldn't treat you like a princess. You ended by saying you wish nobles and commoners could coexist. All of this indicates that you don't really want to be seen as a lofty noble lady. So, rather than sitting in the area for high-ranking nobles, you'd prefer to be in the ordinary seating area where minor nobles gather. And I'm likely the only person you know in this area, plus there just happens to be an empty seat next to me. So, it's not surprising that you chose to sit beside me. Su Chensi was taken aback. 2 seconds later, she laughed. If I didn't know you were the king of diamonds, I would suspect you had a heart-related ability. You've read my thoughts completely. Zhou Chen looked at her. So, are there mind-reading abilities among the heart cards? Zhou Chen had already triggered the ability of the Heart 7, so he naturally knew. But to cover it up and gather more information, he still asked this question. Su Chensi nodded. Of course. It's well known that the abilities of heart cards are generally related to the mind. Mind reading, mind control, hypnosis, memory modification, etc. Oh right, you're so exceptional that I always forget you come from a common background. She smiled gently. You probably know very little about these things, right? If you're not adapting well here, feel free to ask me. I can help. Don't be polite with me, after all, you saved my life and I need to find a way to repay you. Zhou Chen smiled back. So, you really did sneak out to take the subway? Su Chensi sighed. Yes, I finally managed to shake off a bunch of bodyguards. I wanted to experience public transportation, but I didn't expect to run into an assassin. I've caused trouble for the passengers. The government will properly compensate the injured civilians later. Seeing Su Chensi's somewhat guilty expression, Zhou Chen thought that the assassin was actually his fault and the blame didn't lie with her, but he just smiled slightly and said nothing. At this moment, Professor Chen Yin slowly walked onto the stage and spoke into the microphone. Everyone, please be quiet. I am Professor Chen Yun, and I am also the head of the first-year department. The principal is unable to attend due to other matters, so I will introduce the school on his behalf. Professor Chen Yun continued on stage. First of all, the school holds the Elite Cup in the middle of each semester. This is a large-scale competition organized by student clubs across the school. If new students wish to participate, they can consult the presidents of our 3 major clubs. By the way, you have already met 2 of them during the first 2 rounds of the entrance assessment. Zhou Chen lowered his head in thought. Indeed, during the new student assessment, 2 seniors had invited him to join the student clubs. One was a tall senior with dark skin, Li Hanfeng, and the other was a seemingly aloof, short-haired senior, Zhuang Xingyao. Professor Chen Yun continued. Second, before the new students enroll, we traditionally conduct 3 rounds of entrance assessments. However, due to some unavoidable factors, we only completed the second round before it was interrupted. At this point, Professor Chen paused for a few seconds. Zhou Chen seemed to feel her smiling gaze directed at him, blinking once. Therefore, the most important third-round assessment, the comprehensive assessment, will take place 1 week after enrollment. This assessment will only serve as a ranking of the new students' abilities and will not eliminate any student. Additionally, the first place in the comprehensive assessment will be rewarded with a divine relic. Upon hearing this, the entire auditorium erupted. Some students began to discuss fervently. Divine relic? For us? What is a divine relic? Wow, if I could sell one of those, I'd be set for life. Is that all you think about? A divine relic can't be measured by money. So what exactly is a divine relic? I heard it's a sacred object left behind by the gods of poker from ancient times, containing immense energy. So what is it actually used for? A small group of students discussed eagerly while most still looked puzzled. Snippets of conversation reached Chen's ears and he quietly asked Zhang Yang, do you know what a divine relic is? He originally thought Zhang Yang would scold him for his lack of knowledge about this world, but unexpectedly, Zhang Yang shook his head in confusion. This is the first time I've heard of it too. Beside them, Su Chensi sighed, it's normal for you not to understand. The rarity of divine relics is even higher than your plum blossom divine card. Generally speaking, divine relics are conceptual treasures. Chen looked at this princess. For example, a blade that guarantees a kill, a clock that can reverse time, a gem that can bring the dead back to life. But that's just legend, very few have seen one in person. However, since the professor said so, it must be true. And the school has one. I never expected that this year the school would actually use a divine relic as a reward for the champion of the entrance assessment. Su Chensi suddenly looked into his eyes. Chen, do you want to compete for that treasure? She asked him this out of the blue. Why do you ask me that? Chen was taken aback. I just think that if you want to win, you will definitely be the victor. But I'm just a commoner, I don't know anything. You don't need to know anything. Magic essence level is the hard power. Your 43 points of magic essence is already more than many upperclassmen. Chen didn't respond but lowered his head in thought. After a while, he answered, yes, I want to obtain that treasure. Chen's gaze fell on the area in the front row, where the nobles sat. There, Yiling Tian was boasting to other noble youths, claiming he would definitely win the championship and obtain that divine relic. Ahem, I know everyone is very concerned about the divine relic. But the third thing I'm going to talk about next is the main event, Professor Chen Yun said with a smile. Those who perform exceptionally well at the end of the semester will be granted the qualification for divine card ascension. What? At this moment, the entire venue erupted. Zhang Yang couldn't help but wave his hands. Divine card ascension, that's a dream come true for so many people. Even Su Chensi, who was usually more reserved and composed, couldn't help but lean forward, her eyes filled with anticipation. Only Chen remained calm. It wasn't that he didn't want divine card ascension, but rather, he had no idea what divine card ascension was for. Ahem. Chen lowered his voice, Your Highness, could you help me understand what divine card ascension is? Su Chensi was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, Of course. After all, I promised you that if you have any questions in this world, you can ask. She then slowly continued, If divine relics give humans a chance to connect with the divine, then divine card ascension allows a person to leap from a minor noble to a high noble, one of the 4 great noble families, a king, or even become a deity. Everyone has magical essence within them. When the level of magical essence reaches a certain height, at the age of 18, they will receive a supernatural artifact issued by the deity, which is the divine card. However, the strength of the divine card is not fixed. The supernatural abilities can also be upgraded. This process is called divine card ascension. The level of the divine card determines a person's overall capabilities and the strength of their supernatural abilities, which ultimately reflects their social status. Chen pressed further. Specifically, Su Chensi lowered her voice. If you can ascend the divine card to the next level, you will personally receive a title from His Majesty, my father. You will no longer be a commoner, but one of the nobles. The surname Zhou will become a new noble family. You will also receive a reward from my father, gaining a small enterprise. And if you can elevate the divine card to the highest level, you will ascend to become a new deity. It is said that throughout the history of the Dragon Kingdom, only one person has ever achieved this. After hearing this, Chen silently touched his joker divine card in his pocket. He was fed up with the impoverished life of a commoner. He had fantasized countless times about having a noble surname, status, and wealth. And now, everything was full of possibilities. He could even realize that one day he might ascend to become a deity. Divine card ascension. At this moment, Chen desperately hoped to learn more about this world, to acquire knowledge about divine cards and to enhance his own strength. The enrollment ceremony ends here. Thank you all. On stage, Director Chen Yun concluded his speech. Students gathered in groups of 3 or 5, rising one after another to leave the hall. Let's go to the dormitory. I wonder what the dormitory environment is like. Zhang Yang was very excited. They left the hall. Su Chensi was heading to the girls' dormitory, so she parted ways with the 2 of them midway. Chen and Zhang Yang headed towards the boys' dormitory area. Wait a minute, are you Chen? A boy's voice suddenly came from behind. Chen turned around and saw a flamboyantly dressed boy. He was surrounded by numerous noble classmates and the square medal on his chest was shining brightly. Chen remembered him. Yiling Tian. Chen told Zhang Yang to go back first, then turned and said, Yes, may I ask what you need? Yiling Tian held his head. Hi, a commoner with a magical essence level of 43. Truly unexpected. I thought that low bloodline minor nobles and commoners were all useless. He grinned, his voice laced with sarcasm. Around him, Yiling Tian's followers burst into laughter. Zhou Chen frowned. Just say it directly, what do you want? Yiling Tian snorted lightly. Actually, I usually don't talk to commoners at all. I find them dirty and unworthy. When I take on followers, I never consider anyone below mid-tier nobility. However, your performance during enrollment wasn't bad. I have no other intentions, just in 7 days there will be a comprehensive assessment. This year's assessment is different from usual. The champion will receive a divine relic. I want to become the champion and I can't do it without a good follower. A great person, if they want to achieve great things, always needs many subordinates. You understand what I mean, right? Zhou Chen coldly replied, thank you for your kindness. I completely agree with this statement. A great person, if they want to achieve great things, must always have many subordinates. But Zhou Chen turned around and walked straight out. The surrounding classmates were momentarily stunned, but once they understood the meaning behind Zhou Chen's words, they all applauded in approval. Yiling Tian's mouth fell open, feeling insulted. He stood in the center of the hall, shouting fiercely at Zhou Chen's back, just talking doesn't represent real skill. In the comprehensive assessment in 7 days, I will take the championship. When I obtain the divine relic, I want you to kneel and lick my shoes. In the dormitory. Hey, Zhou Chen, do you really have to work so hard? Zhang Yang lay on the upper bunk, yawning. You can't possibly take Yiling Tian's threats seriously, right? Zhou Chen didn't look up, continuing to flip through his textbook. Zhang Yang, you misunderstood. I have never considered Yiling Tian a worthy opponent. I work hard for myself. It's for me. I want to obtain that divine relic. Zhang Yang sighed. I'm not afraid of talented geniuses. I'm afraid of geniuses who work harder than us. Zhou Chen didn't respond, just continued to read his book. He knew too little about this world and had to catch up on theoretical knowledge. Perhaps it would be useful in the comprehensive test in 7 days. This textbook, titled Basics of Divine Card Abilities, clearly and thoroughly introduced divine cards. There are a total of 52 types of divine cards in the world. 4 suits, 13 ranks. The 4 different suits of divine cards possess different types of abilities. Spades specialize in combat. Hearts control the mind. Diamonds create change. Clubs disrupt causality. Spade cards are all related to battle. Heart cards are connected to the spiritual world. Diamond cards mostly involve the creation and transformation of objects. And the rarest club cards in Longwei are related to causality, conceptual abilities. This knowledge point was quite easy to memorize. Zhou Chen believed his memory was better than others. He was good at associative memory, linking difficult concepts with familiar things. The shape of a spade resembles a short sword and a shield, hence its relation to combat. Hearts, needless to say, relate to the heart and abilities of the mind. Diamonds can be associated with bricks and foundations, relating to creation and change. As for clubs, Zhou Chen thought of his club K successfully altering a probability, and probability is indeed a concept of causality. Zhou Chen couldn't help but reflect on all the divine cards he had encountered so far. The spade Q belonged to Su Chenxi, with the ability to conjure weapons infinitely, a combat ability. The heart 7, which he had used on the subway, had the ability of mind reading, a mental ability. The diamond 2 was owned by a short, chubby policeman with the ability to cut objects in half, a transformation ability. The diamond 5 was Professor Chen Yun's divine card, whose ability seemed to be instant teleportation, changing one's position, also a transformation ability. The club K was the first ability he used, which altered the probability of events, an ability of causal nature. Hey! Zhang Yang suddenly shouted from the bed, interrupting Zhou Chen's thoughts. Zhou Chen, who had been engrossed in his studies, was quite annoyed by the sudden disturbance. What are you shouting about? Zhou Chen cursed. Quick, look at the pinned post on the campus forum. Not looking. I'm studying. Zhou Chen silently flipped another page of his book. Zhang Yang sighed and read out the title of the pinned post. High stakes. Who will be the champion of the freshman assessment? The winner will split 50,000 dragon coins. The poster was an unknown senior student. He initiated a reward voting. The names of all 1,500 freshmen were listed. Naturally, leading the voting rankings was the princess of the royal Su family, Su Chenxi. Currently, over 600 senior students had voted for her. In second place was the eldest son of the Yi family, Yiling Tian, with over 400 votes, all from senior students. As for the third place and beyond, the vote count plummeted dramatically. Hey, bro, you have over 50 votes. Zhang Yang excitedly looked at Zhou Chen's name, which was around the 500th position. Not a single senior had voted for Zhou Chen. All the votes were from first-year freshmen. Let me see where my name is ranked. Zhang Yang kept searching and finally found his name near the bottom. 3 votes. That's too pathetic. No way, I need to vote for myself. The post was filled with countless discussions. As we all know, the Su family is a famous spade type ability family, and this kind of combat ability is a powerful one for the freshman test. The Yi family is also very strong, the first family under the royal family. They control the economic lifeline of the entire dragon country. Don't underestimate the money ability. Who is this Chen? Zhou, is there even a family by that name? Why are all the freshmen voting for him? What has he accomplished? I heard he comes from a commoner background? How can a commoner even enroll in the Divine Card School? At this moment, a senior girl with the ID Xinyao suddenly posted, "I vote for Zhou Chen." Instantly, the campus forum fell silent. Xinyao was the ID of Zhuang Xingyao, the president of the Red Heart Group. Usually quiet, she rarely participated in such discussions, but she made an exception, betting that this unknown commoner could become the champion of the freshman assessment. How can such a lively event be without me? I also vote for Zhou Chen. A senior with the ID eating a peach is so cool also posted. Li Hanfeng, someone exclaimed in the comments. Li Hanfeng, the president of the Black Blade Group, where different student organizations were always at odds, but this time, the two presidents surprisingly reached a consensus. This voting quickly attracted many other students to follow suit. Zhou Chen's vote count rapidly increased by nearly 50 votes, instantly placing him in the top 100. After all, although Li Hanfeng seemed unserious on a daily basis, he was the champion of the previous year's freshman assessment. A champion's judgment surely wouldn't be poor. Who exactly is this Zhou Chen? He's quite handsome. The freshman test isn't a beauty contest, what's the use? Soon, someone dug up all of Zhou Chen's information. Zhou Chen comes from a commoner background. Before the age of 18, he was an internet celebrity streamer skilled in magic. In the first round of bloodline testing, he was determined to have a magic level of 43 with a divine card of Spade K. In the second round of qualification testing, due to an accident, the exam was interrupted. After defeating a skeleton society assassin, Zhou Chen became the only victor among all freshmen. A strange silence ensued. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Zhou Chen's vote count skyrocketed. It quickly reached over 200 votes, instantly becoming third on the overall leaderboard. Zhou Chen, do you want to vote for yourself too? Zhang Yang waved his phone, calling out to Zhou Chen at the table. Not interested. Zhou Chen was still studying his divine card. There's money to be made. Smack. Zhou Chen instantly put down his book and pulled out his phone. Send me the link. A fool who doesn't make money. After opening the post, Zhou Chen directly found his name. Ranked third. That's a bit high. Zhou Chen frowned as he saw the words split 50,000 yuan. Since it was a split, naturally, the fewer people voting, the better. The intelligence network of the Keshan school should not be underestimated. His performance in the first two rounds of the freshman assessment had been thoroughly exposed. Well, as long as there's something to gain, Zhou Chen said without hesitation as he cast a vote for his own avatar. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the third round of testing. At this moment, all the freshmen gathered on the lawn in front of the school library, each in front of a computer identical to the one used in the second round, equipped with a helmet. Zhou Chen had a good night's sleep and was full of energy for the exam. However, his neighbor, Zhang Yang, looked a bit listless, yawning. In front of all the students, a senior slowly approached. He was very thin, dressed quite plainly, and his face had a slightly sickly pallor. Upon seeing this senior, Zhang Yang instantly perked up. It's Senior Lu Yingming. I heard he comes from an unknown minor noble family, but his grades are excellent, and he has a very high level of control over his abilities. Right, I also heard he is the president of the Diamond Group, one of the three major student organizations, alongside Li Hanfeng and Zhuang Xingyao. As expected, I heard that the three major tests in the freshman assessment each year are overseen by the presidents of these three student organizations. Zhou Chen listened to the whispers of the students around him. Senior Lu Yingming's voice was very calm, and he spoke clearly. This test is the third round of the freshman entrance assessment, a comprehensive test which will comprehensively evaluate students' physical fitness, intelligence, decision-making ability, and adaptability. It also aims to simulate real-life situations. The comprehensive test is the most important assessment in the freshman evaluation and has the longest duration. The comprehensive test is divided into 3 stages, lasting a week, with each stage interconnected. What is about to take place is the first stage of the comprehensive test. This stage primarily lays the foundation for the remaining 2 stages. Those who win in this stage will gain an advantage in the comprehensive test. Now, let me introduce the content of the first stage test. Zhou Chen listened intently, not missing a single word. He had to win. In the Society of Manhwa, there are 3 major classes: the monarch, the nobility, and the commoners. The first stage of this test is called title contest. All 1,500 students must strive to earn as many points as possible. In this competition, the top 3 in the points ranking will receive the title of monarch, and the top 500 will receive the title of noble. The last 1,000 can only obtain the title of commoner. The higher the title, the more advantage one can gain in the subsequent 2 stages of testing. The method of earning points will not be disclosed before the test begins. Each participant must explore it independently. Now, the competition begins. Please take your seats in front of the transporter and put on your helmets. With a series of scattered sounds, all 1,500 students donned their helmets. I heard some students performed exceptionally well in the first 2 rounds of testing. Looking forward to the students' even more impressive performance. Was it an illusion? For a moment, Chen thought Senior Lu Wingming glanced at him. Lu Wingming was at the front, pressing a button, and the next moment all the students vanished. His head felt dizzy. The ground was cold. That familiar sensation of teleportation returned. Chen had experienced this dizziness during the second round of qualification testing, and he still felt a bit unaccustomed to it. Once the strong dizziness faded, Chen slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? He quickly got up and surveyed his surroundings. He seemed to be in a classroom. But it was different from the last time. The light was dim, and through the window he could see that it was now night. Moreover, outside were the familiar teaching buildings, playgrounds, libraries, and large lawns. This was still a school, and Chen was in a classroom somewhere in one of the school buildings. Chen saw that not far away on a playground, countless students were lying on the ground, holding their heads, seemingly just coming to their senses from dizziness, looking around in confusion. Ding, the title contest assessment has officially begun. The examination environment is simulated, no one will be injured or die. A mechanical current system prompt sounded. In the high sky, a huge screen flickered to life. It displayed several large characters. Title contest rule 1, not revealed, rule 2, not revealed, rule 3, not revealed, not revealed? Chen recalled the competition rules introduced by Senior Lu Wingming before entering the examination room. The goal of the competition was to earn as many points as possible to achieve a higher ranking and obtain a better title. Chen remembered that the title of king had only 3 slots. As for how to earn points, it had not been disclosed. He looked up at the 3 rules on the big screen marked as not revealed. Did these hidden rules relate to how to earn points? And how could these rules be made public? Oh dear, at the other end of the classroom, a blurry figure wriggled, accompanied by a familiar voice. The tone of this voice was, "Zhang Chen called out uncertainly towards the figure. After the figure got up, it also saw Chen. That familiar long hair confirmed it without a doubt. Big shot, please take me along. Zhang Yang instantly pounced over and hugged Chen's thigh. Chen, somewhat speechless, pulled him away. This exam isn't a team battle, you have to rely on yourself for everything. Zhang Yang scratched his hair, grinning. Didn't they say there are 500 slots for nobles? I'm not asking for much, just being able to stick with you to get into the top 500 is enough. Or are you saying, Chen, do you want to be a king? There were only 3 slots for the king title, meaning the score had to rank in the top 3 among all 1,500 students. I'll try to aim for it. Chen raised his hand, not hiding his goal. While speaking, Chen suddenly noticed that on his left wrist an electronic watch had appeared without him realizing it. He immediately clicked to check. The small screen of the watch lit up, displaying several lines of text. Current identity, commoner score 10. Hey, what are you looking at? Let me see. Chen easily dodged Zhang Yang's gaze. Don't you have one too? Look at yours. Zhang Yang looked up at his wrist. Oh, I really do. He tapped his screen and directly read out the contents. Current identity, commoner, score 10. Chen was somewhat speechless. Are you just going to reveal this information like that? Zhang Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Doesn't matter, you're the big shot. There's no one else here, so what's the harm in telling you? And Zhang Yang opened his watch and operated it a few times. It seems you're also a commoner. All commoners can see each other. Hearing this, Chen looked down at his watch again. Tap on that commoner, Zhang Yang said. Chen's finger lightly touched the word commoner. Instantly, a large table popped up on the wrist display, listing countless names, all marked with the word commoner. Chen and Zhang Yang were among them. Zhang Yang sighed. It's quite similar to our identities. In reality, you're a commoner, I'm a marginal noble, which is pretty much the same as being a commoner. The watch display kept popping up messages. The names all came from that list. It seemed to be a chat group. Countless messages flooded the group. What's going on? Is this the exam room? So what are the exam questions? I've been standing here for a long time. This watch can chat too, not bad. Are all the people in this group commoners? I am. +1. +1. Chen ignored the meaningless messages and carefully studied the list of names inside, suddenly noticing an anomaly, and frowned. Zhang Yang noticed the change in Chen's expression. Big guy, what's wrong? Did you find a blind spot? Chen showed the list to Zhang Yang. Some people's names are not on it. Really? Let me see. Zhang Yang stared at the name list, quickly scanning it. It seems like Yiling Tian's name is missing. Even the princess's name isn't here. Let me count how many people are on this list. Zhang Yang started from the first. 1, 2, 3. No need, I've already counted. Chen interrupted him. 50 rows, 20 columns. Exactly 1,000 people. Oh. Zhang Yang seemed to realize that counting was a bit silly and scratched his head awkwardly. So, there are 1,000 commoners. What does that represent? Zhang Yang rubbed his nose. Chen rested his chin on one hand and said softly, I remember, the kings are the top 3 in scores, the nobles are the top 500, and the commoners are the last 1,000. The competition has just started, and there are exactly 1,000 commoners. So I deduce everyone's initial scores are different. There are 500 students whose scores are higher than ours from the start. Outside the exam room, at this moment, countless upperclassmen were paying attention to this test. They were watching the live broadcast of the exam room on their phones, typing away on the campus network. Hey, the top 3 favorites for the championship didn't draw a single king. 2 are nobles, 1 is a commoner. At this moment, someone took a screenshot of the score table and posted it. Score ranking. Table 1. Zhang Liang, King 302. Wang Li, King 303. Su Xing, King 379. Su Chenxi, Noble 50, 130. Yiling Tian, Noble 50. 1228 Zhou Chen, Commoner 10. The Zhou Chen, who consecutively topped the first 2 rounds of the freshman tests, doesn't have such good luck this time. Hard to say, maybe the initial score isn't that important? What are those hidden rules? Can any big shots analyze them? Just a wild guess. It's about doing various tasks in the exam room to earn points. Inside the exam room, Zhang Yang rubbed his nose and casually found a desk to sit down. There are 500 students whose scores are higher than ours from the start. Why, isn't this competition unfair? Zhou Chen shook his head. No. This round of the competition is a comprehensive test. All factors will be considered, including luck. And Senior Lu Yingming said that the exam will simulate reality as much as possible. Isn't that how real society works? Some are born into royalty, rich second-generation nobles, while others are born as poor commoners. Our initial scores are different. This is also a form of luck assessment, right? Zhang Yang sighed. Brother, we're in a tough spot. In reality, we are at the bottom, and in this exam, we are still commoners. Sigh. Zhou Chen didn't seem too dissatisfied. Complaining is useless. Opportunities for a comeback must be fought for by ourselves. Instead of sighing here, why not think about how we can score more points? Zhang Yang was persuaded by Zhou Chen. You're right. It's even more exhilarating for small characters to make a comeback. So, he looked at Zhou Chen and chuckled. How exactly should we improve our scores? Zhou Chen remained silent, just staring intently at the large screen outside. 3 rules were listed on it, but they were all in an undisclosed state. I don't know. No one can know right now. We can only wait until these rules are announced to be certain. What we can do now is to go out and look for clues. The 2 of them walked out of their classroom and into the corridor of the teaching building, where they saw a row of other classrooms. Let's go check them out one by one. After a while, they had visited almost every classroom. Each classroom had about 2 students. They asked quite a few people, but basically, everyone was in the dark about this assessment. No one understood how to score points. Moreover, no one was willing to reveal their scores or identities. They then came to an empty classroom, which was bare, with nothing but a blackboard and desks. Sigh, the school is really something, only making us take assessments without even telling us the questions. Zhang Yang mumbled, kicking a stone beside him. Clink. The kicked stone flew onto the blackboard at the front of the classroom. The blackboard flickered twice and suddenly lit up. With the blood of the king, unveil the law of the end. Zhang Yang read the line aloud. What does this mean? It's so hard to read? Zhou Chen looked at the line, analyzing. King, blood, law of the end? Law should refer to the rules. Unveil the law of the end. Perhaps this is a way to reveal the rules? Zhou Chen made his guess. Zhang Yang looked at the line again. It seems like it can be analyzed this way, so how do we unveil the rules? Zhou Chen pointed to the first half of the sentence. The blood of the king. Don't we have 3 titles? King, noble, commoner. This blood of the king should refer to the blood of the student with the title of king. So, using the blood of the king to sprinkle on this blackboard should unveil the rules. Zhang Yang scratched his long hair. King? Aren't there only 3? Where do we find a king? Then what does this law of the end mean? Zhou Chen frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head. Not clear. I guess. Perhaps it refers to the 3rd rule. Zhang Yang looked at the words on the blackboard again. So, the meaning of this sentence is, if we sprinkle the blood of the student with the title of king on it, we can announce the 3rd rule? Zhou Chen nodded. Without further clues, they could only think this way for now. Suddenly, a scream echoed throughout the campus, interrupting their thoughts. They hurried to the classroom window to look. Outside, on the playground, a student was stabbing another student in the chest with a knife. Although the sky was dim, Zhou Chen still saw the face of the student who attacked. Yiling Tian. Yiling Tian murmured to himself. Anyway, as long as I'm in the top 3 for points, right? If that's the case, there's no need to think about how to earn points. I just need to kill everyone ranked higher than me and I'll automatically win? Ha ha ha. This assessment is too easy. The student who was stabbed clutched his chest in pain, kneeling on the ground. Blood dripped down, soaking into the muddy grass of the playground. He collapsed to the ground, struggled a couple of times, and gradually stopped moving. After killing, Yiling Tian quickly activated his wristwatch. I see. Yiling Tian muttered to himself. On the teaching building, Zhou Chen noticed that Yiling Tian's lips seemed to curl up slightly. The next second, Yiling Tian suddenly started running, heading towards the back of a certain building, eventually disappearing into the shadow of another teaching building. Wait, what does Yiling Tian want to do? Although no one can die in the simulation exam, the sensation of pain still exists. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and said, he can't be thinking of winning this competition by killing, right? Zhou Chen didn't answer immediately but furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment. I seem to understand. Understand what? Chen, you can't possibly want to win the game by killing two, right? Chen looked up and said, this competition is a comprehensive test, which means that force is also included in the test. I said I understood because I seemed to know how to score. Outside the exam room, the campus network was still buzzing with news. The rankings have changed, someone has scored. What? Who scored? It's the eldest son of the Yi family, Yiling Tian. Someone posted the ranking again. Score ranking list 1. Zhang Liang, Monarch 302. Wang Li, Monarch 303. Su Xing, Monarch 304. Yiling Tian, Noble 60. Ah, great, I voted for Yiling Tian. Those supporting Su Chenxi and Zhou Chen are going to be slapped in the face. At this moment, the number of supporters on the voting list changed rapidly. Yiling Tian's votes surged by over 100, reaching over 600, on par with Su Chenxi. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen's votes still hovered around 300. Although he remained third overall, there was still a significant gap compared to the two ahead. Just then, Zhou Chen's vote count quietly increased by 1. Some sharp-eyed individuals immediately noticed who had cast that vote in the voting backend. Lu Yingming. He actually supports Zhou Chen. He's the chief examiner for the third test. Why? I saw the real-time footage from the exam room. Zhou Chen has been hiding in a classroom and hasn't done much. I don't get it. I'm voting. 2. The actions of public figures often have a leading effect. After Lu Yingming cast that vote, Zhou Chen's total votes increased by over 50. In the most popular voting thread on the campus network, the 3 most famous figures in the school, who were also the presidents of 3 student organizations, all cast their votes. Black Blade Group President Li Hanfeng, Crimson Heart Group President Zhuang Xingyao, Diamond Group President Lu Yingming unanimously voted for Zhou Chen. Inside the exam room, killing. Zhou Chen uttered this word. Zhou Chen, what did you say? Zhang Yang looked at him in disbelief. The way to gain points is through killing. Zhou Chen sighed. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang, we are at a significant disadvantage in this competition. Why? Zhang Yang showed a puzzled expression, seemingly not understanding what Zhou Chen had figured out. He explained, you can tell just by looking at Yiling Tian's expression earlier. After he killed a classmate, he checked his watch and showed a happy expression. What does that indicate? Zhang Yang hesitated and replied, it means the information on the watch changed in some way, making him very happy? Then Zhang Yang lowered his head and thought for a while, uncertainly saying, since it's the information on the watch, his score increased? Exactly. Zhou Chen nodded with a smile, and right after he killed someone, he immediately looked for a place to hide. This indicates that he also realized the way to increase points is by killing. To avoid being attacked by others, he had to quickly conceal himself. So that's why I said we are at a significant disadvantage in this match. Because we have 1 Clover's type divine card and 1 Hearts type divine card. And it's obvious that Spade's type divine cards are the most sought after. Zhou Chen didn't expect that the knowledge he had seen in books before the test would actually come into play. Spade specializes in combat. Hearts controls the mind. Diamonds creates change. Clovers disrupts causality. He had long memorized this knowledge about the types of supernatural abilities. During the bloodline test when he enrolled, he heard that Zhang Yang's divine card was Hearts, and his own divine card had not yet been activated. At least for now. It seemed that Spade's type divine cards could enhance his combat power, which was very useful in a situation where killing was the way to score points. Zhang Yang was at a loss. It's true, neither of us has a Spade's type ability. So what should we do? Zhou Chen remained calm. He walked slowly towards the classroom window. A gentle breeze blew, lifting a strand of his hair. Zhou Chen breathed in the fresh air, smiled elegantly as he looked outside, and confidently uttered a single word. Survive. Ha! Zhang Yang blankly sniffed. Zhou Chen still wore a smile. As long as we keep surviving, we can wait for the rules to be revealed. This match is a comprehensive test. You can't win just by relying on combat. When all the rules are announced, that's when we can turn the tables and show our true skills. The 2 of them, powerless civilians, quietly hid in a storage room of a tall building. The location of this storage room was excellent, with a wide window that provided a clear view of the outside scene. Moreover, there was quite a bit of food in this room. The 2 found a convenient spot to sit and looked out the window of the classroom. Ever since Yiling Tian made the first move, more and more students began to try attacking others. At first, they were hesitant and reluctant to engage. They weren't sure that killing someone would guarantee them points. But there were always a few bold ones, unafraid of death, who took the initiative. Gradually, everyone realized that if they killed others, their own scores would increase. Even those who were unwilling to kill for the sake of self-preservation had to choose to eliminate potential threats. After all, if you don't kill, someone else might come to kill you. Thus, more and more students joined the ranks of mutual slaughter. Outside the window, on the distant playground, in the teaching building, and within the comprehensive building, screams echoed one after another. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen and Zhang Yang each held a bucket of popcorn, entering viewing mode. That person has quite strong combat power. They must have killed a lot of people and earned a lot of points. Look over there, that one is covered in blood. Wow, they even unleashed a shockwave. They must also be a powerful Spades type divine card. Hey, isn't that the one? Going crazy in the middle of the playground, Suchensi? She's running around with a submachine gun. Zhang Yang pointed to the playground not far away. Zhou Chen squinted and looked over. A girl with silver hair was holding a submachine gun, spinning in place. Her movements were light and graceful, not at all like someone who was killing. If it weren't for the blood all over her and the flames shooting from the gun, Zhou Chen would have thought she was dancing. Countless students tried to approach her and attack, but they were always hit by bullets. Gradually, no one dared to get close. To be honest, Su Chensi was a royal princess, and Zhou Chen had thought she was somewhat delicate, at least not particularly cruel. But this princess, who was recklessly killing and drenched in blood, made Zhou Chen change his impression of her. By the way, where did the princess get that submachine gun? The firepower is too overwhelming. Others are simply no match for her. Zhang Yang continued to stare at Su Chensi, puzzled. Oh, I've seen her powers. She can conjure weapons out of thin air, very strong. Zhou Chen stuffed another piece of cookie into his mouth. That makes sense, after all, she's the queen of spades, and the spade suit is inherently more combat-oriented. Plus, being a queen, her combat strength is definitely top-notch. The two exchanged comments about the war outside, occasionally shoving popcorn into their mouths, as if this farce had nothing to do with them. Su Chensi had already taken out all the classmates in that area, holding a gun and shifting positions, seemingly in search of new targets. They no longer watched her and instead looked for other interesting scenes. By the way, Zhou Chen, with all this killing outside, are we just going to hide here? Isn't it a bit too passive? Have you ever played Battle Royale? Surviving to the end is winning. Don't focus on how many kills there are. If you don't survive, it's all for nothing. Zhou Chen gulped down some soda. Stop fighting. It seemed to be a girl's voice. Zhou Chen and Zhang Yang turned to look at the source of the sound. In the center of the playground, a short girl with a ponytail shouted. Her voice was thin but filled with courage. This competition organized by the school is not meant for you to kill each other. Students should be tolerant, friendly, and cooperate to earn points. Everyone's actions came to a halt. Some classmates seemed to hesitate, looking at the weapons in their hands, pondering whether this way of earning points was reasonable. Ding dong, Rule 1 announced. At this moment, the system voice rang out appropriately. On the big screen, the first rule quickly appeared. Rule 1, Spade Assessment, the law of the jungle, resources are limited, everyone is a competitor. Points will not increase without reason, but will be transferred through killing. This settled it. So, upon seeing the rule, the students instantly understood those who kill can take the points of the deceased. The girl standing in the middle awkwardly smiled. You all continue, just pretend I didn't say anything. After saying that, she took off running. Whoosh! A stray bullet flew over and hit her in the head. Bang! Her fleeing motion froze instantly and she fell to the ground, spectacularly meeting her end. Obvious target. Zhou Chen and Zhang Yang said in unison, tossing another chip into their mouths. Zhou Chen, when do you think it's our turn to perform? Zhang Yang said, chewing on snacks, his words unclear. Don't rush, let the bullets fly for a while. Zhou Chen pointed again at the screen. The first rule has been deduced by us, but the second and third rules have yet to be announced. Acting rashly might yield little reward for great effort. What if one of the rules states that the more you kill, the more points you lose? Then wouldn't they all become clowns? And we could just win by doing nothing. Zhang Yang's face lit up with excitement. That makes sense. Ha ha, I feel like I'm about to win. Time passed second by second. Outside, the sound of gunfire continued, bullets flying everywhere. Students with spade suit powers were slaughtering those without. Although the scene was bloody and thrilling, Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel a bit bored after watching for a while. Just as he was about to yawn, a commotion in a certain part of the playground caught his attention. There, a student with a scarred face was rampaging. Ah, don't think you can escape. The student with a scar over his left eye had a cruel expression. He wielded a sharp knife, chasing after a petite female student. The girl seemed to have very little stamina and couldn't run at all. Within a few steps, she was caught up by the scar-faced student. Thud! The scar-faced student showed no hesitation, raising the sharp knife and thrusting it forward. The knife plunged into the girl's abdomen. She looked horrified, her eyes wide open, clutching her stomach, and fell to the ground in pain, struggling. Scarface chuckled, showing no mercy at all, kneeling on the ground, stabbing downwards with his knife. Eventually, the girl lay motionless, quickly meeting her end. Ding! The watch on Scarface's wrist seemed to beep. He lifted it to check. Current identity, King. Ha ha, I've finally been promoted to King. I never expected that my trashy spade-type divine card would be so useful in this exam. Crack! In a small corner not far away, the sound of a branch breaking echoed. This unexpected noise interrupted Scarface's celebration. He tightened his grip on the sharp knife and shouted sternly, "Who's there?" Scarface quickly advanced with his knife raised. In that small corner, a chubby boy fell to the ground with a thud, squeaking in panic, "Big brother, don't kill me, I'm afraid of pain. I'm just a worthless commoner, only 10 points, not worth anything." Scarface spat, saying viciously, "A mosquito's leg is still meat, no matter how little, it's still points. I won't let anyone go." As he spoke, he raised his knife. Bang! A brick suddenly smashed down onto Scarface's face from above. Scarface was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. "Fatty, are you ambushing me?" Scarface shook his head, seemingly unaffected by the brick. "Ha, didn't expect it, did you? My Spade-type divine card makes me invulnerable. Ordinary physical attacks are useless against me. Otherwise, do you think I could have made it this far with just a broken knife?" The chubby boy looked at the arrogant Scarface in horror, wanting to cry but having no tears. He had arranged for his accomplices to throw bricks from above while he acted as bait, but he never expected to encounter such a tough opponent. "Whoa, be gentle. I'm afraid of pain." The chubby boy completely gave up resisting. He had already seen how Scarface killed people and knew he wouldn't spare anyone, just hoping he would act quickly and end his suffering. Scarface licked his lips and swiftly thrust the sharp knife downwards. "Put. The chubby boy touched his abdomen. Not a scratch. In contrast, Scarface's expression froze. Then, his abdomen suddenly exploded from the middle. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, intestines spilling onto the ground. Scarface didn't even have time to say a word before his face showed an expression of disbelief, swaying a couple of times before collapsing to the ground dead. Ding! The dazed chubby boy was suddenly startled by the sound of his watch. He hesitated before clicking to check. Current identity, King. Score, 310. He blinked in disbelief. King? He had instantly been promoted. From commoner to king? This meant that his score had evidently become one of the top 3 in the entire school. He was overjoyed, screaming as he spread his arms and waved, "I'm the king now, ha ha ha." And all of this was witnessed by Chen, who was peering through the window. As expected, there's a twist. Chen clearly saw that the student with the scarred face had indeed stabbed the chubby boy with the sharp knife. However, at the moment the blade made contact with the boy, it was directly deflected away. At the same time, the body of the scarred face student exploded. Moreover, based on the chubby boy's reaction to checking his watch and his ecstatic expression, it could be concluded the chubby boy undoubtedly received the points from Scarface. It was the chubby boy who had killed Scarface. But what Chen couldn't figure out for the moment was why the chubby boy seemed so surprised. Could it be that he had accidentally killed Scarface? After pondering for a moment, Chen looked at the big screen. Rule 1, Spade Assessment, Jungle Law. Scores will not increase without reason, but will be transferred through killings. Rule 2, Not Revealed. Rule 3, Not Revealed. The unrevealed rules can also take effect. Therefore, the bizarre death of the scar-faced man must have been due to some rules coming into play. "Hey, Chen, what are you looking at?" Zhang Yang asked as he noticed Chen suddenly stop eating popcorn. Chen didn't respond, just pointed in the direction of the little chubby boy. "I'm the king now, ha ha ha." The little chubby boy excitedly stood up, dancing around. However, he forgot that the assessment was not over yet. The position of king was only temporary. Instantly, countless predatory gazes shot over in this direction. Supplementary howl. The little chubby boy realized his mistake and took off running. But as an ordinary person without a Spade God card, and being a chubby one at that, how could he outrun that group of bloodthirsty students? A king-level big fish would not be missed by anyone. In an instant, a blood-red figure rushed in. The glint of a dagger flashed. The little chubby boy trembled, suddenly feeling a wetness beneath him. He was scared to death. "Put." The little chubby boy touched his neck. "Ha!" Not a hair was harmed. In front of him, a masked student holding a dagger revealed a look of astonishment in his eyes. Then, he exploded into fragments. The death was identical to that of the scar-faced man just moments ago. "What the hell, am I that strong? The person who tries to kill me will die? My god card skill isn't even this." The little chubby boy was completely baffled. What he didn't know was that in the distance, a sniper rifle was aimed at his head. The sniper pulled the trigger. The bullet swiftly zipped through the air, soon reaching the little chubby boy's temple. Click! The bullet was effortlessly deflected. At the same time, the sniper's head on the building exploded. The little chubby boy trembled as he checked his watch. Score, 430. Another student attacked. Then, he spectacularly exploded on the spot. Score, 480. The little chubby boy's face was completely numb. He couldn't understand what was happening and just kept retreating into the shadows. "Did you see that? That chubby boy is acting strange." Chen pointed at the figure disappearing in the distance. Zhang Yang scratched his head, feeling like his CPU was about to overheat. "This is bizarre." While he was running away, quite a few people wanted to kill him, but they all blew themselves up. "I don't get it, I completely don't get it." Chen analyzed. That little chubby boy clearly doesn't understand either. So, this must not be his god card skill, but rather, the rules are in effect. Zhang Yang looked at the big screen. "Are you saying it's the 2 remaining unrevealed rules? But what kind of rule could make the killer explode on the spot?" Chen didn't answer immediately but carefully sorted through the events in his mind. First, a scar-faced man killed a girl. He plunged a sharp knife into the girl's abdomen and she was undoubtedly dead. After killing the girl, he clearly checked his watch and showed a very pleased expression. If Chen guessed correctly, some unexpected changes had occurred in the certain information on his watch. But what was this change? The information on the watch basically had two pieces. Chen looked at his own watch. Current identity, civilian score, 10 identity, and score. Judging by the bloodstains on the scar-faced man, he must have killed quite a few people, so an ordinary score increase shouldn't mean much to him. Therefore, the change in the information on the watch was not just a change in score, but also a change in identity. The identity has changed. Judging by the proficiency of the scar-faced killer, the points he earned should be enough to place him in the top 500. So, he is at least a noble. And right after he killed the girl, he was promoted to king. Then, that scar-faced man found a little chubby boy as his next target. From the chubby boy's reaction to the encounter, he was most likely a commoner. As a king, the scar-faced man chose to attack a suspected commoner, the chubby boy. The result was absurd, he exploded on the spot. Although the reason was unknown, the chubby boy undoubtedly received the scar-faced man's points, becoming the next king. But why was it fine for the scar-faced man to attack the female student but not the chubby boy? Moreover, the chubby boy was too ostentatious when the scar-faced man died, even shouting loudly, clearly having scored big points and become a king. This naturally drew a lot of attention, and he faced countless attacks. Furthermore, those who chose to initiate the attack were undoubtedly nobles, because commoners either shrank back to escape or, like Chen, hid somewhere to watch the excitement. So only nobles would actively attack. Yet these nobles were also rebounded by the attack, getting wiped out while the chubby boy remained unscathed. Chen didn't think the chubby boy had any special qualities or had awakened some cheat. His survival could only be a coincidence, just triggering some hidden rule. As for what this rule was, Chen pondered carefully. First, the scar-faced man, noble, killed the female student, commoner. Then the scar-faced man, king, was killed by the chubby boy, commoner. After that, countless actively attacking nobles were killed by the chubby boy, king. Nobles killed commoners. Kings attacking commoners were killed in return. Nobles attacking kings were killed in return. When recalling the previous normal slaughter events, it was basically nobles hunting commoners. Chen suddenly looked up and said softly, "I understand." Zhang Yang looked at Chen. "Big shot, what did you understand?" Chen replied softly, "I know the reason the chubby boy survived. I also discovered what a certain hidden rule is. The abilities of the Spade suit cannot be inherently stronger than those of other suits. After all, this is a comprehensive test, not just a test of strength. There must be a way for the weak to defeat the strong." Zhang Yang's eyes widened. Chen, you actually discovered the rule in advance again? Chen glanced at him. Shortly after the first murder incident began, the examination room announced the first related rule. From my speculation, as long as the rule is triggered, it will be directly announced shortly after. The second rule is there exists a chain of countering identities. Countering chain? Zhang Yang was somewhat confused. Chen continued to explain, kings can kill nobles. Nobles can kill commoners. Commoners can kill kings. If someone tries to reverse this, for example, if a king wants to kill a commoner, they will be rebounded and die themselves. This explains why the scar-faced man could easily kill that female student but stumbled when trying to kill the chubby boy. Zhang Yang suddenly understood, oh, because after killing the female student he was promoted to king. When he was still a noble he could kill commoners at will, but after becoming a king he would be killed in return by commoners. Chen smiled with satisfaction. A child can be taught. Outside the classroom, more and more people noticed that there seemed to be occasional instances of murderers being killed in return. Slowly, they no longer crazily attacked anyone they encountered, but chose to temporarily lay down their weapons and observe the changes. Ding, Rule 2 announced. Upon hearing this system sound, everyone's gaze turned to the big screen. Rule 2, Hard Assessment, Class Suppression. The king executes the nobles oppress the commoners, and the commoners overthrow the king. You are my god. After seeing the result on the big screen, Zhang Yang was so excited that he almost knelt down to Chen. 2 rules. Guessed in advance. This assessment hides the rules, which is completely useless for a genius like you. Zhang Yang was ready to shower him with compliments. Chen helplessly said, "Spare me the flattery. Studying the rules more will help us win this exam." Zhang Yang chuckled. That's true. He looked again at the big screen outside. Hey, Chen, I seem to have discovered a useful piece of information. Oh? Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Please, go ahead. Zhang Yang pointed outside. Now there are already 2 rules, right? The big screen floating in the air clearly displayed. Rule 1, Spade Assessment Jungle Law. Resources are limited. Everyone is a competitor. Scores do not increase but are transferred through killing. Rule 2, Hard Assessment Class Suppression. The king executes the nobles oppress the commoners, and the commoners overthrow the king. Zhang Yang read the text on the big screen. I found that each rule is followed by a suit hint. Does this imply something? Chen looked again at the rules on the big screen. Rule 1, Spade Assessment. Rule 2, Hard Assessment. It must be these 2 pieces of information that Zhang Yang was referring to. Chen said softly, "You're right. There won't be any unnecessary information in the rules. Isn't this assessment a comprehensive assessment? So, any quality will be taken into account. The so-called Spade assessment is actually a test of strength. Killing to gain points is a test of the student's combat power, and the heart assessment is a test of the mind. Zhang Yang nodded, somewhat understanding. I get the meaning of the Spade assessment, but what about this heart assessment? Does the identity suppression chain relate to the mind? Of course it does. Zhou Chen answered quickly. Would you tell a stranger your identity? Zhang Yang shook his head. Exactly. Zhou Chen continued to explain. So, regarding the enemy's identity, you have to rely on your judgment of the enemy. That is to say, speculating on the enemy's psychology. Luring out the enemy's identity, that is the battle on a mental level. Zhang Yang suddenly understood. Oh, so, that's what it means. Zhou Chen, I feel like your mind is working so fast. I seem to not be helping much, not at all. Zhou Chen gave a thumbs up. In approval, this piece of information you provided is excellent. Ha? Zhang Yang was a bit confused. Zhou Chen looked up at the big screen's third rule. I remember you said that the Dragon Kingdom doesn't have the Plum Blossom Divine card, right? Zhang Yang was still a bit muddled. That's right. Except for you. Zhou Chen's lips curled up, revealing a slight smile. Then, Rule 1 is the Spade assessment. Rule 2 is the Heart assessment. Then, Rule 3 must be the Diamond assessment. Zhang Yang suddenly realized, right. Spade, Heart, Diamond, each corresponds to a rule. Wow. So we can guess it in advance before the third rule is announced? Zhou Chen lowered his head in thought, murmuring softly, Spade specializes in strength, Heart controls the mind, and Diamond creates change. Perhaps, when the third rule is revealed, it will change the entire situation. Zhang Yang was a bit excited. So do we still need to hide? Hide until the third rule is revealed? Zhou Chen raised his eyes to a few words of the second rule. Commoners, overthrow the king. He stood up, stretched lazily, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No, that's not necessary. I've already thought of a strategy. Now, it's time for us, commoners, to make our appearance. He opened the window, feeling the air outside. The air was mixed with the smell of gun oil, gunpowder, and a faint hint of blood. The gentle moonlight spilled over Zhou Chen, and a breeze brushed past, causing the hem of his coat to flutter slightly. Zhou Chen looked out through the window. Countless people outside were still fighting fiercely, tiny figures flickering and swaying in the dim environment. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen was conserving his strength in a small room, gathering energy, and would not act until the critical moment. From his high vantage point, looking down, that group of people seemed as small as ants. An excited and frenzied light flickered in Zhou Chen's eyes. He said softly, in this game, brute force is secondary, ultimate calculation is the way of the king. In this little warehouse, I have already grasped a method to win. Come on, now, let the commoners overthrow the king. Outside the examination hall, on the campus network, discussions about this competition had exploded. When the first rule was announced, most freshmen began to participate in this killing feast, and campus network messages came one after another. Wow, are the freshmen this fierce? They're killing like crazy, completely insane. It seems that the Spade system has a huge advantage. The top three are probably all Spade cards. Hee, luckily I bet on the princess, her Spade ability is really strong. TSK. Yiling Tian is also performing well. Although he has a diamond ability, he still managed to sneak around and steal quite a few points. Hey, what's Shou Chen doing? Is he offline? I voted for him. You really dare? A commoner, seeing this bloody scene, he must be scared silly by now. At this moment, the overall ranking was approximately 1. Zhang Liang, King 642. Wang Li, King 503. Lu Wei, King 474. Su Chenxi, Noble 475. Yiling Tian, Noble 460. Among them, the top three kings relied on others to deliver heads. Either they originally drew the king or accidentally leaped from commoner to king. They had no real strength but were very lucky, having received many heads from other reckless newcomers before the second rule was revealed. Moreover, they were also good at hiding. Once they became kings, they no longer ventured out, quietly waiting in some corner for the competition to conclude. Only Su Chenxi and Yiling Tian climbed the ranks by hunting commoners, gradually accumulating points. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen and Zhang Yang, two bystanders, earned not a single point, naturally placing them at the bottom. Inside the examination hall, just after Zhou Chen finished that cool line about overthrowing the king, bang! The door of the warehouse was kicked open with a loud bang. Sure enough, there are still commoners hiding here. A crisp female voice came. Hiss. Zhang Yang stiffened his neck and turned to look. A person drenched in bright red stood at the door, shouldering a submachine gun, blocking the only exit. Hero, spare me, eh? Zhang Yang wanted to say something, but upon seeing the visitor's face, he was momentarily stunned. Zhou Chen also stared seriously at the newcomer. Silver long hair, a fair and beautiful face. Su Chenxi? Upon seeing the two, Su Chenxi was also slightly taken aback, then politely smiled. This smile would be very beautiful under normal circumstances, but she was covered in blood, and the dim light here made the smile appear somewhat eerie. The silver-haired princess blinked and greeted them. Hi, what a coincidence. Neither side moved, unsure of what to say for a moment. Ahem. Zhou Chen, what do you think the princess's current status is? Zhang Yang whispered in a low voice. Of course, she's a noble, Zhou Chen replied without hesitation. Why? Zhou Chen glanced at the princess across from them. First of all, look at all her wounds and blood. She must have slaughtered countless people, so she can't possibly be a commoner. Secondly, the monarch is already among the top 3 in the school, so there's no need to actively seek out prey to kill. Instead, they focus more on self-preservation, so she can't be the monarch either. In summary, her identity can only be that of a noble. After hearing Zhou Chen's answer, Zhang Yang felt a bit disheartened. He saw Su Chenxi still blocking the door, holding her submachine gun without moving. Zhang Yang awkwardly smiled and told a little lie, Princess, we're colleagues. Zhou Chen and I are both nobles. After this statement, a strange silence spread among the 3. Zhou Chen was somewhat speechless. This guy had gone mad, spouting nonsense. Su Chenxi still wore that polite expression, her tone eerily calm. Is that so? She raised her wristwatch. Then why haven't I seen you in the noble list on my watch? Her tone seemed to be teasing a child. Zhou Chen frowned. As expected, he had realized this long ago when he saw all the commoner information on his watch. Since commoners could see each other, nobles also shared identity information. Although Zhang Yang's lie was somewhat clumsy, it did reveal a useful piece of information. Zhang Yang's eyes widened. Oh no, I forgot about that. He activated his clever little brain again, cleared his throat, and suddenly put his hands behind his back, pretending to be serious as he said, actually, the 2 of us are hidden monarchs, do you believe it? This statement even amused the dignified Princess Su Chenxi. She put away her smile and tried to maintain a serious and calm expression. You were monarchs from the start? There are only 3 in the entire school of 1,500 students, and you just happen to be 2 of them. How lucky. Zhang Yang was taken aback and quickly replied, of course not, we became monarchs later. Su Chenxi looked them up and down. You don't have a single drop of blood or a single wound on you. May I ask how you became monarchs? By eating snacks? Zhang Yang was stunned. Zhou Chen held his forehead, stepping aside to pretend he wasn't familiar with Zhang Yang. Then, he calmly looked at Su Chenxi. We are indeed commoners. But that doesn't mean we are enemies, we can cooperate. Zhang Yang quickly chimed in, yeah, we have little to share, it's not worth much. We even talked before. Considering we're classmates and good friends, let me off this time. Let's cooperate. Su Chenxi sighed and finally put away her smile. Since this is an exam, it must be taken seriously. Although we knew each other before, this competition is not a team battle, so cooperation is meaningless. Sorry, I'll be quick, you won't feel any pain. She raised her submachine gun and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Zhang Yang was shot in the forehead, blood exploding from it, marking a smooth end to this round of the competition. It's your turn. After killing Zhang Yang, Su Chenxi showed no hesitation immediately, shifting the gun's muzzle to point directly at Zhou Chen's chest. Her finger slowly moved toward the trigger. Outside the examination room, when Zhou Chen learned about the second rule entirely through his own reasoning before it was announced, the campus discussion forum exploded. What the hell is going on in his head? I thought he was just messing around. But it turns out Zhou Chen is quite the character. Incredible, a commoner can kill a king, isn't that something? When Zhou Chen delivered his cool line at the announcement of the second rule, he gained countless fans. It wasn't until Su Chenxi appeared that the dramatic effect reached its peak. Hey! I thought Zhou Chen was finally going to turn things around, but how did a noble pop up out of nowhere? Oh no, it's Su Chenxi. Damn, that long-haired guy just got shot in the head. Is this big shot's lackey really going to go down? Like this? TSK. Oh no, those of you betting on Zhou Chen, you're out of luck. Zhou Chen is about to die. Inside the examination room, Su Chenxi was about to pull the trigger. Feeling the trigger conditions for the supernatural ability, the divine card is activated. Zhou Chen heard that sharp voice again. The conditions for the supernatural ability had been triggered. At that moment, Zhou Chen suddenly felt like the protagonist of a novel, as if a cheat code had just been activated right before his impending death. Randomly drawing a divine card, square 8 skill, transform your appearance into that of another person. A square-type supernatural ability. Zhou Chen remembered it was related to creation and change. The ability to change one's appearance, it will naturally belong to the square-type abilities. However, what was the use of this supernatural ability? Zhou Chen already knew the function of one square ability. That was square 5. Zhou Chen clearly remembered that Professor Chen Yun's divine card was square 5, and the supernatural ability was instant transfer. If he had that ability, it would be effortless for Zhou Chen to activate it and escape from danger in this situation. But now, transforming his appearance, what was the use of this ability? To perform a Sichuan opera face-changing act for Princess Su? Ding! Just as Zhou Chen was trying to think hard, Su Chenxi's wristwatch suddenly beeped. She raised her arm in surprise to check, and 2 seconds later, she silently lowered the muzzle of her submachine gun. Zhou Chen reacted quickly and immediately understood what had happened. He smirked and said softly, "What's wrong, my queen? Did you just ascend to the throne?" Su Chenxi resignedly dropped her weapon and sat on the ground. "I can't escape now, just take my life." Zhou Chen slowly approached, not making a move to attack, but gently helped her up. Su Chenxi stood up, her eyes flashing with surprise. Zhou Chen wore an elegant smile. Did I not say? Your Highness? I want to collaborate with you. So, what's your plan? Why not kill me? Su Chenxi's expression was somewhat forlorn as she silently followed Zhou Chen. I'm not as heartless as you. Zhou Chen glanced at her lightly and said softly, I care a lot about our friendship as classmates. Things had become quite clear. When Su Chenxi killed Zhang Yang, she added 10 points to her score. And it was this 10-point difference that allowed her to successfully ascend as the new king. Because of this, the restrained relationship between Zhou Chen and Su Chenxi instantly reversed. At this moment, the score table was 1. Zhang Liang, king 642. Wang Li, king 503. Su Chenxi, king 484. Yiling Tian, noble, 470. As long as Zhou Chen killed Su Chenxi, he could easily obtain all the points she had earned. But he didn't do that. Instead, he thought of a more far-reaching plan. He demanded that Su Chenxi stay by his side and not run away. The two of them continued walking forward. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Their footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Zhou Chen whispered, Your Highness, there's movement ahead. In the blink of an eye, a blood-soaked man wielding a knife leaped out from the shadows, charging towards Zhou Chen. Whoosh, Su Chenxi raised her hand, lightly pulled the trigger, and cleanly dealt with him. Thank you, this person is a noble. If you hadn't acted in time, I would have died. Zhou Chen stood still, arms crossed. I understand. While reloading her gun, Su Chenxi said, You want to keep me to protect you. Because I can kill nobles and you can kill me. So, you need to keep me around to block the nobles' attacks. Zhou Chen smiled slightly. The reasoning is correct. But isn't it the duty of a king to protect her subjects? Su Chenxi intended to respond. Hiss. She suddenly let out a muffled groan, clutching her left arm. What's wrong? Zhou Chen shot her a questioning glance. It's nothing, just a minor injury to my arm earlier. Su Chenxi seemed quite strong, stubbornly continuing to walk forward. Let me see. Zhou Chen blocked her path, his tone leaving no room for argument. Su Chenxi sighed, slowly rolling up her sleeve to reveal a wound that was neither too deep nor too shallow. The wound was long and slightly reddish-brown. Seeing the blood seeping from the wound, Zhou Chen suddenly had a brilliant idea. Don't move, I'll help you bandage it. Zhou Chen took out a tissue and gently wiped the blood from Su Chenxi's arm. Then he tore off a strip of cloth from his clothing and wrapped it around her arm. Zhou Chen was very serious, meticulous, and skilled during this process. Su Chenxi was taken aback for 2 seconds and softly said, Thank you, but I want to say, it's actually unnecessary to bandage it. Anyway, once we teleport out of the exam room, the wound will no longer exist. Zhou Chen didn't look up, still focused on treating the wound. Of course it's necessary, Your Highness. We don't know how long this competition will last, and if the wound isn't treated properly, it will hurt a lot. Su Chenxi was slightly dazed, wanting to say something but ultimately remained silent. Zhou Chen seemed to see through her thoughts. You don't need to thank me, it's the duty of a subject to serve the king. After all, protecting you is also to protect myself. I wouldn't want the princess to lose her combat ability due to an arm injury. Saying this, Zhou Chen carefully tucked the bloodied tissue away. If you want to thank me, just stay by my side. After all, you are already a king now, and there's no need to expend effort to improve your score. If I find another king to kill, you will naturally be safe. Su Chenxi nodded in understanding. Okay. Zhou Chen's current plan was very simple. He was a commoner, afraid of nobles. And Su Chenxi was a king, restraining nobles. As long as he was under Su Chenxi's protection, he was invincible. During this time, if he could find a second king to kill, he would successfully turn the tables. However, the two had been searching for a long time and had not found any other suspected kings. The current king seemed to be very clever, hiding in secluded places and not showing themselves. Su Chenxi looked at Zhou Chen as if she had something to say. Zhou Chen glanced at her. Please, go ahead. She sighed and spoke. You haven't found any other kings yet. If the competition ends now, you can only obtain a commoner identity. If you don't kill me, you won't have the chance. Zhou Chen smiled. Are you trying to persuade me to take your head? Quite the spirit of sacrifice. Su Chenxi's response was very polite. I just don't want to owe you a favor. Last time on the train, you saved me. I haven't found the opportunity to repay you. And this time, you could have killed me and become a king yourself, but you still didn't do it. Now it's been almost 3 hours since the detection started, and it could end at any moment. If you don't kill me now, I'll owe you another favor. 3 hours had already passed. Zhou Chen felt that something was off. It seemed that there were still loopholes in the current competition rules. Before the competition began, Senior Lu Yingming only told us that the goal of this contest was to earn as many points as possible and achieve a higher ranking before the end of the competition. But points could change at any time, and rankings were constantly shifting. So the question arose, when does the competition end? When are the scores and rankings finalized? Zhou Chen pondered, then looked up. Why didn't they tell us the time limit for this competition? Su Chenxi was taken aback. What? Zhou Chen glanced at her. I mean, throughout the entire test, they only told us to earn points as much as possible. But the points are always changing, and identities are constantly being exchanged. If the competition cannot end immediately, then no matter how many points we earn now, it will be useless. Su Chenxi rested her chin on one hand. That makes sense, I hadn't thought of that. Zhou Chen thought for a moment and looked up at the rules displayed on the big screen. At this moment, only Rule 3 remained unrevealed. This competition has been going on for quite a while. Perhaps the way to end the competition is in the rules. Su Chenxi also looked at the rules on the big screen. Are you talking about that unrevealed Rule 3? Rule 3. It was time. Zhou Chen looked up. Su Chenxi, come with me to a place. Zhou Chen walked ahead, and Su Chenxi followed behind him. The two continued walking until they arrived at a seemingly empty classroom. Su Chenxi, please wait by the classroom door. I need to go in and check something, Zhou Chen said before entering the classroom. No problem, I won't run away, Su Chenxi replied softly, standing by the classroom door. Yeah, I trust you. Zhou Chen entered the familiar classroom. It seemed empty, but in reality, Zhou Chen walked to the blackboard and tapped it a few times. The blackboard immediately lit up, displaying a line of text with the blood of the king, unveil the law of conclusion. If I'm not mistaken, this law of conclusion not only signifies the last rule but also represents the way to end the competition. Zhou Chen took out a blood-stained tissue from his pocket. The blood on this tissue belonged to Su Chenxi. Just now, Zhou Chen had bandaged her bleeding wound, but it wasn't just out of kindness. He took this opportunity to collect her blood. This was Su Chenxi's blood, and her current identity was the king. Zhou Chen smeared the blood on the blackboard. The blackboard suddenly flickered rapidly. 2 seconds later, the writing changed. The blackboard slowly revealed a line of silver text. To the king, I present the final rule, Rule 3. Kings do not meet kings. If 3 kings gather, the competition ends immediately. This rule will be made public to the entire school in 10 minutes. Sure enough, upon seeing this rule, Zhou Chen felt a surge of excitement. The so-called law of conclusion not only referred to the last rule but also meant a way to end the competition. Zhou Chen read this rule again. If 3 kings gather, the competition ends immediately. In an instant, a brilliant idea surged in Zhou Chen's mind. His divine card had currently transformed into the 8 of diamonds, and the ability of the 8 of diamonds was to change appearance. A performance technique often used in magic shows is called a double. Zhou Chen smiled, a grin spreading across his face as he softly said, the magic show is about to begin. Zhou Chen slowly walked out of the classroom. At the door, Su Chenxi was still faithfully waiting there. You actually didn't take this opportunity to run away, Zhou Chen said, somewhat surprised. I promised to protect you, and I will never go back on my word. Su Chenxi nodded slightly at him. You're right not to run away. Zhou Chen chuckled, I have a way to end this competition, and it will allow both of us to become kings. I'll be ranked first and you second. I will make all the kings my pawns and arrange a grand coronation ceremony. Such words, if spoken by anyone else, would seem somewhat arrogant. But Zhou Chen was the champion of the first 2 rounds of the freshman assessment, which undoubtedly added weight to his words. Su Chenxi's eyes flickered slightly. What method? Zhou Chen smiled and raised his hands. One of the magician's 3 principles: never reveal the content of the magic in advance. Just follow my arrangements and you'll be fine. First, you need to open your king chat panel and tell those 2 king classmates one thing. Gather at the highest point of the school's tower after the 3rd rule is announced. Ha? The 3rd rule? Su Chenxi was a bit confused, but still complied. She opened her wristwatch and quickly sent Zhou Chen's words in the king chat channel without missing a word. Why do you want to wait for the 3rd rule to be announced? Why do you want them to gather at the tower? You can't possibly. Su Chenxi's eyes were half filled with doubt and half with curiosity. Zhou Chen elegantly smiled. I already know what the 3rd rule is, and I can guarantee that after the rule is made public, those 2 king classmates will definitely go to the tower. Besides, Zhou Chen suddenly lowered his voice and whispered something into Su Chenxi's ear. After hearing it, Su Chenxi's pupils suddenly constricted. Her astonished gaze fixed tightly on Zhou Chen. You're insane. Su Chenxi covered her face and quietly walked along the school's main street. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In a nearby corner among the bushes, there came a sound of shuffling. Please come out, I'm not a commoner, there's no need to attack me. My aim is very accurate, you can't escape. I already have enough points, as long as you show yourself obediently. I won't kill you. Su Chenxi's voice was crisp and clear. She stopped in her tracks and aimed her gun at the bushes. The person hiding in that corner still showed no signs of revealing their identity. Su Chenxi raised her voice. If you don't come out, I'll shoot. Wait. From the shadows, a slender figure slowly stepped out. He performed a standard noble greeting. Your Highness, the princess, hello. Exquisite and luxurious clothing, a shiny square medal on his chest, and that unruly gaze. It was Yiling Tian. Su Chenxi sighed. It's you. I've never liked you. But Yiling Tian seemed unfazed by her words. Oh, but I've always liked you. My parents also proposed to His Majesty. His Majesty is quite satisfied with me, but you have never agreed. Su Chenxi's expression remained unchanged. I have my own thoughts on that. Yiling Tian frowned. Your own thoughts? I've never heard of any boy who could catch your eye. He paused. It wouldn't be that commoner boy, would it? At the enrollment ceremony, you rejected my invitation and sat next to that commoner. Are you interested in him? Of course, everyone knows that Princess Su doesn't care about others' bloodlines. However, commoners are very dirty. I advise you not to associate with such people. Su Chenxi raised her gun. Yiling Tian, if you say one more word, I'll kill you. No, no. Yiling Tian panicked. Everyone knows that the princess is very trustworthy. Since I've voluntarily shown myself, according to our agreement, you should let me go. Yiling Tian was no fool. He saw that in his watch's noble chat list, Su Chenxi's name had suddenly disappeared, and he naturally understood that she had ascended to the rank of king. Therefore, Su Chenxi could easily kill Yiling Tian, who was a noble. May I ask, Your Highness the Princess, as a king, why do you choose to appear actively instead of hiding in the shadows waiting for the competition to end? Yiling Tian had restrained himself considerably in front of the princess, no longer displaying that arrogant attitude. I need to go somewhere. Su Chenxi did not hide it and directly revealed her goal. Where? Yiling Tian asked curiously. Su Chenxi seemed to suddenly think of something. If you can do me a favor, I won't kill you, and I'll tell you where I'm going. I will never go back on my word. Yiling Tian slightly bowed. Please, what is the favor? Su Chenxi extended a foot, a playful smile on her face. Kneel on the ground and lick my shoe. Yiling Tian's pupils widened in shock. This was the harsh remark he had previously made to Zhou Chen. Now the princess was actually saying something similar. Was it a coincidence? Such crude words were hard to imagine coming from that dignified princess. But under the threat to his life, he had no time to think it through. He slowly knelt on the ground. Su Chenxi, having been running around, had thick sneakers already covered in dirt and blood. Yiling Tian knelt down, his lips gently brushing against the Su Chenxi shoe stained with dirt. After all, it was the princess's command. Even Yiling Tian did not dare to disobey. Su Chenxi nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Zhou Chen is the most handsome man I've ever seen, much more handsome than you. Yiling Tian shuddered, suppressing his discomfort, pretending he hadn't heard that remark, and smiled as he looked up. Can you let me off the hook, Your Highness? Sure, you can go. Su Chenxi waved her hand, seemingly wanting to send him away. But Yiling Tian stubbornly did not move. Also, can you tell me where you are going? I remember this was our previous agreement. Everyone knows, Your Highness, the princess never goes back on her word. Su Chenxi glanced at him indifferently. To the tower, the highest floor, to meet the other kings. After dropping this line, Su Chenxi quickly vanished from sight. Yiling Tian remained in place, muttering to himself. It seemed he couldn't understand the meaning of those words. Meet the other kings? The tower? Meet the other kings? Why? Yiling Tian couldn't figure it out. The princess's character was well known throughout the noble world. Keeping her word and not lying were Su Chenxi's life principles. Therefore, the information she spoke must be true. The princess's identity must be that of a king. This was beyond doubt, but there was no restraining relationship among kings, nor could they attack each other. What was she going to meet the other kings for? Yiling Tian couldn't understand until ding, the third rule is revealed. The familiar system notification sound rang out. At this moment, all the examinees in the school looked up in unison at the large screen. On the big screen, a line of text gradually appeared. Rule 3. Diamond assessment. Kings do not meet kings. If 3 kings gather, this match will immediately end. Upon seeing this rule, Yiling Tian's heart jolted. If 3 kings gather, the match will immediately end? And just now, the princess said she was going to meet the other kings at the highest floor of the tower? Oh no! He suddenly realized his score hadn't reached the top 3 yet. He couldn't let the game end like this. Yiling Tian no longer hesitated, disregarding whether he would be attacked by others, and quickly rushed towards the tower. School tower. Su Chenxi sat silently in the elevator. Ding! The highest floor arrived. She took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The highest floor of the tower was empty. She walked to the center, took off her mask, revealing her signature silver long hair. Her voice remained crisp and pleasant. Come out, you two, I'm here. With a rustling sound, 2 figures peeked out. Your Highness, is that really you? That's great. Now the 3 kings have gathered. I never expected that I, Zhang Liang, would be invisible all along and still rank high in the school. Assessment. Zhang Liang excitedly stepped forward. He had a buzz cut, wore glasses, and looked quite unremarkable. A boy named Wang Li slowly emerged. He was a little short, barely reaching Zhang Liang's chin. As long as we stand together, the competition should be over, right? This competition really scared me. There were killings everywhere. Luckily, I hid well enough to survive until the end and snag a king title. The 3 of them slowly gathered together. However, there was still no announcement to declare the game over. Why is the competition still ongoing? Haven't the 3 kings met? Zhang Liang and Wang Li exchanged puzzled glances. Su Chenxi tried hard to suppress her laughter. Your Highness, what is this? The 2 looked at Su Chenxi in confusion, vaguely sensing something was off, but neither moved. At that moment, Su Chenxi could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Her fair and beautiful face, under this wild expression, surprisingly revealed a strange beauty. The entire tower echoed with the princess's crisp and arrogant laughter. This frightened the other two. They had never seen the usually elegant and dignified princess like this. Su Chensi stopped pretending and was ready to remove her disguise. She softly chanted a spell. Square transforms all things. 8 faces exquisite. As soon as the spell was uttered, the other two changed their expressions. This isn't the spell of the Square 8 divine card, is it? Your Highness, you aren't a Spade type ability user? The voices of the other two kings trembled. Su Chensi's face twisted rapidly, and her height suddenly shot up. In the blink of an eye, the princess transformed into a different youthful appearance. This boy had the same pale complexion as Su Chensi and was equally handsome. It was Zhou Chen. After shedding her disguise, Zhou Chen smirked. Take another look at me. Who am I? Zhang Liang and Wang Li were instantly stunned. They could never have imagined that the message sent by the princess herself on the wristwatch would lead to another person showing up. Zhou Chen didn't drag it out. He had no intention of explaining verbally. Instead, he swiftly drew his short sword from his pocket. Whoosh! A cold glint flashed. Zhou Chen's movements were clean and swift, the blade carving a beautiful arc. In an instant, blood gushed from the necks of the two. The two kings still wore expressions of terror and disbelief, swaying a couple of times before collapsing to the ground. Zhou Chen had simultaneously wiped out both of their necks. He smiled, speaking softly, hearing his own breath laced with amusement. Commoners overthrowing kings. And then, I will be crowned as the new king. Ding! The sound of the wristwatch rang out. He tapped the panel. Current identity, king score, 1150. Then, he pressed the king button again. The wristwatch immediately popped up the king's chat panel. Zhou Chen typed rapidly. Su Chensi, you can come over now. So this is your plan. The real Su Chensi leaped in from outside the tower, her voice crisp. Killing 2 kings at once, you are indeed bold. I have to admit, you did beautifully. The plan has gone perfectly up to this point. However, she raised a new question. You have become a king, but the game isn't over yet. Although your score must be 1 at this moment, it's only temporary. Due to the second rule, the existence of the restraint chain, any civilian can kill you. How can you ensure your safety? Zhou Chen waved his hand. The civilians no longer have that opportunity, because the entire game is about to end in this tower. Zhou Chen looked at his watch. At this moment, the names of all 3 monarchs were in view. Zhou Chen, Su Chensi, and he raised his head to look at the tower's main door, a smile on his face. At this moment, the last piece should have arrived. The magic had its opening, its twists, its climax, and finally, bang! A breathless person pushed the door open. That slender figure was now staring blankly at Zhou Chen and Su Chensi. Yiling Tian. We must stop the monarchs from meeting as soon as possible. This must be Yiling Tian's thought at this moment. But, after Zhou Chen killed the 2 monarchs, the current rankings had changed to Zhou Chen 1150 points, Su Chensi 480 points, Yiling Tian 470 points. Originally ranked 4th, Yiling Tian had now become a monarch. And the moment Yiling Tian entered the tower, the 3 kings gathered. Dang, law of termination detected. This match is over. The mechanical system's voice timely announced Zhou Chen's overwhelming victory. Zhou Chen slowly walked to the window of the tower. A gentle moonlight fell on Zhou Chen, making him look as if he had donned a luxurious silver robe. This was the best coronation for the new monarch. Zhou Chen whispered, reciting his favorite line after every performance. Magic perfect finale. Outside the examination hall, countless upperclassmen were glued to the live broadcast of the simulation exam. 1 second later, the scene of Zhou Chen handsomely severing the heads of the 2 monarchs came through. Ah wah wah wah! Countless students cheered in celebration. At this moment, an ordinary civilian had instantly reversed their fortunes, jumping from the bottom of the rankings to an overwhelming score. Zhou Chen firmly held the first place, with a score higher than the combined total of the second and third places. On the campus network's hottest pinned post, many upperclassmen who voted for Zhou Chen were ecstatic. There were also many students who voted for Su Chensi and Yiling Tian looking dejected. Don't get too proud, you, Zhou party. The third test is just the beginning. The remaining 2 stages are when the final results will be revealed. Haha, who says civilians can't win? The great nobles are just like that. They're all pawns. Due to Zhou Chen's brilliant performance in the freshman test, more and more upperclassmen joined the winners' betting activity. Ding! The anonymous poster added new post information. Given that more and more students are participating, the prize pool has increased to 100,000 yuan. A few seconds later. Awesome! Boss is generous. Wishing you good fortune, boss. More and more students were getting involved in the betting. Due to Zhou Chen's recent brilliant performance at this moment, Zhou Chen's votes had surpassed Yiling Tian, moving to second place. With a swirl of dizziness, Zhou Chen returned to the familiar reality of school. He rubbed his head, feeling the fresh air of the school. Zhou Chen, you are amazing. In an instant, another familiar figure rushed over. Zhang Yang's eyes were filled with admiration. After I was eliminated, I kept watching your performance. When you disguised yourself as the princess and achieved the ultimate reversal, the whole school erupted. You have no idea. How enthusiastic the cheers were in the dormitory area. I could hear them from the playground. You are now the favorite to win the comprehensive test, the school's figure of the moment. Hey, can you tell me how you disguised yourself? I remember this is a special ability only the Diamond God card has, right? Chen replied evasively, I'm a magician in the civilian world. I can disguise myself without a God card. Oh. Zhang Yang scratched his head. I don't know much about magic, but I have heard that in the civilian world there are things like Sichuan opera. Face changing. He seemed to convince himself. Ahem. Up ahead, the chairman of the Diamond Group and the chief examiner for this test, Senior Lu Wingming, cleared his throat. The first phase of the comprehensive test has concluded. We are about to announce the 3 winners of the King titles. Please, the 3 students whose names are called, come up to the stage. The entire lawn was filled with lively discussions. A small portion of students who were eliminated midway through the competition had naturally witnessed the final scene and were excitedly discussing it. More students were teleported out of the exam room after the competition ended and were unaware of the entire testing process. They curiously looked around, seemingly trying to figure out who had secured the top 3 spots. Senior Lu Wingming pronounced clearly, 3rd place, 470 points, Yiling Tian. Yiling Tian stood up, his head held high. He strode forward with confidence, as if wanting the whole world to know he had made it to the top 3. Applause erupted, mixed with various discussions. People from the big aristocracy are really impressive. I guessed it would be him. Ha, you guys don't know. Yiling Tian getting the king title was actually Chen's arrangement. Is that true? I didn't see the end. Don't lie to me. Senior Lu Wingming continued. 2nd place, 480 points, Su Chensi. Su Chensi smiled, walking with a dignified elegance, her silver hair flowing. This time, the applause was even more enthusiastic. Princess is still strong. Her god card is a powerful spade type. She has taken down quite a few people. I thought she was the pampered princess type, but she kills without hesitation. Right, I was taken out by her. In one shot. Lu Wingming cleared his throat twice and continued. 1st place, 1,150 points. Countless students craned their necks, eager to find out who would top this round of testing, surpassing both Su Chensi and Yiling Tian. Chen. The entire venue fell silent for 2 seconds, seemingly unable to believe what they had heard. Then, countless students erupted into enthusiastic applause. Most students recognized Chen, a genius from a civilian background, whose image had already taken root in the hearts of many during the first 2 tests. The applause was particularly fervent from students from small noble families, as they resonated deeply with the ultimate comeback story of a civilian taking 1st place. Chen showed little expression on his face. He simply stood up calmly and walked to the stage. The discussions erupted. Chen. I know him. A genius with a magic content of 43. I heard he comes from a civilian background. 1150 points? That many? This score is more than the combined total of the princess and young Master Yi. With such a high score, how many people did he kill? Ha, you wouldn't understand. I watched the whole thing. He only drew his knife once throughout the game. What? He only drew his knife once? And got over 1,000 points? On stage, the 3 of them stood together, with Chen in the middle. To his left, Yiling Tian glanced at him sideways, snorted lightly, and turned his head away, no longer looking in Chen's direction. To his right, Su Chensi maintained her dignified and elegant demeanor, giving Chen a slight nod of acknowledgement. Senior Lu Wingming displayed 3 cards resembling postcards in front of him. He explained, these 3 cards are called king cards, which will be used in the next phase of the test. Please, the highest scoring student, Chen, select a king card first. With that, Senior Lu Wingming took out the 3 cards. Each card is adorned with a crown, and different cards bear different symbols. These 3 symbols are spades, diamonds, and hearts. Why isn't there a club? Chen suddenly asked. Lu Wingming replied in a low voice, the 3 suits of spades, diamonds, and hearts represent 3 powers. This is a tradition at our school. After all, apart from you, no student at our school has ever possessed a club divine card. Thus, the club king card is naturally excluded. So what is the purpose of these 3 king cards? Yiling Tian suddenly inquired. Lu Wingming shook his head. I'm sorry, the use of the king cards is something you will need to explore on your own. As you know, the comprehensive test is divided into 3 stages, and what just took place was only the first stage. I can only say that the king cards play a crucial role in the final stage of the comprehensive test, even capable of turning the tide. Inside, there are clues to the competition that you will need to decipher yourselves. Chen took another look at the 3 cards. He glanced at Yiling Tian's chest. The red family emblem entwined with branches around the diamond sparkled brightly. He then looked at Su Chensi's left wrist. The long sword embedded in the Spade emblem was also particularly dazzling. He sighed softly and took the heart king card from the center. Please, the 2nd place, come forward to choose. As expected, Su Chensi showed no hesitation and directly took the Spade king card. Yiling Tian's expression remained unchanged, and he satisfactorily accepted the last diamond king card. Now, I will announce the content of the 2nd stage of the comprehensive test. After distributing the cards. Senior Lu Yingming immediately addressed all the students. The second stage of the test is called talent competition. As we all know, the Dragon Kingdom values its people. The rise and fall of any nation is closely related to the talents and heroes within it. The second stage, talent competition, is a contest for the three kings to recruit teammates. Each king card represents a national camp: the Heart Kingdom, the Spade Kingdom, and the Diamond Kingdom. And the three kings are naturally the leaders of these three camps. The duration of the second stage of the test is 1 week, and it will take place within the school, allowing for free movement. The three kings are to recruit the remaining students identified as nobles and those identified as commoners to join their national camps within 1 week. All students must choose a country to join. Of course, the more supporters a national camp has, the more advantageous it will be. In the final third stage competition, we look forward to the performance of the three kings within the week. 1 week later, the third stage competition will commence immediately. Now, I declare that the first stage of the comprehensive test is concluded. After hearing the rules, Chen let out a sigh of relief, preparing to return to the dormitory to rest. He had expended too much energy in this first stage of the competition and urgently needed to go back and sleep to refresh his mind. Everyone dispersed in small groups. Before Chen could walk far, Senior Lu Yingming suddenly stopped him. Wait a moment, Chen, could you stay for a while? I have something I want to discuss with you privately. Chen stood still in confusion. Senior Lu Yingming continued, you may have learned this during the entrance ceremony. At the end of the semester, those who perform excellently will receive the divine card, Ascension, Qualification. I know you come from a common background, so you might not be very familiar with what divine card Ascension entails. Would you like me to explain it to you? Chen smiled, no need. I've heard a rough idea from friends. Divine card Ascension can significantly enhance the strength of one's abilities, and it is said that if one can ascend the divine card to the highest level, Lu Yingming's eyes flickered, one can become a deity. Chen blinked. Senior, you don't just want to educate me about the knowledge of the divine cards, do you? Lu Yingming immediately replied, no, of course not. Generally speaking, only those who perform exceptionally well within a semester can earn such an honor, and I can help you become that person. Chen became somewhat interested. I would appreciate your guidance, Senior. Lu Yingming paused. Perhaps you've already met Zhuang Xingyao? Chen thought of the short-haired senior. Somewhat aloof, somewhat proud, and also the president of a certain club. President of the Crimson Heart Club, and the only divine card ascender from the last session. Her magic essence level is currently the highest among all the upperclassmen. I can also assure you that it surpasses that of many professors. The reason she has such a high magic essence level is because she won the Elite Cup. Elite Cup? Chen seemed to have heard this term during his enrollment. He asked, what is the Elite Cup, Senior? Lu Yingming explained, every year, the school holds two major events. One of them is the 3-round freshman assessment. You must already be aware of that. The second is the Elite Cup. The winner of the Elite Cup can significantly increase their magic essence level. Of course, those who perform exceptionally will qualify for divine card ascension. However, the Elite Cup can only be participated in as a club. Upon hearing this, Chen immediately understood the other person's intentions. Lu Yingming was also the president of a student club. He wanted to recruit him into the club. Chen, do you want to participate? Chen politely replied, Senior, I know the Elite Cup is very important, but right now, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Saying this, he waved the king card in his hand. I still have the freshman assessment to complete. Lu Yingming stared directly into Chen's eyes, seemingly trying to discern what he was thinking. After a long while, he softly said, all right, if you ever consider participating in the Elite Cup, you are welcome to join my club, the Diamond Club. In the dormitory, Lu Yingming invited you to join his club? Zhang Yang's eyes nearly popped out in shock. Did you agree? No. Why not? First it was Li Hanfeng, now it's Lu Yingming. Every big shot is trying to recruit you, and you still won't go. By the way, Senior Zhuang Xingyao also invited me, Chen said. Zhang Yang looked incredulous. Don't tell me you turned them all down? Yes. Zhang Yang's expression was as if Chen had thrown away a 5 million lottery ticket. It's very hard for freshmen to enter the 3 major clubs. Even many upperclassmen are desperate to join any of these 3 clubs. Anyone who can enter any student club is a big shot among big shots. You actually rejected such a great opportunity? 3 times. Chen didn't show much emotional fluctuation. There will always be opportunities in the future. For now, I want to focus my energy on the upcoming freshman assessment. He thought of the champion reward, the divine relic, a conceptual treasure. Whatever it was, he wanted to obtain it. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Chen, what are your thoughts on the second phase of the comprehensive assessment, the talent competition? Zhang Yang lay on the bed, stuffing chips into his mouth, and asked indistinctly. Chen sighed lightly, none. The task of the second phase, to put it simply, was to recruit other classmates to join one's camp. This depends on connections. I can't compare to Su Chenxi's noble status, nor can I match Yiling Tian's wealth. I was born a commoner, so there should be very few people willing to join my team, right? How could that be? Zhang Yang suddenly sat up. I want to join you. Your Majesty, as long as you don't mind that I'm a commoner. Zhou Chen smiled. Thank you. You are my first teammate. Zhang Yang was full of fighting spirit. In that case, no matter what the third stage assessment is, we are now a team. Since we are already teammates, we need to think of something to do. Got it. Let's go to the entrance of the teaching building tomorrow and hand out flyers. Zhang Yang seemed to have come up with a good idea. Hand out flyers? Yes. List all of Zhou Chen's achievements on the flyer, and other students will definitely want to join our team after seeing it. I've even thought of a title. Legendary Commoner Genius Zhou Chen. Teammates urgently needed. Zhou Chen, 18 years old, Magic Essence level 43, ranked first in the Bloodline test. Defeated the Skeleton Society's assassin in the Qualification test, the only winner of the test. Dominated the competition in the title contest phase of the comprehensive test, scoring at the top. Come join Zhou Chen's Heart Kingdom, the best choice for you after the freshman assessment. Saying this, Zhang Yang jumped off the bed and started fiddling with the computer. Zhou Chen curiously leaned over. Zhang Yang was using a photo editing software, designing something. I'm designing the flyer. A good-looking flyer can attract people, Zhang Yang said while still staring at the screen. Zhou Chen watched Zhang Yang's design process. He operated quickly, seeming very skilled at this. You seem quite good at this. Zhang Yang proudly patted his chest. Of course, my family is in promotional design. Although it sounds like commoners' work, it's still a decent job for a small noble family like mine. I often help out. I have to say, the flyer designed by Zhang Yang was exquisite. The layout and colors were harmonious, and when Zhang Yang listed Zhou Chen's various achievements, Zhou Chen felt a sense of illusion. It felt like he could easily win in this competition for recruits. Just wait, tomorrow I'll help you promote it vigorously, and you'll definitely be the most popular king among the three of us. It shouldn't be like this. The next day, they arrived early at the entrance of the teaching building, energetically handing out flyers. However, not a single person took one. In fact, many people walked past Zhou Chen with their heads down, not even glancing at him. What's going on? Zhou Chen, did you offend them? Zhou Chen was also very puzzled. No, I just enrolled. How could I offend them? At that moment, another female student passed by. Zhou Chen didn't have time to see her face. Clearly and hurriedly handed her a flyer. Classmate, please support my Heart Kingdom team. Zhou Chen was already prepared to be ignored again. But unexpectedly, this classmate directly took the flyer. Zhou Chen, it's a bit inappropriate for this flyer to end up in my hands. A clear female voice came. Only then did Zhou Chen raise his eyes to look at her appearance. Silver long hair, black mask. The girl gently took off her mask. It was Su Chenxi. You handed the flyer to a competitor. Su Chenxi smiled and waved the flyer in her hand. Su Chenxi, you might not believe it, but you're the first person to take my flyer today. Is my charm really that low? Zhou Chen sighed. It has nothing to do with your charm. Many people want to join your team. But, Su Chenxi seemed to know something, hesitating to speak. She shook her head and pointed to the bulletin board in the distance. You can see for yourself. Then, she left with a light step. Zhou Chen and Zhang Yang walked to the bulletin board. What is this? The bulletin board was plastered with identical notices. Notice. No new students are allowed to join the Hearts Kingdom in the upcoming competition. Yiling Tian. There was also a QR code on it. This is blatant targeting. Yiling Tian actually resorts to such tactics. Zhang Yang angrily tore down several notices. Hey, what's this code? Let me scan it. Zhou Chen and Zhang Yang picked up their phones and scanned the QR code, which led them to a page. Now, the reason why all the students were hesitant to take Zhou Chen's flyers was clear. The QR code linked to a post on the campus network authored by Yiling Tian. Notice. No new students are allowed to join the Hearts Kingdom. You all know who my father is. Your parents' businesses are all under my father's domain. With just a flick of his finger, my father can make you bankrupt. If you don't want to end up on the streets as a destitute, it's simple, just don't join Zhou Chen's team. Yiling Tian declares. In the second post, he listed the names of all non-monarch new students. He added a line. I am watching you closely. This is using his power to threaten us. Zhou Chen's expression darkened. If he can't beat me head-on, he resorts to such underhanded tricks. Hey, Zhang Yang, what do you think? Zhou Chen looked at Zhang Yang, only to find him pale as a ghost. Zhang Yang, what's wrong? Zhang Yang turned his stiff neck, his voice trembling. Zhou Chen, my parents' design shop is affiliated with the Yi family's company. My name is also on the list. Zhou Chen sighed lightly. I understand. If you have second thoughts and don't want to join, that's fine, you've already helped me a lot. Zhang Yang lowered his head, lost in thought. After a moment, he suddenly looked up, his gaze resolute. Zhang Yang swallowed hard. Buddy, I will never support Yiling Tian. But, he glanced at the notice again. No new students are allowed to join the Hearts Kingdom. It only says we can't join the Hearts Kingdom. It doesn't say we can't support Zhou Chen. I can choose to join Princesses Spade's kingdom but still help you out. Zhou Chen was taken aback for a moment, then patted him. You little rascal, trying to play both sides? Zhang Yang chuckled, but I did say I would join your kingdom before. I'm not going back on my word, right? Zhou Chen gently placed his hand on Zhang Yang's shoulder and said softly, don't worry. What country you choose to support is entirely your freedom. I'm not the kind of person Yiling Tian is. Many days passed and still no classmates were willing to join Zhou Chen's team. Zhang Yang, as before, although he didn't dare to openly support Zhou Chen's Heart's Kingdom, had been helping Zhou Chen recruit teammates these past few days. Thank you, Zhang Yang. Logically, you're supposed to join the Spade's kingdom as Su Chenxi's teammate. Yet you've been helping me all along. Zhang Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Hey, what's the big deal? We're good buddies. Besides, even if I end up in the princess's team, can't I still help your Heart's Kingdom? We agreed to be in the enemy camp but have our hearts with each other. Zhou Chen sighed lightly. I'm just afraid that in the end, I'll really become a lone commander. Besides myself, I won't have a single teammate. They strolled slowly, soon arriving in front of the teaching building. Something seemed to be happening at the entrance of the teaching building, which was now crowded with people. A slightly shorter female classmate with a ponytail stood at the center of the crowd, seemingly giving a speech. Zhou Chen, look over there, let's go check it out. Zhang Yang couldn't resist the temptation to join the commotion. As the two approached, they finally heard the content of the female classmate's speech. The comprehensive test is a fair competition. Resist power. Reject class oppression. All students should have the right to freely choose their camp. Zhang Yang gently nudged Zhou Chen with his elbow. Hey, it seems like she's speaking up for you. Who is that classmate? Zhou Chen carefully observed her appearance and quickly remembered where he had seen her. That conspicuous bag. Oh, after hearing Zhou Chen's words, Zhang Yang also took a closer look at the female classmate. Short, with a ponytail. Isn't she the girl who called for everyone to stop killing each other during the previous test and then got shot in the head? Her actions are undoubtedly in defiance of Yiling Tian. Whether she can succeed is uncertain, but she is very brave. Zhou Chen frowned slightly, sighed, and was about to take a detour to leave. Hey, that girl over there, what are you doing? A familiar voice called out. Zhou Chen couldn't help but turn around. He saw Yiling Tian surrounded by a large group of people walking towards the girl giving the speech. The onlookers, upon seeing Yiling Tian, all lowered their heads and quickly dispersed. Only the ponytailed girl stood there all alone. She was surrounded by Yiling Tian's friends. The girl was very short, making her appear particularly small among this group, but she still mustered her courage to shout, Yiling Tian, I'm not afraid of you. What you're doing is wrong. The comprehensive test needs to rely on the student's own strength to complete. Relying on your family background and having your parents threaten other classmates goes against the fairness of the assessment. Yiling Tian slowly stepped forward, looking down at her with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The girl couldn't help but swallow. What do you want? Yiling Tian's face darkened. Are you saying that? Do you want to oppose me? You want to join Zhou Chen's team, right? Although the girl felt some fear, she still bravely shouted, so what? A classmate from a common background won the title of king with their own strength, unlike you, who relies on your father to bully others at school. Zhou Chen sighed, turned back, and prepared to walk away. Hey, Zhou Chen, are you just leaving? Not going to watch a bit longer? Zhang Yang asked from behind. Her actions have nothing to do with me. Although I appreciate her speaking up for me, openly opposing Yiling Tian like this is too impulsive. Besides, I don't know her, so there's no need to meddle. Let's go, we still have class. Slap. A loud sound of a slap echoed. Zhou Chen's footsteps immediately halted. He slowly turned his head. A woman standing next to Yiling Tian had slapped that conspicuous girl. The woman, wearing smoky makeup, was one of Yiling Tian's group of friends. She raised her arm and struck again. Slap. This slap was heavy. The short girl was instantly knocked to the ground. She covered her face, her eyes somewhat dazed. Yiling Tian lifted his leg and stepped on the girl. School bullying? The words flashed through Zhou Chen's mind. He never expected that even in the highest-ranking noble school in Manhwa, such phenomena could not be avoided. Zhang Yang, you go to class first, I'll be there in a bit. Zhang Yang looked up, somewhat worried. What are you going to do? Something I need to do, Zhou Chen said. Yiling Tian grinned, squatting down to meet the girl's gaze. He grinned and said, Zhou Chen winning these tests is purely luck. He's just a dog born of commoners. His blood is that of the lowly, and he doesn't deserve to be enrolled. Aren't you going to join Zhou Chen? Don't you think he's much stronger than me? Where is he? Maybe he's hiding in some corner, crying and wanting to drop out. Bang! A brick flew through the air, striking Yiling Tian squarely on the forehead. In the next moment, Zhou Chen leaped up, swiftly weaving through the crowd, and instantly arrived at Yiling Tian's side. He then reached out, pressed down on Yiling Tian's head, and slammed it into the ground. At the same time, Zhou Chen's right hand quickly drew his short sword, pressing it against Yiling Tian's neck. Zhou Chen's grip was incredibly tight, and in an instant, a faint red line appeared on Yiling Tian's neck. Blood seemed ready to seep out. Didn't your dad teach you not to talk bad about people behind their backs? Yiling Tian was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. When he finally saw the person in front of him, he lay on the ground and cursed fiercely. If you dare to kill me, my dad will make you regret it. Zhou Chen's tone was cold, his eyes flashing with menace. I really dare to kill you. He lifted Yiling Tian's head and slammed it down onto the ground again. Yiling Tian let out a muffled groan. His face was covered in blood, his features twisted in pain. Yiling Tian's friends tried to approach. If you come any closer, I'll stab my sword into his neck, Zhou Chen said flatly, but with utmost seriousness. Yiling Tian hurriedly shouted, don't come any closer. Zhou Chen softly said, Yiling Tian, you were right about one thing. I am just a worthless commoner, without parents, without ties. I have nothing to lose but my life. Come on, let's trade. Zhou Chen knew that reasoning was useless in the face of school bullying. The best way was to use violence to counter violence. He truly dared to fight Yiling Tian to the death. After all, Yiling Tian was a rich kid, while his own life was worthless. As the saying goes, the wicked fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. Zhou Chen usually joked around, but at critical moments he became a character who was utterly mad and ruthless. As he spoke, his hand exerted force again, the tip of the knife digging in. Stop. Brother Zhou. I was wrong. The murderous intent in Zhou Chen's eyes sent a wave of fear through Yiling Tian. With the dual pressure of pain and terror, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Brother, spare me. Apologize. Zhou Chen's gaze remained cold as he uttered those two words. Yiling Tian quickly said, I'm sorry, brother. I shouldn't have talked bad about you behind your back. I'm not human. Zhou Chen frowned slightly, loosening his left hand just enough for Yiling Tian's head to lift off the ground. Yiling Tian sighed in relief, thinking it was finally over. But in the next second, smack! Zhou Chen's left hand struck down again, slamming Yiling Tian's head into the ground for the third time. Yiling Tian's head was now covered in blood, lifelessly lying on the ground, his gaze vacant. Wrong. Zhou Chen said flatly, it's not an apology to me. Apologize to her. Zhou Chen said softly, tilting his head slightly towards the girl. The short girl was still half lying on the ground, covering half of her face, her expression dazed. Yiling Tian's head moved slightly, finally facing the girl. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hit you. I shouldn't have said those things. Yiling Tian's voice grew weaker and weaker. The girl looked very flustered. All right, that's enough. Zhou Chen raised his hand. You all take him to the hospital. Zhou Chen's voice left no room for doubt. Since Yiling Tian had already backed down, he too needed to know when to stop. Moreover, he saw a professor slowly approaching from around the corner. Yiling Tian's friends hurriedly lifted their leader off the ground. Yiling Tian tilted his head, glaring at him with hatred, mumbling indistinctly, Zhou Chen, in the final round of the comprehensive test in 3 days, I'll make you pay. Zhou Chen's expression was calm. I am indeed better looking than you, thank you. Yiling Tian could only shoot him a resentful glance. They also noticed the professor rushing over and quickly fled. What are you doing? An old professor with graying hair approached Zhou Chen, looking at the female classmate lying on the ground, then glancing at Yiling Tian, who was being carried away. I heard a lot of commotion from you. Zhou Chen squatted on the ground, pondering how to explain the recent conflict. Although it was out of justice, it was a fact that Zhou Chen had taken the initiative to hit someone. Moreover, he had indeed been a bit harsh just now. Before Zhou Chen could speak, the girl immediately interjected, it was Yiling Tian. Yiling Tian attacked me. This classmate just happened to pass by. The professor hesitated as he looked at Zhou Chen's fist, which still had a slight trace of blood on it. You weren't fighting, were you? That would be against school rules. No. The blood on his hand is from when he accidentally got it on him. While helping me with my injury, the girl quickly explained. Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback. This girl actually lied to protect herself. All right. You are Zhou Chen, right? Please take this female classmate to the infirmary. The old professor left. Thank you. What's your name? Zhou Chen wiped the blood off his hand. Tang Xin. The girl blinked. Hello, I'm Zhou Chen. Tang Xin blinked again. I know you, brother Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen nodded in understanding. I see. After all, I made quite a stir when I enrolled. Not that. Tang Xin spoke rapidly. I knew you before you enrolled. Zhou Chen looked at the girl's face again, feeling it was very unfamiliar. He didn't remember knowing Tang Xin before. Where have we met? Tang Xin continued, speaking quickly. I used to watch your magic live streams a lot and even sent you quite a few gifts. Zhou Chen thought he was just a small streamer, but he didn't expect to encounter a fan at school. My ID is Tang Xin, she said, her voice lowering a bit, sounding somewhat shy. Tang Xin was the #1 fan in his livestream room. She sent gifts like crazy, it could be said that thanks to her, Zhou Chen could make a living from streaming. Zhou Chen had thought she was an older woman, but it turned out this top fan was actually an 18-year-old student like him. Tang Xin rubbed her left cheek, which seemed to still hurt. Brother Zhou Chen, can I join your team? Tang Xin suddenly said. Zhou Chen looked at her in surprise. Finally, someone was willing to join him, which made Zhou Chen very happy. He wanted to agree right away, but the words caught in his throat. But, aren't you afraid? Zhou Chen asked. Afraid of what? Tang Xin blinked in confusion. The Yi family causing trouble for your parents, Yiling Tian causing trouble for you. Zhou Chen pointed in the direction Yiling Tian had just left. Tang Xian said nonchalantly, what's there to be afraid of? If you show fear, you'll be bullied to the end. I want to strike back like you just did, brother Zhou Chen. As she spoke, she swung her small fists at the air. But her mood seemed to drop again. My identity is just that of a commoner. I might hold your team back. I can understand if you don't want me. Tang Xin. Zhou Chen interrupted her, looking seriously into her eyes. Welcome to my team. That night, as Zhou Chen pushed open the dormitory door, he heard Zhang Yang's loud voice. Bro, I want to join your team. He waved his arms. You changed your mind? Zhou Chen was puzzled about what had happened. Zhang Yang chuckled. Sure, kid. You sent me away and went off to fight with Yiling Tian. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. How do you know? I saw you go to class before I threw that brick. Zhang Yang said seriously, next time there's an opportunity like this, you must call me. I will always stand by your side. Zhou Chen coughed lightly twice. I'm just afraid you're as impulsive as I am. You're different from me. I have no parents, nothing to lose, and I'm not afraid of Yiling Tian. But you have your own small family business, and I'm worried that Yiling Tian will use his family's power to affect yours. Zhang Yang looked serious. I'm not afraid anymore. I want to be like you and confront him head on. So what if he's a rich second generation? So what if he's one of the 4 great noble families? I'm not scared. Zhou Chen asked again. So how did you find out about my fight with Yiling Tian? Zhang Yang wore a mysterious smile, pulled out his phone and brought up a screen, handing it to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen took it. On a popular post on the campus network, someone had uploaded a video of Zhou Chen beating up Yiling Tian. Countless comments supported Zhou Chen. So tough. Commoners aren't afraid of Yiling Tian, why should I be? Even if all the freshmen don't join your team, I will support you. So satisfying, it's the first time I've seen Yiling Tian get humiliated. What are the 4 great noble families even worth? Zhang Yang laughed. See? Your feed is spreading online. Zhou Chen frowned. He immediately picked up his phone, logged into his account, and typed a few lines. Thank you all for your support, but I know Yiling Tian has threatened you. I don't want any of my classmates to be excluded from their family businesses because of me. So, I don't need everyone to join my heart kingdom. After sending this message, Zhou Chen's image of righteousness was instantly established. Countless classmates left comments. So touching. Zhou Chen. I won't join Yiling Tian, don't worry. Yeah, then I'll join the Spade Kingdom. Princess, Yiling Tian wouldn't dare to interfere. Zhou Chen put down his phone and said to Zhang Yang, you should join the Spade Kingdom too. But Zhang Yang looked serious. I'm not afraid. I want to join your heart kingdom, be your teammate and fight Yiling Tian. He immediately opened the freshman testing system on the school's official website, quickly entered his name into the heart kingdom list and clicked confirm. Ha, I'm not the first person to join you? Zhang Yang looked at the number of people in the heart kingdom on the screen. 2. Zhou Chen smiled and said, remember that conspicuous girl? She was the first. There were still 2 days left until the second phase of the comprehensive test, the talent competition, ended. At this moment, all the students had already formed their teams. Zhou Chen looked at the comprehensive test interface on the school's official website inside. The statistics showed that there were 1,103 students who had joined Su Chenxi's Spade Kingdom. Yiling Tian's square faction had 394 members. Zhou Chen's Heart Kingdom had only 3 members. Zhou Chen, Zhang Yang, and Tang Xian. This was actually not surprising. Zhou Chen had already told everyone online that if they wanted to support him, they should join the Spade Kingdom. So, those who originally wanted to join Zhou Chen due to Yiling Tian's threats chose to join Su Chenxi instead. Zhou Chen, being from a common background, was not familiar with the freshmen. Rather than gaining more teammates he didn't know, it was more practical to find a few trusted acquaintances. But looking at the number 3 under the Heart Kingdom, he still sighed slightly. After all, Senior Lu Yingming had also said that the more teammates, the more advantageous the competition would be. I hope in the test the day after tomorrow, the number of team members won't be that important. Besides having too few supporters, Zhou Chen had another worry. He gently took out his king card. It was a heart with a crown. At the end of the first round of the competition, Senior Lu Yingming had said that this card would play a crucial role in the final round. But the method to use it needs to be explored on one's own. However, what use can a card be? Zhou Chen placed it under the sunlight to observe it carefully. It was just a very ordinary card, indistinguishable from an everyday postcard. Zhou Chen kept the card with him, preparing to head out to the school library to search for clues. Zhou Chen, bro? Tang Xin? What a coincidence. To his surprise, as soon as he entered the library, Zhou Chen ran into Tang Xin at the door. Zhou Chen, bro, the third phase of the competition is about to start. Do you need any help from me? Zhou Chen handed her the red Heart King card. Here, it's this card. It said that it hides clues for tomorrow's competition. Do you have any leads? Tang Xin raised the card, holding it up to the sunlight for a better look. But she didn't find anything unusual. Zhou Chen, have you tried using fire to heat it? Fire? Yes, Tang Xin said, if you Write on paper with milk. The writing becomes invisible once it dries. If you heat it with fire, the proteins in the milk will turn brown and the writing will reappear. Chen looked at her with approval. You know quite a bit. I usually enjoy reading detective novels. Many clues are hidden this way. Ah, too bad I'm not the Spade God card. I can't produce flames, Tang Xian said regretfully. Use this. Chen immediately pulled out a lighter and flicked it on the king card. Ah, I know this. It's a little gadget invented by commoners because they don't have special abilities. Chen, do you smoke? Tang Xian leaned in curiously. Ahem, I don't smoke, Chen explained. Before coming to school, I was a magician. I often used a lighter for some performances. Sometimes fire can create great magic. Ah, but you definitely don't know that I never performed fire magic in the livestream. Tang Xian didn't understand what kind of fire magic could be called. Great, but she nodded as if she understood. The flame of the lighter flickered slightly, heating the king card. Chen and Tang Xian kept staring at the card, but they didn't see any signs of color change. It seems like it wasn't written with milk. Chen put away the lighter inside. Tang Xian, do you know any other methods for invisible writing? Of course. Tang Xian immediately became excited, happy that she could help. Writing with rice soup can be revealed with iodine. Writing with lemon juice can also be revealed with fire. There's also a special ink that can be revealed under ultraviolet light. Tang Xian rattled off more than a dozen methods in one breath and was eager to continue. Stop. Chen quickly interrupted her. Let's try them one by one. All failed. Chen ran to the infirmary to get iodine and borrowed a UV lamp from the lab. They tried various methods, but still, there was no effect. At this moment, the sky had darkened. Perhaps we're thinking in the wrong direction? Chen looked up at the starry sky and said slowly, Hey, isn't this our little brother Chen? A tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Who are you? Chen looked at the boy in front of him, who had dark skin and a smiling face. Chen said uncertainly, Li Hanfeng, Sr.? Exactly. What's up? Why do you look so troubled while walking with a pretty girl? Li Hanfeng chuckled. Chen felt a bit speechless. He wanted to find an excuse to slip away to prevent him from dragging him into his club again. Suddenly, a sentence Zhang Yang had said before flashed in his mind. He had mentioned that one of Li Hanfeng's achievements was, by the way, Senior, I heard that you were the freshman champion of the last comprehensive test? Chen asked politely. Li Hanfeng immediately put away his smile and pretended to be serious as he said, Oh, you've heard my story? Chen also pretended to be serious. No, but your face is full of stories. Li Hanfeng's expression became subtle. Ahem, don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm actually quite excellent. I always come first in exams and often win championships in various competitions. Chen raised a hand. Stop. Who asked you? Then why did you bring out a comprehensive test? Li Hanfeng replied. I just wanted to ask. Chen lowered his voice. Did you use the king card last year? Li Hanfeng was taken aback. You're not trying to pry information from me, are you? Well, technically, we're not supposed to discuss this topic with freshmen. He changed his tone, but I don't play by the rules. Good lad, you're quite savvy. Knowing to ask upperclassmen about past exam questions, I appreciate that. Chen smiled. You flatter me. I don't have any moral scruples. I don't care what means I use to win exams. Li Hanfeng smiled mysteriously. I do know some information about it. The secret to cracking the king card. The key lies in the difference in the suits. Oh, please elaborate. Think about it. Aren't there 3 king cards? Why go through the trouble of dividing them into 3 suits? The secret is quite simple. As long as you agree to join the Black Blade group, I'll tell you. The plot thickens. Then forget it. Chen walked away without looking back, leaving Li Hanfeng swaying alone in the cold wind. After walking a distance, Tang Xian, can you hold this king card for me? Chen handed over the king card. Oh, okay. Tang Xian accepted it. Hold it higher. Chen instructed. Tang Xian pinched the king card and held it in front of Chen. Chen stared intently at the heart symbol on it. Although he didn't get specific help from Senior Li Hanfeng, some information revealed in their conversation still gave him a hint. He kept pondering Li Hanfeng's words. The difference in suits? In the divine cards, spades specialize in strength, hearts control the mind, diamonds create change. His king card is of the heart suit, which represents the mind. Could it be that he needs to treat this heart king card with sincerity? Chen suddenly leaned in and gently kissed the card, whispering, I love you. Tang Xian clearly misunderstood Chen's action, her face suddenly turning incredibly red. Don't interrupt, I'm talking to this card. Chen didn't blink. The next second, the Heart King card spun rapidly, then suddenly released silver threads from above. These threads twisted and changed, eventually forming a line of small text. There can only be one king in the world. It worked. His guess was correct. Excited, Chen looked at the line of text. There can only be one king in the world? Is this the hint? Does it imply that in the upcoming final stage of the competition, he must eliminate the other 2 kings? Thank you, Tang Xian. You can give the card back to me now. Oh, okay. Tang Xin finally understood that what he said earlier wasn't directed at her and reluctantly returned the card. The last day. There was only 1 day left until the final test of enrollment began. Chen had unraveled the mystery of his king card. But it wasn't enough, far from enough. Just cracking the one in his hand wouldn't do. There are 3 king cards. He wants them all. The gods bestow divine cards upon those with exceptional talents. This is the origin of nobility. In history class, the old professor tirelessly narrated the history of the world. Countless students below were dozing off. Chen lay bored on his desk, spinning his king card. It's not that I'm unwilling to listen, but on the first day of school, Chen flipped through the textbooks. He finished reading all the basic knowledge. He stared at a serious silver-haired figure in the front row. Su Chensi sat up straight, her eyes fixed on the blackboard. After class, I must find a chance to ask her about her king card. Ding ding ding, the class bell rang at just the right moment. Chen yawned, stretched lazily, and was about to get up to find the princess for some information. But unexpectedly, the silver-haired figure flashed past and then sat right in front of him. Su Chensi actually took the initiative to come find him. Oh, I was just about to look for you. Chen blinked. You go ahead, what's the matter? Su Chensi's expression was somewhat serious. Chen, I know that because of Yiling Tian. Basically no classmates have joined your team. This has also led to many classmates who originally wanted to support you turning to join my team instead. Chen gently shook his head and sighed. There's nothing that can be done about it. After all, Yiling Tian wouldn't dare to bully you, and those threatened classmates don't dare to join me, nor do they want to help Yiling Tian, so they can only help you. Su Chensi nodded. Yes. Because of this reason, some classmates in my team actually wanted to help you. I shouldn't take your teammates away, so let's form an alliance. An alliance? Chen blinked, signaling her to continue. That's right. Tomorrow's competition should be a 3-way battle of the kings. If we cooperate, we can prioritize against Yiling Tian. You can also command my teammates. Chen smiled. Thank you for your kindness. But I don't need it. Su Chensi was taken aback. You don't need it? Yeah. Chen casually lay back on the desk. I've been used to being alone for 18 years. Having too many teammates is actually a constraint for me. Having 3 or 2 friends who genuinely support me is good enough. Besides, I'm very satisfied with my 2 teammates. They are enough. Su Chensi nodded in understanding. I see. However, I still owe you a favor from the last competition. You didn't kill me until the end. The fact that I can obtain the title of king is mostly due to your help. If you need anything from me, just ask. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help. Hearing this request, Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. Really? Anything? He smiled and raised an eyebrow. Su Chensi gently nodded. I will never go back on my word. Then, tell me the secret of your king card. Chen said very straightforwardly. Ha! This time, Su Chensi was stunned again. The secret of the king card? I don't know. Su Chensi replied blankly. I didn't intend to crack the mystery of the king card. I think it's enough to pass the test with my own strength. Impossible, let me see. Chen extended his hand. Su Chensi, trusting him, directly placed the spade king card in Chen's hand. Chen examined the king card, which showed no signs of damage. He sighed helplessly. My princess, although you are very smart, you rely too much on brute force. Strength cannot solve all problems. As he spoke, Chen suddenly exerted force with his hand and decisively tore the king card in half. Su Chensi stared at him blankly, momentarily not realizing what had happened. Redeem. What are you doing? Su Chensi's eternally polite and dignified expression finally showed some turbulence at this moment. She snatched back her king card, which had already been torn in half. Su Chensi, you owe me another favor. Chen simply said this one sentence. In an instant, a silver line floated out from the king card, which then formed a line of small text. Killing earns points. What is this? Su Chensi was momentarily confused about what was happening. A hint for tomorrow's competition, Chen replied succinctly. But how did you crack it? It's simple, just look at the suit. My king card is hearts, which means you must treat the king card with sincerity to decrypt it. And your king card is spades, representing force and destruction. So the way to decrypt it is also very simple, just destroy this card. Su. She stared blankly at Chen, then slightly bowed before returning to her calm demeanor. She said earnestly, no matter what kind of competition it is tomorrow, I won't lay a hand on you. I owe you a favor now. After class, Chen leisurely walked out of the classroom. At this moment, he had already learned 2 pieces of information about the king cards. Killing earns points. There can only be one king. Now, as long as he could find a way to extract information from Yiling Tian, he would have gathered all the information. What you think is what you get. At this moment, Yiling Tian happened to come out from the adjacent class. He was fiddling with his king card, muttering to himself, damn it, how do you read the information on this card? He sighed and put his king card into his left pocket. Chen quickly stepped forward. Hello, would you like to see a magic trick? Yiling Tian looked at Chen approaching him as if facing a great enemy. What do you want? I haven't provoked you this time. Chen drew his short sword from his hand and gave it a slight twirl. Why are you so flustered? Can't I just chat with you? Upon seeing the short sword, Yiling Tian swallowed hard. As Chen spun the short sword for the third time, he suddenly made it disappear with a snap. Yiling Tian's eyes widened. A vanishing trick? Isn't that a power of the diamond suit? How could Chen use it? Before Yiling Tian could react, Chen quickly stepped forward and reached into Yiling Tian's pocket. Ah, so the short sword ended up here. Chen pulled the short sword out of Yiling Tian's pocket. The magic trick is over, see you in tomorrow's competition. After dropping this line, Chen walked away, leaving Yiling Tian standing there alone. What a bizarre situation, damn it. Yiling Tian shook his head and patted his pocket. Oh no, where's the king card? After walking a distance, Chen took out the diamond king card from his pocket. Magic is the art of performance, and the key lies in diverting the audience's attention. He pretended to make the short sword disappear into Yiling Tian's pocket, but in reality he cleverly hid it in his sleeve. Then, under the pretense of retrieving the short sword, he took the king card from Yiling Tian's pocket while he was still in shock. This trick was something Chen often used as a child to pickpocket wallets. Chen toyed with the diamond card. Now, it's time to crack your secret. Spades specialize in force, hearts control the mind, and diamonds create change. So, Chen folded and creased the king card, quickly transforming it into a paper crane. In the next second, the paper crane seemed to come alive, floating in the air. Its beak opened slightly, revealing a line of silver thread. This silver thread was the same as the previous 2 times, quickly forming a line of text. Class oppression still exists. Class oppression? Chen quickly realized. It referred to the second rule of the first phase assessment. From last time, kings execute nobles, nobles oppress commoners, commoners overthrow kings. Now he had gathered everything. At this moment, Chen had collected all 3 hidden pieces of information about the king cards. Killing earns points. Class oppression still exists. There can only be one king. It seems that tomorrow's competition will be very similar to the one from 7 days ago. 7 days ago, the rules of the competition were similar to those here. Scores do not increase without reason but are transferred through killings. Different identities exist within a chain of restraint. However, the third rule has changed. The rule from 7 days ago stated that if 3 kings gathered, the competition would end. This time, only 1 king can remain. Chen estimates that this is the rule for concluding the competition. When only 1 surviving king remains, the entire competition will be settled. It seems that he, Suchensi, and Yiling Tian are destined to be enemies in tomorrow's match. After Chen finished reading the rules, Yiling Tian rushed over angrily from a distance. Chen smiled slightly and folded Yiling Tian's king card into a paper airplane, throwing it at him. Yiling Tian stumbled and barely caught it. Chen waved his hand. I've helped you decode the information, no need to thank me. Finally, the last stage of the freshman assessment, which the entire school faculty and students have been paying attention to, is about to begin. All 1,500 freshmen gathered on the playground. Chen, Zhang Yang, and Tang Xian stood together. Chen, who is this? Tang Xian looked at the long-haired Zhang Yang, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. This is my friend and roommate, Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, this is Tang Xian. Hello. Zhang Yang looked at Tang Xian, his eyes widening. Eye-catching package. Ha! Tang Xian was taken aback. Chen quickly covered Zhang Yang's mouth while smiling. In this competition, the 3 of us are teammates. Go, Heart Kingdom. Yeah. Chen, let's go. Tang Xian excitedly pumped her fist. Lu Yingming stood at the front of the stage, still reading in a formal tone. The 2025th God Card School, the final stage of the Freshman Comprehensive Assessment, officially begins. This test is called Battle of the 3 Kings. The venue is still a virtual examination room, where no real injuries will occur and death will only teleport you back to school. As for the specific test rules, please consult your king. Please prepare yourselves, you will soon be teleported into the simulation examination room. Now the test officially begins. 3, 2, 1. The world spun around. What's happening? What's happening? The competition has started and the live footage is coming in. At this moment, the entire campus network was buzzing about this freshman test. After all, the person who wins this test can obtain divine relics. In the discussion thread, someone posted data images from within the competition. Total number of survivors: 1,500 Spade Kingdom, 1,103 people Diamond Kingdom, 394 people Heart Kingdom, 3 people Countless. Upperclassmen were unaware of Yiling Tian's threats and the freshman group, only speculating about the reasons for such a large disparity in numbers. Ha! The gap is so big? Why does Chen's Heart Kingdom only have 3 supporters? Is he not well liked? I said that someone from a commoner background is definitely unreliable, with no popularity, and everyone doesn't trust him. Oh no, I bet all my votes on Chen. He can't lose, right? Inside the examination room, that dizzying sensation again. The vision gradually became blurry. So far, Chen had felt this sensation countless times. In the beginning, he was very unaccustomed to it and felt like vomiting. But now he was already familiar with this teleportation process. As his vision gradually cleared, Chen sat up. Blue sky, white clouds, the sea, the beach, trees. This is an isolated island? Chen tried to walk to the beach by the sea, but it seemed there was an invisible wall blocking him from touching the water. It appears this is the edge of the examination room. Only the interior of the island is the area where students can move. Ding, divine card ability activated. That familiar sharp voice again. Chen sighed. Hey, what are the activation conditions for your ability, Clown God? The Clown God seemed to ignore him, continuing to speak to itself. Randomly drawing abilities. Ding, congratulations. Spade K ability, summon lightning for attack, strength determined by magic essence level. This divine card reverts to Joker after one use. Chen watched as the Joker card in front of him suddenly transformed into a Spade K, his heart racing. Finally, he had obtained a Spade divine card, and it was a letter card. Summoning lightning for an attack sounded incredibly powerful. However, reverts to Joker after one use. This ability, as usual, only had one use. He had to make the most of this opportunity. Chen carefully stored the divine card. He stood up and suddenly noticed his left wrist vibrating. It was the same watch he had during the match 7 days ago. Chen quickly opened it to check. Identity, King Faction, Heart Kingdom current score, 0 buzz. The watch vibrated again, popping up an unread message. Chen clicked again. Zhang Yang, hey, where are you guys? I seem to be on a deserted island. Tang Xin, me too. There are quite a few other classmates in the distance. I've already hidden. Zhang Yang, Chen, how about you? You're our king, you can't mess this up. Chen immediately understood. Team members from the same faction could discuss through the watch. I'm fine, luckily, it seems there are no other classmates near me, Chen typed. Quickly. Tang Xin, our team is small, how about we act together? Zhang Yang, good suggestion. We can have Chen protect us. Ah no, we'll protect Chen. Chen automatically ignored Zhang Yang's first message. He looked up and roughly observed the island. In the distance, there was a low mountain. On the mountain, there was a cluster of small houses. Chen, let's meet at the houses on the mountain. It's safer than being in the open. By the way, be careful. This assessment still scores points for killing. Chen sent the 3 rules to the group. Killing earns points. Class suppression still exists. Only one king can exist. Zhang Yang, got it. I'm good at surviving. Tang Xin, I definitely won't be the obvious target this round. Chen put down the watch, preparing to head towards the low houses on the mountain to meet up with his teammates as soon as possible. He hadn't taken 2 steps. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the forest. Chen frowned and quickly slipped into a patch of grass. Someone was slowly approaching his position. Chen held his breath, hiding in the shadows to observe. The footsteps drew closer. There were 2 people, and their conversation reached Chen's ears. Yiling Tian actually hid by himself and sent us to scout. Sai, what can we do? He's a big noble, a rich second generation, and he's our team's king. We can only listen to him. He said that as long as we see Chen and his teammates, we should kill them without mercy. The key is, can we really take Chen? He's a genius with extremely high magic essence level. Chen became serious. Unfortunately, these 2 were from the Square Kingdom, teammates of Yiling Tian. Chen lowered his breathing, remaining completely still, quietly waiting for them to leave. He didn't know the identities of these 2, and he absolutely couldn't expose his position. The footsteps gradually faded away. Chen took a deep breath and sat down. At least from this conversation, he learned 2 pieces of information. First, Yiling Tian did not plan to take the initiative to attack but was hiding instead. Second, Yiling Tian harbored a strong hostility towards himself, prompting his subordinates to search for him. What is this? Just as Chen was contemplating his next move, in front of him, a small pile of grass revealed a tiny box. He stepped forward and lightly touched it. Ding, his wristwatch immediately chimed, popping up a notification. Random treasure. Chest contains various weapons, items, food, and living supplies. A treasure chest? Chen understood right away. The rules for the end of the competition were likely to be only one king remains. But if the kings continued to survive, the competition might never end, potentially lasting for days. Although it was a simulated exam, all the students could still get injured and starve. There were a total of 1,500 candidates, and there had to be a way to obtain supplies. This kind of treasure chest was a method for the school to distribute food and other supplies to the students. Chen placed his hand on the chest lid. Normal treasure chest, living supplies type can be opened by anyone of commoner status or above. Click. The chest lid immediately popped open. Chen was somewhat speechless. Inside the chest lay a pack of sanitary pads quietly. The notification information immediately popped up. Sanitary pads, providing the best care for you during your period while still taking the exam. The school was quite considerate. It could be a lifesaver for girls who had their period, but for Chen, it was utterly useless. Zhou Chen stuffed the sanitary pad into his pocket. Although he didn't know what it was for, it was better to have it than not. Zhou Chen recalled the notification he had just seen. Normal. Treasure chest can be opened by anyone of commoner status or above. Since there was a normal treasure chest, Zhou Chen deduced that there must be higher level chests on this deserted island. Perhaps there were even chests that only kings could open. Zhou Chen jogged towards the mountain top. While heading in the predetermined direction to regroup, he kept an eye out for nearby treasure chests. Along the way, Zhou Chen found 3 normal treasure chests. From them, he obtained a pack of bread, a bottle of mineral water, and a pack of tissues. At least there's some food. That's not bad. As the sky gradually darkened, Zhou Chen arrived at the edge of a lake. He leaned over the lake, just about to scoop up some water to wash his face when he suddenly noticed a glimmer inside. What? Zhou Chen quickly fished out the glimmering object. It turned out to be an iron treasure chest. At the same time, a notification appeared in the air. Noble treasure chest. The appearance rate of weapons and special items is greatly increased. Can only be opened by those of noble status or above. Zhou Chen was overjoyed and was about to open the chest. Put that down. A hoarse voice came from behind him. At the same time, another sharp voice said, after searching for so long, finally found someone. The voices of these 2 people were from the 2 square country individuals who had been lingering nearby. Zhou Chen was surprised for a moment but quickly calmed down. It was fine. They didn't know he was Zhou Chen. Although Zhou Chen had caused a stir on the school's internal network several times since enrolling, he was still of commoner origin, and in the noble world, his fame was not as great as that of people like Su Chenxi or Yiling Tian. Zhou Chen's mind raced as he thought of a way to escape. Got it. Yiling Tian's team had over 300 people. They couldn't all recognize each other. As long as he pretended to be one of their teammates, he could deceive them. Hey, brothers, I finally found you. Zhou Chen turned around, pretending to be happy. This island is so big, I've been alone and couldn't find my group. May I ask if you 2 brothers are also with Yi Gu? When Zhou Chen saw the faces of the 2, he felt a sense of dread. Oh no, they were acquaintances. The 2 of them also froze in place. An awkward silence ensued. Zhou Chen, what are you pretending for? Sneered one of the 2 men with a buzz cut and glasses. Yeah, I'd recognize you even if you turned to ash, chimed in the other short guy. These 2 were precisely the kings Zhou Chen had killed before the last match ended. Zhang Liang and Wang Li, enemies on a narrow road. During the title contest phase, you had us spinning in circles. Yeah, we hid so well, surviving the whole round, and were finally about to win. But you tricked us, took our points, and became the king yourself. Thanks to you, this round, we are the commoners, and you are the king. According to the intel Yiling Tian provided in the watch group, class oppression still exists. Commoners can kill kings. Zhou Chen, you're dead. Zhou Chen tightly shut his eyes, remaining silent. Escape? Behind him was a lake. Where could he run? Jump into the lake? Fight back? No, that was absolutely impossible. The rules of the restraint chain were absolute. If a king attacked a commoner, they would die on the spot, no matter how strong their abilities were. A deadlock? Was there any way to escape? Zhou Chen quietly reached into his pocket, intending to pull out his short sword and fight to the death. But unexpectedly, he touched something soft. This texture. Was that sanitary pad? Suddenly, Zhou Chen's brain trembled. Who said sanitary pads were useless? He instantly thought of the perfect way to break the deadlock. Zhou Chen was a magician. He silently thought, watch, I will perform a perfect escape trick here. Zhou Chen suddenly opened his eyes, putting on an innocent expression, and slowly leaned forward. What are you guys talking about? I don't understand at all. Have we met before? This sentence startled the 2 men. Zhou Chen couldn't possibly not recognize them. Why pretend to be clueless at this moment? Moreover, wasn't Zhou Chen the king? Why not hide, but instead approach the commoners? The 2 couldn't help but step back. Zhou Chen, what kind of trick are you playing? Why are you pretending not to know us? Seeing them retreat, Zhou Chen felt a slight thrill inside. He felt his short sword in his pocket, sensing the sharp blade, then poked a finger toward the sword tip. His finger was instantly pierced and a drop of blood oozed out. Zhou Chen secretly dripped the blood onto the sanitary pad in his pocket. While doing all this, he continued to press forward, weaving more lies. What are you guys really talking about? Zhou Chen, no, have I met you somewhere before? Zhou Chen continued to pretend not to recognize the 2, then, plop. The bloody sanitary pad accidentally slipped from his pocket. The 2 stared blankly at the pad. Zhang Liang scratched his buzz cut, uncertainly saying, You got your period? At that moment, all 3 gazes fell on the bloody sanitary pad on the ground. Cough, do you believe me if I say I'm a woman? Zhou Chen said, seemingly awkward. Zhang Liang and Wang Li widened their eyes, looking at him as if he were insane. You're a woman? Zhou Chen took another step forward. The 2 stepped back in terror. Don't come any closer. Zhang Liang and Wang Li were completely confused. At this moment, their thoughts were, why? He's not afraid of us at all? Why doesn't he recognize us? Why does he have a bloody sanitary pad in his pocket? Cough, Zhang, do you remember how we died last time? Wang Li whispered to his partner. Of course, the original Princess Su suddenly had a Sichuan opera face change and turned into another person. Zhang Liang replied in a hushed voice. You mean the person in front of us is also fake? Zhang Liang responded quietly. It must be like this. The person opposite has used a shapeshifting ability. Wang Li declared earnestly. That's right. Everything makes sense now. Why is Zhou Chen not afraid of them? Why doesn't Zhou Chen recognize them? Why is Zhou Chen on her period? Because this is another girl with the square 8 divine card, disguised as Zhou Chen. The ability of the square 8 divine card is shapeshifting. It must be like this. The Zhou Chen in front of them is not Zhou Chen, but a girl. She has the square 8 divine card. She used her ability to transform herself into Zhou Chen's appearance. Ha, I don't care who you are, don't come any closer. The two voices trembled slightly as they shouted at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback. What's wrong? What do you mean I don't care who you are? I am Zhou Chen. Zhang Liang shouted. Stop pretending. I get it. You're from the Spade Kingdom, right? I heard that the Spade Kingdom has allied with the Heart Kingdom. Wang Li also chimed in. This must be Zhou Chen's plan. He made those of you with shapeshifting skills pretend to be Zhou Chen to trick us into launching an attack. Ha, too bad. This trick won't work on us. Because we've already been fooled once, we won't fall for it a second time. Humph. Zhou Chen feigned surprise on the surface, but inside, she was laughing with joy. Zhou Chen is a magician. And magicians have 3 major rules. First, never reveal the content of the magic in advance. Second, never perform the same magic for the same audience. Third, never disclose the secrets of the magic. Zhou Chen has always followed these 3 rules, especially the second one, never perform the same magic for the same audience. She had used shapeshifting in front of these 2. But this move is not shapeshifting, it's about playing reverse psychology. Ah, you must be commoners, right? Zhou Chen, holding the iron box, slowly approached. Perhaps you are right. I am indeed not Zhou Chen, but an ordinary girl. I used the square 8 divine card to change my appearance for self-protection. But I might not necessarily be a noble, right? If you're not a noble, then you're not in danger. They are from the Square Kingdom. And the information on the king card of the Square Kingdom is class oppression still exists. Yiling Tian is the king of the Square Kingdom, and this information is the only rule he knows. Right now, this rule must have been sent to all the people of the Square Kingdom through their wristwatches, and these 2 naturally know that the restraint chain still exists. Zhou Chen slowly approached and continued. Since I am pretending to be Zhou Chen, it means I want to impersonate the identity of the He King, and the king can restrain the nobles. This shows that I am afraid of the nobles. So, my identity is that of a commoner, just like you. So, you don't need to run away. Zhang Liang paused for a moment. That seems to make some sense. Makes sense. My foot. Wang Li punched him. Are you out of your mind? He pointed at the iron box in Zhou Chen's hand. Look what she's holding. Zhang Liang followed Wang Li's finger. That box is made of iron. Why? Aren't treasure chests usually made of wood? Wang Li shouted. Only commoner treasure chests are made of wood. That thing is a noble treasure chest. Only identities above noble can open it. As long as she can open that treasure chest, it means she is a noble. You said identities above noble can open it, so could she possibly be the king? Zhang Liang asked weakly. Are you stupid? There is only one girl who is the king, and that is Princess Su Chenxi. Wang Li looked exasperated, clearly frustrated with his companion's lack of intelligence. And we all know the princess's divine card is the Spade Q. This girl's divine card is a square 8. She definitely isn't Su Chenxi. So, she must be another girl. She can open the noble treasure chest. So, her identity must be noble. And nobles are just out to kill us commoners. Click. Zhou Chen smiled and opened the treasure chest in response. You're all right. In the next moment, Zhou Chen pulled out something from inside and lunged at the 2. To be honest, if those 2 were too scared to react, or if they weren't intimidated by Zhou Chen, his performance would have completely failed. But Zhou Chen knew very well that in a magic show, the most important thing is the sense of belief. If he didn't believe his magic was real, how could the audience believe it? Zhou Chen's way to break the deadlock was very simple. He pretended not to know them and deliberately dropped a sanitary pad, something only girls would use, with the aim of shaping himself into another girl. As for why he looked like Zhou Chen, it was because he used a disguise from Square 8. The 2 reacted very quickly, screaming and fleeing forward at high speed. To make the act more convincing, Zhou Chen even chased after them for quite a distance, until they no longer dared to look back. After they ran far away, one of them said in fear, "Oh my, I almost got tricked to death." No matter who that person is, luckily she made a mistake. She dropped her sanitary pad on the ground. Zhou Chen slowly stopped. In a magic show, pretending to make a mistake is quite common. The purpose is to lead to a bigger climax. He looked at the 2 who were fleeing in panic and softly said, "Two fools. There was no mistake in the magic. You just fell into a carefully arranged trap." Relying on his superb performance, after driving those 2 away, Zhou Chen finally sat down and began to carefully examine the treasure chest he had just opened. Just now, to make the performance more realistic, he hadn't even looked at the contents inside before grabbing them. Now, he could observe them closely. The items in the noble treasure chest were a bottle of strange potion. Chen gently held the neck of the potion bottle. At the same time, a description popped up immediately. Noble treasure chest, item type, flame immunity potion. Drinking this potion will exempt you from all burns, scalds, etc., and fire damage for 1 hour. Immune to fire damage, this potion might actually be useful. Chen thought of his current divine card, the King of Spades. Since his current ability was to manipulate lightning, perhaps someone else's ability was control fire or something like that. After all, if he could utilize even a sanitary pad, this bottle of potion might save his life in the future. Chen carefully stored the item away. He kept moving and finally reached the low mountain on the island when the sky had completely darkened. At this moment, he arrived at the place he had agreed to meet his teammates, a black house. Chen gently walked to the large iron gate, pushed it open a crack, and peered inside. It seemed to be filled with all sorts of clutter. He pushed the door and entered. It wasn't until he entered the house that he noticed something unusual. What he saw wasn't clutter, but countless standing shadows. Had this place been occupied by someone else? Chen immediately hid in the shadows. But he waited for a long time, and those shadows remained motionless. Chen felt something was off and slowly stepped out, approaching one of the shadows. Then, he discovered the reason these figures were standing still. They weren't real people. They were lifelike dolls. The dolls emitted a foul, decaying odor, their bodies wrapped in yellowed strips of cloth. Just by looking at them, they resembled mummies. Chen shook his head, not intending to continue studying these dolls. Chen opened the chat panel on his wristwatch and quickly typed a few words. I've arrived. I'm almost there. Tang Xian's message came in quickly as well. Suddenly, Chen felt someone pat his shoulder. He quickly drew his short sword, turned around, and pressed it against the man's neck. Hey, Chen, it's me. Zhang Yang raised his hands in a flurry, trembling as he said, spare me. Chen let out a breath and sheathed the short sword. By the way, where did you get this sword? Zhang Yang leaned in curiously to take a look. This? It was left to me by my parents. Chen opened his palm. He remembered that Su Chenxi had also shown curiosity about this sword. The hilt of Chen's short sword was engraved with a dark plum blossom pattern, glinting with an eerie sheen under the dim light. No, I'm not talking about that. Zhang Yang looked at him, a bit puzzled, and said, I mean, how did you bring it into the exam room? Now Chen was also a bit confused. I just put it in my pocket and brought it in like that. I've used this sword many times in the exam room. What's wrong? Zhang Yang's expression turned astonished. What? Impossible. He shook his head vigorously. The anti-cheating measures in the exam room are very strict. Once candidates are teleported into the school's exam room, they can't bring anything in except their clothes. Otherwise, everyone would bring a handy weapon. How would the exam even work? Chen lowered his head in thought, recalling the previous exam situations. Indeed, in the earlier exams, he had never seen other students bring items into the exam room. Moreover, besides this short sword, all his other personal belongings had also disappeared. Was there something special about this short sword? Zhang Yang stared at the plum blossom pattern on the sword, lost in thought. After a while, he asked again, Chen, are you really from a commoner background? Chen recalled his childhood. His parents had never shown any signs of having powers or anything related to divine cards, nor had they ever talked to him about it. I suppose so. Zhang Yang pointed at the pattern on the short sword. The craftsmanship does resemble that of noble items. How so? Zhang Yang began to explain. You see, due to bloodlines, many noble families have the same patterns for their divine card powers, so they like to use these patterns to represent their family crests. For example, the princess's royal family uses spade long swords, and Yiling Tian's family prefers branch squares. And yours? Zhang Yang suddenly paused, laughing as he returned the short sword to Chen. No, forget what I said. This should just be a commoner's craft. Why? Chen was well aware of what Zhang Yang was about to ask next. He looked at the plum blossom shape on the short sword. Isn't this the plum blossom suit from playing cards? Chen, have you forgotten? Zhang Yang scratched his head. But it's not your fault. Being from a common background, it's normal for you not to be familiar with our world. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are no noble families with plum blossoms. In fact, besides you, I haven't seen anyone else with a plum blossom divine card. So, the plum blossom symbol on your short sword must be a coincidence. In the distance, a girl was jogging over. Ah, conspicuous Bao classmate, you finally made it. Zhang Yang joked. Tang Xian was still catching her breath, completely ignoring Zhang Yang's teasing. Sorry, I'm late. Now, all the people from the heart of Red Country had gathered. Of course, there were only 3 of them. Since we're all here, let's share our intel. Zhang Yang was the first to empty his pockets. I opened a commoner treasure chest, weapon type, and I feel like my luck is off the charts. A handgun lay in Zhang Yang's hand. But there was only 1 bullet inside. After all, it's a commoner item. I'm still satisfied. Chen nodded. Yeah, take good care of it. That 1 bullet might come in handy. Zhang Yang agreed. I think so too. Tang Xian pulled out a yellowed piece of paper from her pocket. I also found something nice in the treasure chest. Zhou Chen looked at the paper. What is this? A map of the entire island, Tang Xian explained. She unfolded the map. Zhou Chen saw that the whole island was circular, with the large lake he had passed before arriving right in the center. Apart from this central lake, the entire island was covered in dense forests. This island is all trees. Zhang Yang said softly. Zhou Chen also remarked, it's probably arranged by the examiners to give everyone more hiding space. If the island were too open, this competition would just turn into a simple killing contest. That makes sense. The three of them continued to look at the map. Their current location was in a warehouse on a low hill not far north of the large lake. The warehouse was small and not very conspicuous. If it weren't for Zhou Chen's sharp eyes, they probably wouldn't have noticed it. Ah! Zhang Yang pointed at the large lake. I just remembered. I passed by there when I came. There were quite a few people jumping into the lake to dive. Dive? Zhou Chen gestured for him to continue. So Zhang Yang smacked his lips and said, I was really curious why a bunch of people were crowding around the lake and jumping in. I got closer to eavesdrop. A few people who looked like they were from the Spade Kingdom said they got intel that there's a king treasure chest in the lake, so a lot of people are diving to search for it. Zhou Chen, do you think we should also go grab that treasure chest? Zhou Chen shook his head. The source of the intel is unknown, and besides, we're outnumbered. We definitely can't compete with them. Let's stick to our original strategy. Zhang Yang immediately understood Zhou Chen's meaning. You mean that strategy? Exactly. Zhou Chen smiled. Only Tang Xian looked at the two curiously. What original strategy? What are you talking about? The two exchanged glances. Zhou Chen said, the original strategy that Zhang Yang and I had to survive. Zhang Yang agreed, that's right. Surviving until the end is victory. Unfortunately, just when we were about to win, we ran into the princess and she shot me down with one shot. So ruthless. Sigh, let's not talk about that. Zhang Yang shook his head regretfully. Tang Xian pulled out a metal box again. By the way, I found a noble treasure chest on my way here. Unfortunately, I couldn't open it, so I brought it over directly. I think Zhou Chen, you should be able to open it. Tang Xian handed the noble treasure chest to Zhou Chen. As soon as Zhou Chen took the chest, a prompt window popped up. Noble treasure chest, weapon type. Click. The chest lid immediately popped open. What is this? Zhou Chen took out the contents. It was a small black round object which seemed to have a fuse on it. Concentrated bomb. Tang Xian exclaimed in surprise. I heard this thing has great power. It's a very strong weapon. Zhou Chen handed the bomb to Tang Xian. Since it's your treasure chest, you should hold on to this weapon. No, Zhou Chen, you're more important. Such a good weapon should be held by you. Tang Xian declined. Zhou Chen insisted on placing the bomb back in Tang Xian's arms. I'm not used to using this kind of weapon. I'm better with a short sword. It was Zhou Chen's turn to showcase his loot. He rummaged through his pockets. I also opened a few treasure chests, one noble treasure chest, and the others are common treasure chests. There's some food in the common treasure chests. The noble treasure chest has a bottle of fireproof potion. Saying this, Zhou Chen took all these items out at once. In fact, Zhou Chen had also opened a sanitary napkin treasure chest, but he felt it unnecessary to mention. Zhang Yang stared intently at the bread Zhou Chen had taken out. Gurgle, his stomach grumbled unceremoniously. Zhou Chen sighed and pushed the food in front of him. You eat. Zhang Yang shook his head. That won't do. Let's share it among the three of us. Tang Xian replied softly. It's fine, I'm not hungry. Zhou Chen also said, this piece of bread is really small. Sharing it won't be enough. Just eat generously. Don't worry, consider it as what you owe me, and you'll pay it back. Zhang Yang chuckled. Then I won't be polite. You can rest assured. Once I find food, I will definitely pay you back. He tore open the packaging and devoured it hungrily, clearly starved. Indeed, the exam had been going on since morning, and they hadn't eaten a single bite. This piece of bread was indeed too small. Zhang Yang quickly finished it, seeming to want more. Zhou Chen summarized their spoils. Zhang Yang got a pistol with only one bullet. Tang Xian found a map and a concentrated bomb. Zhou Chen found some food and a bottle of fireproof potion. Let's search this warehouse. Maybe there are other treasure chests, Zhou Chen suggested. Sure. Maybe we can find more food. Zhang Yang was full of enthusiasm. Thus, the three prepared to explore the warehouse separately. The warehouse was tall and large, but apart from a pile of seemingly immobile cloth dolls, there was almost nothing in sight. Zhang Yang searched the east. Tang Xian searched the west. I'll take care of the middle. After arranging this, Zhou Chen began the process of exploring for treasure chests. The middle section had a large number of lockers, but they were all locked and looked difficult to open. However, this was no challenge for Zhou Chen. As a magician, lockpicking was a basic skill. Zhou Chen took out his short sword and picked up a piece of iron from the ground, carefully shaving off a small piece. Thus, a lockpicking tool was made, and with a bit of skill, ordinary locks were no problem at all. And so, the lockpicking operation began. The first locker, empty. The second, empty. The third, When Zhou Chen opened the door of the third locker, he couldn't help but gasp. A person. There was actually a person locked inside the locker. Once Zhou Chen got a clear look, he shook his head helplessly. It was just another cloth doll. The light was too dim. At first glance, Zhou Chen thought the doll might come to life. He self-deprecatingly grinned and closed the locker. Time passed second by second. He kept prying open lockers, but either the lockers were empty or they contained the same kind of cloth dolls as before. Gurgle. At this moment, Zhou Chen also felt a strong sense of hunger. Having not eaten since the beginning of the exam, he felt a dull ache in his stomach. Ah! I found a treasure chest. From the west, Tang Xian's excited voice came. What is it? Zhou Chen didn't want to shout loudly, lest he waste energy and make himself hungrier. Tang Xian's voice was quite loud. It's a regular treasure chest, item type. Zhou Chen didn't want to continue opening these seemingly empty lockers, so he walked towards Tang Xian to see what was inside the treasure chest. When Zhou Chen reached Tang Xian's side, she had just opened the chest and was pulling out its contents. This is a lighter? Tang Xian held up the shiny little object. Zhou Chen, you take it. I don't really know how to use this. Zhou Chen took the lighter. At least they could start a fire at night and wouldn't freeze and lose sleep. Hey, you guys come quickly. I found a treasure chest too. From the east, Zhang Yang shouted, elongating his voice. It's a noble treasure chest. I can't open it. Hearing Zhang Yang's voice, the two hurriedly ran towards the east. The treasure chest in front of Zhang Yang was large, an iron chest that indeed looked like the noble treasure chest Zhou Chen had seen before. Zhou Chen stepped forward and placed his hand on the lid of the treasure chest. Noble treasure chest, item type. It's another item type. Can't we get some food instead? Zhang Yang complained softly from the side. Zhou Chen didn't respond, simply opening the chest. Item, gasoline can. Gasoline? Can you drink gasoline? Zhang Yang asked weakly. The three of them were both hungry and thirsty at that moment. Although Zhou Chen also felt parched, he maintained his composure and said calmly, the components of gasoline can cause irreversible damage to the human nervous system. If you want to turn into a fool or a vegetable, you can certainly give it a try. Then what's the use of this thing? Zhang Yang complained, holding his head. Zhou Chen's gaze was fixed on the gasoline, deep in thought. The two seemingly related items, gasoline and lighter, had appeared simultaneously in this warehouse. His intuition told him that these two items must be of great use. By the way, Zhou Chen, did you find any treasure chests? The two asked. Zhou Chen sighed, you'll know if you come see for yourselves. The three of them walked to the center of the warehouse, silently gazing at the wall of storage lockers. The only place I can think of to find treasure chests is here. I've already opened half of them. Zhou Chen paused and continued, let's keep going. They continued to pry at the locks, peering inside with hopeful anticipation. However, until the last storage locker, they still hadn't found anything of value. Instead, many of the lockers contained a ragdoll. Tang Xian looked at these ragdolls, her eyes flickering with concern. Zhou Chen keenly noticed this. What's wrong? Tang Xian gently cradled her head in her hands. I think I've seen a description of this kind of thing in some book, but I can't recall it at the moment. Never mind, it's probably nothing important. They continued to unlock the lockers. Zhou Chen had already lost hope, mechanically using muscle memory to pry open the last locker with a wire. He opened it. Empty. Zhou Chen sighed, about to say something. Click. Suddenly, a strange noise came from somewhere. Zhou Chen quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound. The floor in the center of the warehouse suddenly popped open. The three exchanged glances and walked toward the center. After the tiles on the floor popped open, a dark hole appeared. The hole wasn't deep, only about a meter or so. And at the bottom of the big hole, this is. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up with excitement. Tang Xian also jumped up happily, her ponytail swaying. A shiny golden treasure chest lay quietly in the hole. I didn't expect that opening all the storage lockers would trigger such a mechanism. Zhou Chen murmured to himself, jumping into the hole and reaching for the treasure chest. King's treasure chest, unknown type. It's the king's treasure chest. Tang Xian's voice was filled with excitement. Unknown type? Could there be food inside? Zhang Yang looked at the popping panel in confusion. I don't know, let's open it and find out. Zhou Chen exerted force with his wrist. Click. It wouldn't open? This treasure chest seemed to be locked. The next second, another panel prompt appeared. The treasure chest can only be opened after completing the king's trial. Would you like to proceed? The three silently exchanged glances. What is the king's trial? Tang Xian asked, somewhat puzzled. It's probably some kind of task, maybe very difficult or dangerous, Zhou Chen speculated. Come on. There's nothing to be afraid of. Zhang Yang flexed the muscles on his arms. Open. It's. Zhou Chen said softly. The next second, the treasure chest shook violently. Zhou Chen quickly dodged to the side. The chest popped open instantly. Then it flew straight up into the sky, stopping just before touching the roof of the warehouse. At this moment, the treasure chest was already about 7 or 8 meters high. The king's trial has begun. Good luck. Boom! All the doors and windows of the warehouse suddenly slammed shut. Zhou Chen quickly jumped out of the hole. So what's the content of the trial? Tang Xin said uneasily. Creak 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 creak. A strange and piercing sound suddenly emerged, echoing throughout the warehouse. This sound. Chen reacted the fastest, immediately turning to look at the lockers. It's the doors of the lockers moving. No, it's not the doors moving, but someone pushing them. At this moment, countless striped puppets had red light glowing in their eyes, all staring in the direction of the three living people. They murmured, extending their shriveled hands, pointing towards Chen and the others. Pat, 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 pat. They all jumped down from the lockers and slowly walked towards the three. At first, they seemed unaccustomed to their bodies moving very slowly, but gradually, their bare, bandaged feet began to speed up, eventually turning into a run. Their decayed, shriveled mouths opened, revealing sharp fangs. Living people. All must die. Run! Chen shouted sharply. In an instant, the three ran in different directions. Chen tightly gripped the short sword. When one of the bandaged puppets charged at him, he aimed for its neck and stabbed directly. Thud! The short sword cleanly pierced into the puppet's rotten flesh. But it was of no use. The bandaged puppet didn't shed a drop of blood and seemed to feel no pain at all. The puppet shrieked wildly, lunging at Chen. Fortunately, Chen reacted extremely quickly, swiftly withdrawing the short sword and jumping back. Several puppets surrounded him as they charged forward. However, Chen was faster. He spotted a gap and nimbly slipped through. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at his other two teammates. Zhang Yang picked up something resembling a chair and swung it at the puppets. Meanwhile, Tang Xin was running a bit slower, gradually getting surrounded by the bandaged puppets. Just as it seemed she would be bitten by the puppet's sharp teeth, in a moment of desperation, she pulled out her divine card. She shouted loudly, "Square transforms all. 5 dimensions determine the path home." In an instant, her figure vanished, and the next second, she reappeared in a corner not far away. The ability of Square 5. Chen clearly remembered that Professor Chen Yun's ability was also this instant teleportation. Time passed second by second. The puppets showed no signs of stopping, and the three continued to dodge. Gradually, everyone began to tire. Although the puppets moved slower than them, they seemed to never tire. The entire warehouse was sealed off, with no possibility of escape. Zhang Yang couldn't dodge in time and was bitten on the shoulder by a puppet. He quickly lifted his foot to kick it away, dodging the puppet horde, but his movements had clearly slowed down. What to do? If this continued, they would eventually exhaust their strength and be buried by this group of mummy puppets. Chen tightened his grip on the divine card in his pocket. This was the King of Spades, possessing a very powerful offensive ability to summon lightning. But it could only be used once. Was it really to be used in a place like this? Moreover, these monsters couldn't be killed. Perhaps using it wouldn't change the situation at all. Brother Chen, I remembered. Tang Xin shouted from a distance. These monsters are called living dead. They were dead to begin with, so any attack against them is useless. Zhang Yang shouted from afar. Thanks for sharing this fun fact with us. But you might not realize we've already discovered it through practice. Tang Xin furrowed her brows, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she shouted, "Fire! The only way to destroy them is to burn them. This is the true purpose of the lighter and the gasoline can." Chen lighted up quickly. Chen continued to dodge the attacks from the horde of corpses while shouting, "No way!" During this time, Chen had considered every possible solution. Whatever ideas Tang Xin could come up with, Chen had already thought of them, including setting fire. Absolutely not. This warehouse is enclosed, and there are so many of these. What are they called? Living dead. If we set a fire, the entire warehouse will ignite. We will be burned alive. Chen, don't you have fireproof potion? Drink it quickly. What about you? The potion is only enough for one person. We don't matter. You are our king. As long as you win, that's enough. After fending off another attack from the living dead, Chen began to think frantically again. Should he sacrifice his two teammates here? Zhang Yang and Tang Xin were the only two people in the entire school who supported him. They had disregarded Yiling Tian's threats and still chose to join him. But in this situation, they were no longer able to protect themselves. The current situation was already very clear. Either set fire and let himself live alone, or all three would die here. Tang Xin was still anxiously shouting from a distance, "Hurry up! Chen! If you sacrifice us, you can survive." Chen did not answer immediately. In this urgent situation, he stood calmly in place. He forced himself to block out all external sounds. This was a difficult choice. What should he choose? Sacrifice two people? Or let all die? Chen chose to save all three. He quickly opened his eyes. He stared directly at the ceiling of the warehouse. On the ceiling, the golden treasure chest flickered slightly. The purpose of the king's trial is to open the treasure chest. That means, as long as we can open the treasure chest, the trial will end. Early. Tang Xin, quickly teleport to that treasure chest. What? Tang Xin was momentarily taken aback. Hurry. Trust me. But I've never tried to teleport to such a high place. I can't do it. You can. Tang Xin closed her eyes, took out her block 5 and murmured softly. All around her, countless living dead lunged at her. Block transforms all 5 dimensions determine the return path. At the moment when the sharp teeth of the living dead were about to bite into Tang Xion's shoulder, she vanished. In the next instant, she suddenly appeared at the top of the treasure chest. She stood right on top of the golden chest. In a flurry, she prepared to open the chest. Ding, civilian identity permission too low, unable to open the treasure chest. She froze. Zhou Chen, I can't open the king's treasure chest. Zhou Chen dodged the attacks while rushing toward the chest below. What you need to do is not open the chest but attract the horde. As Tang Xin approached the chest, countless living dead began to gather in the middle of the warehouse. Below Tang Xin, they wailed and reached out with their rotten, filthy hands. But since Tang Xin was standing high up, they couldn't reach her. Attract the horde? Tang Xin looked down at the crowd of living dead, seemingly understanding something. The living dead continued to gather more and more. The later arrivals began to climb on top of the earlier ones. Slowly, these living dead formed a small mountain of flesh. Countless rotten arms and legs writhed and slapped around. But the height was still not enough. The highest living dead were still 1 or 2 meters away from the treasure chest. Because not all the living dead were in this pile of corpses. A small portion was still chasing after Zhang Yang and Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen saw Tang Xin sitting silently on top of the treasure chest, seemingly lost in thought. In the next moment, her gaze suddenly became resolute. She picked up her divine card and aimed it at her wrist. The edge of the divine card was extremely sharp, capable of being used like a small knife. Sizzled. Tang Xin swiftly slid it across her wrist. Blood dripped down. Zhou Chen was stunned for a second. What are you doing? Tang Xin let her wrist drop, shaking it at the undead. The best way to attract the undead is with the blood of the living. Sure enough, the remaining undead, upon smelling the blood, opened their mouths wide, mumbling indistinctly, blood, the blood of the living. They surrounded the mound of flesh, climbing upwards. Gradually, the mound of flesh grew taller and taller. By the time the last undead stood atop this heap of flesh, it was less than half a meter away from its claws reaching Tang Xin. It was time. Zhou Chen quickly rushed towards the mound of flesh. One step at a time, stepping on the bodies of the undead, he climbed rapidly upwards. That's right. Zhou Chen utilized the undead's nature of chasing the living to stack them into a human ladder. Originally, this treasure chest was floating on the ceiling, and without teleportation abilities, it was impossible to reach. But Zhou Chen easily climbed to the chest using the human ladder formed by the undead. He immediately touched the king's treasure chest and the lid popped open directly. Zhou Chen picked up the items inside. It was a black scepter engraved with a plum blossom pattern. Ding, trial completed. The treasure chest instantly slid down, and the writhing, growling undead suddenly fell silent. The red light in their eyes dissipated in an instant, returning to their previous quiet, motionless state. In the next moment, the human flesh ladder collapsed with a crash. Zhou Chen and Tang Xin fell straight down. However, with the pile of undead as a cushion, neither of them was injured. It's over. Zhou Chen stood atop the pile of undead, holding the spoils high. The light shone on the scepter, radiating a brilliant glow. King's trial concluded. The treasure chest fell, and the undead returned to their previous calm state. They succeeded. The 3 of them had all survived. Are you okay? Let me help you bandage it. Zhou Chen pulled Tang Xin up from the pile of undead. Then he swiftly tore a strip of cloth from his clothing and wrapped it around Tang Xion's injured wrist. So cool. Zhang Yang popped up from the side. One decisively cuts her wrist, the other climbs up on a tide of corpses to open the treasure chest. But what is this thing in the treasure chest? Zhang Yang picked up the black scepter, examining it curiously. Sigh, it would have been better if it were something to eat. Zhou Chen took the scepter back. This is an item from the king's treasure chest, definitely much stronger than food. Ding, a prompt panel popped up at the right moment. Plum Blossom Scepter, king level item. The king has the right to establish laws for the world. Using this scepter, one can learn all the game rules of this match. At the same time, the king can repeal one of them. To know all the game rules? In an instant, the golden scepter flickered with light and silver smoke billowed out, listing 3 rules. 1. Kill to score, but scores reset upon death. 2. Class suppression still exists, but those of the same class can compete in strength. 3. There can only be one king. When the king is unique, the trial immediately ends. Now, the rules are completely revealed. Previously, Zhou Chen had only obtained the first half of the rules in the king's card. But now, all the rules were known. Sure enough, Zhou Chen looked at the 3rd rule. Scores can only be obtained through killing, but if you die yourself, you get nothing. At the same time, the restraint chain has set limits on killing. But people with the same identity can still attack each other. In the end, the competition will only conclude when there is only one king left. This means Su Chenxi and Yiling Tian are both enemies. You can choose to erase a rule. Will you use it? No need to rush. Zhou Chen put away the king's Scepter. Ding, king level item used. Suddenly, a system sound rang out loudly, echoing across the entire island. What? Chen wondered. I didn't use it? No, this sound didn't come from his watch, but was a notification for the entire examination hall. Attention all candidates, king level item. Cube scepter has been used. Cube scepter? Chen had a bad feeling. Randomly reveal the location of a king and fix it in place for 1 hour. Ding, Heart's king location announced. Chen, current position, low mountain warehouse. In the next second, Chen felt his whole body freeze. Unable to move. Chen was surprised for a moment but quickly calmed down and figured out the situation. There was more than one king-level item. If he could find such an item, Su Chenxi or Yiling Tian could do the same. One of them had discovered the cube scepter and used it. This cube scepter could reveal a king's location and fix it in place. Chen forced himself to move, but it was futile. His whole body felt paralyzed, unresponsive. Is this the power of a king-level item? You all, run! Chen stood frozen in place, forcing himself to move his lips and say, my location has been exposed to the entire examination hall. Soon, the enemy will come, and the two of you absolutely cannot withstand their attack. Zhang Yang asked incredulously, Chen, do you want to face them alone? You can't even move. Chen replied calmly, I know, so I have long been prepared for defeat. But you are different, your identities are civilians. If I die, you can still kill the king. You should know, the points for killing a king might be very high. You even have a chance to rank at the top, even first, to win the championship. Hurry and go, don't worry about me. Zhang Yang's gaze was resolute. No way, brother, we will never abandon you. Tang Xian nodded repeatedly. That's right. We are teammates. Before this crisis arrived, Chen did not choose to sacrifice his teammates. At this moment, his teammates would not abandon Chen. Chen tried to move his body again, but there was no response. He helplessly said, you all see, I can't even move. Don't hesitate, the longer we delay, the greater the chance the enemy will arrive. At this moment, Chen could faintly hear the distant sound of a crowd. Zhang Yang stood still, seemingly deep in thought. The next second, he made up his mind, directly lying on the ground, and began to frantically dig through the pile of corpses. What are you doing? Chen looked at Zhang Yang's crazy action in confusion. I'm going to hide you. Zhang Yang's answer was concise. Since you can't move, I'll bury you in this pile of dead bodies. Don't forget, there's a hole beneath this pile. If you hide there, you'll be absolutely safe. Zhang Yang, hurry. They're coming. Tang Xian looked anxiously out the window. Then she looked Chen up and down, suddenly starting to strip off Chen's outer clothing. What are you doing? Disguising as you. Tang Xian did not stop her actions. After she stripped off Chen's outer clothing, she directly put it on herself. Your position has been exposed to everyone. When they come to this warehouse and can't see you, they will definitely suspect that you are hiding among this pile of the undead. So, we need a Chen to be exactly where he was revealed to divert their attention. By the way, Zhang Yang, give me the lighter from Chen's pocket. Tang Xian shouted anxiously. What do you need the lighter for? Chen suddenly sensed what Tang Xian was planning. It can't be that. Zhang Yang quickly handed the lighter to Tang Xian. Tang Xian smiled, but the smile was somewhat desolate. Chen, you said that a lighter can create a great magic. I want to give it a try. Soon, Zhang Yang had dug through the pile of the undead, revealing the hole that originally held the treasure chest and placed the immobile Chen inside. Zhang Yang, you get in too. Tang Xian pushed Zhang Yang into the hole as well. No, I want to stay with you to fend them off. But Tang Xian acted very quickly, burying both of them with the undead. Then, she stood straight on top of the small mound, quietly waiting for the crowd to arrive. At this moment, the entire warehouse presented such a scene. Chen and Zhang Yang were hidden beneath the pile of the undead, while Tang Xian stood on top of the mound, draped in Chen's coat, quietly standing there. Chen was buried under the rotting, foul-smelling undead, unable to move at all. He could only hear countless footsteps pouring into the warehouse. There were at least dozens, if not hundreds, of people. The enemy had arrived. Is that Chen? He doesn't look very tall, huh? It can't be wrong. Chen has been pinned down, unable to move. The system has pinpointed Chen's location, right where that person is standing, not a bit off. Countless discussions reached Chen's ears. Through the gaps in the crowd, Chen saw Tang Xian's figure. She was wearing Chen's clothes, her body slightly trembling. Chen heard Tang Xian's voice quivering, but it was very firm. She deliberately lowered her voice, mimicking Chen's speech. What's wrong? Yiling Tian too afraid to show himself, sending you to your deaths. Fortunately, most of the enemies had never heard Chen's voice and didn't raise any suspicions, merely thinking that Chen's voice leaned a bit towards the feminine side. Yiling Tian? Ha! Chen, are you mistaken about something? A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. A rough male voice leading the group laughed heartily. We are from the Spade Kingdom. What? Chen silently opened his mouth wide, unable to utter a sound. The Spade Kingdom? Su Chenxi? How could this be? Hadn't they agreed to form an alliance? To tell you the truth, it was the princess herself who opened the king's treasure chest and used the item, and it was she who personally ordered a nationwide hunt for you. No, it can't be. Zhou Chen felt numb after hearing their words. Su Chenxi betrayed him? What are you talking about? Tang Xian's voice was still trembling. Clearly she also couldn't believe Su Chenxi's betrayal. The Spade Kingdom and the Heart Kingdom have long since formed an alliance. You must be a member of Yiling Tian's Diamond Kingdom here to sow discord. The leader slowly approached. You're about to die. Do I still need to sow discord? As long as I kill you, there will only be one king left. The game is about to end. He slowly drew closer. Zhou Chen peered through the gap and saw the man's face. A scar. He immediately recalled where he had seen him before. In the title competition, that scar-faced man had once risen to king through murder, only to be counter-killed by a little chubby boy using a mechanism. One sentence from the scar-faced man left Zhou Chen puzzled. As long as I kill you, there will only be one king left. The game is about to end. This statement conveys a lot of information. First of all, this scar-faced man clearly knows the rule that there can only be one king, and the only people who know this rule, besides the three from the Red Heart Kingdom with Zhou Chen, are Su Chenxi. Perhaps Su Chenxi informed all her teammates of this rule through her watch. This indicates that this scar-faced man is indeed from the Spade Kingdom. The second point, as long as Zhou Chen is killed, there will only be one king left. This suggests that either Su Chenxi or Yiling Tian is already dead. It makes sense, with nearly 1,500 people active on the island, conflicts and battles are inevitable. At this moment, only two kings remain alive. Ah, Zhou Chen, you've been hiding here. You must not know what's happening outside. The scar-faced man sneered. Anyway, the game is about to end. It doesn't hurt to tell you. I am indeed from the Spade Kingdom. However, I am also one of Yiling Tian's people. I followed Yiling Tian's orders to join the Spade Kingdom and deceived countless pieces of information from Princess Su. I killed Su Chenxi and took her watch. Since you're going to die anyway, it doesn't hurt to tell you what happened. The scar-faced man slowly recounted the events that transpired outside. An hour ago, in the big lake, Su Chenxi was wearing a diving suit, moving through the lake bed. She used her divine card to conjure a machete, continuously cutting through the aquatic plants, her gaze sweeping over the mud in the lake. Countless teammates from the Spade Kingdom, capable of diving, were also searching the bottom of the lake under her direction. Someone in the Spade Kingdom chat panel mentioned that there was a king-level treasure chest hidden in the lake. Su Chenxi would definitely not miss this opportunity. Suddenly, a beam of light caught her eye. Not far away, in a patch of mud, a golden treasure chest was shining. Found it. She quickly swam over and touched the chest with both hands. A text window immediately popped up. King-level treasure chest. Do you want to open the king's trial? Su Chenxi nodded slightly. The king's trial has been opened. The next second, countless half-human, half-fish monsters appeared around the chest. She quickly activated her divine card ability, transforming it into a harpoon, and attacked the group of monsters. The scar-faced man happened to be nearby and saw the merfolk monsters quickly swimming over to help. He wielded a dagger, slashing at the merfolk monsters. Both of them were Spade-type abilities, and soon they killed all the fishmen. After successfully passing the trial, Su Chenxi opened the chest again. Inside, she pulled out a red scepter with square-shaped patterns on it. Square scepter after use randomly revealed the location of a king and fix it in place for 1 hour. The scar-faced man's teammate immediately opened the watch panel and typed, "Your Highness, this item is very powerful, let's use it now." Su Chenxi shook her head and replied through her watch, "No, its effect is random. It's very likely to expose Zhou Chen's location as well. The scar-faced man was puzzled. Why did you and Zhou Chen form an alliance? Isn't he the enemy? Su Chenxi simply typed a few words. I owe him a favor. We agreed to ally. I keep my word and never go back on it. She then carefully put away the scepter. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her back. Instantly, a cloud of blood spread in the water. She turned back in shock. The scar-faced man was grinning, holding the glinting dagger in his hand. He opened his mouth and mouthed something. Sorry, I'm the mole. He reached out and pulled out the oxygen tube from Su Chenxi's diving suit. Su Chenxi only felt a sharp pain in her lower back, her body going limp, accompanied by a suffocating dizziness that blurred her vision. The staff was taken away, and the scarred face wasted no time, immediately using it. King-level item has been used. It seemed a system prompt sounded, but Su Chenxi's consciousness could no longer focus, and she couldn't hear what the system was saying at all. She felt a tearing sensation in her wrist. It was the watch. The scarred face had taken her watch. Su Chenxi wanted to try to resist, but her body was powerless, and her consciousness was gradually fading. The scarred face clicked on Su Chenxi's watch, and then sent, "Alliance with Zhou Chen is void. All personnel gather at the warehouse in the low hills. Kill him." Su Chenxi's body was falling, her silver hair spreading out. In the last moment before closing her eyes, she saw the scarred face's ugly smile. She felt the icy, bone-chilling lake water all over her, watching helplessly as she drifted further away from the surface. Accompanied by the spreading blood mist, she gradually descended. The silver-haired princess drowned at the bottom of the lake. Chen listened to the scarred face's triumphant narration, his fists clenched tightly. Unfortunately, he couldn't move. Otherwise, he would never hide in this pile of corpses, watching Tang Xian face this group of people helplessly. Chen saw Tang Xian's face turn pale, and she managed to squeeze out 2 words, beast. She instantly threw back her hood and raised a small black round ball. Do you recognize this thing? Tang Xian no longer lowered her voice. The scarred face's expression changed instantly. Concentrated bomb. Tang Xian held up a lighter, whispering, Brother Chen, I lied to you. Actually, I know how to use a lighter. Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. He vaguely understood she was going to ignite the concentrated bomb and perish with the enemy. He wanted to shout loudly, but no sound came from his throat. Crack! Tang Xian lit the lighter and moved it towards the fuse of the concentrated bomb. The scarred face looked at Tang Xian's face. You're not Chen. Who are you really? Chen saw Tang Xian's pale face carry a hint of a smile. Me? I'm just bait to attract your attention. The scientific name is eye-catching bag. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, a blinding white light bursting forth. The air in the entire warehouse seemed to ignite in an instant. Glass shattered, walls crumbled, bricks fell. Countless enemies fled in panic, and the scarred face's triumphant smile vanished. Under the intense impact of the concentrated bomb, no one could escape. In the last moment before losing consciousness, Chen saw Tang Xian's bloodied smile. Then, her body was torn apart by the explosion. Outside the examination room, the data panel displayed total survivors 902 people, Spade country 614, Diamond country 386, Heart country 2. The remaining number of Heart country changed from 3 to 2. So sleepy. My body feels so heavy. Chen wished he could sleep forever. But it was so cold and he was so hungry. The intense hunger and dehydration tormented him, forcing him to open his eyes. He propped himself up, realizing he had broken free from his restraints and could move freely. The time limit had passed and the immobilization effect of the diamond staff had faded. The surroundings were dim, and he seemed to be buried under a pile of rubble. He was buried deep, with a rotting, stinking corpse of a living dead above him, followed by the debris of the exploded warehouse. It seemed a long time had passed as he felt utterly weak. The only thought in his mind was to eat a bite of food, drink a sip of water. He struggled, and his legs seemed to kick something alive. Through the faint light filtering through the gaps above, Chen vaguely saw a blood-stained face. Zhang Yang? He hurriedly shook him awake. When Zhang Yang woke up, he let out a muffled groan. Where is this? We should still be in the warehouse. It's quiet outside now. Tang Xian protected us with her life. That group of enemies should be dead. We survived because we were covered by the corpses of the living dead, which shielded us from the shockwave. Zhang Yang, we need to get out now. Right, let's get out. Zhang Yang's voice was weak, as if he were starving to death. Chen looked up and began to desperately push away the living dead that trapped him. Zhang Yang suddenly gasped in pain. Chen, I think I can't get out. What's wrong? Chen glanced in his direction. One of Zhang Yang's legs was pierced by a fallen rebar. The flesh around the wound had turned dark red and was stuck together. The blood in his leg had long since dried up. Zhang Yang clearly noticed his condition. I was wondering why my leg hurt so much. His voice was very faint. Chen, I'm about to collapse. I'm in pain, dizzy, tired, and hungry. I shouldn't be able to go out with you. Chen immediately replied, Don't talk nonsense. Just wait, I'll clear a path right away, and we'll go out together. Chen began to work harder, clawing at the bricks, metal pieces, and the bodies of the living dead. But he had no strength. The long period without food left him feeling weak all over. His nails were mixed with blood and dirt. Suddenly, a system voice came through. Can you hear me? Chen? Zhang Yang? This voice was Professor Chen Yun. I am Chen Yun, and I have been monitoring the students' movements outside the examination room. You are currently buried deep in the ruins, and your physical condition is very poor. You are facing the dual threats of hypoxia and hunger. AI assesses your probability of starving to death at 93.7%. However, you can directly apply to give up this assessment and be teleported outside the examination room. After all, we do not wish for students to suffer this torment. Give up? What a joke. Chen replied directly, Professor, I won't give up. Tang Xian exchanged her life for mine. I will never waste it. But even if you don't give up, the final outcome will still be starving to death in the ruins. Your current physical condition does not support your escape from this ruin. Chen frowned tightly. No, I can hold on. I can definitely escape. Chen. AI assesses your probability of starving to death at 93.7%, and the remaining 6.3% is for dying from other accidents. And if you don't eat anything, your probability of getting out of this ruin is 0%. Chen shouted. Even if it's 0%, I will fight. Chen. A faint voice came through. Clearly, Zhang Yang had reached his limit. Chen was startled and then said, But Zhang Yang can give up. He doesn't have to suffer this anymore. Chen knew that the injuries sustained in the examination room were all simulated. As soon as Zhang Yang returned to reality, he would immediately be lively again. No, I can't give up. Zhang Yang forced himself to say, Professor, I'm sorry, I won't give up either. All right. I wish you good luck. That voice hesitated for a moment before disappearing. Chen said, Zhang Yang, why don't you choose to leave the examination room? You don't have to suffer like this. Zhang Yang groaned and spoke, if I quit, my body will also disappear. My body has blood, has flesh, this is food. Chen, you're hungry too, right? You haven't had a drop of water or a bite of food for 2 whole days. Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. He instantly understood the meaning behind Zhang Yang's words. He shouted, Zhang Yang, what nonsense are you talking about? We can go out together. Chen, do you remember what I said when I ate your bread? Chen felt goosebumps rise on his skin and he murmured, I was just joking, you don't have to take it seriously. Zhang Yang weakly managed to smile. Chen, that meal, consider it a debt I owe you. If there's a loan, then there must be repayment. Chen silently opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Now, it's time for me to repay. Chen, you must be hungry too. You've heard what the professor said. You can't escape without eating anything. Zhang Yang suddenly raised his voice. Chen, kill me. Chen quickly shook his head. No way. No matter what, I can't do that. Chen. Zhang Yang called out his name again with all his strength. I've been seriously injured. If you don't kill me, I'll starve to death or bleed to death. Both ways of dying are very painful. I'm afraid of pain, Zhang Yang murmured. Chen felt tears welling up in his eyes. He forced himself to be strong and said, still not possible. Do you think killing you with a dagger won't hurt? Zhang Yang smiled, his voice becoming small again. Chen, have you forgotten? Or are you just confused from hunger? It turns out my genius roommate has a day of being foolish too. Zhang Yang seemed to be on the verge of fainting, speaking in a fragmented manner as if he hadn't thought it through. But Chen knew he was serious. What? Zhang Yang, what do you mean I've forgotten? Zhang Yang moved slowly but firmly, shifting his arm to point at his pocket. A gun. There's a handgun in my pocket. That gun has only 1 bullet. Chen felt a chill run through him. Don't say anymore. But Zhang Yang continued to speak to himself. Chen, you said, this bullet should be kept well. It might come in handy. So, it was meant for me. Chen forced himself not to look at him, then frantically dug at the bricks burying them. Stop talking nonsense. I'm almost out. I'm almost opening away. But the hunger made him dizzy, his stomach twisted in pain, and he had no strength in his hands. Chen. Zhang Yang shouted with his last bit of strength. Kill me, then do what you have to do. Chen's movements stopped. Hurry up, Chen. I'm in pain all over. Giving me a quick end is also a kind of relief. Chen quietly looked at him, saying nothing, lost in thought for a long time. Finally, trembling, he reached into Zhang Yang's pocket and pulled out the handgun. He raised the gun but seemed unable to hold it steady, ultimately letting it drop weakly. Chen sighed deeply and finally handed the gun to Zhang Yang. I can't bring myself to do it, you do it. Zhang Yang smiled, pointing the gun at his temple. Brother, you must win after you. Get out. Bang. The gunshot rang out. Zhang Yang's hand fell limply, the handgun slipping away. Chen gently propped up Zhang Yang's body and softly closed his eyes. After doing what needed to be done, his strength gradually returned. He began to dig frantically through the rubble, using his nails, the dagger, and scrap steel as tools. Eventually, he saw the starry night sky. He stood high up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and greedily breathed in the fresh air outside. Chen was out. Who is it? Unexpectedly, there was actually someone guarding this ruin. Chen didn't wait for the person to react. Without a word, he charged forward and plunged his short sword into the person's chest. In his eyes, a red light of vengeance flickered. The person didn't even have time to utter a second sound before struggling and collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Chen stood in place. Around him were countless charred corpses from the explosion, and in the midst of the bodies stood a person holding a short sword with blood at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Yang was dead, Tang Xian was dead, Su Chenxi was dead. He wanted revenge. Chen didn't know how many people were involved in the plan to kill Su Chenxi, nor did he know how many participated in the attacks against him. All he could do was kill everyone. Chen said darkly, murmuring to himself. The wild wind howled on the island at night, and the entire forest swayed with a rustling sound. The wind sounded like a wailing ghost in hell. The fierce wind made Chen's coat flap, and at that moment he raised one hand. In his hand was a black scepter. The plum blossom scepter. It could choose to eliminate any rule. At this moment, Chen had already thought about how to use it. I choose to erase the second rule. At that moment, the restraint chain instantly vanished. An announcement immediately rang out across the examination hall. Attention all candidates, king level item, plum blossom scepter has been used. At this moment, the rules have changed. User Chen. Countless candidates looked up, gazing at this information, but they had no idea what rule had changed. They were even more unaware that a Grim Reaper was awakening. Once this rule disappeared, whether commoners, nobles, or kings, they would all become Zhou Chen's prey. All restrictions preventing Zhou Chen from killing were lifted. Zhou Chen looked down, scanning the area, and quickly found Tang Xian's corpse. Tang Xian's body was charred black. Her eyes were wide open, staring straight at the night sky. Zhou Chen reached out, gently holding her, and softly closed her eyelids. Then, he reached for her tightly clenched palm. Tang Xian, I know you can use the lighter now, but your magic has only been half done. Let me complete the other half for you. He retrieved the silver lighter. The wild wind continued to howl. Zhou Chen still walked with heavy steps, finding the gasoline barrel. He poured gasoline over the pile of corpses at his feet. The corpses were wrapped in cloth strips, making excellent kindling. Then, Zhou Chen took out the bottle of fireproof liquid from his pocket and drank it all in one go. With a snap, Zhou Chen deftly tossed the bottle to the ground, the glass shattering with a crisp sound. He raised the lighter and flicked it on. Tang Xian, I'm glad you still remember what I said. Zhou Chen spoke softly, like the low murmur of death. Fire can create great magic. The lighter slipped from his hand. Boom! Flames erupted in an instant. With the help of gasoline and body parts, they spread like a red serpent. The wild wind continued to howl, and the trees swayed. The fire grew larger. First, it ignited the pile of corpses on the ground, and then, aided by the wind, it quickly set the forest ablaze. The entire island was covered by the forest. This meant this great fire would ignite the entire island. Long before Zhou Chen saw the complete map of the island provided by Tang Xian, a plan had already settled in his heart. This island was covered with countless forests. Fire. A tiny spark was all it took to consume the entire island. A single spark can start a prairie fire. No one could escape. As the fire spread, Zhou Chen's eyes darkened, his pace slow, strolling through the flames. Soon, the forest was filled with the screams of countless people. They cried out, fleeing from the claws of the fire god. Occasionally, someone noticed Zhou Chen walking through the fire, but there was no time to pay attention. This fire ultimately ignited the entire island. In the distance, Zhou Chen saw Yiling Tian fleeing for his life amidst the flames. Yiling Tian had never taken the initiative to attack. He had always hidden deep in the forest, using his watch to command his subordinates to search for the king and fight against the Spade kingdom. And now, forced by the threat of the raging fire, he had no choice but to escape. Zhou Chen looked up and happened to catch Yiling Tian's terrified gaze, seemingly surprised at why Zhou Chen was completely unaffected by the fire. Then he saw the gasoline canister in Zhou Chen's hand. It's Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen set the fire. Zhou Chen slowly walked in his direction. Bloodstains still lingered on Zhou Chen's clothes, and the strong wind whipped the hem of his coat, with the raging flames behind him. At this moment, he resembled a demon crawling out from a pile of corpses in hell. Brother Yi, the lake. Hurry! Escape to the lake. In the distance, many people were crowding around Yiling Tian to flee. They were not fools either. The land of this island was completely covered by forest. There was only one place to escape the surging flames, the central lake. Countless people jumped into the lake. Those who couldn't make it into the lake were left as a pile of charred bones. The number of candidates rapidly decreased. Outside the examination venue, the panel showing the remaining survivors, which had originally been over 900, was now rapidly fluctuating, finally settling on a number 65. Only these 65 people managed to hide in the lake, praying for the fire to extinguish quickly. However, Zhou Chen would not give them the chance. Since Yiling Tian and the others knew that the lake could provide refuge from the fire, Zhou Chen had naturally accounted for that as well. Zhou Chen had looked at the map. He knew that the only place on the island not covered by trees, where one could escape the forest fire, was the central lake. Hiding in the water could indeed prevent being burned alive, but it couldn't escape the attacks from above. Zhou Chen would not give anyone a chance to escape. What he intended to do was to kill everyone, avenging his teammates. Not a single one would be spared. He slowly walked to the surface of the lake, his gaze icy, staring at the equally cold lake surface. He looked up and took out his divine card. Spade KO. Zhou Chen had kept his divine card ability and used, saving it for this crucial final moment. Water can prevent fire, but it does not prevent lightning. On the contrary, water has a very strong conductivity. Zhou Chen focused on his divine card, feeling the flow of magical essence. His vision blurred, and the air became dry. The sky suddenly turned incredibly dark. Thunder rolled, seemingly coming from the horizon. Zhou Chen faced his divine card and uttered the incantation to summon lightning. Like the whisper of death, Spade break the 10,000 armies. King, descend, heavenly thunder. The sky changed abruptly. The wind rapidly intensified. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Boom! With a loud bang, under Zhou Chen's gesture, a powerful bolt of lightning struck down instantly. This heavenly thunder was like a strong white light illuminating the entire night sky. The night was as bright as day. In an instant, the lake's surface shone brightly. Countless people in the lake were silently screaming, struggling, but not a single person could escape. All those hiding in the lake perished the moment the electric current coursed through the water and into their bodies. Countless corpses began to float to the surface one after another. Outside the examination venue, the number of remaining survivors on the panel fluctuated wildly, decreasing rapidly. 65, 43, 22, 17, 5. Finally, it fixed on an exact number 1. Under the dual assault of fire and thunder, no one survived except Chen himself. By this point in time, the more than 900 people who had originally survived in the examination venue were slaughtered entirely by Chen in just half an hour. Chen slowly sat down on the ground, watching the ripples on the lake's surface. At this moment, the sky flashed with lightning and thunder roared. Behind him, a great fire blazed. All around, the wind howled. In front of him, corpses floated to the surface. And in the very center, sitting quietly, was the only, eternal, and lonely king of the entire world. He lay slowly on the scorching mud, whispering softly, "Magic." A perfect finale. A wave of dizziness washed over him. The fire, the thunder, the boiling lake water. At this moment, all of it vanished. The familiar playground reappeared before his eyes. Here, the sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze stirred, and the sounds of birds and flowers filled the air. Everything was so calm and harmonious. It was as if all the experiences in the examination room had merely been a dream. Countless classmates slowly awakened, looking around as if they were not yet accustomed to their surroundings. Chen remained motionless in his place. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh, adjusting his immersed emotions back to reality. On the large data screen ahead, it clearly displayed remaining survivors 1, ranking results 1, Chen 15,000 points 2, XXX 0 points 3, XXX 0 points XXX. Except for Chen, all other students had 0 points. And Chen alone had won over 10,000 points. All the new students, in unison, turned their gazes toward Chen. Yet Chen's expression remained calm and indifferent. With an overwhelming victory, Chen was undoubtedly the champion. On stage, Senior Lu Yingming seemed to be in a daze. After a few seconds of shock, he was the first to start clapping. Initially, it was only his applause. Zhang Yang was the second. As soon as he returned to reality, hunger and pain vanished. At this moment, he quietly watched his teammates clapping and celebrating the victory of the Red Heart Nation. Tang Xian also came back to her senses and slowly began to clap. Su Chenxi was the fourth. She had exited the stage early and had already seen Chen's victory from outside the examination room. She sat upright, her applause louder than anyone else's. Gradually, countless people began to clap. The applause grew louder, echoing throughout the campus. They acknowledged that Chen deserved this championship. Of course, there were still some, like Yiling Tian, stubbornly sitting still, but it did not affect the mood of the crowd. The entire campus network exploded. The scene of Chen setting the whole island ablaze and summoning thunder spread wildly across the campus network. Even the upperclassmen had never witnessed such a feat in the new student assessment. Without a doubt, Chen brought an unprecedented and spectacular competition to the entire school. Senior Lu Yingming picked up the microphone. "Please, the deserving champion of the new student assessment, share your acceptance speech." Chen hesitated for a moment. Then, he slowly stood up. Bowing his head, he began to walk forward at a leisurely pace. His steps were slow, his expression hidden in shadow, making it difficult for others to decipher. Chen did not look around, he simply walked forward, step by step. When he reached the front of the stage, he lifted his foot to step onto the stairs. The stairs were not long, but Chen moved very slowly. One step, then another. It was as if a king was slowly ascending the long steps to his coronation, welcoming his crown. Finally, he arrived on stage. Chen took the microphone. Countless eyes were fixed on him. After experiencing this thrilling comprehensive assessment, they all wondered what this sole victor would say. Chen slowly raised his head, cleared his throat, and immediately shifted his emotions. Ahem. Does everyone remember that voting forum on the campus network? The one betting on who would win, with the victor splitting 100,000 yuan. I just want to say, please, the person who posted that, hurry up and transfer the money to me. I voted for Chen. I don't care about being the champion or not, mainly, I'm quite short on cash. This tone, as if the feat of just killing nearly 1,000 people was nothing more than a sprinkle of water to him. He returned the microphone, stretched lazily, and left gracefully. Below the stage, all the new students were stunned. A person with only 3 teammates, relying solely on his own strength, wiped out almost all the new students to achieve victory, and in his acceptance speech, he merely asked for the prize money to be distributed quickly? What kind of ultimate pleasure seeker is this? So, Professor, where are we going now? In the elevator, Chen asked Professor Chen Yun. Professor Chen Yun smiled. Of course, we are going to give you your reward. Chen's eyes lit up. Divine relic? Chen Yun nodded with a smile. Of course. The school's promise to everyone must be fulfilled. I originally thought the principal was crazy for treating this treasure as a reward for the students. But after watching your performance in the new student tests, my thoughts completely changed. You truly deserve this treasure. Chen humbly smiled. Not at all. I just got lucky. Chen Yun pinched his cheek. Can luck make you the only winner in the 3 major tests? Don't be modest in front of the teacher. She was absolutely right. Chen had overwhelming victories in each of the 3 tests for new students. In the first test, the bloodline test, his magic essence level was the highest among all new students. Chen scored 43 points, which was several times higher than the second place Suchensi, who had 15 points. In the second test, the aptitude test, although this test was called off midway, Chen achieved a feat that had never been accomplished before, killing the assassins of the Skeleton Society. In the third test, the comprehensive test, this one goes without saying. Chen single-handedly eliminated all the living contestants. He was the undisputed champion. So, this divine relic belongs to you? Chen curiously asked. So, Professor, what exactly is this divine relic? Why do we need to take the elevator down to get it? Professor Chen Yun mysteriously raised a finger to her lips. The underground is the storage room of the entire school, filled with all kinds of magical items. As for what the divine relic actually is, you'll know when you get there. As she spoke, Professor Chen Yun suddenly asked, Chen, do you want to become a god? Chen was taken aback and looked into Professor Chen Yun's eyes. Her eyes lacked the usual playfulness and seemed to carry a hint of seriousness. So Chen answered earnestly, I don't know. Professor Chen Yun was also taken aback. You don't know? Chen nodded. That's right. I've heard that as long as you keep ascending the divine ranks, you can improve your status in society. Even after reaching the highest level, you can become a god. I do want to become a noble, earn more money, and have my own small business. After all, I come from a common background and am tired of being poor. However, I don't have much desire to become a god. Professor Chen Yun looked at him. That's because you haven't reached that point yet. People cannot refuse the desire for power. One day, you will yearn to become a god. Chen politely asked, so, Professor Chen Yun, your question isn't just to know the thoughts of an 18-year-old boy, is it? Chen Yun smiled. Of course not. I just want to know if you would choose to collect all the divine relics. Chen was a bit puzzled. Collecting all the divine relics? Does that have anything to do with becoming a god? Ding, the elevator reached the bottom floor. Professor Chen Yun gestured for him to walk and talk. To become a deity, aside from ascending the divine card to the highest level, there is another way. That is to gather all 14 divine relics. Professor Chen Yun led Chen to a small safe, then smiled. Now, you are about to obtain one of these 14. She entered the password and the safe opened with a click. Inside, there lay a crystal skull. Chen took it out. The eye sockets of the skull were deep, and Chen felt as if he might be drawn in. He quickly shook his head and averted his gaze. Professor Chen Yun continued to explain with a smile. This treasure is called the Skull of the Prophet. It is one of the 14 divine relics in the world. Legend has it that it is the skull of a fallen deity. Chen felt the cold touch of the skull. So, what use does this skull have? Professor Chen Yun waved her hand. I don't know either. Ha? Chen was taken aback. Why don't you ask it yourself? Professor Chen Yun had a mysterious smile. The skull of the prophet is alive. If it recognizes you as its master, it will serve you. The skull of the prophet, one of the 14 divine relics. It is rumored that this crystal-like skull houses the soul of an omniscient deity. It can provide knowledge, avert disasters, and even predict the future. As of now, no one has been able to unlock all the functions of this crystal skull. Currently, this divine relic is stored in the underground storage room of the Divine Card School. Clap. Chen closed a thick book. The moment he obtained this divine relic, he immediately went to the school library to research relevant materials. He had learned that these 14 divine relics were all incredibly powerful, each possessing the potential to shake the entire world, and gathering all 14 would allow one to ascend to godhood. Such a powerful treasure, and Chen now possessed one. He had also wondered why such a powerful artifact would be given as a reward to students and directly asked Professor Chen Yun about it. But she only said it was the principal's decision. Chen sighed and picked up the glowing green skull again, staring into its hollow eye sockets. Hello. A voice, ethereal and devoid of emotion, suddenly appeared in his mind. Chen was slightly taken aback but quickly reacted. The information had said that the skull housed the soul of a deity. In other words, the skull of the prophet was alive. Hello, my name is Chen, and I am currently your owner. After a 2-second pause, the skull spoke again in Chen's mind. Deities have no owners. You are merely holding my skull. This deity seemed to have quite a bit of pride. So, what can you do? Chen immediately asked. I have no physical form, but I possess endless knowledge and understand the laws of all things. In other words, I know everything, including the past, present, and future of this world. Chen's eyes lit up. Really? You understand everything? Then whatever I ask you, you can answer? Naturally. Please listen to the question. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? The trolley problem. If a trolley is about to run over 5 people tied to the tracks, but you can pull a lever to switch the track. However, switching the track will run over another innocent bystander. Would you pull the lever? The ship of Theseus. If a large ship continuously replaces its damaged parts until all components have been replaced, is it still the same ship? The skull of the prophet fell silent. 2 seconds later, These are all meaningless questions, just some brain teasers. You can't possibly not know the answer and are just trying to confuse me, right? Provocation is useless against deities. I thought you would ask more valuable and important questions. I get it, you're just a fortune-telling fraud. The skull fell silent again. Just when Zhou Chen thought the prophet's skull was just that. If I were you, I would ask, what were the last words of my mother? Zhou Chen was taken aback. How do you know? Before you, I have encountered countless owners. Some became wealthy merchants thanks to the knowledge I provided. Some entered the court and became powerful politicians. Others became invincible generals. My last owner successfully became the principal, based on my advice. So, please don't question my abilities anymore, it's just a waste of time. Alright, Zhou Chen stopped trying to tease this deity and began to seriously think about the questions he wanted to ask. To be honest, Zhou Chen was a traveler and he knew very little about this world. The types of divine cards, the logic of societal operation, how to enhance magical essence levels, and the specifics of ascending to a divine card, he didn't quite understand any of it. But these were all ordinary pieces of knowledge that Zhou Chen would eventually grasp over time. Therefore, the questions he needed to ask should be more important and difficult to answer. After much contemplation, Zhou Chen organized 3 questions in his mind. 1. There are 52 types of divine cards, so why did I receive the Joker card, which is outside of those 52? 2. Who killed my parents? What were my mother's last words? 3. Why is my magical essence level so high? Am I really just an ordinary commoner? He blurted them all out. The prophet's skull still emitted a faint green light, and 2 seconds later, your magical essence level is too low. The prophet's skull replied, still in that ethereal tone. Which of my questions does that answer? I did not answer. I am stating a fact. I possess independent thought, which is not wrong, but at the same time I need to establish a mental link with the owner to communicate accurately with you. The owner's magical essence level also determines the upper limit of the questions I can answer. All the questions you asked are very important. The answers to these questions are not something someone with less than 100 points in magical essence can bear. Alright, I get it. You look down on my mere 43 points of magical essence and are unwilling to help me. I didn't expect deities to have this kind of power discrimination. The skull paused. For 3 points? No. That was in the past. Of course, you still cannot break the 100-point limit. However, your current magical essence level is significantly higher than 43. Zhou Chen felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. His magical essence level had increased? It should be noted that the magical essence level is the combat power value in this world. Even a slight increase means he has become stronger. His magical essence level was the highest among all first-year students, but it wasn't the highest in the entire school. Upperclassmen, especially the presidents of various student organizations, undoubtedly had higher magical essence levels. So, what is my current magical essence level? I cannot tell you. But you will find out in tomorrow's class. Oh, are you making a prophecy? Can you really see into the future? Zhou Chen became interested again. The skull of the prophet no longer responded. No matter how much Zhou Chen asked, it seemed as if it had fallen asleep. He sighed and packed the skull into his backpack. By the way, the voice of the skull echoed softly. You will die in tomorrow's class. Zhou Chen's body froze. Had it made a prophecy? Or was it cursing him to death? Unless you bring the lighter, it can save your life. Zhou Chen, what a coincidence. A clear female voice came. Zhou Chen was yawning, heading to the classroom for the early class when someone suddenly struck up a conversation. He turned around. Su Chenxi was still dressed neatly, her waist straight, walking slowly towards him. Hi. Zhou Chen greeted briefly. Su Chenxi walked up to him. Are you also going to the fundamentals of magic class? Zhou Chen yawned again. Yeah. Having class at 8 in the morning is too extreme. For junior and senior high school students, starting classes at 6 is normal. But for a college student like Zhou Chen, 8 was still a bit too much. Su Chenxi smiled. You should be careful not to be late. The teacher for this class is Professor Yuan Xing, and his temper isn't particularly good. Moreover, it is said that he places great importance on students' lineage. Students from lower than the middle nobility are not favored by him. Zhou Chen didn't really care. Who cares? He teaches his, I learn mine. Anyway, I finished the entire textbook last night. Su Chenxi's eyes revealed surprise. You are already a genius. But I didn't expect you to work so hard. They walked side by side on the main road of the school, attracting the attention of countless students around, with many whispering among themselves. Zhou Chen noticed the commotion around them. Su Chenxi, having a princess accompany a little commoner to class will affect your image. Look, everyone is watching you. Su Chenxi was momentarily stunned, then suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. They're all looking at me? Do you really think they're looking at me? Aren't they? Zhou Chen shook his head and finally looked at the crowd. Nearby, there were groups of little girls clustered together, gazing at Zhou Chen with admiration. As they passed by, Zhou Chen vaguely heard phrases like, wow, look, Zhou Chen seems to be looking this way. Nonsense, he clearly nodded. At me. Ah. Chen looks even more handsome in real life than in the campus videos. Do you think if we go up now and ask for his contact info, he would give it? Did you not see Chen next to him? You can't compete with a princess. Chen pretended not to hear and quickly walked past. Chen still wore that smile. After going through the 3 major freshman assessments, your fame is much greater than mine. After winning the precious divine relic, you are already a prominent figure in the school. If I weren't a princess, I wouldn't even dare to walk beside you. Chen just humbly replied, Princess, please don't tease me. Your popularity among the boys is no less than mine. After a few rounds of mutual flattery, they entered the classroom. Quiet. After the class bell rang, a middle-aged male professor walked in. This professor had a short beard, his hair neatly combed, and a very serious expression. He scanned the classroom, and all the students immediately fell silent. The professor wrote his name on the blackboard, Yuan Xing. All the students held their breath. They had all heard that Professor Yuan Xing was the strictest teacher in the school. My class only accepts the best and most outstanding students. Yuan Xing maintained his serious demeanor, his gaze constantly assessing the students in the class. Those who can sit here are mostly the cream of the crop from the freshman assessments, the elite among elites. So, I don't want to see the classroom in such a messy state again when I enter. He paused, his gaze still wandering, and continued, I've noticed that most of the students come from good backgrounds. That's great, after all, I've always believed in one principle, bloodline is above all. After saying this, he took a moment. Chen was bored, half leaning on the desk, one hand propping up his chin, feeling a bit drowsy. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Chen not far in front of him, slightly frowning after hearing Yuan Xing's remarks. It was no wonder. Yuan Xing's principle was bloodline supremacy. Meanwhile, Chen had always hoped for class equality. But Yuan Xing suddenly raised his voice. I also noticed that our class is not without some minor nobles from humble beginnings. A few classmates from noble backgrounds nervously shrank their shoulders. Moreover, Yuan Xing's gaze suddenly landed on Chen. There are even commoners sitting in my class. Everyone naturally knew who the professor was referring to and turned their eyes toward Chen. Chen remained half leaning on the desk, his eyes slightly closed. It wasn't that he didn't want to listen to the lecture, it was just that the middle-aged professor in front had been rambling on without getting to the teaching part. Chen naturally had no interest in lifting his head to listen. Perhaps some people think they are geniuses and can sleep in my class? Chen finally opened his eyes and looked at him calmly. Chen, answer my question. How many levels are there for divine cards? After Professor Yuan Xing finished asking, countless classmates were quietly flipping through their books. In the basic magic essence course, the content about divine card levels was a later chapter, a knowledge point that would appear much later. However, Chen had already read the book thoroughly, so he could easily answer 7 levels. Professor Yuan Xing had thought that Chen, coming from a common background, wouldn't know much about this. He didn't expect him to answer so quickly, showing a hint of surprise. Many classmates also looked over, their eyes slightly widening. Yuan Xing was only surprised for a moment before immediately pressing on. What are the 7 levels? How do you distinguish them? The surroundings were once again filled with the sound of flipping pages. Chen remained seated. It's simple to determine the level of a divine card. Observe the back of the card. Saying this, he took out his divine card, showing the back. Magic Essence level 0 to 10 has a iron back. The level is iron. Countless classmates took out their divine cards, checking the material of the back. Since the vast majority of students had Magic Essence levels below 10, they all had iron backs. A Magic Essence level below 10 actually has very limited abilities. The strength of the abilities is quite basic. The physical Black Spade abilities are very weak. The variable Square abilities are also quite limited in what they can do. In fact, many classmates cannot freely use effective abilities. Chen had personal experience with this. Tang Xian's divine card was Square 5, and so was Professor Chen Yun's. The ability of Square 5 is Transfer. Professor Chen Yun can instantly move to the school gate from dozens of miles away, while Tang Xian struggles to move a few meters. The same divine card can have vastly different effects at different levels. Chen continued, to break through the 10-point Magic Essence limit, one must undergo Divine Card Ascension. Chen displayed the back of his playing card. After the iron level Divine Card ascends, it becomes copper. In this class, only 3 students had copper-level divine card backs, Chen, Yiling Tian, and Chen himself. The Magic Essence level of a copper-level divine card is from 10 to 100. At this level, people can basically use their abilities freely. And most ordinary nobles in the entire Dragon Kingdom society are actually at this level. Because a Magic Essence level of 100 points is also a significant threshold. To break through, one must ascend their divine card again. Professor Yuan Xing suddenly raised his hand. Wait a moment. Chen, I didn't expect you to know so much. It seems I underestimated you before. Chen politely replied, It's alright, Professor. I'm not the first to be underestimated. Although Professor Yuan looked down on those from lowly backgrounds. He still respected diligent and studious students. He cleared his throat. Oh, Zhou Chen, since you mentioned divine card ascension, could you please explain specifically how does one ascend their divine card level? I don't know, Zhou Chen said, his tone very calm. The classmates around him were in an uproar. Don't know? This magic essence. Genius, the champion of the freshman assessment, actually said I don't know for the first time? There was actually a question that Zhou Chen didn't know the answer to? Not far away, Yiling Tian chuckled. Ha, you finally got stumped. Clap, clap, clap. Rarely, Professor Yuan Xing showed a look of satisfaction and even applauded. Absolutely correct, he said. Ha, more than half of the class was confused. I ask this question to a student every year, but they don't know the answer and will just make something up. I don't blame them. After all, how to ascend the divine card is not included in the textbooks. Even the advanced textbooks don't mention it. So, not being able to answer is quite normal. But I didn't expect you, Zhou Chen, to actually say the standard answer. Yiling Tian opened his mouth wide, hesitating to raise his hand and ask, Professor, I didn't misunderstand your meaning, did I? You said the standard answer is, I don't know? Yuan Xing looked him over and saw the square medal on his chest. You must be from the Yi family, right? You're not wrong. The correct answer is, unknown. He strode toward the podium. Since ancient times, how to ascend the divine card has puzzled human society for thousands of years, yet there has never been a correct answer. Some people have diligently practiced for countless years but remain stuck at the same level, unable to ascend. Others wander around, enjoying life, and inexplicably their divine card levels up. And regarding the mystery of divine card ascension, the sages have had countless speculations, performing a certain ritual, gaining the favor of the gods, achieving spiritual enlightenment. But all have been disproven. Thus, everyone has to conclude, how to ascend the divine card, no one knows. Yuan Xing paused and looked around. I dare say, if someone could discover the secret of divine card ascension, the country would certainly make him a new noble. No, he would be granted a title and become the first foreign king of the Dragon Kingdom. Yuan Xing's lecture was passionate, but when he looked down, he found the students staring at him blankly, motionless. He frowned. What are you looking at? Write down what I said. The students snapped out of their daze and hurriedly opened their notebooks, writing down the knowledge point, the mystery of divine card ascension, unknown. Yuan Xing smiled and nodded. Zhou Chen, you were able to answer this question correctly. You must have put in a lot of effort after class. At this moment, Yuan Xing's impression of Zhou Chen completely changed. Coming from a common background might have its merits. Yiling Tian scoffed. He definitely really doesn't know. He just happened to guess right. Zhou Chen glanced at him lightly, his voice calm. Advanced Divine Card Theory, 3rd edition. Page 257, line 7. Regarding the mysteries of divine card ascension, ancient sages conducted countless explorations, ultimately concluding, no one knows. The original text from the book. On the 5th row of the advanced bookshelf on the 4th floor of the library. Professor Yuan Xing was stunned for 2 seconds. Clap, clap, clap. He applauded again, as expected of a student from my class. Now, let's return to the previous question. What are the 7 levels of divine cards? Of course, Zhou Chen has already helped us answer the first 2 levels, iron and copper. He blinked a few times and suddenly shouted, Su Chenxi, Your Highness, could you elaborate? Called by name, Su Chenxi slightly nodded in acknowledgement and then began to explain. Of course, Professor. As Zhou Chen mentioned earlier, the levels of divine cards can be directly observed from the back of the card. The first level is the iron card back, the second level is copper. Moving up, the third level, with a magic essence level of 100 to 1000 points, is silver level. This level is already quite rare throughout the Dragon Kingdom. It is also uncommon in our school. As far as I know, only a few senior students and professors are at this level. Divine cards at this level release abilities with relatively high strength. Taking the Spade series divine card as an example, at the silver level, in extreme conditions, it can unleash enough power to destroy a building. Yuan Xing nodded. Very good. Please continue. Su Chenxi, with a dignified posture, slightly bowed. The 4th level, gold level, with a magic essence level of 1000 to 10,000. Abilities at this level have the power to destroy an entire city. At this level, it is rare nationwide. There are only a handful in the entire school. Of course, the reason for this is precisely the knowledge point mentioned by the professor earlier. The mystery of divine card ascension, no one knows. Raising the magic essence level is simple. However, once it reaches 10 points, 100 points, or 1000 points, it touches the threshold. To continue to improve, one must ascend the divine card level. But no one knows how to ascend. Therefore, the higher the level of the divine card, the rarer it becomes. Yuan Xing walked to the stage. Su Chenxi, you answered very well. There's actually no need to discuss the last 3 levels. Why? Many students among them eagerly asked. They were all very interested in how to elevate their divine card levels. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? Because they only exist in theory. The last 3 levels, platinum, diamond, divine, are only recorded in ancient texts, and in reality, no one has ever seen them. Currently in the Dragon Kingdom, no one can ascend a divine card to platinum level. It is said that those at platinum and diamond levels possess some divinity and can be referred to as demigods. Their bodies do not get injured, do not feel hunger or fatigue, and they may even be immortal. And divine level, as the name suggests, is the true deity, the creator of the world. Alas, what a pity! Yuan Xing lowered his eyes and slightly lowered his voice. Becoming a deity is the dream of countless people throughout history. It is rumored that only one person has achieved it, and it is very likely just a rumor. And demigods are merely theoretical. No. Su Chenzi looked directly at the professor, slightly raising her voice. Demigods do exist. Professor Yuan Xing looked at him. Your Highness, what are you saying? Su Chenzi slightly nodded. Sorry, Professor, but according to my father, there is a demigod in the Dragon Kingdom. Yuan Xing's eyes shifted. Your father, His Majesty the King, said this? Su Chenzi replied. Yes. Yuan Xing's expression was somewhat excited. Really? Since it was said by His Majesty the King, could it be that the esteemed one is in the Dragon Kingdom's court? Su Chenzi's gaze darkened. No. That demigod is my father's enemy. He is the Skull Society. The Skull Society? Upon hearing this name, all the students in the class gasped. Even the usually arrogant Yiling Tian had lost some color from his face at this moment. It was no wonder. Zhou Chen had long skimmed through the history of this world. The Skull Society was a top-tier assassin organization lurking in the Dragon Kingdom. Anyone targeted by them met a tragic end. The key was that their selection of targets was utterly illogical. People from all walks of life and various identities had been killed. Who knows, one day the Skull Society might set their sights on family members or oneself. The government had no way to deal with them. In short, the Skull Society was a terrorist organization filled with antisocial elements. Therefore, all nobles would change their expressions upon hearing the term Skull Society. Professor Yuan Xing furrowed his brows. Are you serious? There are platinum-level assassins in the Skull Society? Su Chenzi sighed. Yes, but it seems this platinum-level demigod's divine card ability is not particularly strong in combat. So, he cannot pose a fundamental threat to the entire Dragon Kingdom. However, platinum level is still platinum level. The strength of the Skull Society is on par with the government. Fortunately, the leader of the Skull Society seems to dislike indiscriminate killing and only selects specific targets to eliminate. No one targeted by them escapes unscathed. And their current target seems to be. Su Chenzi suddenly fell silent. The classmates seemed to have noticed something and turned to look at Zhou Chen. Yes, although they did not know the reason, the next target of the Skull Society was Zhou Chen. Professor Yuan Xing cleared his throat. The Skull Society isn't that terrifying. Didn't Zhou Chen personally kill an assassin from the Skull Society during the freshman assessment? Yiling Tian suddenly spoke with a wicked smile. That was just temporary. My dad said, never provoke the Skull Society. Because if you take out one small assassin, more will come. He only got rid of a small pawn. The real threat is yet to come. They won't rest until they achieve their goals. Historically, those targeted by them have all died mysteriously. Yiling Tian looked at Zhou Chen, maliciously saying, you will die sooner or later. Zhou Chen's expression remained calm. I don't care. Long before I killed that assassin, I said, no matter how many come, I will kill as many. Enough. Yuan Xing suddenly raised his voice, speaking with anger. Don't spread alarmist tales. The idle chatter ends here. Back to class. Where did we leave off? Zhou Chen replied, you just mentioned the ascension of divine cards and the 7 levels of divine cards. Professor Yuan Xing returned to his usual serious demeanor. Yes. However, this course is fundamentals of magic elements, and today's main topic is still how to improve magic element levels. Wait a moment, Professor. Zhou Chen suddenly raised his hand. What is it? I still want to understand the knowledge about divine card ascension. Yuan Xing frowned. Didn't we just discuss this? The secrets of divine card ascension are unknown to anyone. I understand, Zhou Chen immediately replied, but it's just that no one knows, right? In other words, perhaps life beyond humans knows? For example, gods? Gods. Yuan Xing did not immediately understand Zhou Chen's meaning. Divine relic, skull of the prophet. Zhou Chen simply stated these 8 words. Upon hearing the term divine relic, all the students raised their heads in unison, looking at Zhou Chen with great interest. They knew that Zhou Chen had obtained a divine relic as a reward for being the champion of the freshman assessment, but they were still unclear about what it specifically was. Ah, the skull of the prophet. Professor Yuan Xing was not opposed to this topic. It seems you have done your homework and know what this divine relic is for? Zhou Chen nodded slightly. The skull of the prophet houses an all-knowing deity. It claims to know everything, including the past, present, and future. Zhou Chen remembered very clearly that just yesterday he thought he wouldn't get any information from the skull of the prophet when suddenly the skull spoke. Yesterday, in the library. Tomorrow, in the Fundamentals of Magic Essence class, you will die. What? If you don't do as I say, you will die. No way, are you out of your mind? I can't just lose my life in class. Wrong, you're just an empty skull with no brain. I'm serious. Someone wants to kill you. He failed, but he hasn't given up. Tomorrow, he will succeed. Zhou Chen immediately became serious. The skull of the prophet could predict the future. Although he didn't know if it was true, when it concerned his life, he preferred to believe it. May I ask, O Prophet, how can I avoid this calamity? A lighter. What? Bring a lighter to class tomorrow. It can save your life. You, a deity, know about lighters? The skull fell silent again. Chen took the prophecy very seriously and immediately tucked a lighter into his pocket. At this moment in the Fundamentals of Magic Essence class, Chen appeared calm, but he was actually on high alert. While listening to Professor Yuan Xing's lecture, he was also observing his surroundings, quietly gripping the lighter in his pocket, ready for any possible attack. However, as the class progressed, it was just the professor and students exchanging ideas. There was no danger at all. Could it be that the skull of the prophet was incapable of predicting the future? The skull of the prophet. Professor Yuan Xing smiled. Indeed, it knows. What? Chen momentarily lost focus. Uncertain of what he had heard, it knows? It knows how to ascend to divinity? Of course. Professor Yuan Xing said confidently, it is a deity, an all-knowing deity. Unfortunately, it won't tell us. That's the secret of becoming a god. Chen, do you know why the principal decided to give you such a precious divine relic? Chen politely nodded. I would like to know more. Because the principal has already asked everything he could. He has already squeezed out all the knowledge the skull of the prophet can reveal. Of course, he couldn't learn the secret of ascending to divinity. However, perhaps you can. Me? Chen asked. Why? Professor Yuan Xing suddenly hesitated, as if considering whether to speak. Actually, the skull of the prophet specifically requested to see you. See? Me? That's right. Professor Yuan Xing said. It insisted that you must possess it. But? Chen asked. If I remember correctly, the skull of the prophet is supposed to be the reward for the champion of the freshman assessment, right? What if I didn't win the championship? You will. Professor Yuan Xing was very certain. That is the prophecy made by the skull of the prophet. His prophecies have never been wrong. At this moment, the entire class turned their gaze to Chen. Chen was only pondering the words the professor had just said. His prophecies have never been wrong. And the prophet's head had made two predictions to Chen just yesterday. One, Chen would learn his current magic essence level in this class. 2, Chen would face life-threatening danger, which could only be resolved by carrying a lighter. Until now, the class had been calm and quiet. Although Chen had not slackened for a second, there had been no signs of danger. Neither of these predictions had come true so far. All right. Professor Yuan Xing tapped the table. Since we are the elite class, we have just discussed many extracurricular topics. Now we will officially begin the lesson. And I dislike teaching in a step-by-step manner the most. I have always believed that practice is the best way to absorb knowledge. He suddenly raised his voice. Does anyone here have the divine card, Spade 2? In the corner, a seemingly frail boy quietly raised his hand. Very good. Tell us, what is the special ability of Spade 2? The boy's voice was very soft. The Spade series abilities are related to combat power. And Spade 2 is the single target attack ability. Spade 2 can launch an attack on a single enemy with the strength related to the magic essence level. Professor Yuan Xing nodded. Correct. So what is your magic essence level? 4 points. Yuan Xing frowned in displeasure. That's a bit low. A magic essence level of 4 cannot fully unleash the true power of Spade 2. In an instant, he lunged towards Chen, who was closest. Sure enough, Chen was already prepared, dodging to the side just in time. From the moment Chen first laid eyes on this training dummy, he felt something was off. The yellowed cloth strips, the rotting flesh. This was the monster that had appeared in the comprehensive test, the living dead. The previous students had attacked it, but this living dead showed no reaction at all. Just like before, the living dead would not make any movements when the king's trial was activated. Perhaps this living dead also needed to meet some triggering conditions. The awakening of the living dead was conditional, and Chen speculated that perhaps it was this trait that made such a monster chosen as a training dummy. However, Chen still maintained his guard, wary of the dummy's attacks, which allowed him to perfectly evade the living dead's ambush. But this one was clearly stronger than the living dead that had appeared during the comprehensive test. Its speed and reaction were far superior to that pile of zombies that had appeared in the warehouse. Chen had just steadied himself when, in the blink of an eye, the living dead lunged at him again. It was time. Chen tightened his grip on the lighter in his hand. Fire. He remembered clearly that Tang Xin had once said that the living dead could not be killed. The only way to eliminate them was by fire. Just as Chen was about to pull out the lighter. Danger, get back. Professor Yuan Xing reacted and stood in front of Chen. Chen lowered his hand that was gripping the lighter. Right, there was still a professor in this classroom. As the professor of the Spade series divine cards, he should be able to handle these monsters better than Chen. Thinking of this, Chen obediently stepped aside, leaving the professor to deal with it alone. The living dead was blocked by Yuan Xing and seemed quite displeased, immediately lunging at him. Yuan Xing held his Spade 2 divine card and shouted loudly, "The Spade breaks through 10,000 troops, the 2 cuts the enemy's soul." Bang! The living dead's body shook violently, but it only staggered a step before regaining its original speed and lunging at Yuan Xing. Yuan Xing was momentarily astonished, not expecting the living dead to still be able to move. He was getting old and couldn't dodge in time, and was bitten on the shoulder. The students were dumbfounded. How is that possible? Professor Yuan Xing's Spade 2 divine card is supposed to be a one-hit kill against a single life form. Why did this monster not react? Chen was also very shocked. But he wasn't shocked by the undead's complete lack of reaction. Instead, he was shocked by the ignorance of his classmates and Professor Yuan Xing. What's wrong with you all? Don't you know that this monster can't be killed? Chen shouted at his classmates. The other students looked confused and shook their heads. Well, Professor, don't you also know what an undead is? Chen said anxiously again. Professor Yuan Xing, relying on his divine card skills, barely pushed the undead back a step. I don't know what the hell an undead is. Yuan Xing seemed unable to believe that his divine card couldn't kill a mere rag monster, and he frantically unleashed his divine card abilities to attack the undead. However, these attacks clearly had no real effect, instead provoking the undead to fight even harder. In their struggle, the undead gained the upper hand again and bit Yuan Xing's arm. Stop! Undead can't be killed, they have no life at all. Chen shouted again. But Professor Yuan Xing was already too injured to care. He was bleeding profusely and nearly fainting. Why? Chen couldn't understand why a professor like Yuan Xing didn't know what an undead was. The surrounding students showed fear and retreated, with the quick ones already fleeing the classroom to call for other professors. Chen looked at these classmates. They all appeared equally ignorant. It seemed that everyone in the classroom, except for him, had never seen an undead. Chen closed his eyes, calmed down, and immediately thought of the reason. After all, since leaving the comprehensive testing simulation, Chen had browsed countless books in libraries, but not a single book had introduced the knowledge of undead. The only reason he knew what an undead was came from Tang Xin. If he hadn't met Tang Xin, he probably would have been just as lost and confused as these students. Chen clearly remembered that Tang Xin had said that only fire could destroy the undead. He was the only one who knew this, which meant that only he could eliminate this monster in front of the entire class. With this thought, a plan immediately formed in his mind. Chen quickly looked at Su Chenxi. He saw Su Chenxi raise her Spade Q divine card, ready to conjure a weapon and join the attack. Stop! No one should attempt to attack this monster. Chen immediately commanded. Su Chenxi and other classmates, take the professor and leave this classroom. What? Su Chenxi froze in her actions. What are you going to do? Don't worry, I have a plan. Chen stepped forward, drawing the undead's attention. If I'm not mistaken, your target should be me, right? The undead stopped entangling with Yuan Xing, looked at Chen, and half a second later, lunged at him. Chen tightened his grip on the lighter in his hand. He chuckled inwardly. Hooked, fire can create great magic. Ugly monster, prepare to face the baptism of raging flames. Hiss hiss hiss. The undead made strange sounds as it quickly lunged at Chen. He bent down to dodge. At this moment, everyone in the classroom had escaped outside, and the space suddenly became spacious, allowing Chen to unleash his full potential. He took out the bottle of fireproof potion, removed the cap, and drank it all in one go. Crack! With a swift motion, he discarded the glass bottle, and the floor echoed with the crisp sound of shattering glass. His body felt incredibly warm. Chen knew the fireproof potion had taken effect, and at this moment, no flame could harm him. He slightly raised the lighter. Tang Xin had said that only flames could destroy the undead. Back then, due to the overwhelming number of undead, Chen had chosen not to ignite a fire, but now, it was time to test it. Tang Xin, I hope you are right, Chen whispered. He suddenly tossed the lighter into the air. The lighter spun, its silver surface glinting. Time seemed to slow down infinitely. Even the undead appeared to be stunned for 2 seconds. Chen lunged forward, grabbing the crystal ball artifact from the podium. A mere lighter could not unleash enough fiery power. The lighter contained a spark plug for ignition, which theoretically would explode under external impact. It could release a fireball with a diameter of up to 30 centimeters. That was enough to ignite an undead wrapped in flammable cloth strips. However, Chen was unwilling to take the risk of failure. He wanted a complete and thorough victory. He picked up the crystal ball and aimed at the lighter soaring through the air. Focusing his mind, he infused it with magical energy. Boom! The magical power of the crystal ball amplified the explosive force of the lighter several times. In an instant, the lighter rapidly deformed and exploded. A fireball spread swiftly from the center, expanding. The temperature in the room rose sharply. The undead finally seemed to realize the danger, squeaking and trying to escape the center of the flames. But how could its speed compare to the instantaneous explosion? The diameter of the fireball continued to expand until it filled the entire room. In a split second, the cloth strips on the undead ignited, and it weakly flailed its decaying arms, struggling in pain. Chen stood in the flames but felt no burning pain, only a tingling sensation. He calmly watched the undead writhe and struggle in agony amidst the flames. The cloth strips fell away. Chen clearly saw a black skull tattoo revealed on the undead's body. Heh, it's you again. I told you, feel free to send someone. No matter how many come, I will kill them all. Hiss. The undead, which had been struggling, suddenly stood still, only emitting a hissing sound from its mouth. 4. The undead fixed its gaze on Chen, its shriveled mouth suddenly opening. 4. What? Chen remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the undead's movements while slowly stepping forward. The undead suddenly lunged at him, grabbing Chen's shoulder, but did not attack. Its two hollow, glowing red eye sockets stared intently at him. 4. A greater goal. After saying this, it seemed to expend all its strength and collapsed to the ground. A greater goal? What goal does a corpse like you have? Chen looked suspiciously at the undead's body on the ground. Boom! Flames burned again, filling the entire classroom. Desks and chairs turned to ashes. Outside the classroom, countless classmates stared at the tightly closed classroom door. When the classroom was engulfed in roaring flames, they were all stunned. Has Chen gone mad? Is he trying to burn himself and perish with that monster? The students exclaimed. Impossible. He is the most talented person I have ever seen. Chen will be fine, Suchensi said, her eyes fixed on the classroom door. Though she said this, her tightly clenched fists, beads of sweat seeping from her hair, and slightly pale lips revealed her inner tension. Who would emerge alive from that door, Chen or that monster? Bang! The door swung open. Out came a living dead. All living people all must die. The students watched in shock as the living dead waved its arms a couple of times, howling loudly, its face instantly turning pale. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding, look at how scared you all are. Chen, hiding behind the corpse of the living dead, suddenly poked his head out, letting go of the arm he had been holding and casually tossing it to the ground. Don't worry, it's completely dead. Chen kicked the already charred corpse of the living dead with his foot. Behind him, flames roared, the breeze tousling his hair. He stretched lazily, completely unharmed. In front of him, Suchensi watched Chen's antics, seemingly both amused and exasperated. In such a dangerous situation, Chen still had the mind to joke around. The campus fire brigade surrounding them immediately began to extinguish the fire after seeing Chen emerge safely. Chen, with his backpack slung over one shoulder and a large bag of snacks in hand, returned to the dormitory. Welcome back, Big Star. As soon as he pushed open the dormitory door, a cheeky voice rang out. Zhang Yang's grinning face leaned in, holding up his phone. Big Star, you're on the campus confession wall again. What? Chen immediately took the phone. Wall. Confessing to elite class student Chen. He saved the professor and the entire class from a terrifying monster. And when he came out, he looked really handsome. Below was a meme that read Chen, love, crazy fan. There were countless comments below. Is this true? I heard that Professor Yuan Xing from the Spade department couldn't even harm that monster and Chen killed it all by himself? It's true, I saw it with my own eyes and I took a photo. It's true, I saw it with my own eyes, I'm Chen's classmate. It's true, I saw it with my own eyes, I'm the blackboard in the classroom. Old Chinese medicine for enhancing and delaying, details plus V. XXXXX. Chen returned the phone, shaking his head helplessly. Zhang Yang chuckled, how can you look so handsome even in class? So far, Chen had set off countless trending topics on the campus network. From the very beginning of the semester, when the entire city experienced a blackout for 5 seconds, to the 3 rounds of freshman testing, and now this class incident. You've already topped the campus popularity list. Zhang Yang pulled up another interface. This was a list independently created by the students of the Divine Card School, ranking the popularity of all students. Before Chen enrolled, the top spot had been rotating among Li Hanfeng, Zhuang Xingyao, and Lu Yingming. After Suchensi enrolled, she briefly held the top position. And now, Chen was already a well-known figure, firmly holding the first place on the campus popularity list. His popularity was even double that of the second place, Zhuang Xingyao. It's all nonsense, I don't care. Chen returned the phone to Zhang Yang and handed him the large bag of snacks he was holding. What's this? Zhang Yang blinked in confusion. For you. Chen moved to a secluded spot and softly called out into the air. Coming. Missing me again? I want to ask you, if I publicly use my divine card, what will it look like in the eyes of others? Oh ho ho, you've hit the nail on the head. Do you remember the bloodline test when you enrolled, that testing device that reported what your divine card was? Chen nodded. Yeah, the device said my divine card is Plum Blossom K. That's right. That device is the most sophisticated detector in all of Long Country, and it can't even detect the existence of the Joker card. You can use it with confidence. Whether in the eyes of people or in machines, they will only see the Plum Blossom K. Even if you shove the divine card in their faces, they will only think you are using the ability of the King of Clubs. Hey, didn't you take the basic magic course and learn what magical artifacts are? When you use your abilities, your classmates probably think you're using some strange magical artifact. That makes it easier. Oh, so, why are you asking this? Of course, it's to prepare to use the divine card again in front of the whole school. Oh ho ho, my child, have you forgotten something? The Joker card is not something you can just use whenever you want. To activate it, you need to meet a hidden trigger condition. I know that. Zhou Chen's voice was calm, showing no surprise. So far, he had triggered the divine card ability 4 times. Although each time was a passive trigger, Zhou Chen had vaguely sensed the commonality among them. You told me on my 18th birthday when I first obtained the divine card that the condition to activate the Joker card is hidden. But I have already made a judgment about what this hidden condition is. But it still needs to be verified once more. Zhou Chen picked up his Joker card. The card flipped at his fingertips, revealing the dark red blocks on it. Snap! He pressed down hard with his fingertips, suddenly gripping one corner of the card with 2 fingers. At the welcome party, I will actively activate the divine card. I will uncover the trigger conditions of the ability. I will present a perfect magic show for all the students. I will connect the present and the future, breaking the 1 in 52 probability limit. I will break the death prophecy from the prophet's skull. In a corporate building, a man hurriedly walked into the elevator. This elevator happened to have only him inside, which suited him just fine. Ding! The man swiped his divine card and pressed a button for a certain floor. The elevator descended slowly. The man kept glancing at his watch, looking quite anxious. As the elevator was about to arrive, he reached into the inner layer of his clothing and took out a mask, slowly putting it on his face. The style of the mask was a skull. Ding dong, basement level 1 arrived. This was supposed to be the company's underground parking lot, but as the elevator doors slowly opened, what appeared before the man was a dimly lit dark room. The room had no lights on, only countless rows of candles lit in a retro style. The man slowly stepped into the room. Inside, there was a long table, around which sat 6 figures, all wearing skull masks. There were men, women, some fat, some thin. The dim light made each figure appear vague and shadowy. 3 people sat on the left side of the long table, while 2 were gathered on the right. At the head of the table sat a thin man. His hands were crossed, with prominent knuckles, and his elbows resting on the table. "You're late, Greed." The man at the head of the table spoke, his voice hoarse and dry, yet very soft, as if he were singing lyrics. "Sorry, Pride. There was a situation at the school that I couldn't get away from." The man referred to as Greed gave a brief explanation. He pulled out an empty chair on the right. Squeak! The sound of the chair legs scraping against the floor echoed sharply in the empty room. He didn't mind at all and took a seat directly. "I don't blame you. After all, we all know you're working for the leader. You're working for the Skull Society." The man at the head, codenamed Pride, continued to speak softly. "You're doing well. We are gradually getting closer to our goal." Greed nodded slightly. "Yes. So far, I have been acting according to the organization's plan, and no one at the school has noticed it was me." Sitting opposite Greed was a woman dressed provocatively who cleared her throat twice. She rested one hand on the back of her chair, swaying slightly, her tone filled with doubt. "But is what we're doing really beneficial to the leader? After all our assassination attempts on Zhou Chen have failed." The one sitting at the head, Pride, spoke softly. "Of course. Lust, you just need to follow the leader's plan. The Skull Society has its own arrangements." The woman referred to as Lust still seemed unconvinced. "We've been working for the Skull Society for so long. Why doesn't the leader want to meet us in person? And you, Pride, we've been following your orders, but how can we be sure you're working for the leader?" Pride's voice revealed displeasure. He finally changed from his previous ethereal singing tone, raising his voice an octave. "My loyalty to the leader is beyond question. The leader is currently occupied, but before he left, he personally informed me of his entire plan. I report directly to the leader, and you all report directly to me." To the right of Greed sat a plump man. He spoke, his voice somewhat high-pitched. "Then can't you inform us of the leader's plan?" "No." Pride's voice brooked no argument. "Keeping it from you is part of the plan. Gluttony, what the organization needs is not doubt but execution." The man codenamed Gluttony quickly responded, "I have absolute loyalty to the leader in the organization." "Very well." Pride returned to his previous singing tone. "Greed, repeat the orders you received." "Yes." Greed quickly said, "I will stay at the school, receive the organization's orders, and arrange the assassination of Zhou Chen according to the leader's plan. So far, I have executed several times. Sent out hooded killing machines for Russian roulette. Sent out tentacle killing machines for subway attacks and zombie attacks, drugging the magic essence." Pride continued to ask, "So, what were the results of these assassination attempts?" Greed spoke slowly, word by word. "All failed." The others at the meeting gasped, looking at Pride's expression. "But who knew?" Clap, clap, clap. Pride slowly began to applaud. "Very good. It seems you have completely remembered the leader's requirements." Greed nodded, his tone clear. "Only allowed to fail, not allowed to succeed." Pride lightly tapped his forehead in satisfaction. "Including the assassination at the welcome party, it's the same." Greed, at that time, contact via phone. "Make sure Zhou Chen's magic goes smoothly until the last second of his magic. That is our ultimate killing move." He spoke in a singing voice, unbreakable death curse. He stood up, clenched his left fist, and placed it on his chest. The yellow flame of the candle danced in the wind, casting a faint light on Pride's mask. Beneath his dark golden skull mask, arrogance flickered in his eyes. And all of this is for, whoosh, the sound of countless chairs moving. Everyone else stood up, clenched their left fists, and placed them on their chests. Their voices, some male, some female, some sharp and high-pitched, others hoarse and deep, spoke in unison for a greater goal. Inside the dormitory. Chen, are you really going to participate in the welcome party? Zhang Yang's voice was excited. That's great. I heard you're a master of magic. I've never seen the popular magic of commoners before. Hee hee, you kid, after you perform for the whole school, you'll probably gain a whole bunch of fangirls. Chen lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone, responding absent-mindedly. It's just a magic show, quite ordinary in the world of commoners. It's just that you nobles haven't seen it, that's why you're so excited. Chen had already signed up for the welcome party on the campus website. Of course, his purpose was not as vulgar as what Zhang Yang said, to gain fangirls. What he aimed to do was, first, to use this opportunity to test the triggering conditions of his divine card. Second, to break the death prophecy made by the prophet's skull. At the same time, he wanted to find members of the skeleton society lurking in the school. Naturally, the magic show also had to be spectacular. Pursuing perfection was Chen's life creed. He opened the notes app on his phone, found the section titled Prophecy from the Talking Skull, and clicked it open. There were 2 lines of content. The first line, do not agree to Tang Xian's request, the purpose is to save your life. Tisk. He curled his lip and deleted that line. He had already violated this prophecy and suggestion. He had to participate in the welcome party. The second line, probability of survival at the welcome party, 1 in 52. Ha! He snorted coldly. He deleted the words 1 in 52 and then counted the screen, adding a few words. Now, this sentence became, probability of survival at the welcome party, 100%. Chen continued to read. The third line, I will be under an irremovable death curse. Chen frowned. An irremovable death curse, that was a term he had never heard before. And Chen's usual solution for knowledge he was unfamiliar with in this world was go to the library. Inside the library. Damn, I can't find anything. Chen flipped through countless books but couldn't find any similar content. He even used the electronic search system in the school library yet still found no similar keywords. But this is a prophecy made by the prophet's skull. It can't just make up a term to fool me, right? However, although he couldn't find information on the death curse, he still made other discoveries. Chen sat in a small corner, flipping through a thick book. It was in this book that he had previously seen an introduction to divine relics. He had roughly browsed through the divine relics that had been discovered so far. These included a lethal blade, a clock that could reverse time, and the all-knowing prophet's skull. He flipped to the page before the section on the prophet's skull. The clock that could reverse time. The book had a picture of a pocket watch. It is said that this relic was left by the god of time. Whoever possesses it can reverse time and return to the past. Chen pointed at this page with his finger and softly said, I want to collect all 14 divine relics, including this one. After leaving the library, Chen went to many different places, buying various items. These are all essential props for the magic show. Late at night, when he was alone, he went to the school's grand auditorium. The auditorium was the venue for the upcoming welcome party. He carefully observed the stage and made many preparations in advance. After finishing all this, a whole day had passed. But Chen did not feel tired. On the contrary, he felt fulfilled. Just wait, at the welcome party, I will definitely present the most spectacular magic performance. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, and the school's welcome party arrived as scheduled. Inside the grand auditorium, the stage lights flickered. The audience was packed with students from the entire school waiting here, eagerly watching the stage. The opening rock music blasted, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the entire hall. Oh. Zhang Yang sat in the middle of the stands, waving his glow stick passionately. So awesome. Keep it down. Tang Xian beside him covered her ears, seemingly unaccustomed to this lively atmosphere. How many chances does the school have to hold such a large event? Be a little happier, get hyped. Zhang Yang's spirits remained high. By the way, Xiaoxianyan, why didn't you sign up for a performance? Hiding in the audience doesn't fit your character. Don't call me Xiaoxianyan, I have a name. Tang Xian sighed helplessly, glancing towards the backstage. There, Chen was waiting to go on stage. Just like before, I'm more suited to be an audience member for a great magician. In a dark corner of the auditorium, a man was typing on his phone. Currently, the plan is proceeding smoothly. Chen is preparing to perform a very dangerous magic trick, and I have already sabotaged his magic props in advance. Not only that, I have also placed a humanoid killing machine hidden in a place that no one can discover. It can launch an attack at any time during Chen's performance. A few seconds later, a message came back quickly. Very good, continue to stand by. The man frowned and typed a few more lines, but there are some details I still don't understand. Ask. My plans are all based on your arrangements, and you are following the leader's arrangements, right? Naturally. However, the leader also mentioned only failure is allowed, success is not permitted. That's right, those are the leader's exact words. The man hesitated and sent a few more messages, but if this assassination plan continues, Chen cannot escape death. Based on my assessment at the scene, his chances of survival are very low. Your assessment is not wrong. The leader said that his chances of surviving this assassination are only 1 in 52. What difference does this probability make from certain death? You are not wrong. The details of the assassination plan were arranged by the leader. The survival probability was also stated by the leader himself. However, you need not worry. If he really dies, it means Chen is not the person we are looking for. So, if our assassination is truly successful, the leader will not blame us. But what if the assassination fails? What if he really hits that 1 in 52 chance? Then it means the leader's arrangements are flawless. Don't forget our real killing move, an inescapable death. Curse, he will definitely not escape. The man chuckled lightly, typing, I wonder what the reaction of all the students will be when they see their great magician die in public. Chen was currently in the preparation room behind the stage, flipping through the program list for the welcome party. Most of the performers he didn't know, but a few familiar names caught his eye. Li Hanfeng, solo stand-up, comedy performance. Chen immediately pictured that seemingly silly senior stand-up comedy really suited his personality. The second one, Zhuang Xingyao, original song solo. Chen thought of the appearance of that cool senior. Short hair, fair skin. During the freshman assessment, her attitude was somewhat stiff and aloof, but she was quite nice to him. He wondered if she sang well. The third one, Lu Yingming, martial arts performance. This surprised Chen a bit. Senior Lu Yingming, a card master from the square system, was actually interested in martial arts. He flipped through the pages. Besides that, there was a familiar name, Su Chensi. Su Chensi hadn't signed up to perform but had become the host of the evening gala. Chen's magic performance was listed last on the program. Due to the uniqueness of his magic act, Chen hadn't participated in the rehearsals. However, he had privately practiced countless times alone. The music buzzed to life, filling the auditorium with warm-up tunes. The welcome gala had begun. Chen put down the program and found a spot near the door in the preparation room, sitting at an angle where he could clearly see the stage. Since his act was at the end, he could take this time to calm down and enjoy others' performances, which would help pass the time. Accompanied by the music, a white figure slowly took the stage. Su Chensi, with her long hair flowing, wore a light and exquisite makeup and a white long dress as she gracefully walked onto the grand stage. The stage lights shone on her, and at that moment, she captured the attention of all the audience. Wow, the audience collectively gasped. Even though Su Chensi wasn't performing, just standing there drew everyone's attention. Although she was just a host, the entire audience had a misconception. It seemed that she was the true star of the evening. The warm-up music faded, and the lights swept across the audience. Su Chensi parted her red lips, her voice full and clear. Teachers, students, good evening. Freshmen of the class of 25, please receive the blessings from the school. Tonight, under the auditorium of the card school, it is no longer a world of concrete and steel, but a realm of music and dance. The ceiling of the auditorium had now transformed into a starry sky. The students, hearing Su Chensi's speech, waved their glow sticks in excitement. In this school, how many dreams of burning stars are there, and how many legends of breaking out of cocoons to become butterflies, and every dream supports the students to become rising stars. In the next 3 hours, there will be heart-stirring songs and dances, hilarious stand-up comedy, and a dazzling magic feast. Now, the welcome gala officially begins. Su Chensi concluded her opening speech with an elevated tone. Waves of applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Even though Chen was hiding behind the stage, he couldn't help but be somewhat infected by this enthusiastic atmosphere. However, the weight of reality wouldn't allow him to waver in emotion or let his guard down. He always remembered that he wasn't here to play at this welcome gala. His magic performance was not just a mere act. After Su Chensi finished her speech and announced the first program, she quickly stepped down from the stage and walked towards the preparation room. Chen saw her approaching and quickly clapped a few times, praising her. Princess, the goddess has descended. Su Chensi, seeing Chen, shyly replied, I'm just the host. The ones truly contributing to the gala are the students performing. Chen, what magic are you going to perform? You didn't participate in the rehearsal, so it's all a mystery? Chen slightly curled his lips. One of the magician's rules, never reveal the content of the magic in advance. When I perform, you'll know. Don't worry, it will definitely be wonderful. Su Chensi sat next to Chen. The performance I'm looking forward to the most at this welcome party is yours. Good luck with the magic show. In the backstage preparation room, about a dozen classmates were seated, waiting for their turn to perform. After each performance, Su Chensi had to go back on stage to give a connecting speech between 2 acts and introduce the next performance. Time passed, and during one of the performances, Su Chensi finished announcing the program and returned to the preparation room, sitting down beside Chen. She took off her shoes and rubbed her heels. Wearing high heels is really tiring. I hope your performance comes up soon so I can go back and rest. Chen chimed in, you seem a bit out of place in this kind of setting. Su Cheni replied softly. As a princess, maintaining basic etiquette and attending various public events is a fundamental requirement. But I still prefer practicing martial arts and fighting. Chen nodded slightly. He had long known that although the princess appeared elegant and dignified, she was, at her core, a violent girl. Hey, Chen, so you were hiding here? A boy's voice suddenly rang out. Chen looked up. Senior Li Hanfeng's smiling face came into view. I knew it. I saw your name on the program list, so I knew you'd be here. His voice was loud, drawing the attention of everyone in the preparation room. Chen noticed that in the corner, Senior Lu Yingming was staring intently at him. Sitting across from him was Senior Zhuang Xingyao. She had been looking down at her phone but suddenly raised her head to look in his direction. Noticing their reactions, Chen suddenly realized what Li Hanfeng was about to say. He wanted to pull him onto the pirate ship. He cleared his throat. Senior, isn't it your turn yet? Senior Li Hanfeng scratched his head. I think the next performance is mine. No, don't try to change the subject. He suddenly adopted a deliberately serious tone, pretending to speak as a senior. My junior, the welcome party is just a small affair. The real large-scale event for the whole school is the Elite Cup. And the prerequisite for participating in the Elite Cup is, here it comes again. Chen helplessly replied, joining a certain student club. Correct. Senior Li Hanfeng chuckled. So, you haven't joined a club yet, right? How about the Black Blade group? Chen noticed from the corner of his eye that Senior Zhuang Xingyao had completely put down her phone. Senior Lu Yingming also crossed his arms and looked over. It seemed they were all waiting for Chen's answer. Moreover, Chen noticed that even Su Chensi beside him had turned her head, seemingly waiting for his response. However, Chen still said the same thing. Senior, I haven't made up my mind yet. Li Hanfeng sighed. Oh, why do you still have that answer? Forget it. He suddenly turned and casually asked Su Chensi, what about you, Your Highness? Su Chensi clearly hadn't expected the senior to throw this question at her so suddenly, and she was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Me? She hesitated, glancing at Chen and then at Li Hanfeng. I'm not in a hurry, I'm still considering. Li Hanfeng continued to press. Princess, as fellow Spade cards, the Wood Black Blade group is the top choice for Spade clubs. Do you really prefer to join those two dull clubs instead of the Yi Black Blade group? Li Hanfeng lowered his voice, quietly pointing at the two in the corner. The dull clubs naturally referred to Zhuang Xingyao and Lu Yingming. Su Chensi hesitated, unsure how to respond. On stage, the music faded. The performers from the previous act had already exited. Su Chensi was startled and quickly jumped up. I'm sorry, senior, I have to host the evening party now. After saying that, she bowed deeply and then fled the scene like the wind. Senior Li Hanfeng sighed and looked at Chen again. Heh, if you don't join us, the princess won't come either. Chen asked, what do you mean by that? Li Hanfeng lowered his voice. I just noticed. When I invited the princess, she glanced in your direction. Clearly, she wants to join a club with you. Come on, Chen, join us in the Black Blade Club. Hee with the Freshman King and the Princess both joining the Black Blade Club, we're going to take off. Chen pouted. Freshman King? Are you referring to me? Of course. It's you. Every champion of the entrance exam is called the Freshman King in their first year. Back in my day, I was also the Freshman King when I enrolled. TSK. Senior Li Hanfeng's thoughts wandered, seemingly lost in pleasant memories. On stage, Su Chensi's voice was faintly heard. Please welcome the next student to perform. Senior? Chen called out in a deliberately cautious tone. What is it? Li Hanfeng snapped back to reality. Isn't it your turn for the next performance? Li Hanfeng's expression suddenly froze, and he jumped up. Oh no! He then dropped a line. Chen, we'll talk later, and rushed towards the stage. This personality is indeed quite suitable for stand-up comedy. After Senior Li Hanfeng left, two figures not far away stood up simultaneously. Zhuang Xingyao and Lu Yingming faced each other, seemingly realizing that their intentions were the same. Zhuang Xingyao stared directly into Lu Yingming's eyes, refusing to back down. Lu Yingming also crossed his arms tightly, showing no signs of wavering. The two of them locked eyes like that, neither speaking a word, yet their gazes seemed to be in a silent battle. Finally, Lu Yingming's gaze drifted to Zhuang Xingyao's collar, where he spotted the red heart medal. He sighed and sat down, softly saying, You go ahead. Ladies first. Zhuang Xingyao nodded slightly in acknowledgement and then walked towards Chen. Chen had been listening to Senior Li Hanfeng's stand-up routine outside, completely unaware of the movements of the other two. It must be said that Senior Li really has a sense of humor. He is a natural comedian. The jokes he told included both original material and popular internet memes. Almost every punchline had the classmates laughing uncontrollably. Once a classmate asked me why my club is called the Black Blade Club. Is it because my god card is spades and my name has phone in it? I said no, it's because I look black. I'm a black person. Suddenly, the background music played. Sunshine, Rainbow, Little White Horse. The whole audience burst into laughter. Chen couldn't help but smile just as he was about to hear Senior Li Hanfeng's next joke. Excuse me, can I interrupt? A cool female voice suddenly came from beside him. Chen turned his head, focusing on the girl in front of him. Senior Zhuang Xingyao still had that cool demeanor, with short hair and skin that was dazzlingly white. It seemed she had put on light makeup for this welcome party, and there was a faint scent about her. Chen sighed, "Sister, you've already interrupted me, so why ask again?" Zhuang Xingyao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly lowered her head. Sorry. Her attitude was quite sincere. Chen said directly, "Senior Zhuang, I already know your intention. My answer is the same as last time." Zhuang Xingyao shook her head. "No, you misunderstood. This time, I'm not asking you to join my club. Next week there will be a dance party at the school's comprehensive building, and I hope you can come and take a look. Of course, it's just an invitation you can refuse." Zhuang Xingyao looked directly into Chen's eyes, her expression very serious. "If it's just to take a look." Chen replied, "Thank you for the invitation, senior. If I have time, I will definitely go." Outside the stage, Li Hanfeng told another joke, igniting cheers from the audience. Zhuang Xingyao returned to her spot, and Lu Yingming, the senior, intended to step forward. But Chen had already shifted his attention back to the performance on stage, clapping from time to time. Lu Yingming thought for a moment, and ultimately sat back down, not wanting to disturb Chen. Time passed quickly, and the welcome party was already halfway through. Su Chenxi announced on stage, "Please welcome Senior Zhuang Xingyao to bring us her original song." Zhuang Xingyao adjusted her outfit and strode out of the preparation room, looking completely unperturbed. As Zhuang Xingyao stepped onto the stage, another wave of cheers erupted from the audience. Compared to when Li Hanfeng took the stage, it was no less enthusiastic. The two exchanged microphones on stage. The stage light shone on them, both stunningly beautiful, making it hard to say who looked better. Su Chenxi returned to the preparation room and sat down next to Chen. Senior Zhuang Xingyao is very talented. Her lyrics and arrangement are all original. The rock music abruptly stopped. The next moment, a mournful and lingering ancient-style melody began to play. The audience instinctively closed their mouths, immersing themselves in the melancholic atmosphere of the music. Senior Zhuang Xingyao slowly began to sing, and with just one line of lyrics, she captivated the entire audience. Oh. The glow sticks in the audience waved wildly. Many students were also shaking. Zhuang Xingyao glowing colored light signs everywhere. The song's style was long and melodious, leaning towards elegance. It was indeed quite pleasant to listen to. However, Senior, I love you. So beautiful. Divine voice. The audience erupted in waves of screams. Every student in the audience, regardless of gender, wore expressions of wild infatuation. It was like a large-scale fan meeting. No, it was 1,000 times crazier than a celebrity concert. Some girls screamed loudly, completely disregarding their image. Meanwhile, some boys, invigorated, shouted as they took off their shirts and waved them in the air. Chen frowned. Strange. He admitted that Zhuang Xingyao's song was quite good, very high level. But the students' reactions were too unnatural. It seemed as if they were manipulated. Something was off. Chen leaned against the door of the preparation room, coldly observing the audience. Every audience member was in high spirits. His gaze swept around and quickly found Zhang Yang and Tang Xian's location. At that moment, Zhang Yang was completely oblivious to his image, jumping around like a baboon. Even Tang Xian was resting her chin on her hands, wearing a look of infatuation. Chen furrowed his brows again and looked back at the stage. Senior Zhuang Xingyao had her eyes closed, immersed in her singing, seemingly unconcerned with the noise of the crowd. Chen gently shook his head and turned back to look inside the room. To his surprise, even the students in the preparation room seemed to be exhibiting this strange reaction. Each of their faces bore the same look of obsession. Senior Li Hanfeng reacted the most intensely. Goddess Xiao Zhuang, unparalleled in the world. If Chen hadn't stopped him in time, Senior Li would have even rushed onto the stage. Not only that, but from the corner of Chen's eye, he saw that even the usually quiet and reserved Senior Lu Yingming was now blushing, sitting silently in place, lips tightly pressed together, seemingly enduring something. Chen sighed. No way, were there really no unaffected normal people in this auditorium? Of course there is. Su Chenxi maintained a calm expression, her demeanor unchanged, and said to Chen, "Have you heard of Siren?" Siren? Chen asked uncertainly, the female demon from ancient legends? Su Chenxi nodded slightly, yes. In the tales of common folk, the Siren is a legendary sea creature. She often lingers between reefs and ships, emitting a captivating song. Her singing voice often leaves passing sailors entranced, leading to maritime disasters. Chen replied, "I've heard of that myth." Su Chenxi continued, "That's just how the common people have woven it into a story. But in reality, many of the deities, monsters, and vengeful spirits that appear in myths have their prototypes. They are all ancient god card holders. The Siren, the legendary sea creature, is one of the earliest god card holders, and her god card is the Heart J. At the same time, it is said that she is also the ancestor of the Heart family, the Zhuang family." Chen nodded in understanding. "I see, that explains the strange phenomena happening here. If I'm not mistaken, Senior Zhuang's god card is the Heart J, and her ability is Charm?" Su Chenxi nodded, "Yes. The Heart J, Charm. Using this ability will greatly enhance others' fondness for oneself. The strength of the Heart J card is influenced by its level. The Iron level only slightly increases a single target's fondness. The Copper level can make others develop a great love for oneself, even obsession. The Silver level Heart J can create group charm, forming a small group frenzy. And Senior Zhuang's card level is Gold. Her magic essence level is above 1000 points. That's a terrifying number. If she fully activates her God card ability, she could make the entire school fall in love with her. Zhou Chen's expression shifted slightly. So powerful? Su Chenxi said softly. The Heart J servant letter cards are far stronger than ordinary number cards in terms of ability strength. Moreover, she also has the enhancement of her magic essence level. Zhou Chen looked towards the outside at Zhuang Xingyao. So, she used her God card ability? Is it necessary at a small party? Su Chenxi shook her head. No, she didn't use her God card at all, and that's the most terrifying part. She was just too serious and too invested while singing. She completely didn't notice that she inadvertently activated the magic essence within her. If the magic essence level is too high and one doesn't have strict control, it can lead to the loss of control of abilities. Senior Zhuang's ascension to the Gold level, while it involved effort, was more about luck. So, she still cannot properly control the power that the Gold level God card brings her. Senior Zhuang is quite troubled by this. Su Chenxi suddenly smiled slightly. You know, Senior Zhuang wasn't always this cold and aloof. I've known her since we were young. And back then she was very lively and enthusiastic. But ever since her first God card loss of control, she changed. She had to shut herself off, keeping people at a distance. Her outward demeanor of being cold and unfeeling isn't her true character. It's an effort to lower her charm to prevent situations like today from happening. However, even if she is cold to others, she still cannot avoid the interference of her magic essence ability on others. Thus, many people still like her, and she continues to hold the top spot on the campus popularity list. This is the power of the Gold letter card. No wonder she is a princess. Zhou Chen couldn't help but admire Su Chenxi's wealth of knowledge once again. By being close to a princess who received a noble education since childhood, Zhou Chen admitted that he had learned quite a bit of new knowledge. But what intrigues me is, why are you so calm? Su Chenxi blinked, her inquisitive gaze sweeping up and down Zhou Chen. You're a normal guy, right? But I see you seem to have no emotional fluctuations at all. Zhou Chen's expression was as calm as water, his emotions undisturbed. To be honest, Zhou Chen himself was not quite sure. Zhuang Xingyao's songs were beautiful, but apart from that, Zhou Chen had no extra thoughts at all. So what about you, Your Highness? You seem to be the second person, besides me, who is unaffected by the charm. The best way to answer a question is to throw it back. Su Chenxi smiled slightly. That's because of my bloodline. Although both Zhuang and I come from great noble families, the Wang family has a lineage that is nobler than the other three. Do you remember the rules of comprehensive testing, the class suppression? The rules of comprehensive testing are derived from reality. A higher bloodline can be immune to this uncontrollable magical essence. Bloodline. Su Chenxi's eyes still couldn't suppress her curiosity, slightly opening her mouth as if she wanted to ask Zhou Chen something again. Zhou Chen had long understood her confusion. As a commoner without noble blood, why are you also immune to the charm? Zhou Chen immediately began to think about how to dodge the question. By now, Zhou Chen no longer considered himself an ordinary commoner. Various clues, including the pursuit by the Skeleton Society, had made Zhou Chen suspicious of his own origins. But for self-preservation, he still claimed to everyone that he was a commoner. Just as Zhou Chen was pondering how to respond, the music gradually quieted down. Su Chenxi's expression changed, and she suddenly stood up. Sorry, we'll talk later. It's my turn to go on stage. As Zhuang Xingyao's song came to an end, the music gradually calmed. As she recovered from the emotions of her performance, the audience also returned to their normal state. From the charm, many people snapped out of their frenzied expressions, looking a bit dazed for a moment, then awkwardly sat back down. Su Chenxi hurriedly went on stage, took the microphone, diverting the audience's attention, calmly announcing the next program as if nothing had just happened. Senior Lu Yingming's martial arts performance was also spectacular, and the crowd erupted in applause. As one program after another passed, the entire welcome party was about to reach its final act, Zhou Chen's magic show. After the penultimate magic act, Su Chenxi cleared her throat. The performer of the last program, I believe everyone is already familiar with. He is the only commoner in our school, the sole victor among the three major tests, the undisputed rookie king, the top of the campus popularity chart. The school's prominent figure, please welcome Zhou Chen. Oh. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. As the top of the popularity chart, Zhou Chen's fame had already surpassed that of Zhuang Xingyao. At this moment, the audience's emotional reaction was several times stronger than when Zhuang Xingyao took the stage. Zhou Chen, Zhou Chen, Zhou Chen. The audience spontaneously created a wave of sound. Zhang Yang vigorously waved a fan sign that read, Zhou Chen. Love. Crazy fan, Zhou Chen, go for it. Tang Xian didn't make as much of a fuss as Zhang Yang, but she also wore an expression of anticipation. Somewhere, a man tapped on his phone screen, quickly typing in a message. It's Zhou Chen's turn. Is it absolutely foolproof? Yes. I have already analyzed Zhou Chen's magic content in advance. There will be no mistakes. Is the humanoid killing machine arranged properly? Of course, I have hidden him in a place Zhou Chen would never expect. The man's gaze was fixed intently on the curtain. On stage. In 3 seconds, he will go on stage. Not just the man, but all the students in the school were excitedly staring at the red curtain. 3, 2, 1. The curtain showed no signs of movement. Zhou Chen did not appear. Su Chenxi stood to one side of the stage, looking equally puzzled. What's going on? A student in the audience whispered. Bang! The lights in the entire venue suddenly went out. What happened? The students looked at each other in confusion, whispering among themselves. Bang! Another loud sound echoed. The light suddenly shone on the curtain. With the entire venue darkened, the dimness highlighted a circular bright spot, making it particularly dazzling. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhou Chen's voice came from all directions, resonating throughout the auditorium. Magic, let the show begin. His voice was high and full, incredibly infectious. At that moment, the background music suddenly started playing. An elegant and prolonged symphony echoed. Whoosh! Countless playing cards poured down from above the stage. Then, 2 strings of white doves flew across, each holding an end of the red curtain in their beaks, gradually pulling it apart. Zhou Chen's figure suddenly emerged after the cascade of cards. He was dressed in a black and white ornate robe, adorned with shimmering sequins that sparkled under the lights, making him exceptionally eye-catching. He danced in the air, swirling around, and surprisingly flew towards the audience. The robe billowed in the air, and Zhou Chen's hair fluttered repeatedly. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, cheers echoing throughout the auditorium. Zhou Chen circled the grand hall completely before reluctantly returning above the stage, slowly descending. Finally, he lightly tapped his toes on the ground. This was just the opening, yet it ignited the emotions of all the students. Glow sticks waved, and the cheers surged one after another. Zhou Chen! Zhou Chen! Zhou Chen! Zhou Chen stood in the center of the stage, feeling the gaze of the entire audience upon him, bathing in the light of the stage. He slightly bowed, then elegantly conjured a rose from his hand and tossed it into the audience. Some audience members quickly stood up, scrambling to catch the rose Zhou Chen had thrown. This scene was even more frenzied than when Zhuang Xingyao lost control of his magic. Of course, Zhou Chen had put a lot of effort into this magic show. Although his main purpose was to use this performance to discover the conditions for triggering the divine card into escape death, as a magician, he still had to maintain basic professional ethics. Presenting a splendid magic show was also Zhou Chen's pursuit. He had specifically spent money to buy a luxurious outfit for this performance, styled his hair, and even put on some makeup. This made his current image resemble that of a star, looking even more handsome than usual. Zhou Chen clapped his hands, signaling the audience to quiet down. The students immediately ceased their enthusiastic commotion, but they could not contain their ignited emotions, eagerly looking at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen slowly began to speak. Magic is an ancient and mysterious art. It allows an ordinary person like me to exhibit effects similar to superpowers. What just happened was merely a warm-up. The main event is yet to come. Clap clap. He lightly clapped his hands twice. In an instant, the entire stage trembled slightly. In the center of the stage, a dark door suddenly popped open on the raised wooden floor, and then a columnar object slowly rose. A large water tank, 1 meter wide, 2.5 meters tall. It was filled with clear water that glowed blue. As the tank rose, the water surface rippled. Boom! Another loud sound echoed. The lights moved up again, raising to the higher part of the stage. A large transparent glass box slowly descended, tethered by an iron rod above. This glass box is like a miniature version of the water tank below. The difference is the tank is filled to the brim with water, while the glass box above is stuffed with sharp-toothed piranhas. Zhou Chen slowly stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, ordinary magic certainly doesn't befit our welcome party. So, if I'm going to perform, I must make it the most spectacular. Now, I honestly tell you, if this magic fails, I will bet my life. After Zhou Chen finished this sentence, the audience erupted in an uproar. Many gasped in shock. But challenging oneself is exactly what an excellent magician must do. I will seal my mouth, tie myself up, ensuring I cannot use any magical props. Then, I will jump into the water tank. After that, I will do my best to untie myself and escape the tank. The time limit 1 minute. Zhou Chen paused and continued, of course. I see some of you looking puzzled. 1 minute can't drown a person? Why would it cost me my life? Zhou Chen smiled and raised a hand, pointing at the glass box filled with piranhas above. After 1 minute, the base of this glass box will automatically spring open. At that time, whether I'm in the tank or not, the piranhas will all fall down. If I fail to escape, I will be torn to shreds by these ferocious tropical fish. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhou Chen's voice rose, and the background music reached its first climax. Welcome to my magic deadly escape. Deadly escape. As the name suggests to the audience, it naturally refers to the magician escaping from the water tank. But Zhou Chen's goal is far more than that. Deadly escape. What Zhou Chen truly needs to escape from is not the tank, but the assassination plot of the Skull Club. Chen slowly paced up the steps built on the stage. With each step, he rose a bit higher. He was one step closer to his escape plan. He saw the audience still cheering, eagerly anticipating. Soon, he reached the highest point of the steps. Before him was the opening. At the top of the tank, clear water rippled. Of course, Chen had long harbored countless speculations about the assassination method of the Skull Club this time. Drowning himself, sending assassins midway through the magic, or setting up some small killing mechanisms on his props. But he didn't care. He believed he would definitely survive. He believed that no matter what assassination method, he could handle it. He chuckled to himself, the skull of the prophet, you can only see through the future but cannot see through the manipulated future. You can check the probability of fate but cannot discern the altered probability. Chen took out 2 pairs of iron handcuffs and displayed them to the audience. He deliberately tugged on these handcuffs for quality inspection to show that they were the real deal, very sturdy. He firmly cuffed his wrists and ankles, then wrapped a few loops of iron chain around himself. At this moment, some audience members began to whisper, he's all tied up like a pretzel. He can't possibly get the magical props out, right? Is he going to rely on his own strength to unlock the chains? You don't understand, do you? I heard that commoners have skills in lockpicking. But 1 minute is a bit short. I wonder if he can succeed. If he really drowns, that would be something. Chen raised his hands high, showcasing the chains. Ladies and gentlemen, if I cannot escape the water tank within the time limit, this magic will fail. Chen's lips curled slightly. If that situation really occurs, don't forget to hold a decent funeral for me. The entire audience burst into laughter. They all naturally thought this was Chen's cold humor as a magician. Chen took a deep breath, then held it, closing his eyes tightly. He exerted force with his legs, leaned forward, and jumped down. Splash! The magician's figure was submerged in the water tank filled with water. The cold, clear water sensation spread throughout his body. Then, the red curtain used for concealment slowly covered the water tank. Beep! The large screen on stage immediately lit up with big red numbers 59, 58, 57. The 1-minute countdown began. What all the audience failed to notice was, in the next second after he jumped down, the lid on top of the water tank suddenly popped up and then closed down. This lid was very heavy, quite sturdy. A small iron lock automatically snapped shut in an instant. The top was sealed, and Chen was trapped inside the water tank. It worked. He fell into the trap I set. Somewhere in the auditorium, a man continued to send messages on his phone. A few days ago, after I saw him set up the water tank and buy a bunch of piranhas, I researched countless materials. Soon, I found it. In the civilian world, there is a magic trick called water tank escape. The main process of this trick is the magician binds his hands and feet, then jumps into the water tank. Then, the magician needs to unlock these handcuffs and chains within a specified time and climb out of the tank, or else he will drown. Of course, to add excitement, this kind of magic often includes many dangerous elements. What Chen did was place piranhas at the top that could fall at any moment. Normally, a skilled magician can pry open the chains and climb out of the tank within the allotted time. 1 minute is indeed short, but for Chen, it might not be impossible. However, I made some adjustments and he definitely won't be able to climb out. I understand. So, what exactly did you do? ***, the man calmly continued typing. Originally, the top of his water tank was open. It was convenient for him to escape. But I set up a small mechanism. This mechanism automatically closes the lid of the water tank when Chen jumps into the water. Not only that, but I also added a small iron lock that will also snap shut automatically. But didn't you say Chen has lock-picking skills? He can pick locks, provided he can reach the lock. The iron lock I set is on the outside of the water tank. Even if he unlocks the handcuffs, he won't be able to climb out and will suffocate in the tank. Very good. The plan is well thought out. ***, it's just. The man hesitated. The probability of Chen surviving is basically 0. Why did the leader say it was 1 in 52? You don't need to worry about that. The leader has arranged everything. Don't forget, if Chen really dies, you won't be punished. ***, it only means we misjudged him. Chen is not our target. ***, understood. After confirming that his plan was flawless, the man put down his phone and looked in Chen's direction. The red curtain covered the water tank. At this moment, all the audience members widened their eyes, eagerly awaiting this tense and thrilling minute. The large screen continued to display the red countdown, ticking away slowly. 42, 41, 40. Soon, 20 seconds passed. The curtain slowly rose, stopping again at 2/3 of the water tank, revealing only Chen's feet. Look, Chen has already unlocked the chains on his ankles. The audience exclaimed, pointing at the water tank. The countdown continued to tick away. The curtain slowly rises again with the countdown rolling. 22, 21, 20. The curtain has already been raised to Chen's hands. At this moment, the audience sees Chen holding a small piece of wire, his hands moving quickly at the handcuff keyhole. Click. The handcuffs open. Chen seems to reveal an elegant smile in the water, gently tossing the handcuffs aside. The handcuffs slowly sink in the water, settling at the bottom. the seemingly tight and secure handcuffs were easily undone by Zhou Chen in a very short time, and there are still 20 seconds left. Oh oh oh! The audience erupts in cheers, applause echoing throughout the auditorium. How did he do that? Is this the magic of the common people? He unlocked the handcuffs with a small piece of wire? 40 seconds. Plenty of time. Zhou Chen seems to be beaming, as if bowing to the audience. Then, without wasting a moment, he glides his feet and rises to the surface. Upon reaching the top of the water tank, he feels a lid. Zhou Chen's body stiffens. He pushes hard against the lid of the water tank. According to the original magic routine, at this moment he should have freed himself from all chains and jumped out before the countdown ends. But, in the original routine, the lid of the water tank is supposed to be open. He reacts quickly, immediately realizing that someone has tampered with the magic props. Zhou Chen swiftly moves his gaze and soon finds the problem. On the outside of the water tank lid, there is a small black lock securing the lid. This lock is very small and inconspicuous, so Zhou Chen did not notice it before the magic began. However, it is precisely because this lock is so small that the method to unlock it is also very simple. That is, brute force miracles. With 20 seconds left, I can't see any way for him to escape. The man watches the stage, frowning tightly, quickly typing. Don't rush, keep observing. Until the last second, the outcome is still uncertain. Yes. The man puts down his phone, staring intently at Zhou Chen on stage. At this moment, there are less than 20 seconds left. Zhou Chen in the water tank has already freed himself from all restraints, and he has discovered the tampering. Zhou Chen, how will you solve this problem? The man murmurs to himself. Suddenly, Zhou Chen rolls up his sleeves, revealing his elbows. Then he sinks to the bottom of the water tank and stands firm. Then he jumps up suddenly. Bang! He actually crashes his elbow against the top lid. The most primitive method, but also very effective. The man slightly furrows his brow. To prevent Zhou Chen from discovering, he specifically chose a particularly small model for the iron lock. But it also has a drawback: it's not sturdy enough. Of course, for an ordinary person without divine cards, even this mini lock would be too difficult to break open with sheer physical strength. However, Zhou Chen's magic energy level is very high, and his physical fitness has long been enhanced, giving him a physique that surpasses ordinary people. Bang! After one failed attempt, Zhou Chen uses the same trick again, raising his elbow and charging upward. This time, the entire audience is dumbfounded. Zhou Chen, what is he doing? Is he trying to break open the top lid? By the way, wasn't this lid supposed to be open? Could it be that the magic has gone wrong? In the audience, the murmurs of confusion and disbelief grow louder. Zhang Yang is also a bit worried. Hey, little eye-catcher, you think Zhou Chen's magic won't go wrong, right? Surprisingly, Tang Xian has an knowing expression. You don't know this? I used to watch Zhou Chen's magic all the time. His favorite trick is pretending to make a mistake. This must be part of brother Zhou Chen's magic performance, Zhang Yang said, looking back at the stage. So that's how it is. Despite saying this, there was still a hint of worry in his eyes. Soon, time flew by. The numbers on the big screen flickered. In no time, only 5 seconds remained. Zhou Chen continued to bang against the top cover. 5. Zhou Chen's expression was no longer elegant. His movements became somewhat frantic. The whispers in the audience grew louder. 4. Below the stage, Su Chenxi, as the host, gripped the microphone tightly. She was feeling very hesitant. Since Zhou Chen's act had not been rehearsed beforehand, she had no idea what his magic trick was supposed to be. Of course, it was clear to anyone watching. Zhou Chen's panicked and anxious actions and expressions looked very much like something had gone wrong with the magic. However, Su Chenxi remembered that a few days ago, when Zhou Chen had refused to rehearse, he had told her, no matter how dangerous the magic looks, during the official performance, you must not intervene. Everything is part of the magic. So, even though Zhou Chen seemed to be in trouble, she did not immediately call off the performance. Nevertheless, her face was filled with concern as she kept her eyes fixed on Zhou Chen. 3. Inside the water tank, Zhou Chen's movements against the top cover grew more vigorous. He had completely lost the elegant demeanor he had before the performance began. He started to bang frantically against the top of the tank, his expression one of agony. 2. Zhou Chen seemed to be running out of oxygen, struggling to breathe. His movements suddenly stopped. Then, he lunged at one side of the glass, banging furiously. His originally handsome face was no longer composed and graceful. Instead, it was filled with helplessness and fear. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but it seemed he had forgotten he was underwater, only managing to blow out a bubble. Zhou Chen pounded desperately on the glass. He pointed to his face, then to the top of the tank. After that, he mouthed 2 words: help. 1. It was time. Su Chenxi no longer hesitated. This could not be part of Zhou Chen's act. She saw the helplessness and panic in Zhou Chen's eyes. She couldn't believe this could be part of the magic. She didn't believe anyone's performance could be so exquisite. Without further hesitation, she threw down the microphone and rushed onto the stage. 0. The numbers on the big screen dropped to 0. The red numbers now seemed so glaring and bloody. In an instant, the small water tank above slowly opened at the base. A mass of piranhas writhed madly, about to fall. At that moment, Zhou Chen's gaze suddenly became resolute. He seemed ready to give it his all. Then, using all his strength, he slammed against the top cover. Bang! In that instant, the top cover was finally knocked open with a loud bang. Zhou Chen finally emerged, his wet head breaking the surface of the water, gasping for fresh air. However, it was too late. The countdown had already reached 0. In an instant, countless sharp-toothed piranhas fell from above. Splash! A torrent of piranhas, like a waterfall, crashed down on Zhou Chen, who had just managed to pull half of his body out. Soon, countless piranhas filled the tank, drowning Zhou Chen within. The audience finally lost their composure. The noise escalated in waves. What's going on? Zhou Chen didn't manage to escape? The magic failed? They looked around, hoping to get a definitive answer from someone. But no one had ever seen Zhou Chen perform such a magic trick before. Some of them even thought this was part of the performance. Until PFF. The piranhas writhed and thrashed in a frenzy, seemingly tearing at something. In an instant, blood gushed out of the tank. At that moment, the originally clear blue water turned an unimaginable crimson. The entire tank was filled with blood. At this point, the audience could no longer remain calm. Aha! Some students in the audience let out piercing screams. The screams echoed throughout the auditorium, tearing at everyone's nerves. It was still a moment too late. Su Chenxi rushed onto the stage with just 1 second left, but the piranhas had already descended. Countless fierce tropical fish with sharp teeth rolled and thrashed in the water, clearly gnawing at something. Blood surged out wildly, overflowing from the top of the tank, splashing onto the stage. The audience screamed, and some students seemed unable to bear the brutal and bloody scene, fainting in their seats. Su Chenxi could hardly believe the scene before her. Her body felt weak, but she still trembled as she took out her divine card. Black Spade. Break the 10,000 troops. Princess. Forge the divine weapon. She trembled all over, her incantation stuttering due to fear and shock. Yet, a large hammer still appeared in her hand in an instant. Perhaps there was still time. If Zhou Chen was not dead, if she could rescue him and get him to the school hospital, he might still survive. She rushed to the side of the tank, gripping the giant hammer tightly, and struck down hard against the glass. Bang! Su Chenxi thought she had used a lot of strength, but she was still bounced back, her hands numb from the impact. The iron hammer clattered to the ground beside her. The tank containing Zhou Chen seemed to be made of a special material, exceptionally sturdy. Under Su Chenxi's full force strike, it only produced some spiderweb-like cracks. The piranhas continued to swim up and down, rolling and tearing. Su Chenxi wasted no time, immediately picking up the giant hammer again and launching a second strike against the tank. Crack! After all, Su Chenxi was a holder of the Spade Divine card, and her internal magic level was not low, so her attack had some effect. The glass of the tank shattered rapidly, shards cascading down like a waterfall, shattering all over the ground. Blood surged out like a small tsunami, erupting from the center of the stage, spreading everywhere. A large number of piranhas leaped out of the tank, crashing to the ground like a volcanic eruption. The piranhas flared their gills, their sharp teeth glinting, as they crazily bounced on the stage floor. The scene was truly spectacular. Su Chenxi cautiously peered into the tank. To be honest, she desperately hoped she would see nothing. She still held a glimmer of hope in her heart. She hoped Zhou Chen's magic had not failed. She hoped this was just part of the trick. She hoped this was just another prank of his. To be honest, Zhou Chen had played such jokes before, hadn't he? In a certain basic magic class, a training puppet suddenly came to life, and when Zhou Chen killed it, he hid behind the puppet, pretending it was the puppet that had achieved victory. Wasn't today the same? Zhou Chen's panicked expression in the water was just acting, right? This blood was just some kind of dye, right? But the scene in the tank made her abandon these fantasies. In an instant, her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. The blood soaked her calves, but she seemed to feel nothing at all. Ah! Another scream erupted from the audience. Fear reverberated throughout the auditorium. Inside the tank, a body riddled with wounds quietly leaned against the shattered interior of the tank. Most of the flesh on the corpse had been torn away, revealing the stark white bones beneath. Only a few remnants of meat still clung to it. The face of the corpse was so gnawed that it was barely recognizable. However, the black and white sequin coat worn by the corpse indicated that this body was indeed Zhou Chen. It's over. In the shadows of the auditorium, a man calmly typed, "He failed." It seemed like a long time had passed before a message came back from the other end. Is that so? This is quite unexpected. I originally thought Zhou Chen was definitely our target. After all, it's a 1 in 52 chance. It's normal not to hit. But I thought probability meant nothing to him. What does that mean? Nothing. Forget I said anything. Actually, I always thought Zhou Chen wouldn't survive. Because the assassination plan I arranged is flawless. Even without that top cover, Zhou Chen would still face a second round of assassination. After all, I had hidden a killing machine that he would never discover. Yes, you mentioned it before. It seems you are indeed very dedicated to the tasks assigned by the organization. By the way, where did you hide that killing machine? In the lid of the water tank. That lid is heavy, but it's hollow. As soon as the countdown ends, the killing machine will automatically strike. If Chen is still alive, he will be finished off. After sending this message, the man suddenly received no reply from the other end. It seemed like a long time had passed before another message came. So, did the killing machine come out? No. What's wrong? The killing machine strictly executes killing orders. Why hasn't it shown up? Are you really sure Chen is dead? The man looked at the stage, at the corpse dressed in a magician's outfit. I'm sure. I saw his body being devoured clean by piranhas. Let me ask you one more question. What was Chen wearing before the magic show started? The man paused slightly, not understanding why arrogance was asking this seemingly unrelated question. But he still faithfully described Chen put a lot of effort into this magic act. He wore a magnificent coat and styled his hair. By the way, he seemed to have put on heavy makeup. He looked a bit like a handsome clown character. Did you keep your eyes on him the entire time after Chen jumped into the water tank? No. After Chen jumped into the water tank, the curtain quickly covered him. About 20 seconds later, the curtain slowly rose again. The man didn't understand why arrogance was asking so many seemingly unrelated questions, but he just answered based on the facts. The speed of the replies from the other end seemed to slow down again. Then, you did well. Chen's magic did not fail. He is the person we are looking for. What? The man was taken aback, staring at the message on his phone, but he seemed unable to comprehend its meaning. The next second, he heard a clear, confident, and high-spirited youthful voice. The entire venue had descended into panic. Some students had already stood up, preparing to flee the auditorium. Others seemed eager to join the commotion, wanting to see if the corpse was real. Some students had already fainted. But in an instant, in my many years of performing magic, my favorite line in magic is, the entire audience seemed to have been muted, the noise suddenly vanishing, replaced by a whispering murmur. That voice sounds like Chen. How is that possible? Isn't he dead? What the hell? The dead have come back to life. Clap. The lights in the entire venue went out. Then, clap. All the spotlights in the auditorium focused on a certain spot in the middle of the last row of the audience. There, an elegant, magnificent, perfect figure opened his arms. Chen had no scars on his body and his clothes were not torn. He spoke softly, reciting his favorite line, magic has no failures, only you fell into a carefully arranged trick. His tone was high and confident. The echo of his passionate lines lingered in the grand auditorium. The entire audience was momentarily stunned. After a long while, the students began to react. The original panic, doubt, and speculation vanished without a trace. They all stood up, cheering and jumping. Oh my, it's really Chen alive. He was hiding behind the audience the whole time and I didn't even notice. What were you thinking? Everyone was looking at the stage. Who would look back? I really thought the magic had failed. I didn't expect this. The discussions rose and fell, but what was even more fervent was the applause from the audience. At this moment, the thunderous applause echoed through the skies. Chen slowly walked down the steps of the audience under the spotlight. The background music of the magic performance started playing again. With each step Chen took, the cheers grew louder and the emotions of the symphony soared higher. Finally, Chen descended from the audience and returned to the center of the stage. At this moment, the rhythm of the symphony had reached its climax. The stage lights flickered, and all eyes were focused on him. Chen revealed an elegant smile, standing high on the stage, bowing to the entire audience like a gentleman. The audience stood up, applauding, cheering, and shouting. In that instant, Chen felt as if he had become the center of the world. Su Chenxi, standing beside the stage, shyly bent down slightly, secretly picked up the hammer she had conjured, and quietly retreated off stage. In the audience, Zhang Yang waved his fan light sign vigorously, cheering and shouting, while loudly saying to Tang Xian, "You were right. Chen is really putting on a show." Tang Xian also looked excited. She had watched Chen's magic live before, but had never seen anything like this. I guessed it was a show effect, but I didn't expect Chen to make it so realistic. The audience was as enthusiastic as their emotions. However, while they were shocked by Chen's brilliant reversal of the magic, they also held an excited speculation. Clearly, Chen's expression earlier had seemed like the magic had completely failed. Moreover, a suspected corpse of Chen had even appeared in the water tank. But the real Chen had emerged from behind the audience. How was this accomplished? The day before Chen performed the magic, long before that, he had discovered that a small iron lock had been hung on the top cover of the magic water tank at some point. This iron lock was not set up by Chen, nor was it part of the magic. He reacted quickly, immediately realizing that someone had tampered with his magic props. The killer's idea was good. This iron lock was inconspicuous, and although it affected the lock's security, it greatly increased its concealment. But such a small trick could not escape Chen's eyes. Chen immediately tested covering the lid. Sure enough, with a click, the iron lock automatically locked tight. Not only that, when Chen closed the lid, he keenly sensed something was off about the weight of the lid. This lid was clearly much heavier than usual. Chen's water tank was a specially made magic prop, and the top cover was quite thick, because it had a hidden compartment. Chen, being a magician, had designed the compartment in the tank's lid to hide some props for his magic performances. Thus, Chen quickly realized that at this moment, something was already hidden inside the compartment. Based on the previous assassination attempts and the weight assessment, what was hidden inside was a person. Chen immediately drew his short sword and took out handcuffs. Then, he swiftly opened the compartment on the inside of the lid. Sure enough, a figure in black clothing with a skull pattern on the back of their hood was curled up inside the compartment of the lid. The hooded figure clearly hadn't realized they had been discovered, and for a moment their expression was somewhat dazed. Chen acted quickly, pulling them out and pinning them down to subdue them. The hooded figure struggled, but they were no match for Chen's strength, and their hands were firmly cuffed. After restraining the hooded figure's movements, Chen pressed the short sword against their neck and softly asked, "Who sent you?" The hooded figure stammered but couldn't utter a single coherent word. In their withered, cracked lips, Chen suddenly saw a severed tongue root. Another modified humanoid killing machine. Chen raised the short sword, intending to directly slice their neck. But the moment the sword touched the hooded figure's neck, a strong shiver coursed through his mind. In an instant, a brilliant idea surged into his brain. He looked at the hooded figure's cuffed hands and then at the small iron lock on the water tank lid. An exquisite plan quickly formed and perfected in Chen's mind. Why not play along with the plan? He swiftly delivered a chop to the hooded figure. In an instant, the hooded figure stopped whimpering and ceased struggling. They fainted, losing consciousness. Chen stripped the hooded figure of their outer clothing. Then, he took out a black and white sequin tuxedo and put it on the hooded figure. The once ragged hooded figure surprisingly looked somewhat dazzling in this outfit. Indeed, clothes make the man. As a magician's stand-in, it won't do if they don't look as handsome as the magician himself. After changing the assassin's clothes, Chen took out a makeup kit and carefully applied makeup to the hooded figure's face. Your face shape is somewhat similar to mine, but your features are nothing alike. However, makeup is known as the mysterious Eastern face-changing technique. Under the right distance, lighting, and heavy makeup disguise, everyone will see you as me. Don't worry, the makeup materials I used are waterproof. Your handsome face won't reveal any flaws when submerged in water. After completing all this, Chen was satisfied as he held the assassin up. While admiring his exquisite makeup skills, he cuffed the assassin's hands and feet, adding a few iron chains for good measure. Finally, he stuffed the completely unconscious assassin back into the compartment. A few minutes before the magic show began, accompanied by warm applause, Chen slowly walked up the steps to the front of the water tank. He glanced at the small iron lock beside the tank's lid and then focused on the thick lid's compartment. He smiled, revealing an elegant grin, then opened his arms and slowly spoke, "Magic begins." He plunged down, splashing into the water. As Chen entered the water, the stage curtain slowly descended, covering everything happening behind the scenes. The icy cold water soaked into Chen's skin, but he didn't feel cold at all, because he was confident of victory. The moment Chen jumped into the water tank, click! As expected, the black lid on top quickly fell down, locking with an iron clasp. Chen held his breath, wasting no time, and immediately used his long-practiced lock-picking skills to free his hands and feet from their bindings. This process took only a few seconds. It was time. Chen was about to perform magic in front of the entire school, with another important purpose to test whether his judgment on the conditions for activating the divine card was correct. If he wasn't mistaken. Ding! Conditions for activating the divine card met, automatically drawing a special ability. The voice of the clown god immediately appeared. Sure enough, in his pocket, the divine card was slightly warm, and he quickly took it out. The originally small clown card glowed with white light, spinning rapidly in the water, the patterns on it gradually becoming blurred. 1 in 52. This probability refers to the chance of drawing that divine card, right? The special ability was drawn randomly. The probability of not drawing the desired divine card was extremely high, but Chen felt a sense of confidence in his heart. Even if it's 1 in 52 in front of me, it's still 100%. Come on, the divine card I want, square 5. Ding! Divine card drawn. The divine card is square 5. The voice of the clown god was suddenly startled, as if unable to believe that Chen had really done it. In the palm of Chen's hand, the clown card stopped spinning and the patterns on it became clear. 5 red square corners arranged on the card face, square 5. Although Chen already knew what the special ability of square 5 was, it still responsibly introduced itself. Square 5, copper level divine card ability, teleport oneself to a nearby location. Distance range determined by magic essence level. Chen smiled slightly, gently taking the transformed divine card. Originally, the magic would end here, but I want to play a little joke on all the students. He suddenly revealed a mischievous smile, which, combined with his makeup, might appear somewhat terrifying to outsiders. I hope this way of dying won't be too painful. He suddenly reached out, touching the switch for the lid's compartment, and gently pressed it. Bang! The compartment suddenly popped open, and a figure inside quickly fell. A person whose hands and feet were bound struggled as they fell into the water tank. This person wore the same coat as Chen and had the same clown makeup as Chen. Even their body shape was somewhat similar. Truly a perfect substitute for death. The assassin of the skeleton society struggled, weakly whimpering in the water. Chen smirked, stuffing a small wire into the substitute's hand. Remember, pry open the handcuffs, and you'll have a chance not to drown. The rest of the magic will be completed by you. After saying this, Chen tightly gripped a divine card and softly chanted, "Square transforms all phenomena." How could a commoner break into a noble school? So he just nodded. I see. Sir, from what you mean, your son is also a student of a noble school? The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. How could that be? I'm just a poor commoner. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. And the son of a rat can only dig holes in this life. The son of a commoner can only be a commoner. However, my son does have some similarities with you. Their observation skills are quite sharp and they seem somewhat clever, Chen said noncommittally. Sir, you must be over 50, right? Then your son must be in his 20s or 30s? The old man glanced at Chen. Logically, that should be the case if he's still alive today. Chen paused slightly, then patted the old man's shoulder. This old man seems to have a story to tell. The conversation halted here. Neither of them spoke. Chen simply stared at the floor numbers in the elevator, silent. 61, 62, 63, 64, 65. Chen frowned. In this elevator, as he watched the flickering floor numbers, an unusual feeling suddenly washed over him. But this feeling was fleeting. Chen shook his head, casting the sensation aside. When they reached the 65th floor, the elevator door slowly opened. The moment the elevator opened, a horrifying sight instantly flooded their vision. Countless naked, grotesque bodies were currently submerged in large green tanks. Looking around, the entire building was densely packed with these tanks. Moreover, the tanks were filled with countless blades. It seemed that some of the tanks were electrified, the blades spinning and activating, turning the people inside into minced meat. Upon seeing these terrifying scenes, a word suddenly popped into Chen's mind: juicer. However, these oversized juicers were not squeezing fruit, but humans. What the hell? The old man seemed stunned by the sight, his mouth agape as he stood frozen in place. Chen simply walked deeper inside, softly saying, "Sir, is this your first time seeing this scene?" Once the old man regained his senses, he hurriedly followed Chen. Of course. What on earth is the Yi family doing in secret? This is murder. Illegal. No wonder this floor can only be accessed with the fingerprints of high-level executives. Chen looked at the bodies in the tanks. Perhaps these people are civilians and in their eyes they don't count as people. Chen reached the end, initially thinking this entire floor was filled with similar human juicer devices. But at the end there was surprisingly a white conference room, completely out of place with the dark, bloody tone of the entire floor. Chen vaguely saw several figures in suits inside, having a meeting. He quickly hid. The old man also glanced at the conference room. It seems Mr. Yi is inside? Chen pressed against the wall, straining to hear, but he couldn't catch any of their discussion. It seemed this conference room had excellent soundproofing. Chen looked around and spotted a small ventilation duct, just big enough for a person to crawl into. After pondering for a moment, Chen quietly said, "Sir, this floor seems to be some kind of secret factory of the Yi family. I suspect they're making something using human corpses, but it has nothing to do with our objective. We can't concern ourselves with what business they're conducting right now. After all, we're just thieves here to steal money. And this floor doesn't look like it has a vault. So, we shouldn't linger here too long to avoid straying from our goal. Sir, you should wait for me at the elevator entrance." The old man nodded, finding Chen's words quite reasonable. "Young man, what about you?" Chen glanced at the few people discussing in the conference room, then at the ventilation duct. "I plan to use the ventilation duct to eavesdrop on their conversation from the ceiling. Maybe we can eavesdrop on where their vault is located." The old man pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "All right. Young man, I see you're quite clever, but you must also pay attention to safety. Don't get caught." Chen confidently replied. "Don't worry, sir. I've been a pickpocket since I was young, crawling and rolling in various places. Climbing through a ventilation duct is too easy for me." After the old man left, Chen carefully examined the ventilation duct and looked at the ceiling of the conference room, noticing a small exhaust fan inside. This duct should lead directly into the conference room. Resolute, Chen gently removed the small cover of the duct and crawled inside. I must say, the duct was filled with dust, and Chen tightly covered his mouth and nose, barely managing to suppress a cough. If he made any noise here, the people in the room would surely hear it clearly. Then, all his plans for theft would be in vain. Chen was extremely cautious, kneeling and slowly crawling forward, successfully making his way to the ceiling above the conference room. Through the spinning exhaust fan, Chen finally got a full view of the conference room below. The room was quite ordinary, just a small space commonly seen in large corporations for meetings. What was not ordinary, however, was the few people sitting inside. Chen quickly scanned the individuals in the conference room. Their attire was exquisite, dressed in suits and leather shoes, clearly high-ranking nobles. Chen examined their appearances one by one. He basically didn't recognize any of them, except for the middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table. This man appeared to be in his 40s, with a shiny little medal pinned to his chest. This medal looked strangely familiar, featuring branches entwined around a red square. Chen immediately shifted his gaze to the man's face. There was no mistaking it. This middle-aged man's appearance was almost a replica of his son's, just with a few more wrinkles. It was obvious that this man was Yiling Tian's father. Yiling Tian's father sat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over the other attendees. Then, he parted his lips and slowly said, "Gentlemen, I wonder what you think of my proposal just now?" The few people in the conference room were clearly high-ranking nobles. One of them stroked his beard and said, "Mr. Yi, is the quality of this product you mentioned guaranteed?" Yiling Tian's father, named Yiding, slowly replied, "Of course, you all saw it when you arrived. The product I am introducing is a new type of magic essence. As you know, magic essence is extremely precious and rare. Just a sip can significantly boost one's magic level. But the drawbacks are also quite obvious. The traditional production process. The costs are too high." Yiding paused for a moment before continuing. "Our company's research has found that although commoners have almost no magic essence in their bodies, by gathering it little by little, we can juice them and concentrate the magic essence within. We can also produce magic essence. The juicers outside are precisely our Yi family's magic essence factory. This is a great invention and innovation." Yiding raised his voice. Chen frowned. Extracting magic essence from the flesh and blood of commoners should be a bloody affair, yet this person's description was quite understated. Not only that, a balding noble sitting opposite Yiding said, "We certainly trust the inventions of Mr. Yi's company, but I am still most concerned about the cost issue." Yiding's lips curled into a smile. "To me, this is completely not a problem." He then said with a laugh, "As I just introduced, the raw material for producing the new type of magic essence is the flesh and blood of commoners. And we should all agree on one point. The lives of commoners are very cheap. Our research has found that commoners under the age of 18, that is, teenagers, do possess a small amount of magic essence in their bodies. And our company has a large number of commoner employees. Their children are excellent juice extraction material." Upon hearing this, the nobles all relaxed their brows and smiled. He, since the cost is low, then we have no problem. Mr. Yi, we can cooperate and export your products both domestically and internationally. Pleasant cooperation. Yiding's expression was very joyful, and he said loudly, "Good." He quickly stood up and took a bottle of champagne from a cabinet in the meeting room. "In that case, let's celebrate." Several nobles quickly reached a business cooperation agreement, toasting each other. In the small meeting room, the noble gentlemen casually discussed ways to exchange the lives of commoners for profit while sipping on expensive fine wine. If the commoners were to hear this, it would likely incite great hatred towards the nobles. However, aside from a slight discomfort, Chen did not have much of an emotional reaction. The nobles exploiting the commoners was a fact Chen had known since childhood. It was just that today he learned that the so-called exploitation was, in a physical sense. Chen shook his head. The dark business of the Yi family was not what interested him. It was the divine relic called the four-sided stone that truly captivated him. He remained crouched in the ventilation duct, patiently observing them. He hoped that Yiling Tian's father would inadvertently reveal the location of the four-sided stone during his drunken bragging. Chen waited for a long time, enduring the meaningless small talk of these middle-aged men until after their commercial flattery. "Mr. Yi, I heard your family's business is so successful and ranks among the 4 great families of Manhwa. Is it because you possess a divine relic?" Just as everyone was enjoying their drinks, a slightly plump middle-aged man casually asked this question. The other nobles, upon hearing this question, also set down their glasses. They pretended to be indifferent, but their eyes subtly darted towards Yiding, hoping he would say something. Originally, this question was somewhat sensitive, equivalent to a business secret. But at this moment, Yiding was in high spirits and somewhat dazed from drinking. He raised his glass and happily said, "Exactly." The other nobles immediately perked up, their eyes locked onto him. How many people, whether nobles or commoners, know that the Yi family possesses a treasure? Commoners believe the Yi family has a business secret, while the nobles naturally know that this treasure is a divine relic. Upon hearing this, the slightly plump noble continued to probe. "Since it is such an important divine relic, Mr. Yi, you surely wouldn't keep it in a bank, right?" Chen secretly cheered upon hearing this. "Good job, uncle. You asked all the questions I wanted to ask." Upon hearing this, the smile on Yiding's face instantly vanished. He gently set down his glass and looked at the excited crowd. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Who doesn't know the value of a divine relic? You want to extract the location of this relic from my mouth." The slightly plump noble was momentarily taken aback, about to say something to explain his abrupt words. But the next second, Yiding's smile returned, and he picked up his glass again. "However, it's fine. Everyone is friends, business partners. We can talk about this treasure. It's also because I have absolute confidence that no one can find where it is. I can say For sure, this thing is in the Yi family building, but it's not on any floor of the building. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads secretly. The slightly plump nobleman smiled and said, Mr. Yi, you must be drunk. Yi Ding, puzzled, replied, who said I'm drunk? I'm not drunk. Another nobleman remarked, the treasure is in the building, but not on any floor. Doesn't that imply that this treasure doesn't exist at all? This was also a popular rumor in society. It was said that the treasure of the Yi family was just a gimmick, a tool for commercial promotion, and in reality, it didn't exist at all. Yi Ding, upon hearing this, was not angry. Think what you want, anyway, what I said is the truth. This topic quickly passed. After a few more drinks, several nobles stood up to bid farewell to Mr. Yi, preparing to leave. Yi Ding's face was a bit flushed. I should have seen you off personally, but right now, I have some personal matters to handle in this room. The others expressed that it was unnecessary for Mr. Yi to come down personally. The nobles left the conference room. Once Yi Ding confirmed that they had left, he instantly recovered from his drunken state. He was just pretending to be drunk. His face darkened and he seemed lost in thought. Chen had gathered the information he wanted and was about to leave when, do you really think I can't find you hiding there? The guest in the vent? Yi Ding's voice suddenly came, calm and steady. Chen immediately looked at Yi Ding. He saw Yi Ding looking up, staring directly in Chen's direction. Then, he reached into his pocket with his right hand. For a moment, Chen thought Yi Ding was going to pull out a gun or his divine card. But surprisingly, Yi Ding pulled out his phone. Chen quickly kicked the fan at the vent's opening and leaped down. He descended rapidly, kicking Yi Ding's phone away. Pulling out a weapon was a minor issue. With Chen's agility, he was confident he could escape before Yi Ding could react. However, he absolutely could not let Yi Ding call for help. He had infiltrated secretly, and as long as no one discovered him, he had a chance to steal the divine relic and escape successfully. But if he was chased by a large group of security guards, that would be a different story. Taking advantage of Yi Ding's distraction, Chen quickly smashed his phone, eliminating the possibility of him calling for security. However, this also gave Yi Ding time to counterattack. Yi Ding seemed to have no weapons on him, but he charged directly at Chen. Chen instantly felt a sharp pain all over his body. Crash! Chen's back slammed into the wine cabinet, causing countless expensive bottles of wine to fall. Yi Ding looked like a businessman, but his strength was surprisingly great. It was no wonder, after all, he was one of the 4 great nobles, and his magic level must be very high. Even if Yi Ding was a square divine card and not a combat-oriented spade, his physicality alone surpassed Chen. Moreover, Chen was currently weakened by the blood curse, making him no match for Yi Ding. Even in hand-to-hand combat, Chen was at a disadvantage. Soon, Yi Ding had one hand around Chen's neck. Chen coughed, feeling as if he couldn't catch his breath. Not only that, but the sudden intense movement seemed to worsen the blood curse within him. It was truly a case of misfortune piling on misfortune. Chen felt his vision blur and all his senses dulled. He saw Yi Ding's face in front of him, twisted in a grimace. Yi Ding's mouth was wide open and his eyes held a strange glint. You little cleaner, you have a decent appearance. You're a good candidate for juicer material. He roared, today, let me show you what happens when a child eavesdrops on adults. Chen felt Yi Ding's grip on his neck tighten. Why do I feel like you're not a commoner? Yi Ding muttered to himself, applying more force. That's even better, your magic essence level seems quite high. Just your body alone could yield enough magic essence to fill a whole bottle. TSK. Just imagine the feeling of your body soaking in disinfectant, then being sliced into minced meat by sharp blades. Chen felt his strength gradually fading. No, Chen couldn't die here. He wanted to live more than anyone else. In an instant, his gaze turned fierce. His hands, which had drooped from weakness, regained vitality and quickly groped behind him. Suddenly, Chen seemed to touch a cylindrical blunt object. Crack! Chen picked up the object and swung it with all his might at Yi Ding's head. Ah! Yi Ding suddenly released his grip, kneeling on the ground, roaring in anger and pain. The blood curse on Chen still lingered, causing him excruciating pain. But he forced himself to muster all his strength. He picked up the blunt object again and smashed it down on the rolling Yi Ding. Crack! Yi Ding collapsed instantly, bloodied and unmoving. The blunt object shattered into pieces on the ground. At that moment, Chen realized it was just a bottle of wine. He gently discarded the broken glass bottle and slumped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Thank goodness. At this moment, Chen felt a sense of relief. He knew the Yi family was a square family, and Yiling Tian's father's divine card ability had nothing to do with combat. Otherwise, trapped in a blood curse, he would never have won in a physical fight against this adult. Chen glanced around the conference room and found no surveillance cameras. This meant he had not been exposed. After resting for a moment, Chen slowly got up and held the unconscious Yi Ding to his feet. Then, he took out a roll of hemp rope from his pocket and securely bound him. After confirming that Yi Ding couldn't break free from the rope by his own strength, Chen tore off a piece of fabric from Yi Ding's clothing and stuffed it into his mouth. This way, even if Yi Ding woke up later, he wouldn't be able to call for help. Then, Chen opened the wine cabinet and hid the unconscious Yiling inside. Bang! He closed the wine cabinet door. After doing all this, he tidied up the conference room a bit. He cleaned up the broken glass from the wine bottle and the spilled wine, disguising the scene as if nothing had happened. This would ensure that even if someone came here, it would be hard to detect any signs of violent conflict. Once everything was arranged, Chen straightened his clothes and quietly slipped out. Hey, young man, you finally came out. What the heck, did you get into a fight? The old man had been waiting by the elevator, and when he saw Chen approaching, his eyes widened slightly. Chen's clothes were a bit disheveled, and there were faint handprints on his neck. Chen waved his hand. It's nothing, I won. He and his son are both weaklings when it comes to fighting. The old man opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Let's not talk about that, Chen said. Aren't you curious about what I overheard, old man? Chen smiled. The old man, seeing Chen's expression, spoke with anticipation. Young man, from what you said, could it be you really heard where he hid the safe? Pretty much. Chen nodded slightly and then recounted to the old man what he had heard in the conference room. Of course, since the old man was a commoner, Chen concealed information such as magic essence and divine relics. The old man, who had originally appeared calm, suddenly froze upon hearing Chen's account, as if he had heard something terrifying. His expression became somewhat strange, and he trembled as he asked, Young man, are you sure? The people used for juicing, are they all commoners? And most of them are young, chosen from the children of employees? Hearing the old man's words, Chen felt there was more to it. After a moment of thought, he replied, Old man, what are you thinking? The old man paused for a moment, then his expression returned to normal. He waved his hand. It's nothing, young man, I'm fine. By the way, young man, our goal is to steal money, right? We shouldn't care about the black business. They are running. The old man chuckled and walked towards the elevator. However, Chen did not move. He then looked directly at the old man and gently asked, Old man, how did your son die? The old man halted. He then sighed softly, Young man, you don't need to worry about my story. Let's focus on finishing this job. Once we have the money, all the pain will be gone. Chen remained non-committal. The two of them entered the elevator. So, young man, have you figured out where their little vault is hidden? The old man changed his mood and asked Chen. Chen shared his analysis. According to what the head of the Yi family, Yiling, said, their so-called treasure is in this financial building, but not on any floor within it. At the same time, based on the rumors that gems do not exist in society, I have a vague guess, but it still needs verification. And the way to verify it is, take the elevator. Chen then looked at the old man. Old man, when we came up from the 60th floor, did you feel anything unusual? Unusual? The old man scratched his head. I didn't feel anything strange. Chen simply raised his hand to check his watch, then pressed the button for the 60th floor again. The elevator began to descend slowly. The numbers on the display screen kept changing. 65, 64, 63, 62, 61, 60. As the numbers changed, Chen's gaze shifted back and forth between his watch and the display screen. Ding, the elevator arrived. Young man, why are we coming back? The old man asked, looking at the familiar 60th floor with confusion. Chen slowly moved his gaze away from the watch and said, Indeed, my feeling was correct. Old man, how many floors are there from the 60th to the 65th? The old man counted on his fingers. 1, 2, 6. There are a total of 6 floors, what's wrong? Chen stared intently at the display screen inside the elevator and softly said, But I always feel like we went up 7 floors. Chen's intuition had always been sharp, and with the enhancement of a large amount of magic essence in his body, all his senses were heightened, making it impossible for such details to escape his perception. Even during his first ascent in the elevator, he had keenly noticed, when the elevator moved from the 64th to the 65th floor, the display number changed more slowly, and the time taken for the elevator to move was longer. Thus, Chen formed a bold hypothesis: there is a mezzanine between these two floors. Between the 64th and 65th floors, there is a hidden 64.5 floor. The gem is in this building, but not on any one floor, because it's on some half floor. Chen's voice was calm, yet he revealed an astonishing truth. The old man opened his mouth, his eyes wide with surprise. Young man, this is quite fanciful, isn't it? The elevator's speed, fluctuating between fast and slow, is also a possibility, right? Are you really sure that this building has a hidden floor that isn't marked in the elevator? Chen shook his head. My judgment is based on more than just the elevator's speed. First, old man, you mentioned before that the stairs are hardly used except in special circumstances. But that doesn't make sense, does it? In a financial skyscraper with such heavy foot traffic, why seal off the stairs and only use the elevator? Second, why does only the 65th floor require fingerprint unlocking? I'm afraid there's a more important reason besides the secret juice factory on the 65th floor. That is, the floor below the 65th is not the 64th at all. The so-called fingerprint authentication is a precaution taken by the Yi family to prevent anyone from damaging the floor of the 65th floor and thus reaching this hidden level. The old man was taken aback, rubbing his nose. Hold on, young man, let me sort this out. He then began counting on his fingers, silently reiterating Chen's analysis. After a long while he looked up, but his expression was not one of admiration. He still held some doubts. Young man, I understand everything you just said, and I must admit, it does make some sense, but this is just speculation, isn't it? What if there really isn't this hidden floor? Or even if there is such a hidden floor, it's just an unfinished, abandoned level? Chen had anticipated these questions. He smiled and said, "Old man, your doubts are very reasonable. Because, as I said, I think the 64.5 floor is just a hypothesis. And the best way to verify a hypothesis is practice. If you want to know whether there's a hidden floor, just go see for yourself." The old man slightly parted his lips, seemingly wanting to ask something more. Chen gestured for him not to hesitate and to ask directly. The old man scratched his head and asked again, "Let's assume, for the sake of argument, that there is indeed a 64.5 floor, and the gem, the vault, the wealth, are all inside. How do we get there? We can't just go to the 64th floor and punch a hole in the ceiling, can we? Or go to the 65th floor and make a big hole in the floor? Each of these would make quite a commotion. What if it attracts attention?" Chen smiled slightly at this. He had already thought about this question. For ordinary people, creating a completely sealed hidden floor makes no sense at all. But for nobles with supernatural powers, it is very reasonable. Moreover, the Yi family is a square family, and the ability of the square system, square 5, is teleportation. It's likely that the Yi family usually enters the 64.5 floor through square 5. However, Chen's divine card at this moment was not square 5, and he could not move through walls to reach this hidden space. But Chen had other methods. A very forceful, yet effective method. He parted his lips slightly and said slowly, "Old man, you need to broaden your thinking. The way to enter a hidden floor does indeed require a breakthrough from the outside, but it doesn't necessarily have to be from above or below." Old man, repeating Chen's words, "Not above or below." Chen didn't elaborate further, just stepped out of the elevator and quietly led the old man into a small, empty room. It was a small entertainment room with a large floor-to-ceiling window. Chen leaned slightly out of the window, looking up. Every floor of this building had such glass windows. Then Chen took out a short piece of rope from his pocket and began to wrap it around his waist. Unlike the rope used to bind Yiling, one end of this rope had a small black hook. The old man, still looking confused, instantly understood upon seeing Chen's actions. "Young man, are you going to?" Chen pulled back his body and smiled slightly. "Parkour is a basic skill for a phantom thief. Not above, not below, but rather from the side." Then, disregarding the old man's astonished gaze, he suddenly took off, charging towards the window, and leaped out. Crack! The shattered glass exploded behind Chen like a myriad of stars. The cold wind rushed in like ice needles, sending a thrill through every nerve in Chen's body. At that moment, time seemed to slow down infinitely. The sound of breaking glass seemed to be muted. At this height of over 200 meters, a handsome young man flew in midair, the cold wind billowing his coat. Behind him was a sky full of stars, the moonlight bright and clear. Below him, neon lights flickered, and traffic flowed like a river. The young man, propelled by inertia, flung the grappling hook towards the building's window, reflecting white light. Amidst the howling cold wind, he heard his own breath, laced with laughter. "The magic show begins now." The cold wind was biting. Chen lightly stepped on the outer side of the building, gripping the rope tightly, and began to climb slowly upwards. At this height of over 200 meters, if someone with acrophobia were in Chen's position and looked down, they would likely faint on the spot. But Chen moved with ease. Gradually, he climbed higher, using the cover of night, reaching the position between the 64th and 65th floors. Looking through the glass of the 64th floor, he saw the ordinary office decor. Through the glass of the 65th floor, he saw rows of human juicers. Only this layer between the two floors was empty, devoid of anything. Yes, this was the only hidden layer of the entire building, 64.5 floors. Bang! Glass shards fell everywhere. Chen pushed down hard, shattering the window of the 64.5 floor, and leaped inside. Upon landing, Chen immediately got up and hid in a corner. Then, he cautiously looked around. There were no lights here. It was dark as night, making it impossible to see a hand in front of his face. Chen quietly took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. This floor was just as he had imagined, a hidden layer. So there were almost no facilities inside. Even the walls had no decoration, still looking like raw concrete. Chen tightened his grip on the phone, walking forward while observing his surroundings. This floor was very spacious. Aside from a small platform box in the center, there was nothing else. It seemed this was the location of the four-sided stone. Chen cautiously approached. As he neared the platform, he finally got a good look at the small box. The box appeared very exquisite, with intricate hollow patterns carved on it. Chen suppressed his excitement and carefully examined the area around the box. Generally speaking, in movies, such boxes are surrounded by various anti-theft devices or traps. However, after a thorough search, Chen found no such devices. Ultimately, he had to conclude this was just an ordinary box with no protection at all. So simple? The quadrangular stone hidden so simply in this box? However, Chen quickly let it go. Any high-tech anti-theft measures might not be much use against a thief holding a divine token. The hidden 64.5 layers were the greatest camouflage guarantee for the quadrangular stone, and this secret had been unraveled by Zhou Chen. With this in mind, Zhou Chen no longer hesitated and immediately reached out to open the small box. Inside, there was nothing. Empty. Zhou Chen's first reaction was that someone had stolen the quadrangular stone in advance, but he quickly dismissed that thought. The inside of the box was covered in dust as if it had never stored anything. Just as Zhou Chen was pondering, the box suddenly spoke. It was a mechanical voice devoid of emotion. If you wish to find what you seek, speak the truth of this object. 3 chances remaining. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen immediately realized this was the anti-theft device of the quadrangular stone, equivalent to a password lock. But classic password locks are easily cracked, so the Yi family chose to use a vague question instead of a password. The translation of this question was quite clear. To find the quadrangular stone, one must state the truth of the quadrangular stone. The answer to this question, Yi Ding must know very well. But Zhou Chen had no time to run back and interrogate Yi Ding to force him to reveal the answer. Delays could lead to chaos. Therefore, it was best for Zhou Chen to solve this question on his own. The truth of the quadrangular stone. Zhou Chen's first thought was of the rumor the quadrangular stone did not exist at all. Both the elder and those nobles who met with Yi Ding had once believed this. But the prophet's skull had clearly told Zhou Chen that the quadrangular stone was in the Yi family company building. Zhou Chen looked at the line below that read 3 chances remaining. Ha, 3 chances, who do you look down on? I'll waste one first. The quadrangular stone does not exist. Incorrect. Answer, 2 chances remaining. Zhou Chen smirked. The reason for using up this chance was twofold. First, Zhou Chen wanted to confirm that the quadrangular stone was indeed a real object, that the prophet's skull had not deceived him. Second, Zhou Chen already had the correct answer in mind. Yi Ding had once confidently stated in a meeting, the quadrangular stone is in the financial building, but not in any first floor. Zhou Chen had mingled with all sorts of people since childhood and had developed a skill. He could roughly judge whether someone was lying by their tone and demeanor. When Yi Ding said that line, his demeanor was confident, boastful, and showed absolute trust in the safety of his treasure. This meant that his statement was true and came from a mindset of I'm telling you the truth, but you still can't guess it. Zhou Chen sneered. But he had already figured it out. Yi Ding's statement was easy to translate. Not in any first floor, then it must be in a half floor. This meant that the quadrangular stone must be within these 64.5 layers, and Zhou Chen had already searched this place once. Aside from this little broken box, there was nothing else. Therefore, the truth was already quite clear. A detective in a literary work once said, when all possibilities have been eliminated, the remaining answer, no matter how unbelievable, is the truth. So, Zhou Chen confidently whispered the answer. Square creates change. The appearance of the quadrangular stone has been transformed into other things within the entire floor. This thing is you, the small box that asks questions. The quadrangular stone has taken the form of the box. This is the truth of the quadrangular stone. Zhou Chen picked up the box with one hand, ready to embrace victory. Incorrect answer, 1 chance left. Ha! Zhou Chen was momentarily stunned. A familiar sharp voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected a blunder, randomly drawing a divine card, drawing failed. But, oh dear, I forgot you've already drawn a divine card. Ha ha ha, this scene is too funny. I just can't help it. The mind was filled with the mad laughter of the clown god. Zhou Chen shook his head helplessly. Did you see everything? Of course. Ha ha, my child, seeing your confident expression while answering and then getting slapped in the face at lightspeed. Truly, so much fun. Ha ha ha. Zhou Chen interrupted him with slight dissatisfaction. Stop laughing. Aren't you supposed to be on my side? Quick, tell me, how do I answer this question? The clown god finally stopped laughing. Oh, could it be that you want outside help? That's not allowed. That's cheating, that's using hacks. You must rely on your own strength to steal the quadrangular stone, not on the help of a deity. After all this, you actually don't know the truth about the quadrangular stone, do you? Zhou Chen pointed out. The clown god made a sound of embarrassment. I'm not like that skull, I'm not omniscient, I don't understand, isn't that normal? In the end, don't you also not know the answer? No, I know. Zhou Chen said calmly. The moment I saw this question, 2 answers flashed through my mind. I just chose the one that was more likely to be correct. Zhou Chen paused. As for that second answer, to be honest, I really don't want to say it. Because, the answer is too crazy. Too crazy? Interesting. Quick, please tell me, I want to hear what it is. The clown god became interested upon hearing Zhou Chen's words. Zhou Chen looked at the hint on the small box. 1 chance left. He closed his eyes tightly and thought back once more in his mind. After confirming his thoughts were correct, he slowly spoke. The so-called quadrangular stone is this floor. Right on this floor? I know. But where on this floor? Zhou Chen corrected the clown god. Not on this floor. It is this floor. The 64.5 floors hidden in the Yi family financial building are the quadrangular stone. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, the clown god seemed stunned. My child, are you okay? Are you sick? Oh right, you really are sick, a blood curse, terminal illness, but you can't let your brain get fried. It was clear that the rambling clown god completely misunderstood Zhou Chen's explanation. Zhou Chen said no more, just cast a gentle glance at the hint panel of the small box. To seek what you desire, speak the truth of this object. Your answer, 64.5 floors. Completely correct. Ding, a green light indicating successful certification lit up. My child, you really got it right. Zhou Chen picked up a small stone, squatted down, and drew a few lines. He sketched out a flat rectangular prism. Clown god, what do you think my drawing looks like? It looks like a square with 4 corners. Is what you drew the quadrangular stone? Exactly, but at the same time, Zhou Chen stood up and surveyed the entire floor. It is also this floor. Yejia Financial Building has 4 walls. If a certain floor of Yejia Financial Building is separated from the building by some force, then that floor will also have the shape of a square at its 4 corners. Zhou Chen's tone was gentle. Yi Ding's words are the best hint. The quadrangular stone is inside the financial building but not inside any floor. What can be inside the building but not on the floor? The answer is obvious, the floor itself. And there is one floor that is superfluous, one that shouldn't be in the building, the hidden 64.5th floor. This is the truth of the quadrangular stone. I see. This is the crazy answer you were talking about. The quadrangular stone is not a small gem, but an entire floor. Wonderful. My child, I must give you a hefty reward of magic essence. Your magic essence level has increased again. You're about to touch the threshold of ascension. When you successfully return, test it with the magic essence detector. After saying this, the voice of the clown god disappeared. Magic essence reward? In an instant, Zhou Chen felt much more comfortable. It seemed that his magic essence level was rising faster than his peers thanks to the help of the clown god. Zhou Chen shook his head and focused his attention on the panel in front of him. The small box only said I answered correctly. I also confirmed the truth of the quadrangular stone. But how do I take away an entire floor? Before Zhou Chen could think carefully, the panel of the small box changed again. Answer correct. Providing the requested item to the answerer. The quadrangular stone is about to restore its original form. Restore original form? In an instant, Zhou Chen had a foreboding feeling. Not good. The next second, he suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the outer wall of the 64.5th floor. Then, the ground shook violently. The entire floor began to shake violently. Zhou Chen noticed that the outer wall of the entire 64.5th floor was gradually shrinking, moving closer to him. Zhou Chen quickened his pace. Boom! Dust flew and debris fell from the ceiling. The entire 64.5th floor was rapidly shrinking. At this moment, it had already shrunk to half its original size. If Zhou Chen didn't jump out of the window in time before it shrank, he would probably be squished into meat paste. Fortunately, Zhou Chen ran forward with all his might, and the wall was also moving closer to him as it shrank. So, he didn't take long to reach the outer wall. The rope was still tightly hooked to the outer wall of this floor. Zhou Chen quickly leaped and jumped out the window. Then, he grabbed the rope and slid down. At this moment, the entire 64.5th floor had shrunk to the size of a small water tank. Zhou Chen's figure descended rapidly. 64th floor, 63rd floor, 62nd floor, 61st floor. Zhou Chen saw the 61st floor, the large hole in the floor-to-ceiling window that he had kicked open. He swung hard and swung back into the floor along the rope. Grandpa Wan was still waiting in the small entertainment room on the 61st floor. He was lighting a cigarette while flipping through a somewhat revealing pornographic magazine, chuckling from time to time. When he saw Zhou Chen suddenly jump in through the window, he was startled and quickly hid the magazine behind him. Young man, why are you covered in dust? Boom! A sound similar to an earthquake came from above, startling Grandpa. Wang, what's going on, young man? Did you blow up the building? Pretty much, Zhou Chen replied. At this moment, the 64.5th floor had shrunk to the size of a diamond. Above it, a section of the building crashed down. With a loud bang, Zhou Chen had completely extracted a floor from the entire building, and miraculously, the floors above did not tilt at all. Perhaps the entire building was designed from the very beginning. When the 64.5th floor was removed, the 64 floors below and the 65th floor above could seamlessly connect. After stabilizing his position, Zhou Chen immediately began to pull the rope, bringing the hook that was hanging outside the window back inside. Soon, the entire bundle of rope was pulled back. At the end of the hook, a small black claw quietly held onto a crystal-clear object, a dazzling diamond. The diamond was shaped like a square block, and upon closer inspection, one could find that its shiny exterior was quite similar to the glass walls of the Yi family financial building. Zhou Chen gently took it down and tucked it into his pocket. The old man asked in surprise, "Young man, is this the treasure of the Yi family? Is there anything else in that floor?" "No," Zhou Chen replied succinctly. The old man's expression showed slight disappointment. "I thought there would be a lot of money." The old man's tone shifted as he looked at Zhou Chen's actions with some curiosity. At that moment, Zhou Chen was carefully stowing the climbing rope on his body. "Young man, why do you always put things in your clothes?" The old man paused and asked again in confusion. "I've wanted to ask this for a long time. Aren't you carrying a black bag? It looks heavy, why not use it? What's inside it, anyway?" Zhou Chen didn't want to answer, so he pretended to be mysterious and pointed at the black bag on him. "This? Inside is a magical tool that I'll need later." The old man listened, bewildered. "You young people really speak in ways that are getting harder to understand. Anyway, young man, you've got the item now. This thing is said to be the Yi family's heirloom. It should sell for a good price on the black market, right?" Zhou Chen naturally understood the old man's meaning. "Don't worry, old man, once we get out, we'll split whatever it sells for, just like we agreed." First, he painted a rosy picture for the old man. How they would split the loot after getting out was another matter. Beep beep, beep. In an instant, red lights flashed and alarms rang throughout the building. Zhou Chen immediately furrowed his brows. As expected, what was meant to come has come. When Zhou Chen stole the quadrangular stone, it had caused such a commotion that it was impossible not to alert security. "Over here, I see two figures." In the distance, a group of security personnel in uniforms shouted as they rushed toward them. "We need to go, old man," Zhou Chen said immediately. He quickly crouched down and dashed toward the elevator. The old man followed closely behind. "Young man, do you have an escape plan?" Zhou Chen quickly replied, "Yes, I never fight an unprepared battle. I had everything planned out before coming. Stealing the treasure doesn't make a qualified thief, getting away safely does. Follow me, old man." The two quickly slipped into the elevator before the security personnel could get close. The old man panted and said, "Young man, I feel like we actually don't need to run. I'm the head of security. Those little security guards listen to me. Maybe we can bluff our way through." Zhou Chen simply said, "The noise was too loud. I stole the Yi family's treasure." Although Zhou Chen moved quickly and didn't waste much time, the entire building had instantly lost a floor, and anyone who understood the truth about the quadrangular stone would definitely know what had happened. Zhou Chen continued, "Perhaps those security guards have already received notifications from above. You might have already been exposed as an accomplice." The old man was very receptive to advice. "Alright, I'll follow your lead. Young man, what's your escape plan? Are we just going to take the elevator to the first floor?" Zhou Chen shook his head directly. "Absolutely not. The security guards are already alert. There must be guards waiting on the first floor. And where we need to go is the top floor." Zhou Chen pointed to the button at the top of the elevator, the 90th floor, which is also the highest point in the entire East City. The old man scratched his head. "The top floor, how do we escape from there?" Zhou Chen simply replied, "Just trust me." He then pressed the elevator button. At the same time, the old man swiped his ID card. A moment of silence. The elevator remained motionless. "Oh dear, young man. The 90th floor requires high-level access. My ID card won't work." The prompt panel displayed, "Access level too low. Required level 0001. Authentication method iris." Oh no. It's actually level 0001. And it's not fingerprint authentication, it's iris authentication. This old method won't work anymore. We can't get through. Zhou Chen looked at the old man. "What is level 0001 access?" The old man anxiously held his head. "Level 0001 is the highest level. Only one person has this access." "Who?" "Yi family CEO, Yi Ding." Upon hearing this name, Zhou Chen's furrowed brows relaxed. "You should have said so earlier, old man. Do you have a way?" the old man asked, his tone filled with joy. Zhou Chen didn't explain much. "Let's go to the 65th floor first." They returned to the familiar 65th floor, once again encountering those familiar human juicers. Upon seeing these juicers, the old man's expression instantly became extremely serious, but the next second, it returned to normal. Zhou Chen noticed all these small details but remained silent, not asking further. The old man's story had nothing to do with him. This floor was quite hidden, so the security guards hadn't arrived yet. They were able to rest for a moment. Zhou Chen walked straight to the innermost conference room. If nothing unexpected happened, Yi Ding, bound hand and foot, was still hiding inside. The two entered the conference room. "Wow, young man, look at this wine cabinet. It's filled with fine wines. One bottle costs several million dragon coins. Let's take some, half for each." The old man couldn't resist when he saw something valuable, as if forgetting that a whole bunch of security guards were chasing them. Zhou Chen initially wanted to refuse, but then thought of a better idea. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Chen suddenly said, "How about this, old man, for better distribution of the spoils? After this job is done, all the wine is yours. I just want the gems." The old man was taken aback. "All the wine I take is mine?" Zhou Chen nodded. The old man immediately rejoiced. "Deal." Saying this, he began to stuff the fine wines into his pockets and clothes. He also said, "Young man, can you help me take some too?" Zhou Chen sighed helplessly and only took one bottle to carry with him. As the head of security, the old man had helped him a lot when infiltrating the building. This wine could be considered his salary. "Young man, look at you, just taking one bottle. Is that black bag of yours really that mysterious? Gems or fine wine, you'd rather carry them on?" You then put them in the bag? Zhou Chen still didn't intend to explain. Old man, my bag is already filled with things and it will be very useful in the end. The old man shook his head upon hearing this. You young folks are really mysterious. You did a bunch of strange operations in the lighting control room before, carrying a black bag and refusing to say what's inside. Forget it. Young people your age all like a sense of mystery. I understand. After taking the wine, Zhou Chen was about to open the inner wine cabinet. Seeing the old man's curious gaze, he immediately stopped his movements. Sir, please wait outside the room for a moment. I'll be out shortly. Still trying to maintain an air of mystery? Fine, I'll play alone. The old man didn't mind and stood guard outside the conference room. Once Zhou Chen confirmed that the old man couldn't see from this angle, he took out his divine card. The old man was a civilian and couldn't use the divine card in front of civilians. Zhou Chen was aware of this rule. He had kept his divine card ability unused until now, and this was the perfect moment. Zhou Chen opened the inner wine cabinet. The tightly bound Yi Ding was still struggling. The moment he saw Zhou Chen, his eyes were filled with fear. The security could discover them on the 65th floor at any moment, and dragging Yi Ding to the elevator would take too long. Since it relied on iris recognition, which depended on the human eye, why not just copy one directly? Divine card square 3, copy. Now it was time to use it. Zhou Chen raised his divine card. Yi Ding struggled and squirmed, his eyes wide open, his mouth muffled in a whimper. He had no idea what Zhou Chen was about to do, his expression filled with terror. Yes, widen your eyes a bit more. Look in my direction. Zhou Chen whispered softly. Square transmute all phenomena. 3 states. Carve the shadow. In the next second, a round, white eyeball instantly appeared in Zhou Chen's palm. After obtaining the eyeball, Zhou Chen paid no attention to Yi Ding's whimpering gaze and stuffed it back into the wine cabinet. Now, all the preparations for escape were complete. Zhou Chen gently walked out of the conference room. At this moment, Old Man Wang stood quietly in front of a large juicer, staring intently at the naked body inside. The naked body resembled a small boy, motionless in the juicer. Suddenly, the blades at the bottom of the juicer began to spin rapidly. Whoosh! The little boy suddenly opened his eyes and lunged at the old man. The old man was startled and hurriedly stepped back 2 paces. Bang! The boy, soaked in disinfectant, inexplicably woke up and pounded against the glass of the tank, banging incessantly. But in the next second, zzzzz, the sharp blades whirled. The still living little boy was instantly reduced to red minced meat. The disinfectant water turned completely red with blood. The old man's hand, which had been hanging down, unconsciously clenched tightly. His expression was extremely serious. But when he saw Zhou Chen come out, he instantly reverted to his cheerful old man persona. Young man, all set? Did you find a way to unlock the iris? Let's hurry and go. After saying this, the old man didn't dare to look at Zhou Chen and just started walking towards the elevator. Wait. Zhou Chen stood still and called out softly to the old man's back. The old man paused. Zhou Chen parted his lips slightly. Sir, you aren't just an ordinary worker, right? The old man didn't turn around. What are you talking about? Young man, my identity doesn't matter. Let's go. Zhou Chen didn't move. Sir, if I'm not mistaken, you actually don't care about money at all. Zhou Chen combined all the details he had observed about the old man and deduced his past. You worked for the Yi family and even became the head of security, the head of cleaning, the head electrician. With so many jobs, I'm afraid it's not just for those few salaries, right? Zhou Chen noticed that after hearing his words, the old man's back seemed to tremble slightly. But the old man still said nothing. Zhou Chen paused for a moment and continued with his analysis. If I'm not mistaken, all of this you've done is for your son. Let me guess, a long time ago, your son either went missing or was captured by the Yi family. You accompanied me to investigate the building and search for the safe, but it wasn't really about the money. Instead, it was to uncover the truth about your son's death. You thought my skills in infiltrating the building were impressive, so you chose to collaborate with me. Through me, you learned about Yi Ding's dark business. While I was stealing the diamond alone, you were also going through all the information you could find. Today, you finally learned how your son died. He was ground into minced meat by these juicers and then became just an ordinary commodity for the noble gentleman. To avenge your son, that is your purpose. Zhou Chen finished his entire analysis and quietly watched the old man's back. The old man stood still, not moving, lost in thought. A few seconds later, he shifted his feet and slowly turned around. Zhou Chen saw his expression. It was one of profound sorrow and weariness, and a hint of guilt. Zhou Chen frowned. The old man slowly spoke, his tone becoming somewhat hoarse. Young man, I've been with you for a while now, and I've realized you're really smart. You understand everything, but there's one thing you're completely wrong about. The old man had a look as if he was about to cry. I am not as formidable as you think. I am really just a greedy commoner, but I had no choice at all. I don't know whether you're a noble or a commoner, but you clearly don't understand how hard life is for the lowest class. Don't be fooled by this modern society, with all its high technology. That's all for the noble gentleman. To them, commoners are even less than livestock. The Dragon Country from over a decade ago was nothing like it is now. We were so poor we couldn't even afford a bite to eat, had no place to live, and the mother of my child ran off with someone else at the most difficult time. Lord Yiding personally came to find me. He said that if I sold my son to him, he would give me a large sum of money and a job. I had no choice. I was already faint from hunger, and if I didn't get food soon, I would have to eat my son. That was the only lifeline for me at that time. At this point, the old man forced a bitter smile. Young man, you're still young. You don't know how hard it was for commoners to survive in the dragon country back then. Did you think it was the Yi family that forced me to hand over my son? Wrong. I sold my son like livestock. Don't think I'm abnormal. At that time, how many people wanted to sell their children but had no way to do so? Zhou Chen remained silent, just quietly listening to the old man vent. Finally, Zhou Chen asked, at that time, didn't you know what they were going to do with your son? The old man slowly sat down on the cold ground. I didn't know. How could they possibly tell me? They only said my son had some extraordinary talents. At that time, I thought they were going to take him to be a child laborer or something. Of course, after a few years, when I still hadn't received any news about my son, I vaguely understood what was going on. And the old man raised his voice again, speaking in a tone that seemed on the verge of tears. But how would I know they want to take my son, to squeeze out his flesh? That's my son, my only flesh and blood. To the noble lords, my family is just a pile of rotten meat, raw materials for selling drinks. And what we get in return is just enough money for a few meals and a meager job. In their eyes, the lives of commoners are truly worth less than beasts. The old man covered his face, sitting on the ground in pain. Zhou Chen just stood quietly in place. He was not involved in the incident and could not empathize with the old man. He didn't know what to say, so he chose to say nothing. Zhou Chen tried to empathize a little. It was probably the feeling of having the most precious and valued person in one's life regarded by others as nothing more than livestock. And indeed, that livestock was being sold. Zhou Chen sighed, about to say something to comfort the old man. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the elevator display screen in the distance. 62, 63. 64. Someone was taking the elevator to this floor. Zhou Chen reacted quickly, immediately darting behind a juice machine. Old man, hide quickly. Someone is coming up. Old man Wang was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the flickering numbers on the elevator, then glancing at Zhou Chen hiding in the shadows. He stood still for a moment. Old man Wang, what are you doing? Hurry and hide. Zhou Chen raised his voice. The old man shook his head as if waking from a dream, but still did not move. He said softly, young man, they are coming from the elevator. The direction we need to escape is also the elevator. Just hiding, we will eventually be discovered by them. Zhou Chen was at a loss for what the old man wanted to do. So are you just going to stand there like a fool? The old man smiled self-deprecatingly. Young man, I look down on myself a bit. You think too highly of me. Just now you said I didn't come for money, but to investigate the truth behind my son's death. But the truth is very simple. I'm not as noble as you say. I really came for the money. And even the fact that my son might be made into meat sauce is because I wanted that little bit of money. The old man's expression was filled with shame as he gritted his teeth. It really makes me feel I've lost all face. Zhou Chen blinked a few times. Old man, who hasn't made mistakes in the past? This isn't the time for reflection. Once we escape, you'll have plenty of time to feel ashamed. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, the old man paused again. He lowered his head, seemingly pondering. But why can't I make up for my mistakes? You said I came here to work to investigate the truth behind my son's death, to seek revenge for my son. Why can't I turn the false into the true? Yes, you're right. After I escape, I'll have plenty of time to blame myself, to feel ashamed, but if I really escape, I truly won't be able to forgive myself. He reached out to touch the juice machines beside him. These things are the murder weapons that killed my son. Zhou Chen instantly realized what he was trying to do. But Zhou Chen didn't say another word. He just quietly watched the old man think. There's an old saying, without experiencing others' suffering, don't advise others to do good. No matter what the old man wanted to do, Zhou Chen chose to respect it. The old man murmured, young man, I am a sinner. My son is dead, and it was indirectly because I sold him out. In fact, I vaguely knew that by selling my son to the Yi family, he was basically doomed. I clearly know that I caused my own flesh and blood to die, but I have been evading it my whole life. And today, I don't want to escape anymore. Zhou Chen said nothing, quietly hiding in the shadows, his expression unreadable. The old man suddenly rushed to a fire cabinet by the wall and pulled out a red fire extinguisher. He hid the extinguisher behind him, then, with bloodshot eyes fixed his gaze on the elevator in front of him. Ding, the elevator finally arrived. Tap tap tap. In an instant, 7 or 8 fully armed security guards wielding batons burst out from inside. The old man returned to a playful expression. Hello there, why do you all look so serious? I, Old Wang, the head of security, don't you recognize me? What about the masked one? The leading security guard asked. Zhou Chen, who had been wearing a mask, naturally understood that the masked one referred to him. He remained motionless, not making a sound, hiding in the dark, quietly observing them. What masked one? It's just me here. The old man feigned ignorance. Stop talking. Nonsense. We received a notification that it was you who let that little thief in. You've already betrayed the company. The leader reacted quickly. Hearing this, old Wang no longer intended to pretend. We're all colleagues. Why make things difficult for each other? Where's Mr. Yi? I want to see him. I have some past matters to discuss with him in person. The leading security guard chuckled lightly. You want to talk to Mr. Yi? You don't deserve it. As he spoke, the leader suddenly charged forward with his baton raised. The old man ducked to avoid it easily, then instantly pulled out the fire extinguisher from behind and struck the man's forehead with a fierce blow. Bang! The security guard fell to the ground, blood pouring from his head. Seeing this, the others rushed forward with their batons. The old man raised the fire extinguisher again, but he did not swing it at them. Instead, he smashed it against the juice machine's water tank. Crash! The glass tank shattered instantly and blood gushed out. The rushing security guards were caught off guard and knocked to the ground. The old man did not stop his actions. These are the weapons that killed my son. Today, I will smash all of you to pieces. The old man seemed to transform into another person, his face frenzied, his strength directed at the next water tank. With a fierce smash, crash, the security guards on the ground had not yet gotten up when they were once again knocked down by the surging blood. The old man appeared to be in a frenzied state, smashing one after another, breaking one and then smashing the next. It seemed as if he had imagined these lifeless objects as the murderers of his son. But actually, it was Yi Ding who killed your son, Zhou Chen murmured from the shadows. Gradually, the entire floor was covered in a layer of blood. Hiding in the shadows, Zhou Chen saw that the old man had drawn all their attention, seizing the opportunity to quickly lower his body and rush toward the elevator. Fortunately, those security guards were busy trying to stop old Wang's actions, and no one noticed that a young man had quietly slipped into the elevator. After Zhou Chen entered the elevator, he quickly took out the bloodied eyeball. The eyeball still had traces of blood on it, looking very realistic. It would surely pass the iris recognition without issue. He pressed the button for the 90th floor while swiftly raising the eyeball to the authentication window. Ding! Authentication successful. The elevator doors moved from both sides toward the center, slowly closing. In these last few seconds, Zhou Chen looked again through the gap in the doors at the scene outside the elevator. At this moment, Grandpa Wang had already been pinned down by the security guards, countless batons raining down like a storm. Amidst the splattering blood, he screamed hysterically towards the sky. I know, these water tanks are not the real culprits behind my son's death. Yi Ding, you are the one. You killed my son. You killed my son. One day, I will kill you to avenge my son. I will repay you in kind, an eye for an eye. The elevator doors finally closed. Grandpa's furious roars gradually weakened. Zhou Chen stood quietly in place. All the noise was cut off outside the elevator. Sorry, Grandpa. I have to go first, he murmured. Zhou Chen stood in the elevator, his eyes calmly watching the floor numbers. 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 88, 89, 90. Ding! The elevator arrived. The doors slowly opened. Before him, it was pitch black. Zhou Chen remained extremely vigilant, turned on his phone's flashlight, and slowly felt his way forward. To be honest, since this was the 90th floor, the highest floor with the highest access privileges, Zhou Chen had expected to see something more astonishing and had mentally prepared himself. However, what was somewhat surprising was that this floor was very empty, basically devoid of anything. But Zhou Chen had no time to conduct a more detailed investigation. His purpose was simple. Since he had already obtained the four-sided stone, he needed to escape the building and return to school as quickly as possible. Delaying even a second could worsen his blood curse. Zhou Chen remained alert and slowly walked towards the rooftop of the 90th floor. With a whoosh, Zhou Chen yanked open the sliding door to the rooftop and stepped inside slowly. The cold wind howled, and the moonlight was bright. Zhou Chen adjusted his black backpack and slowly moved towards the edge of the rooftop. Bang! A loud explosion suddenly came from behind him. Zhou Chen reacted quickly and immediately dodged to the side. A blade of air, like a bullet, whizzed past him, just barely missing his face. A strand of hair was severed and gently fell to the ground. It was only a centimeter away. If it had been any closer, it wouldn't have just been Zhou Chen's hair that was cut off. Zhou Chen immediately rolled on the ground, quickly hiding behind an obstacle. Bang! 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 The lights suddenly turned on. Dozens of people resembling bodyguards suddenly appeared on the rooftop. Thud thud, thud. They moved swiftly, forming a formation that surrounded the entire rooftop. The leading bodyguard, lightly squeezing a card of Spade 2, had a tense expression. Zhou Chen immediately realized these bodyguards were completely different from the security guards he encountered on the 65th floor. These people were all noble bodyguards. Their weapons were not firearms nor batons but divine cards. Come out, don't hide. A familiar figure suddenly emerged from the group of bodyguards. This voice, Zhou Chen naturally remembered. With a hint of arrogance, a touch of disdain, Yiling Tian. Yiling Tian crossed his arms and slowly walked forward, approaching Zhou Chen's direction. Young Master Yi, the person opposite is a dangerous individual. Don't get any closer, a bodyguard shouted anxiously. Oh, don't worry. This person is my old acquaintance. Yiling Tian spoke in a calm tone. Am I right? That civilian genius gentleman? Zhou Chen clenched his fists tightly. Sure enough, when he encountered Yiling Tian in the elevator, Zhou Chen had a vague feeling that he seemed to recognize him. However, Yiling Tian didn't call out his name. Instead, he used Civilian Genius as his code name. After all, with his face covered, perhaps Yiling Tian wasn't 100% sure that he was Zhou Chen. He was testing the waters. Zhou Chen remained silent, quietly observing the situation. Seeing no response, Yiling Tian furrowed his brows. Don't be shy, let's have a chat. Let me think of a topic. Ah, right, this floor is the 90th only. Members of the Yi family have elevator access. How did you get in? Zhou Chen still didn't respond. During this time, his mind was racing, thinking of a way to escape. Yiling Tian waited a few seconds but still received no answer. So, he decided to skip the small talk and get straight to the point. I'll be direct. I already know what you stole. Perhaps we can make a deal. As long as you return the stolen treasure to me, I'll let you go. I promise I won't go back on my word. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen chuckled inwardly. Was he trying to fool a 3-year-old? Zhou Chen knew very well that they hadn't launched a full assault yet precisely because he held the four-sided stone as leverage. Once he handed over the four-sided stone, there would be no way out for him. Seeing that there was still no reaction from the other side, Yiling Tian raised his voice and quickened his pace. You don't believe me? I'm telling the truth. I recognized you long ago, yet I still let you into the building. Doesn't that prove anything? Zhou Chen frowned. It was indeed strange that Yiling Tian was willing to let him into the building. In an instant, Zhou Chen suddenly recalled Yiling Tian's earlier revelation in the last class: Zhou Chen shouldn't die. At this moment, Zhou Chen began to seriously consider the possibility of a deal with Yiling Tian. Lowering his voice, ensuring it didn't sound like his own, he spoke. You've got the wrong person. Yiling Tian was taken aback, then immediately responded. Even though you're covering yourself up well, I definitely haven't mistaken you. At that time, I was really contemplating whether to kick you out. But then I thought, at this moment, you shouldn't be suffering from a terminal illness, groaning on a hospital bed, right? So I figured, perhaps our Yi family has some special medicine to treat such an illness, which forced you to take the risk and come to steal. I think it's a pity if a genius like you dies because of an illness. So, I simply turned a blind eye and let you in. The bodyguards around exchanged glances, looking puzzled. They recognized every word Yi Xiao said, but together, they couldn't make sense of it. How did Yi Xiao end up having a secret conversation with a thief? Yiling Tian paused, his tone suddenly rising. But I didn't expect that what you stole was actually the ancestral treasure of the Yi family. If you had stolen money, medicine, or something else, I could pretend not to know and let you go. But this item is absolutely off limits. This treasure is the most precious thing of the Yi family. It must not be taken by anyone. Listen carefully, this is your final ultimatum. Yiling Tian raised a hand. I'll count to 3, and if you don't voluntarily hand over the gem, I'll order my men to attack. By then, before the terminal illness even strikes, you might lose your life. 3, 2, 1. Yiling Tian's hand was about to come down. Wait! Zhou Chen shouted sharply. He slowly stood up, holding a gun in his left hand and the four-sided stone in his right, slowly stepping out from behind. Cover! If anyone dares to activate the divine card, I'll immediately shoot and shatter this diamond. Yiling Tian's expression changed instantly. Everyone, no one is allowed to move without my command. If you attack recklessly, you might also shatter the diamond. Zhou Chen said expressionlessly, clear the way and let me pass. Yiling Tian wore a grim expression, lost in thought. Beep beep. His wristwatch suddenly rang. He looked down in surprise. 2 seconds later, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Then, he spoke to the watch. Elevator access granted, bring him up. A few minutes later, a group of clearly civilian security personnel arrived on the rooftop, dragging a bloodied figure. Upon seeing the silhouette, Zhou Chen's expression turned serious. It was the old man. The old man's face was covered in blood, his eyelids swollen into purple lumps, and his nose was broken. He gasped painfully, weakly opening his eyes, and when he saw Zhou Chen, he forced a smile. Zhou Chen noticed that most of his teeth were nearly gone. The old man endured the excruciating pain and pretended to be unconcerned, saying, young man, did you see? I didn't escape. I have no regrets. I was a hero for a moment. Ha! Zhou Chen's gaze shifted slightly, but he still remained silent. Yiling Tian pulled out a knife and pressed it against the old man's neck. His tone was grim. I remember, you did this to me once, didn't you? Hee hee, now it's my stage. Zhou Chen replied calmly, I told you, you've got the wrong person. I don't recognize you. Yiling Tian was taken aback, then smiled again, still pretending. This old man has seen your true face. Whether you are my old classmate or not, we just need to pry open his mouth. We have all sorts of torture for civilians. Zhou Chen's pupils constricted. Upon hearing this, the old man reacted violently. Young man, don't listen to him. Kill me. Kill me. Zhou Chen stared intently at Yiling Tian, not relaxing his guard, still maintaining his stance. Then, his expression suddenly changed, and he feigned nonchalance. I have no feelings for this old man. You can do whatever you want. Yiling Tian paused, his gaze scanning Zhou Chen up and down, seemingly trying to determine whether this statement was sincere or just a bluff. After a moment, Yiling Tian sighed. He shouted fiercely, "No matter what, I can't let you take the diamond. I don't know how hard it is, whether it can withstand bullets, but if you truly don't care about this old man and insist on taking the gem, we can only." Yiling Tian seemed to have made a significant decision. "Smash you and the gem into pieces," my father said. "This gem possesses immense power, and even if I can't have it, it must never fall into someone else's hands. You have no way out. You're on the 90th floor, behind you is an abyss. There's no escape." Yiling Tian paused, raising a hand. "This is your last chance. It all depends on whether you believe me. I'll give you 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, hand over the gem, and I'll spare you and this old man's life. 3 seconds later, if you don't surrender, both you and the gem will perish." 3. Chen immediately furrowed his brows. He could tell that Yiling Tian wasn't lying. He was serious. After 3 seconds, he would definitely order all the bodyguards to attack him. Even in good health, Chen didn't think he could withstand the combined assault of a group of Spade God card bodyguards. Not to mention he was extremely weak. One person against a group was simply unrealistic. 2. Yiling Tian's voice was very firm. If it came down to a choice between the diamond and his life, anyone would know that preserving one's life was paramount. If he handed over the gem, at least he could exchange it for a life. However, all of Chen's efforts that night, along with the old man's self-sacrifice, would be in vain. Yet, this was still a worthwhile choice. This time the theft failed, but he was still alive, which meant he could prepare for the next one. Yet, Chen hesitated. After handing over the gem, would Yiling Tian really keep his promise and let Chen and the old man go? Trust others, but better to trust oneself. 1. Chen no longer hesitated and made up his mind. He would return the gem, but not in the traditional way. Chen exerted his arm and suddenly threw the four-sided stone high into the air. The four-sided stone spun in the air, reflecting dazzling colors. Chen saw Yiling Tian's face suddenly twist in shock. "Quick! Catch the gem, it must not hit the ground. If it shatters, we're done for. The first person to get the gem will have their salary doubled." The bodyguards rushed forward, and the scene became chaotic. A gap appeared in the encirclement. It was time. While everyone's attention was on the flying four-sided stone, Chen seized the opportunity and dashed toward the gap. He moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the edge of the rooftop on the 90th floor. "Young Master Yi, I got the gem," one of the bodyguards shouted excitedly. "Great, where's that little thief?" At that moment, the bodyguards finally turned their attention back to Chen. But it was too late. Chen broke into a mysterious smile. He suddenly spun around, leveled his gun, and aimed at a distant target. Then, he gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! It was as if everything had slowed down. The bullet spun through the air, moving. Then, it effortlessly pierced someone's chest. The old man stared blankly at his chest. Blood erupted. The old man seemed to realize what had happened, smiled, and then, with his toothless mouth, faced the sky. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, no sound came out. Yiling Tian and several bodyguards stood frozen in place. Chen leaned against the starry sky, standing at the edge of the rooftop, and waved slightly to everyone. Then, he spread his arms wide, forming a straight line, his figure graceful. Slowing down as he leaned back, he heard a gasp from ahead. Yiling Tian's panicked voice came through. "I told you, hand over the diamond, and you can leave. Why are you still jumping off the building?" The strong wind blew through Chen's hair. A sense of weightlessness enveloped his entire body. His coat billowed in the cool breeze, the hem fluttering. He fell rapidly. 2 seconds later, Chen reached for an inconspicuous pull tab on the black bag behind him. Accompanied by the howling cold wind, he whispered softly, "Old man, haven't you always wanted to know what's inside this bag? Now, I really hope you can see." Whoosh! The pull tab was yanked. The parachute behind Chen quickly unfurled, expanding. Chen's body paused in the air, then slowly began to drift down toward the ground 100 meters below. Chen landed gracefully in the distance. He stood quietly under a flickering streetlight, expressionless, gazing at the highest floor of a distant building. There, a few shadows flickered. Chen slightly lowered his head. At this moment, his hands were empty, and his expression was grim. Boom! The summer sky changed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered, and a muffled thunder rumbled in the sky. It seemed a storm was about to arrive. Crack! Another thunderclap. Caw-caw! In the distance, a few forest birds flew away in fright. Yet Chen remained standing in place, motionless. Boom! Another muffled thunder sounded. Under the white light of the lightning, Chen's face was instantly illuminated. This was not the expression of a loser. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. In the interplay of lightning and the streetlight's glow, for a moment, it appeared almost eerily white. At the top of the Yi family building, on the rooftop, "Young Master Yi, we got the gem." A black-clad bodyguard bent down attentively and handed the four-sided stone to Yiling Tian. "Very good," Yiling Tian said softly as he took it. The gem reflected dazzling colors around it, signifying his complete victory. Holding the gem, Yiling Tian gently stroked it, a smile gradually appearing on his face. Soon, this smile transformed into a wild, unrestrained laugh. "He, ha ha ha." This maniacal laughter lasted a full minute before it slowly subsided. The surrounding bodyguards exchanged glances, unsure of what had gotten into young Master Yi. After laughing enough, Yiling Tian gradually reined in his emotions. He chuckled softly to himself. At school, whether it was the freshman assessment or in class, you always had the upper hand over me. You took away the rewards that should have belonged to me, my glory, my reputation. But this time, you lost, you were defeated. You lost utterly, with no chance of recovery. You couldn't steal the four-sided stone. In this duel, I am the victor. I, Yiling Tian, am the ultimate winner. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Tick-tock. Yiling Tian suddenly felt a chill on his face. This chill came unexpectedly, catching him off guard, making him shiver involuntarily. He touched his face. It was water. A drop of rain fell onto Yiling Tian's upturned face. Yiling Tian looked up at the sky. Tisk. The sky was overcast, dark clouds rolling in as if a thunderstorm was about to strike. Just as I was enjoying the joy of defeating my rival, how can this lousy weather ruin my mood? Thunderstorms have one characteristic: there are no signs before they arrive. Soon, the raindrops became dense and the rain intensified. Young Master Yi, the rain is getting heavy, let's head back inside, the bodyguard said, holding up an umbrella for him. All right. Yiling Tian shook his head and turned to enter the building. Au! A furious roar suddenly came from the direction of the elevator. This roar was heart-wrenching and hysterical. Moreover, it sounded somewhat familiar. Yiling Tian paused, looking towards the elevator. He saw Yi Ding covering half of his face with one hand, his expression twisted. In pain, rushing towards the rooftop. Yiling Tian immediately stopped and bowed. Father. Hello, Chairman Yi. The black-clad bodyguards lined up and bowed in unison to Yi Ding. Yi Ding moved quickly, seemingly filled with anger. With a whoosh, he yanked open the rooftop door with one hand. Then, he strode forward and quickly reached Yiling Tian. Yiling Tian hurriedly presented the four-sided stone with both hands. Father, I have protected this treasure for the family. I did not tarnish the family's reputation. I did not disgrace the surname Yi. Yiling Tian smiled slightly, lowering his head, waiting for his father's praise. Yi Ding didn't even glance at the four-sided stone, still covering his face, and shouted sternly, "Where is that little thief?" Thief? Yiling Tian was slightly taken aback. He ran away. But that doesn't matter, the treasure has been retrieved. Au! Yi Ding let out another furious roar, his voice so loud it nearly shattered Yiling Tian's eardrums. Yiling Tian looked up at his father's face, not understanding why he looked so pained and angry. Slap! A hard slap struck Yiling Tian's face. He staggered, his expression dazed. The bodyguards bowed in fear, but none of them knew why the chairman was so angry. Yiling Tian's cheek turned slightly red, a stinging pain coursing through him. At the same time, a surge of rebellious anger rose within him. The rain began to pour harder, accompanied by rumbling thunder. He furrowed his brows tightly, suppressing his dissatisfaction with his father deep inside. Yiling Tian's hair was already wet and his vision blurred. He still kept his head down, but his tone carried a hint of indifference. Father, it was just a little thief who ran away. Is it really that serious? I, however, have kept the treasure safe. Kept it safe? Kept it safe? Yi Ding roared again. Who is that little thief? Do you know him? Speak up. Yiling Tian's face darkened as he lightly brushed his fingers over the injured part of his cheek. I don't know him. Does it matter? Is it more important than the gem? The gem is of course the most important. It's more important than your life. Damn it. Yi Ding was clearly blinded by rage, losing his rationality. A stark contrast to his usual composed business elite image. Yiling Tian had always had a poor relationship with his father. Sometimes he even felt that his relationship with Yi Ding resembled that of a ruler and his subject more than that of father and son. The phrase "more important than your life" deeply pierced Yiling Tian's heart. Perhaps it is only under intense emotional stimuli that one can truly see a person's true nature. Slap! Yi Ding struck the four-sided stone again. The stone rolled on the ground, covered in mud, emitting a faint glow, but Yi Ding didn't even glance at it. He shouted, his voice drowning out the heavy rain and the rolling thunder. This four-sided stone is fake. Fake? Yiling Tian finally raised his head in astonishment. But father, how do you know? Yi Ding was currently yelling at the bodyguards, telling them to get lost. He also forbade them from leaking the news about the gem being swapped. Then, he looked back at his son. How do I know? Of course I know. Because, that little thief forged it right in front of me. He also. Yi Ding's tone rose higher and higher, and at that moment, he finally lowered the hand that had been covering his left eye. Upon seeing Yi Ding's face, Yiling Tian's pupils constricted sharply. Yi Ding's left eye socket was a bloody, hollow mess. If it weren't for the enhancement of magic essence, Yi Ding would have likely fainted from the pain long ago. Blood continued to ooze from the eye socket, mixing with the rainwater trickling down his cheek. Boom! Another thunderclap roared, a strong flash of white lightning illuminating his face. In that instant, Yi Ding's single eye appeared even more ferocious. The thunder rumbled and the rain poured down. A young man stood beneath the torrential rain without any shelter. He let the wild wind and rain wash over his body. Boom! As a bolt of lightning flashed, his face was completely illuminated. The young man's face was pale, yet exuded elegance and confidence. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Zhou Chen kept his head down, rummaging through his clothes. Inside his clothes, he had stashed away 3 pieces of loot. His hand first found a slender, cylindrical, slightly cold object. Zhou Chen paused for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. This was the first item. With a rustling sound, he gently took out the object, a bottle of red wine. Looking at the intact wine bottle, Zhou Chen's expression shifted. The smiling face of old Wang seemed to appear before him. His voice, somewhat hoarse yet filled with a vitality not typical of an elderly person, echoed in his mind. Young man, once we finish this job, remember, you take the diamond and I'll just take the wine. Hee. Pop. Zhou Chen twisted the cap off the wine bottle. Then, he raised the wine bottle high, aiming it at the Yi family mansion's tall building, the direction where the old man had passed away. Raindrops flowed down the outside of the wine bottle, with some droplets occasionally splashing into the bottle. This bottle of wine, perhaps worth 1 million, perhaps 10 million, was now mixed with rainwater, undoubtedly undrinkable. But Zhou Chen didn't care at all, still holding the wine bottle aloft in the pouring rain. He parted his lips slightly. Old Wang, do you remember? At that time, I said, you were not an ordinary security guard. You infiltrated the building to avenge your son. But you said you were just a greedy old man. I overestimated you. Zhou Chen paused, his eyes half closed, then murmured, but actually, there's something I need to confess to you. I did not overestimate you. Since I was young, I have honed a skill, reading people's expressions. Even back when we first collaborated, I could see it. Your eyes sparkled with a desire for money and an escape from the past. From that moment, I vaguely guessed that in your youth, you did something for money that you would regret for a lifetime. So, I said those words to awaken your conscience, to ignite your desire for revenge for your son. And because of that, I had the opportunity to escape to the top floor. Zhou Chen still held the wine bottle high, aimed at the spot where old Wang had fallen. Unmoving. Sorry, I had to kill you at the last second. I admit, part of the reason is for myself. Because you've seen my true face, you know my name. I can't let you expose me. After all, you also heard, if they capture you alive, they will surely torture you to find out where I am. You know, in their eyes, the lives of commoners and livestock are no different. If you were to die a miserable death under torture, or be killed while bearing the infamy of betraying your comrades, it would be better to let you sacrifice like a hero for a greater cause. Zhou Chen tilted the hand holding the red wine towards the ground. We agreed. After it's over, I take the diamonds, you take the wine. I keep my promise. This bottle is for you. Zhou Chen gently poured the bottle of red wine onto the ground. The red liquid flowed down with the raindrops, the aroma of wine wafting through the air. The ground was soon covered in a red puddle. This is the glorious color of the little people, the red tapestry of the civilian hero. The heavy rain continued unabated. Zhou Chen reached inside his clothing. Again, quickly finding a slightly damp and elastic small sphere, he took it out and placed it in his palm. This was the second item. Zhou Chen stared at this trophy, his gaze momentarily blank. In the next second, old Wang's hoarse voice seemed to surge from his heart. Yi Ding, you killed my son. You killed my son. One day I will repay you in kind, an eye for an eye. Zhou Chen murmured, old man, it's not that I don't want you to kill Yi Ding. It's just that killing one Yi Ding will only lead to thousands more Yi Dings. The rich cannot be killed off. Exploitation cannot be eradicated. Zhou Chen's tone paused, but Yi Ding committed a crime. Where there is a crime, there is punishment. I completely agree with what you said. This has always been my philosophy. When dealing with evildoers, Zhou Chen suddenly tightened his grip on the trophy and raised it high. It must be an eye for an eye. Zhou Chen opened his palm, revealing a white, round eyeball that rolled slightly, still bearing some bloodstains. An eye for an eye. Put. Zhou Chen exerted force in his palm, instantly crushing Yi Ding's eyeball. Yes, I obtained this eyeball not through divine means, but through a dagger. Zhou Chen slightly opened his palm, using the rainwater to wash away the sticky dirt from his hand. Then, he lowered his head slightly, a grin spreading across his lips. Ha, since I didn't use the copying ability of the divine card square 3 on the eyeball. He once again fumbled inside his clothes. This time, he touched a hard, four-cornered object. This was the third item. He gently took it out. Under the streetlight and the occasional flash of lightning, the four-cornered stone emitted a dazzling glow. Zhou Chen chuckled. I often perform a magic trick called stealing the beams and replacing the pillars. Your four-cornered stone was transformed from a certain floor of your building. This floor is the beam and the top column of the building. And I took the real item with a fake. Don't you think? Zhou Chen grinned widely. It's quite symbolic, isn't it? Ha, Yi family, do you really think I would obediently return the divine relic I got my hands on? This operation is just a magic show for me. Don't forget, I arranged a light show in the building's lighting room 2 hours from now. Now, the time is almost up. Snap. He snapped his fingers. In an instant, all the lights of the Yi family building in the distance went out. The next second, some windows lit up in sequence, forming a huge pattern. Zhou Chen replicated the magic from his 18th birthday, but this time the pattern was a magnificent clown. The enormous clown pattern flickered, illuminating the entire city. Countless passers-by curiously looked up. Under the dazzling light show, Zhou Chen smiled and whispered, the magic, a perfect finale. Thunder rumbled, and heavy rain poured down. A young boy stood in the downpour without any shelter. He let the wild wind and rain wash over his body. Boom! As a bolt of lightning struck, his face was completely illuminated. The boy's pale face revealed elegance and confidence. The corners of the boy's mouth lifted significantly. The spoils he held high in his hand shone brilliantly. The summer sky changed in an instant. This downpour came quickly and stopped. Without warning, taking advantage of the night, Chen quickly returned to the school infirmary. Whoosh! Another leap from the eaves. Chen effortlessly jumped through the school window into his hospital room. He landed gracefully. After taking a comfortable hot shower and tidying up his various little gadgets, Chen stretched lazily and lay back down on the hospital bed. You came back quite early. A faint voice came through. Ah, Prophet's Skull, you're still awake? Chen coughed lightly, feeling a bit guilty. You actually went on this theft without bringing me along. The voice of the Prophet's Skull seemed to carry a hint of reproach. Oh, mainly because my clothes couldn't hold too many things. Next time I'll definitely remember to bring you. So, how did the operation go? Chen initially wanted to answer truthfully, but in an instant he felt playful and began to act. Whoa, big-eyed skull, I almost succeeded. I was about to fly away with the four-cornered stone, but in the end, I was surrounded by a bunch of bodyguards. In the last second, I had no choice but to return the four-cornered stone, barely managing to escape. I wasted a whole night. Whoa, why are you acting again? Didn't I say that I can foresee everything, see everything? Then why do you still ask? The Prophet's Skull seemed to be rendered speechless by him. Then, in any case, congratulations, you've obtained another divine relic. You've taken another step on the path to godhood by collecting all 14 items. You should know, many divine relics have yet to be discovered by humanity. Having one is already a standout among people. And you've even obtained 2. Isn't this still thanks to your intelligence and careful guidance? I appreciate it, big-eyed skull. Saying this, Chen took out the quadrangular stone again and examined it closely. This divine relic truly lives up to its reputation as the artifact of the god of cubes, as its appearance is indeed very similar to the icon. However, it is not entirely red. Instead, it has 4 colors. The central edges resemble a cross, dividing the quadrangular stone into 4 parts, each radiating a faintly different colored glow: blue, orange, red, and black. So, how can this divine relic cure the blood curse on me? Chen shifted his gaze from the quadrangular stone and asked the Prophet's Skull again. The Prophet's Skull replied calmly. First, hold the quadrangular stone tightly in both hands and feel its energy with your heart. Upon hearing this, Chen immediately straightened up, gently grasped the quadrangular stone, and stared at it without blinking. In an instant, he felt a wonderful sensation rising in his heart. A strong stream of magical energy continuously flowed into his body. This feeling was very comfortable, as if he were receiving a full-body massage from a skilled technician. However, the next second, a bone-chilling coldness, a burning heat, and a piercing pain mixed together and spread throughout his body. This pain lasted only a moment before vanishing instantly. Chen blinked, momentarily unclear about what had just happened, and his questioning gaze turned back to the Prophet's Skull. The Prophet's Skull seemed to see Chen's confusion and replied softly, just now, some magical energy surged into your body. Don't you have a magical energy detector given by the professor? Use that to check your magical energy level. Hearing this, Chen gently took out his magical energy detector. This was a reward from Professor Yuan Xing in the basic magical energy course, and it was said to be quite valuable. He remembered that the last magical energy test result was 87. After this theft operation, the Joker God had given him a magical energy reward, and the quadrangular stone had injected magical energy into him. His magical energy level should have increased significantly. Chen held the magical energy detector tightly, his eyes fixed on the flashing screen. The numbers kept jumping until they finally settled on one number, 91. 91? That's lower than I expected, Chen said softly. From 87 to 91, he had only increased by 4 points. You only saw the increase in magical energy, not how much it decreased. Decrease? Can the magical energy level decrease? Theoretically, it shouldn't. But, except for the blood curse. The blood curse is, after all, an inescapable death curse. And its method of attack is to destroy the magical energy within you. You once lost some magical energy levels, but of course through this operation you regained it. Moreover, 91 points of magical energy is not low. Your classmates at the same level are currently only at 1 or 2 dozen points. However, you should know that your current magical energy level has a cap of 100 points, right? Chen spoke slowly. Of course I know. My current divine card level is bronze, also known as half silver. To raise the magical energy level above 100 points, one must ascend their divine card. Yes. So before the divine card ascends, the closer you get to the 100-point threshold, the harder it becomes to increase your magical energy level. The rise in magical energy levels will also be very slow. Being able to reach 91 is already beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. I understand. Chen nodded gently. So, what is my current blood curse situation? Specifically, how much longer do I have to live? 3 days? No, 3 seconds. Zhou Chen was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "You've learned to tell cold jokes too. If it's 3 seconds, wouldn't I be dead by now?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Chen suddenly coughed violently. Everything in front of him became blurry. He pulled out a tissue and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Instantly, Zhou Chen felt himself weaken even more. But he was still alive. Indeed, according to the future I foresee, if you fail to obtain the tetrahedron stone, you will die immediately in 3 seconds. And now, you have 3 days to live. Zhou Chen was taken aback. "You said that tetrahedron stone could extend my life, but it only extends it by 3 days? Of course not. The energy you absorb from the tetrahedron stone is just the tip of the iceberg of what it contains." The voice of the prophet's skull suddenly became serious. "Zhou Chen, listen carefully. I will now inform you of the tetrahedron stone's function. Whether you can truly harness all the power within it is the key to your survival." Zhou Chen immediately became serious and nodded. "Please, master, enlighten me." The prophet's skull spoke softly. "The so-called tetrahedron stone is actually a container. And inside the container, there are 4 souls." Zhou Chen frowned slightly. 4 souls? Whose souls? They do not come from one person, but from the souls of 4 individuals. The skull's tone was gentle. These 4 individuals were all powerful divine card holders in history. And after their deaths, their souls were stored by the deities in this divine relic. These 4 sages are incredibly powerful, each possessing the ability to extend your life. 4 sages, powerful divine card holders in history. Hearing this, Zhou Chen suddenly thought of what Su Chensi had mentioned before. About the sirens. The sea monsters that originally existed only in common folklore were actually the ancient divine card holders of the Red Heart J. These 4 must be of the same kind as the sirens. The prophet's skull continued. Not only that, they will also lend you their powerful divine card abilities. Know that they were at least platinum-level demigods, each possessing earth-shattering divine card powers. If you obtain them, your magic essence level and ability strength will be greatly enhanced. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen immediately became interested. After all, he wanted to become stronger. The abilities of a gold-level divine card could destroy a school, let alone a platinum level. Zhou Chen quickly asked, "So, what exactly should I do? How can I gain the help of these souls to extend my life? And how can I obtain their powers?" The skull suddenly fell silent. After a moment, it spoke again in a low voice. "Do you remember the prophecy I made?" Zhou Chen answered promptly, "Of course. You said that after I obtained the blood curse, within a month, I would have the opportunity to learn the secrets of divine card ascension." What that within a month opportunity specifically is, you will find out tomorrow." Zhou Chen's expression shifted. "You're not making another prophecy, are you?" Saying this, Zhou Chen took out his phone and entered this prophecy into his notes. The skull responded quickly, "Of course, I will also inform you tomorrow morning about how you can obtain these powerful abilities. And now, I suggest you get some sleep. Rest well so your condition doesn't worsen." Zhou Chen chuckled lightly. "You still love to keep me in suspense. Alright, I'll listen to you. I won't stay up late." After ending the conversation with the prophet's skull, Zhou Chen carefully put away all his belongings, including the tetrahedron stone, and then fell into a deep sleep. "Zhou Chen, brother, you're awake." Early the next morning, as Zhou Chen opened his eyes, a clear and bright female voice caught his attention. Zhou Chen slowly propped himself up in the hospital bed. "Tang Xin, what are you doing here?" The figure of a short girl with a ponytail swayed at the bedside. Tang Xin spoke rapidly and loudly. "The campus network is buzzing about how you fainted in class yesterday. So as soon as I heard the news, I rushed over to see you. Zhou Chen, good. Take good care of yourself. Strive for a speedy recovery." Zhou Chen smiled slightly. I will." He thought to himself, if Tang Xin knew what illness he had, she probably wouldn't be wearing this expression. Tang Xin's eyes twinkled, and then she couldn't help but laugh a couple of times. He. "Zhou Chen, go. I just thought of something really interesting. Guess what it is?" Zhou Chen replied nonchalantly. "You thought of how you were sick in the hospital while I was treating you at your bedside." Tang Xin's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you guess so accurately?" What a coincidence. A few days ago, I accidentally got poisoned and was hospitalized, and you were right there taking care of me. And today, it's your turn to be in the hospital. Zhou Chen Gu. Here, Zhou Chen Gu, flowers." Tang Xin handed over a large bouquet. "Get well soon." Zhou Chen looked at Tang Xin's smiling face, feeling a mix of emotions. He hesitated and did not immediately take the flowers. "I know what you're thinking, not." In an instant, the voice of the prophet's head echoed in his mind. Zhou Chen paused for a moment, then quickly reacted. This deity could communicate directly with his mind without speaking. "You still doubt that Tang Xin is a member of the Skeleton Society and wants to continue harming you? Zhou Chen asked the prophet's head in his heart. "Is she?" "I've told you, knowing in advance is not good for you. Please don't ask again. Then let me rephrase the question. Is there a problem with these flowers?" No. Upon hearing the prophet's head's response, Zhou Chen did not hesitate and quickly took the flowers. "Thank you, Tang Xin." Tang Xin looked very happy. "You're welcome." Just as Zhou Chen was about to place the flowers on the bedside table, he suddenly noticed that the nightstand was already piled high with various items: flowers, fruits, gifts, greeting cards, and all sorts of presents. Tang Xin, did you send all of these? Tang Xin stepped forward in confusion to check. No. She flipped through the gift cards, her brows furrowing. Zhou Chen Gu, I didn't expect you to have so many fans. Zhou Chen picked up the notes attached to the gifts and looked them over one by one. The signatures were all names he didn't recognize. Mostly girls, but there were boys too. Most wrote messages wishing him a speedy recovery. Tang Xin rubbed her cheeks and said with relief, oh well, after all, Zhou Chen Gu, you're quite the celebrity at school. It's normal for everyone to send you gifts when they hear you're sick. Zhou Chen didn't care how many fans he had, he was fixated on Tang Xin. Tang Xin, I have a question to ask you. Ah, Zhou Chen Gu, what question? Zhou Chen paused, then asked seriously, where did you learn about the living dead? Why, do you know their weakness is fire? Zhou Chen had wanted to ask Tang Xin this for a long time but hadn't found the right opportunity. Now was the perfect time to probe into Tang Xin's background. Tang Xin's expression froze, looking a bit flustered. I saw it in a book. As she spoke, she exaggeratedly raised her wrist to check the time. Zhou Chen Gu, I have class soon, goodbye, bye, wish you a speedy recovery. After she quickly finished the sentence, she vanished in a flash. Zhou Chen's expression was serious as he stared at Tang Xin's departing figure. This reaction clearly indicated that Tang Xin did not want Zhou Chen to continue questioning. Tang Xin had learned about the information regarding the living dead, and the living dead were related to the Skull Society. Even though Tang Xin herself was not a member of the Skull Society, there must be some indirect connection between her and the society. Zhou Chen took a deep breath and lay back down on the bed. Forget it. Since the Prophet's skull said that at this stage, he did not need to know who the Skull Society's assassin was, it was better not to delve deeper. The Prophet's skull had said last night that it would tell him this morning how to use the four-sided stone to extend his life. At this moment, Zhou Chen took out the Prophet's skull again, preparing to ask it. But just then, outside the ward, the school doctor's voice faintly came through. Only one person can visit at a time. Form a line. Don't rush. Next, Zhou Chen moved quickly, hastily stuffing the Prophet's skull back into his bag. With a creak, the ward door opened, a familiar figure rushed in. After entering, the figure immediately threw themselves onto the hospital bed. Whoa, Zhou Chen, how did you fall down? Zhang Yang wiped his tears as he cried, I heard you coughed up blood. Whoa, you can't be dying from some terminal illness. Zhou Chen pushed him away in disgust. You're going to get your snot all over my bed. Zhang Yang paused, obediently standing still, then somewhat dazedly touched the area below his nose. There's no snot, Zhou Chen, you're lying to me. Whoa, so Zhou Chen, what illness do you have? My genius roommate must be okay. Zhou Chen certainly couldn't say directly, it's just a minor illness, I'll be out of the hospital in a few days. Don't worry. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Zhang Yang did not continue to pry and accepted it directly. That's good. Also, I brought you some comfort items. Zhang Yang took out a large bag of snacks. Zhou Chen rubbed his forehead. I guessed you brought food. Unfortunately, I probably can't eat too many snacks while I'm sick. You can sneak some when the nurse isn't looking. Zhang Yang filled the bedside table with snacks. Hey, why do you have so many gifts? He glanced around. They all seem to be from girls. Wow, my genius roommate is indeed a popular figure at school. If I had known you received so many things, I wouldn't have brought you food. Zhang Yang changed to an envious expression. Zhou Chen coughed lightly. Ahem, anyway, thank you for visiting me. Not just me, there are a few more waiting outside. But the nurse only lets us in one at a time, so they're all waiting outside. Zhang Yang said, touching his nose. Who are they? You'll know when they come in. Zhang Yang suddenly leaned in quietly, a smile on his face, and pretended to be mysterious as he took out his phone to show Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, look at this, did you do it? Zhou Chen looked at Zhang Yang's phone screen in confusion. This was the headline news across the internet, trending at number 1. Breaking news. Yi family financial building burgled. At 11 p.m. last night, a light show was staged at the Yi family financial center building. Countless lights formed a clown pattern, lasting a full 5 minutes. According to our station's interview, this was caused by a burglar breaking into the building's lighting control room. Sources revealed that the burglar was tightly wrapped, making it impossible to identify their appearance. However, they were very arrogant, damaging a large amount of the Yi family's factory equipment, injuring the left eye of the Yi family head, Yi Ding, and escaping from a high place surrounded by numerous bodyguards. According to interviews, the public speculates that the burglar's target was the rumored family heirloom of the Yi family. But Yi Ding has repeatedly emphasized that no items were stolen from the building during this incident. The police are currently conducting a close investigation into the identity of the burglar. After watching the news, Zhou Chen's expression showed no signs of fluctuation as he calmly asked, this news seems quite interesting, what happened? Zhang Yang wore a mysterious expression again. This thief, could it be you? Zhou Chen did not answer directly, skillfully countering, why would you think that? Zhang Yang pointed to the line about the light show and said, I remember, the Yi family was also involved in a light show before. Wasn't that your masterpiece? So, when I saw this news, you were the first person I thought of. So, did you do it? Zhou Chen rubbed his forehead. Zhang Yang, I suggest you eat more fish in the future. Why? Zhang Yang scratched his head. For brain nourishment, Zhou Chen replied succinctly. Ha! Zhang Yang looked even more confused. Zhou Chen coughed twice and slumped back on the hospital bed. Look at me, in such a sickly state. It's a miracle I haven't fainted, and you expect me to break into a building at midnight? Is that reasonable? Besides, the school hospital locks its doors at night. How would I get out of the school? Jump out the window. Moreover, the news said the Yi family didn't lose anything. If I were the thief, what would I have gone there for? Just to have fun? Zhou Chen fired off a series of soul-searching questions, leaving Zhang Yang stunned. He opened his mouth. That's true, I seem to have asked some silly questions. Zhang Yang scratched his head a bit embarrassed. Then I won't disturb your rest. Get well soon and go back to the dorm to sleep. I'm scared sleeping alone at night. As Zhang Yang left the ward, the next visitor quickly entered. A dignified figure with silver hair gently sat down by the bed. Zhou Chen looked at her in surprise. Su Chenxi, I didn't expect you to come visit me. Su Chenxi's expression was not like the previous two. She looked tense and carried a hint of sorrow. She spoke softly, because I know that if I don't come to see you, I might not have the chance again. Zhou Chen immediately sat up straight. What does that mean? Why do I feel like I'm about to die? Su Chenxi's eyes shifted slightly, still wearing that sorrowful expression, isn't it? Professor Yu Enqing said, you have the blood curse. Other students might not know what this illness is, but I do. The blood curse is the legendary death curse that cannot be broken. It's the signature method of the Skull Society for killing. So far, no one who has had the blood curse has survived a month. Zhou Chen looked at Su Chenxi, whose face bore a sorrowful expression, much like someone bidding farewell to a corpse. So, he told a little lie. Professor Yu Enqing just misjudged it. After all, he's not a professional doctor. The school doctor said I just caught a slight cold and will be discharged soon. Professor Yu Enqing had once said he wouldn't disclose the matter of his blood curse. Afterward, he would find them to unify their statements. Su Chenxi looked slightly surprised. Is that so? Then I wish you a speedy recovery. Her expression finally relaxed. Also, I brought you a gift. Su Chenxi took out a large array of exquisite magic props. Zhou Chen, being a professional magician, recognized at a glance that those props were specially made and quite expensive, the kind he could never afford. My father taught me that when giving gifts, one should consider the recipient's preferences. I know you like magic, so I specifically bought many magic-related gifts at the civilian market. I'm not very knowledgeable, so I basically just picked the more expensive ones. Zhou Chen nodded slightly. Thank you, these are very thoughtful gifts. I really like them. Su Chenxi wanted to place the gift on the bedside, but she soon discovered that it was already piled high with various consolation gifts. She was taken aback. Zhou Chen, it seems like many girls have given you gifts. Su Chenxi picked up the most eye-catching bouquet. This flower smells so good. Zhou Chen replied softly. That was given to me by Tang Xin. Tang Xin? Is she a girl? Who is she? Su Chenxi immediately turned her head, her eyes slightly widening. She's a friend of mine, a teammate from the freshman assessment. You should have met her. Su Chenxi rested her chin on one hand, pondering. I think I have a bit of an impression. She suddenly looked up. By the way, speaking of the freshman assessment, I just remembered something. You should be interested. Zhou Chen looked at her. Please go on. Su Chenxi sat back down by the bed. The Elite Cup is starting registration in a few days. This year's Elite Cup will be particularly grand. It is said to last for a month. A month? Zhou Chen keenly caught this keyword. Because the Oracle's skull had once said that after a month of being cursed, one could learn the secrets of the Divine Card's ascension. And the Elite Cup also lasts for a month. This is probably not a coincidence. Seeing that Zhou Chen did not respond immediately, Su Chenxi asked, Zhou Chen, since your illness is not life-threatening, will you register for the Elite Cup after you are discharged? After thinking for a moment, Zhou Chen said, can I first ask what the reward for the winner is? Su Chenxi was taken aback. She suddenly thought of Zhou Chen's acceptance speech after the freshman assessment and then covered her mouth with a smile. First to care about the reward, that's very much your style. She then straightened up and answered seriously, the rewards for this Elite Cup are quite extraordinary. The winning club will receive a notebook. Notebook? What kind of notebook? What is recorded in it? Zhou Chen quickly asked. Su Chenxi shook her head in response. I don't know much either. It is said that this notebook is very old, written by an ancient person of a very high divine card level. If you want to know what is recorded in it, you probably can only find out once you get it. Su Chenxi paused and continued. The value of the Elite Cups competition is certainly higher than that of the freshman assessment. Therefore, the rewards for the competition should also match the Elite Cup. I suspect that the content recorded in the notebook must be very important. Zhou Chen nodded. I understand. Combined with the prophecy of the Oracle Skull, he roughly had some expectations about the content of the notebook. This ancient mysterious notebook probably records the secrets of the divine cards. Ascension. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen immediately felt a surge of desire to possess it. He recalled Su Chenxi's earlier words and asked again, you said this notebook is not awarded to individuals but to the winning club? Su Chenxi nodded. That's right. After all, the Elite Cup is a team competition. Registration is done by club. Currently, our school only has 3 major clubs and they basically do not recruit first-year students. But Su Chensi smiled slightly. I know you've already received several invitations from the 3 major clubs. Have you decided which one to join? Chen shook his head. No. This was the truth. He didn't know much about each club. Then you need to hurry. Registration for the Elite Cup will start in the next couple of days. If you don't join a club, you won't have the qualification to compete, Su Chensi explained. What about you, princess? You should want to compete too, right? Chen countered. Do you have a club in mind that you want to join? Although she asked a question, Chen vaguely guessed which club she wanted to join. Su Chensi was a Spade suit divine card and liked martial prowess, so she probably wanted to join the Black Blade group centered around the Spade divine card. However, to Chen's surprise, Su Chensi replied, the Red Heart group. Chen raised an eyebrow. Why? For personal reasons, Su Chensi answered. I've known senior sister Zhuang since we were young, we are good friends, so she invited me. By the way, she also invited me to the Red Heart group's ball. It's tomorrow. She then looked at Chen, and I know. Senior sister Zhuang also invited you. Will you go? Chen did not answer immediately. Senior sister Zhuang did indeed invite him on the day of the freshman party, and Chen had agreed at that time. He wanted to participate in the Elite Cup and win that notebook, which required him to join a club. So, attending the ball wouldn't hurt. I will attend. After all, I promised senior sister it wouldn't be nice to stand her up. Upon hearing Chen's response, Su Chensi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. Then, she looked into Chen's eyes, hesitating to speak. Chen smiled. If you have something to say, just say it, don't hold back. At his words, Su Chensi's expression shifted. Since it's a ball, there needs to be a dance partner, and we are likely the only 2 first-year students invited, so... Chen smiled knowingly. I promise to be your dance partner. For a moment, Su Chensi looked a bit happy, but the next second, she quickly returned to her usual composed expression and stood up. Alright, visiting hours are almost over. I can't delay the time for visiting classmates. Chen, I'll take my leave. See you at the ball tomorrow. Chen bid farewell to Su Chensi. He could already imagine the surprised expression Zhang Yang would have if he learned that the princess had personally invited him to senior sister Zhuang's ball, and what he would say. What? Chen, you're going to attend senior sister Zhuang's ball. The princess is your dance partner. My goodness, to be honest, Chen had no interest in the ball dancing itself or even in a beautiful princess as a dance partner. The reason he wanted to attend the ball was still for the Elite Cup. After all, the Elite Cup required him to join a club. If he ultimately joined the Red Heart group, then attending the ball would be a way to get to know his future teammates. If he joined another club, then the ball would be a good opportunity to gather intelligence on the enemy. Chen lay back down on the bed and gently spoke. You said I would know today how to uncover the secret of divine card ascension within a month. It should refer to the reward of the Elite Cup, that notebook, right? It seemed like Chen was talking to the air. But, yes, your reaction has always been quick. You can only obtain the notebook by winning the Elite Cup. The voice from the skull was deep and ethereal. So, in the future you see, will I win? After Chen asked this question, he did not receive the desired response. Chen frowned, just about to ask again. The door to the hospital room creaked open. Chen immediately adjusted his expression. The visitor walked slowly, with a serious demeanor. Upon seeing the visitor's expression, Chen's drowsiness vanished and he immediately perked up. He stared intently at the newcomer, Yiling Tian. The school doctor brought Yiling Tian in and said to Chen, you're quite popular, so many people have come to see you this morning. Yiling Tian pretended to respond, yes, I am very good friends with classmate Chen, so I came to check on his condition. Please, go ahead. I would like to be alone with Chen for a while. He put on an expression as if he and Chen were good friends, but when he looked at Chen, his eyebrows moved provocatively. Chen frowned tightly, clearly indicating that he was not welcome. The school doctor, however, was completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere, and simply smiled and nodded. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. After she left, she closed the door to the ward. As soon as the school doctor was gone, Yiling Tian immediately dropped a smile, his expression turning cold. Chen also remained silent, staring at him without blinking. Chen knew this was a test between the two of them. According to the news, the Yi family was unaware of the thief's identity. This meant that Yiling Tian had not told Ji Ding that he was the little thief. Since he had concealed himself so thoroughly, he had definitely not revealed his face. Perhaps Yiling Tian himself could not be 100% sure. Whoever spoke first would fall into the passive role of this test. Finally, it was Yiling Tian who broke the silence. You don't have anything to say? I do, Chen replied quickly. I don't remember our relationship being good enough for you to visit me while I'm sick. Yiling Tian was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled lightly, playing dumb. Are we? You know very well why I'm here, don't you? Chen's expression showed no sign of fluctuation, but he knew Yiling Tian was still probing. He had been answering questions with questions and had not mentioned the four-sided stone, waiting for Chen to lose his patience and expose himself. But Chen easily saw through this little trick. Chen ramped up his acting skills, diverting the topic. Could it be you came for the Elite Cup? You want to ask me which club I will join? Yiling Tian looked momentarily surprised. But he quickly regained his composure. It seems you really refuse to admit it. Yiling Tian had no intention of beating around the bush and said directly, hand over the four-sided stone. Chen raised an eyebrow in confusion. What is the four-sided stone? Still playing dumb. It's the diamond you stole from the building yesterday. Yiling Tian raised his voice. Chen appeared even more surprised. What? Something was stolen from your building? But the news said no items were reported stolen? Yiling Tian's expression showed a hint of wavering. He indeed could not be 100% sure that the thief yesterday was Chen himself. If that little thief was someone else, then he had undoubtedly let slip the information about the four-sided stone being stolen today. But his intuition told him that the thief yesterday could only be Chen. The way he spoke, his logical behavior, and his escape style were too similar to Chen's entire demeanor. It would be hard to find a second person like him in the entire East City, no, in the whole Dragon Country. Yet Chen's performance was flawless. He seemed genuinely unaware. Yiling Tian thought for a moment and asked again, did you go out last night? Chen wore a helpless expression. Are you also being foolish? He gestured around the ward. I'm a sickly person. How could I go out? Besides, the door is locked. With years of experience in magic performances, Chen's tone, demeanor, actions, and the hint of casual irritation he revealed were all seamless. He left. Yiling Tian stunned. Yiling Tian glanced around the entire ward and suddenly noticed the window. Right, the parachute. That little thief escaped using a parachute. No, it was you. You have a parachute. So, you also jumped out of the school with a parachute. Chen finally let out his impatience. Alright, if you keep telling your sci-fi stories here, I will have the school doctor ask you to leave. I need to recuperate, please leave. Yiling Tian said nothing, only slowly approached the sick bed with a mysterious expression. Chen frowned, still on guard. Suddenly, Yiling Tian leaned down, bringing his lips close to Chen's ear, and whispered, I know it's you, it must be you. But I have no evidence. I know, I won't be able to get the tetrahedral stone back either. But Chen quietly listened to this whispered conversation, showing no expression until the next word spilled from Yiling Tian's mouth. I still want to thank you. Chen was slightly taken aback. Thank you for digging out Yiding's eyeball. I hate him, I've always hated him. Chen suddenly looked at Yiling Tian. Yiling Tian abruptly raised his head, his expression still inscrutable. He slowly stepped back. Take care of your health. Just as he was about to leave the ward, his footsteps suddenly halted. Also, I will participate in the Elite Cup. And I definitely won't join the same club as you. I must be your opponent and personally defeat you. See you at the Elite Cup competition. Chen had already met all the visitors who came to see him today. He lay in bed, softly saying, Hey, Prophet, your prophecy has indeed come true once again. You said that in a month I would learn the secret of the Divine Card's ascension, and the rewards for the Elite Cup will also be distributed in a month. Does this mean I will definitely win the Elite Cup? The Prophet's head responded quickly this time. Just to clarify, the future I can see is only probability. In a month, you have a high probability of obtaining that notebook. But the premise is that you must survive until then. Chen chuckled softly. That's exactly what I wanted to ask you next. I can feel that my body is still very weak. Just as you said, I won't live for 3 more days. Chen paused, but the Elite Cup starts in 3 days. I might not even last until the Elite Cup. I need to extend my life. The Prophet's head spoke. Now that no one is disturbing you, you can use the tetrahedral stone. Great. Chen took out the tetrahedral stone. He looked at the 4 colors shimmering on it. You said that the tetrahedral stone stores 4 souls, right? These 4 souls can help me extend my life? Yes, but the premise is that you must win their favor and prove your strength to gain their assistance. How do I prove my strength to them? Chen immediately asked. The Prophet's head replied softly, through them, arranged trials. Chen raised an eyebrow, nodding in understanding. Got it, there's no free lunch in this world. To gain their help, I must prove that I have the ability and value. They are the examiners and I am the examinee. The so-called trial means I must submit a satisfactory answer sheet under the questions they pose. Yes, your mind works quickly as always. Chen simply said, I believe I won't disappoint these sages. If I pass one of their trials, how many days will my remaining life be extended? 7 days. 7 days, not too many, but better than nothing. Chen murmured, I want to participate in the trial right now. So, what should I do? The Prophet's head said, do you see the 4 colors emitted by the tetrahedral stone? Those are the 4 sages. You pick a color, then imagine that light is the seed, then immerse yourself in it. Chen nodded gently, understood. After saying that, he adjusted his state and locked his gaze on the tetrahedron stone. The tetrahedron stone emitted 4 colors, blue, orange, red, and black. Chen casually chose blue, then stared intently at the blue light. He imagined the blue light as the sea and let himself immerse in it. Chen opened his eyes again and found that the hospital environment around him had completely vanished. He looked around and discovered that this was a room resembling a hotel. The chandelier on the ceiling creaked and swayed, the light dim, flickering from time to time. The atmosphere in the entire room was quite cold. A few lines of large characters appeared before him. Beginner trial. What is my name? This trial can be repeated multiple times until pass. Chen naturally realized that he had entered the assessment of one of the sages. He looked again at the lines of prompt text. In just 2 short lines, Chen analyzed a lot of information. The term beginner trial indicated that this trial was merely a warm-up and the difficulty should not be particularly high. It was just a prelude to possibly more advanced trials that might appear later. The content of the trial was what is my name? A mere 5 words. This I should refer to the sage who posed the question. Therefore, the nature of the trial should focus on investigation and exploration with the goal of discovering the identity and name of this sage. As for the last line can be repeated multiple times, it was quite straightforward. After all, it was a beginner trial, allowing for a certain margin of error. It could be repeated multiple times. At the same time, Chen could also expand his thoughts. Perhaps the difficulty of the trials would increase later, or perhaps it would require passing in one go. Chen, what are you thinking? Why are you suddenly dazed? Chen came back to his senses and looked at the person in front of him. That familiar long hair and that somewhat silly voice. Zhang Yang, what are you doing here? Did you also enter the trial? Zhang Yang looked confused. Trial? What trial? Chen immediately sensed some differences. This Zhang Yang's style of dress was completely different from the one he knew. He didn't look like a noble. Zhang Yang, I need to ask you a few questions. Chen looked at him seriously. Zhang Yang hesitated and said, why are you suddenly so serious? Go ahead and ask. Chen stared at him without blinking, not letting any micro-expression slip by. What is your divine card? Divine card? What's that? Zhang Yang seemed to be hearing this term for the first time. Chen had anticipated this answer. How did we meet? Where did we go to school? Where did we last meet? Why did you look for me then? Chen asked 3 questions in one go. Zhang Yang looked a bit overwhelmed. Stop. Slow down, let me think. He counted on his fingers. We were childhood friends, right? I think we first met when we were very young, but I can't remember clearly. This was inconsistent with the facts. Chen and Zhang Yang were not childhood friends. The real Zhang Yang had met Chen during the freshman assessment. For the second question, where did we go to school? Didn't we graduate already? What a strange question. Once again, this contradicted the facts. They were both students of the Divine Card Academy. For the third, last time we met was yesterday at your house? I came to play with you. Wrong, the last time they met was in the hospital. Zhang Yang had come to visit him. Looking at the face in front of him that was identical to his roommate's, Chen vaguely had a guess in his heart. So that's how it is. Chen murmured, you can't be real, right? Zhang Yang scratched his head in confusion. What do you mean real or not? Chen, why are you acting so strange? After a moment of thought, Chen had already formed a judgment about Zhang Yang's identity. It was likely that the master of the trial, that ancient sage, had read Chen's memories and learned of Zhang Yang's existence. Then, he fabricated this character. In other words, the Zhang Yang before him was merely an NPC in the trial. Once he grasped the situation, Chen no longer probed into Zhang Yang's identity. It's nothing. By the way, what are we doing right now? Where is this? Zhang Yang looked at Chen with some concern. Are you okay? You seem a bit off today. This is my home. And we are watching TV. Watching TV? Chen was slightly taken aback. He turned to face the screen in front of him and indeed found an old television flickering. However, this television was not the common LCD screen found on the market. It was one of those heavy cathode ray tube screens. Chen looked around the room again. The decor of this room also didn't seem modern. It resembled the style of the 70s and 80s. So, how about this videotape? Is it good? Zhang Yang asked Chen with a grin. Videotape? Chen was stunned. Do people still use videotapes to watch TV? Based on this old television and the presence of a videotape, Chen had already made a preliminary judgment about the era of this trial environment. It was not modern, but rather around the late 20th century. The Zhang Yang before him was not a noble, but just an ordinary person who knew nothing about the divine cards. As for the reason, Chen had his guesses. Since the question of this trial was to answer the name of the trial master, there had to be information to make that judgment. What was happening in this room should be a memory of that sage. Zhang Yang continued, I heard that anyone who watches this videotape will be plagued by misfortune. What? Chen was taken aback. Crack. It seemed that a few muffled thunderclaps came from outside the dim room. Zhang Yang lowered his voice intentionally. I heard that this is a cursed videotape, and those who have watched the videotape will slowly have their life force drained. The remaining lifespan, only 7 days left. 7 days? Chen's expression shifted. Wasn't that exactly the lifespan he would have left after clearing the trial? Crack. Another muffled thunder sounded outside. The lights flickered and the room grew dimmer. Zhang Yang lowered his voice, deliberately adopting a mysterious tone as if telling a story. It is said that those who have watched this videotape will receive a phone call from a woman at midnight. He spoke in a very light tone. seemingly adding a touch of dark horror, and the woman on the phone will only say one thing: you will die in 7 days. Ah. After finishing his ghost story, Zhang Yang suddenly shouted, seemingly trying to scare Zhou Chen. But Zhou Chen showed no reaction. He even wanted to laugh. Wait a minute, Zhou Chen. Aren't you usually very timid? If you heard a ghost story like this, you would have been terrified long ago. What's wrong with you today? It's like you're a different person. Zhang Yang scratched his head awkwardly. Zhou Chen just looked at him speechlessly. It's not scary at all. Because all of this is fake, a fictional story. Zhou Chen had only 3 days left in reality, while this videotape in the trial could extend his lifespan to 7 days. He was still happy about it. Why would he be afraid? A joke. Hey, you think I'm telling a ghost story, right? What I'm saying is true. They say I have a distant relative who watched this videotape and 7 days later he really died. The way he died was particularly bizarre. Zhou Chen stared at him. Then why did you let me watch it? Ahem, they say as long as you share the contents of the videotape with others, the curse will be lifted. Zhang Yang noticed Zhou Chen's speechless expression and quickly added, anyway, it might be fake. Watching it is just for fun. After all, his only goal was to pass the trial. Zhou Chen thought to himself. So, he shifted his gaze back to the television screen. The screen was filled with a lot of meaningless content, fluttering moths, a pile of broken fingernails, a few blinking eyes, and the background noise was that kind of buzzing white noise. But these meaningless images combined created a somewhat unsettling feeling. However, at the last second, the screen flickered and suddenly a ring appeared. Like a ring, like a bracelet, it was just a circular shape. Zhou Chen blinked, momentarily not understanding what this videotape was trying to convey. Zhang Yang abruptly turned off the TV. What are you doing? Aren't you going to keep watching? Zhou Chen looked at him in confusion. Zhang Yang showed a worried expression. I have a bad feeling. I just feel that if we keep watching, something will happen. The clock on the wall ticked away. Neither of them spoke, making the sound particularly clear. Tick. The hour hand pointed to 12 o'clock. Ding-dling-dling-ling-ling. The landline in the living room suddenly rang out. Explosively. The sound was abrupt, piercing, echoing throughout the house like a death knell. Both of them jumped in surprise. They silently exchanged glances. It's your phone, go answer it. Zhou Chen said softly. I can't, Zhou Chen, you go. Zhang Yang shrank back, his eyes filled with fear. Zhou Chen helplessly stood up. Look how scared you are. It's just a phone call. The living room was dark, the outlines of the furniture dim and shadowy. Zhou Chen looked at the environment, feeling as if he had crossed into some horror movie. Zhou Chen quietly walked to the landline, gently picked up the receiver, and pressed the speakerphone button. For a moment, there was no sound. But the next second, it seemed like someone was dragging their nails across a blackboard, and a scratching noise came from the receiver. Then, a hoarse, sharp, yet filled with a mysterious quality female voice moaned, repeatedly and painfully repeating 2 words, 7 days, 7 days, 7 days. Hiss. Zhang Yang nearby gasped, as if every hair on his body stood on end. TSK. Zhou Chen calmly hung up the phone. He was thinking, this was just a trial. And the content of the trial was, what is my name? All the clues that could determine my identity were in this house. The dim light, the dark and oppressive atmosphere outside, the bizarre content of the videotape, and a strange woman making a phone call. Zhou Chen inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. But he couldn't pinpoint what this familiarity was at the moment. Aha! Zhang Yang suddenly let out a loud scream. Zhou Chen wasn't scared by the terrifying atmosphere, but Zhang Yang's strange scream startled him. What are you screaming about now? Zhou Chen scolded Zhang Yang from the bedroom side. However, after that scream, Zhang Yang fell completely silent. Zhang Yang? Zhou Chen put down the phone receiver and softly called out. However, there was no response. Zhou Chen shook his head helplessly and slowly walked towards the bedroom. His bare feet stepped on the somewhat damp wooden floor, producing a series of creaking sounds. Zzz. Zzz. Upon entering the room, Zhou Chen first heard a strange buzzing sound, like an electric current. He looked at the television and found that it had somehow turned back on, displaying a flickering blank screen filled with static. Zhang Yang stared at the TV screen, motionless. Zhang Yang, did you turn the TV on? Again? Zhang Yang maintained his seated position, still showing no reaction. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, moved his feet, and circled around to face Zhang Yang. Zhou Chen took 2 steps back. Zhang Yang's expression was horrified and twisted, his mouth wide open, revealing a somewhat uneven set of teeth. His eyes seemed to be wide open in terror, as if he had seen something truly frightening. Even stranger, Zhang Yang's skin appeared to have lost all color, becoming pockmarked and incredibly stiff. Zhou Chen noticed that Zhang Yang's finger was pointed straight at his back. For a moment, Zhou Chen felt as if something behind him was lightly brushing against his hair. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He immediately turned around. Nothing was there. Only the flickering static on the TV screen, which now resumed playing the tape from where it had left off. A ring was suspended in the center of the screen. As Zhou Chen leaned in closer, he realized, no, it didn't seem to be a ring. Instead, it was a well. In an instant, the TV screen began to spew forth dirty well water. Then, a dry, pale, twisted hand quietly emerged from the well. At first, it was just a withered hand, then, a figure draped in tattered white cloth, filthy and soaked in sewage, slowly crawled out of the well. Chen couldn't see clearly who it was, because her face was completely obscured by hair that resembled water plants. She crawled out of the well, barefoot, slowly approaching beyond the screen. Chen's expression turned serious as he lowered his head in thought. This scene was too familiar. The tape, the TV, midnight, the phone, and the woman in the well. My name is? A dark, hoarse woman's voice drifted in. Chen suddenly looked up. He saw the long-haired woman from the tape emerge from the screen, standing right in front of him. The woman raised her withered hand, reaching towards her face, clutching a handful of hair. Then came another. My name is? Chen opened his mouth, but before he could produce a sound from his throat, the woman instantly tossed her hair aside, revealing her murky, hollow eyes filled with blood vessels. In that instant, Chen felt a buzzing in his ears, as if countless insects were buzzing around him. His entire body became rigid, unable to move. Then came a wave of excruciating pain spreading throughout him. He felt his consciousness gradually fading, his vitality slipping away. In the last second before he fainted, his eyes widened. In that moment, he remembered who the woman across from him was. A whirlwind of sensations engulfed him. The pain, dizziness, stiffness, and helplessness vanished. In their place was the warm environment of a hospital room, the soft texture of a hospital bed. Chen blinked, adjusting his state, pulling himself out of the trial and returning to reality. How was it? The prophet's skull immediately inquired. Chen blinked. You couldn't foresee what happened to me in there? Of course not. I can only perceive human reality, and the four-sided stone is, after all, a relic of the divine. In other words, no matter what difficulties you encounter in the trial, you can only rely on yourself. It's fine. Chen said. I have basically solved the first riddle given to me by this sage. Oh, what is it? The voice of the prophet's skull was quite curious, as if it was also interested in the powers stored in the tetrahedral stone. The first primary trial is very simple. The riddle is just what is my name. As Chen spoke these words, he was also sorting through the information he had received in his reasoning, and that examiner must have given me a piece of her memory. In the memory, I play the role of an NPC, and it seems she also extracted my memories, creating other NPCs using familiar images of my friends. Chen did not elaborate on the specific details to the prophet's skull, believing that with this wise being's big eyes, it should easily understand. I see, so you successfully deduced her name from the memory she provided? The prophet's skull indeed understood quickly. Although it had not personally experienced the trial, it quickly grasped the content of the trial from Chen's brief description. A final trial. But I did not agree immediately. I can understand. After all, you have more important things to do. Chen chuckled lightly and took out his short sword. He gently rubbed the plum blossom pattern on it, softly saying, Yes, the elite cup is about to begin. I want to establish a club of my own before that. The next day, Chen went to the office to find Professor Chen Yun. Chen? Chen Yun's eyes widened. How did you get discharged? Your body, Chen explained. Professor, I feel that my body is not seriously harmed. Perhaps the blood curse doesn't have much effect on me. Professor. Chen Yun hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something. Chen raised a hand. If my lifespan is truly limited, I hope to live splendidly in the remaining time, rather than lingering on a sickbed. Professor, please treat me as an ordinary person. That way, I will feel more comfortable. Upon hearing this, Professor Chen Yun closed her eyes briefly and adjusted her expression. Then she returned to her usual slightly mischievous demeanor, pinching Chen's cheek. Don't worry, if you want anything, just ask. Her tone lightened a bit, but Chen could still see a hint of concern in her eyes. Well, I do have a request, Chen said softly. Professors, this is my request. In the office, Chen summarized in front of several professors. The professors exchanged glances. An older professor said, Our school hasn't had such a precedent in a long time. Director Chen Yun, what do you think? She rested her chin on one hand, seemingly pondering. Logically, such a significant matter should be discussed with the principal. But the principal has been absent. What should we do? Very simple. The one speaking was Professor Yuan Xing. Follow the traditional rules. He turned to Chen. Let me confirm, you want to establish a club that exclusively belongs to Plum Blossom, is that correct? Chen politely nodded. Yes. After all, there are 4 suits in the divine cards, yet the school only has 3 major clubs corresponding to spades, hearts, and diamonds. In the past, this could be understood as there were no students of the Plum Blossom suit. But this year is different. This year, I enrolled. Chen's tone was calm. He was completely qualified to make such a request. After all, he was now the new king, the most outstanding student in the school. It was not excessive for the school to establish a brand new club for such a genius of the Plum Blossom divine card. Professor Chen Yun pondered for 2 seconds. The reasoning is quite persuasive. So, Professor Yuan, what do you mean by according to the rules? Professor Yuan Xing spoke very decisively, without any hesitation. Other students who want to join the club need to complete an entrance assessment. Creating a club is the same Professor Chen Yun's eyes brightened. Right, that's a good method. Zhou Chen also replied, yes, I am willing to participate in any form of assessment. This made things even more convenient. If Zhou Chen could directly become the president of the new club, it would inevitably provoke criticism from other students. Why can a freshman apply to establish a club, and so on? Completing the official assessment released by the school would silence such opposing voices. Professor Chen Yun seemed to think of something else, her excited expression fading. But, what kind of exam question should we give you? Zhou Chen answered quickly, his tone carrying some confidence. Any exam questions are fine. I believe I can complete them. Chen Yun shook her head. Zhou Chen, you are my favorite student, and I certainly believe you have that capability. But, we only have 3 types of exam questions. These 3 types of questions test martial power, mind, and change, which correspond to the 3 suits of spades, hearts, and diamonds. Generally speaking, these 3 types of questions require the corresponding divine cards to complete. However, your divine card does not fit any of the exam questions. We do not have questions specifically for the Plum Blossom Divine card. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen lowered his head. After careful consideration, he looked firmly at the professors. I believe that even with questions from other suits, I can complete them. Professor Chen Yun widened her eyes slightly. Wait a moment, let us discuss this. Zhou Chen nodded gently, sitting on the sofa waiting for the professors. The professors occasionally nodded, some were still flipping through some school regulations. Snippets of conversation reached Zhou Chen's ears. Can this really work? I'm afraid he can't do it. We can relax the requirements a bit. After all, the establishment of a new club can inject new vitality into the school. After a while, the professors' discussion results came out. Professor Chen Yun spoke. Zhou Chen, this is the result of our discussion among several professors. Considering that your divine card ability may not be suitable for our assessment, we will appropriately lower some requirements for your assessment. Professor Chen Yun took a deep breath and stated the arrangement. You can participate in all 3 assessments of spades, hearts, and diamonds, but you only need to pass any one of them. According to school regulations, you can register to establish your own club. However, Professor Chen Yun paused because the testing direction of these questions is not related to your divine card. It will still be difficult for you to pass the exam. Have you made up your mind? Zhou Chen nodded firmly. Passing just one of the 3 assessments was very simple for him. I don't see any problem. I will follow the school's arrangements. Thus, the assessment began. Zhou Chen followed Professor Chen Yun to a somewhat empty and old office. Hey! Professor Chen Yun took a helmet from a pile of clutter and connected it to the computer. You've used this many times. This is the exam helmet you often use during your freshman assessment, and the exam questions are already loaded inside. Good luck, Professor. Chen Yun smiled gently. Zhou Chen nodded slightly and silently put on the helmet. The familiar sensation of teleportation. He arrived at the already constructed simulated examination room. Once Zhou Chen regained his awareness, he quickly observed his surroundings. At this moment, he was in a huge empty room. In the center of the room was a 10-meter wide chasm. Opposite the room was a tightly closed door with a sign that read, Exit. Zhou Chen leaned slightly closer to the chasm and looked down. Fire. Countless flames rolled beneath, resembling a scene from hell. Ding! A prompt sound suddenly rang out. Zhou Chen looked up. A huge display screen appeared before him, and a mechanical, emotionless voice read the text on it. Club assessment, Spade category, assessment name, Hell's Abyss. The candidate needs to cross this 10-meter wide cliff within a limited time to reach the exit on the opposite side to complete the assessment. Methods are not restricted. Hint: pay attention to the surrounding environment. Now, the timer begins. Boom! As the countdown began, the flames beneath the chasm slowly began to rise. It wouldn't be long before the fire would engulf the entire room. Outside the examination room, Chen Yun stared intently at the real-time footage of the examination room. Her fists were slightly clenched. She had decided that if Zhou Chen failed the assessment at the last moment, she would pull him out of the examination room before the flames consumed him. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Come in. Chen Yun didn't take her eyes off the screen, merely speaking softly. Professor, so you're here. I came to submit the registration form for the Elite Cup. A cheerful male voice came through. Li Hanfeng walked into the office with a stack of documents in hand. We lost to the Red Heart Club last time. This time, we must win. Li Hanfeng was full of fighting spirit. Chen Yun suddenly remembered that today was the registration date for the Elite Cup. She pointed to the side of the desk. Alright, just put it here. Li Hanfeng placed the registration form down, and his eyes caught sight of the computer screen. Hey, isn't that Zhou Chen? What is he doing? He took a couple of glances and immediately recognized the examination environment. Isn't this the exam question I had when I joined the Black Blade Club back in the day? He seemed to choke on his own saliva and began to cough violently. Chen Yun handed him a glass of water, patting his back. Calm down, Li. Your junior is just starting his own club. After gulping down a few sips of water, Li Hanfeng regained his composure. Which club is he trying to join? I haven't heard anything. Could it be that he's been enchanted by a senior sister and wants to join the Red Heart Club? He was immersed in the sorrow of losing Zhou Chen. Junior, are you Going to betray the bond between us men? Chen Yin couldn't help but laugh. Your junior hasn't betrayed you. He hasn't joined any club. Then she said, he wants to establish his own club. Ha! Li Hanfeng stood there in shock. After hearing the professor explain the situation, he suddenly realized, oh then, he appeared full of confidence, so his little plan is going to fall through. Professor Chen Yun asked, why do you say that? Li Hanfeng put his hands on his hips. Hey, the 3 major assessments for joining a club all require the corresponding divine card abilities. Although your junior has strong hard power, he has the Plum Blossom divine card. And the assessment doesn't match his specialty. No matter how strong he is, it won't help. Just wait, when he comes out defeated and dejected, I'll extend my hand to him and invite him to join the Black Blade Society. He'll definitely agree. Li Hanfeng was lost in his beautiful dream. Professor Chen Yun remained non-committal, merely smiling as she said, not necessarily. After all, there are 3 assessments. From what I know about Zhou Chen, he always comes up with all sorts of clever ideas. This Spade assessment might not be his forte, but the subsequent Heart and Diamond assessments are heavily focused on intelligence, so Zhou Chen might just pass. Ha, Professor. Let's just watch. The difficulty of this assessment is real. I bet my junior won't pass even one. Li Hanfeng declared confidently. Inside the examination room, flames slowly climbed. Zhou Chen felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His brain was racing at this moment. That hint flashed before his eyes. Pay attention to the surrounding environment? Zhou Chen looked around. I think I understand, he said softly with a smile. Zhou Chen had been somewhat puzzled. This assessment was clearly of the Spade type, so why was the question cross a 10-meter wide cliff? As he approached the chasm, he suddenly realized that there was nothing above this great crack. The examination room thoughtfully provided 2 paths. Of course, both were related to combat. 2 suspension bridges swayed faintly above. As Zhou Chen slowly approached, the prompt text immediately popped up. Spades represent combat. Attack or defend? Make your choice. Zhou Chen noticed that there was nothing on the 2 iron cable suspension bridges. On the left bridge, a rather strange monster was lazily wandering about. Meanwhile, in the central part of the right bridge, a giant rock hung high in the sky. Kill the guard or withstand the giant rock. The prompt text flickered. Zhou Chen slowly approached the 2 suspension bridges. Standing in the middle, deep in thought. Which path will he choose? Senior Li Hanfeng appeared very excited, as if he were the one taking the exam. He spoke to himself. Back in my day, I directly chose attack. I charged onto the left bridge, using my divine card's ability to knock the monster away and pass directly. He boasted about his past bravery. Of course, many Spade-type divine cards focus on defense, so some students from the Black Blade Society chose the right bridge. Standing under the giant rock, activating their divine card abilities to defend, they could withstand the rock's impact and pass. Professor Chen Yun said softly, as expected. Of the president of the Black Blade Society, you really know the entrance exam questions of your own club. Li Hanfeng placed his hands on his hips. Of course, all the students in our society must pass this level. After all, we are all Spade divine cards. This question is child's play for us. But, Li Hanfeng frowned slightly. Isn't my junior not a Spade divine card? He probably doesn't have particularly strong combat abilities, right? Can he pass the assessment? Knock knock knock. Just as the 2 were speculating how Zhou Chen would respond to this question, another knock sounded at the door. Come in, Professor Chen Yun said. The person who entered was Zhuang Xingyao. She also held a stack of documents and walked in slowly. Professor, the quota for the Red Heart Society to participate in the Elite Cup has been confirmed. Here is the registration form. Li Hanfeng blinked. Chairwoman Shuang. What a coincidence. You're here to submit documents too. Zhuang Xingyao merely nodded slightly, said nothing, and gently placed the registration form on the desk. Out of the corner of her eye, she inadvertently glanced at the screen. Zhuang Xingyao's indifferent expression changed slightly. This is the entrance assessment of the Black Blade Society? The person inside is Zhou Chen? She instantly looked up, staring at Li Hanfeng's face. Her eyes slightly squinted, her expression subtle. Li Hanfeng felt a bit uneasy under that gaze. He suddenly understood what Zhuang Xingyao was thinking. Hey, there's a misunderstanding. I didn't dig your corner. Zhou Chen didn't plan to join the Black Blade Society. Zhuang Xingyao's expression was serious, her arms crossed over her chest. This is the test of the Black Blade Society. Although Zhou Chen attended her ball, he ultimately did not agree to join the Red Heart Society, which left Zhuang Xingyao feeling somewhat defeated. And today, seeing this scene, she instantly understood. So it was Li Hanfeng who had misled the junior. Caught red-handed, the evidence was conclusive. Li Hanfeng felt increasingly at a loss for words. Oh, he is indeed participating in the Spade assessment, but Zhou Chen really isn't. Oh, how should I explain this? Professor Chen Yun beside them was amused. Li Hanfeng seemed to grasp a lifeline. Professor, please help me explain to Zhuang Xingyao. Chen Yun's playful nature re-emerged, teasingly saying, are you two competing for the final affiliation of the junior? Feeling jealous? The 2 chairpersons were taken aback, then widened their eyes to look at the professor. All right, let me explain. So Chen Yun thoroughly explained the whole situation to Zhuang Xingyao. He wants to establish his own society? Zhuang Xingyao's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. 3 tests, passing 1? After softly murmuring these words, she lowered her head, lost in thought. Chen Yun asked, "What's wrong, Xingyao? Do you think Zhou Chen can pass the test?" Zhuang Xingyao pondered for a moment, then slightly shook her head. Though it's not impossible, the probability is very low. His divine card ability doesn't fit the test. No matter how strong he is, it's useless. Just like this, she looked at the television screen. Without a Spade-type divine card, whether it's killing monsters or withstanding a giant rock's impact, it's an impossible task. Heroes see alike. Li Hanfeng gave a thumbs up, then continued, "When Zhou Chen fails and comes out, he will definitely be very sad. At that time, when I extend a helping hand, he will surely agree to join me." Zhuang Xingyao slightly raised her chin. "No way. Zhou Chen will definitely choose the Red Heart Society." Li Hanfeng pretended to stiffen his face, saying seriously, "It seems the competition for the Elite Cup is about to ignite in this small office. Let's see who can win Zhou Chen." He silently clenched his fist. Professor Chen Yun remained silent, only smiling. "Professor, what are you laughing at?" Chen Yun softly replied, "I think neither of you will get him. Since our professor chose to conduct the assessment in this way after careful discussion, it means this test is not an impossible task. In my view, he can pass the assessment." The two were stunned. Professor Chen Yin continued, "Both of your magic levels and divine card ranks are very high, and your control over divine card abilities is also very strong. However, because of this, you may have overlooked that some difficult problems can be solved without divine cards." She continued to smile. "Don't forget, your junior comes from a common background. He has no concept of abilities since childhood. For this assessment, he can solve it with common methods. Zhou Chen always manages to win unexpectedly during the freshman tests. This time, he will too." Inside the examination room. Attack or defense? Zhou Chen knew. He didn't have Spade-type abilities and absolutely couldn't withstand any suspension bridge. Now, trying to trigger the Joker moment might not necessarily allow him to draw the divine card he wanted. He needed to think of another way. The flames kept rising, leaving him little time to hesitate. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply. It was neither an attack nor a defense. "There is a third path in this assessment," he murmured softly. Zhou Chen immediately took a step towards the right suspension bridge. When he reached the front of the right suspension bridge, he took a deep breath. The bridge was strung together with iron chains, with wooden planks laid on top as the bridge surface. If the magma flames rose, they would surely burn the bridge to ashes. Zhou Chen lifted one foot and tentatively stepped onto the suspension bridge. The bridge swayed slightly a couple of times, but it was still quite sturdy. Zhou Chen walked with firm steps, slowly approaching the massive stone in the center of the bridge. Ding! The moment Zhou Chen stepped onto the right suspension bridge, an electronic barrier appeared behind him, blocking his way back. Tisk! Zhou Chen didn't show much expression. There was no turning back now. Having stepped onto this bridge, he could only persist and move forward. He took a step forward. Eventually, he arrived in front of the massive stone. The stone hung high above, entangled in a web of ropes. The moment Zhou Chen got closer, a prompt appeared immediately. "You have chosen defense. There is a biometric recognition device under the massive stone. Once it detects a living being standing beneath it, it will immediately drop. You must activate your defensive ability immediately to withstand the impact. If the device detects that you have survived after the impact, the gateway to pass will open for you. Note, the examination room is a simulated environment, and you will not truly die. If the candidate fears pain, they can apply to give up midway. Zhou Chen certainly had no defensive abilities. If he stood beneath the massive stone, let alone surviving, it was hard to say if he could even maintain his human form, as he would be crushed into a meat patty in an instant. The flames beneath him continued to rise, and Zhou Chen felt the wooden planks under his feet starting to heat up. The time left for him was running out, but he hesitated to act. Outside the examination room, the three of them stared intently at the electronic screen, not daring to breathe. "Professor, can I come in?" A sudden call echoed from outside the door, startling the three who were too focused. "Please come in," Chen Yun said, shifting her gaze from the screen. Click. Lu Yingming entered, holding the registration form for the Elite Cup. He was slightly taken aback by the scene in the office. Chen Yun smiled. "What a coincidence, the student presidents of the three major clubs have gathered." Li Hanfeng was a bit excited and called out, "Lu Yingming, come over. You're the last one we need." Lu Yingming paused for a moment, then walked closer to the computer. "What are you all watching?" "We're watching Zhou Chen's assessment for creating a club," Li Hanfeng explained. "Creating a club? Zhou Chen wants to create a club by himself?" Lu Yingming was clearly interested and immediately looked at the computer screen. So Li Hanfeng detailed Zhou Chen's assessment method to him. 3 assessments, and passing just 1 is enough? Lu Yingming was taken aback. "That's right. What do you think?" "Xiao Zhuang and I both think so. Chen won't pass, we're just waiting to comfort him when he comes out," Li Hanfeng said with a smile, then lowered his voice. "People are most easily swayed when they're sad. We plan to take the opportunity to invite him to join the club afterward. Do you want to come alone?" Lu Yingming thought for a moment, then looked up. I actually think Zhou Chen might pass. Oh. As soon as he said this, the other three turned their gazes towards him. Lu Yingming explained, I know Zhou Chen doesn't have the corresponding divine card for the assessment. If it were in the past, I would definitely think he wouldn't pass, but, unlike you, I am the chief examiner for the third assessment in the freshman evaluation. I observed Zhou Chen's performance throughout the comprehensive assessment. What he excels at is winning by surprise. He never plays by the rules. And, after all, it's a best of 3, so there's quite a bit of room for error, Lu Yingming analyzed methodically. So now it's 2 against 2. Professor Chen Yun summarized with a smile. Han Feng and Xingyao believe Zhou Chen cannot pass the assessment, while Yingming and I believe he can. Let's see what the final result is. They then shifted their gaze back to the electronic screen. What is the junior thinking? He's been standing there for ages. Li, Han Feng murmured. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. Huh? What is he trying to do? The other three also looked slightly unsettled. Because on the display, Zhou Chen made a completely unexpected move. In the examination room, Zhou Chen had been standing still, deep in thought. He looked towards the distant suspension bridge on the other side. There, on the attack suspension bridge, there were no boulders but a small humanoid monster was blocking the way. It looked very much like a living dead. At this moment, there was no turning back. Even if Zhou Chen wanted to choose to challenge the small monster again, there was no chance for a change of heart. Suddenly, he stopped dazing and abruptly stretched out both hands, gripping the sides of the suspension bridge. He began to exert force with his feet, violently shaking the bridge. The boulders suspended above by ropes also swayed slightly with Zhou Chen's movements. Zhou Chen shook the bridge left and right, and gradually, the amplitude of the shaking increased. It was like swinging on a swing. The suspension bridge swayed back and forth, but it was very sturdy, showing no signs of collapsing. Zhou Chen's actions seemed utterly meaningless and quite absurd. However, as the amplitude of the right suspension bridge's shaking grew larger, it also got closer to the left suspension bridge. Finally, the distance between the two bridges was less than a meter. Zhou Chen could see that the monster on the left had noticed him, roaring and reaching out its claws. Indeed, it was a living dead. The bridge swung back again, moving away from the monster. Next time, just one more swing, the distance would be enough. Zhou Chen silently chanted in his heart. At the farthest point, the highest point of the swing, the right suspension bridge rapidly descended, hurtling towards the left suspension bridge. Bang! The two bridges collided. In that instant, Zhou Chen grabbed one of the living dead's hands, pulling it onto the right suspension bridge. Then, he instantly pushed it right under the boulder. Beep! Living creature detected, boulder descending. Boom! The living dead hadn't reacted yet. Crack! The boulder crashed down. The living dead was completely crushed beneath the boulder. Zhou Chen chuckled softly. This suspension bridge is really well made. Beep! Detection shows you are still alive. The exit has been opened for you. Zhou Chen chuckled again. That monster was a living dead with extremely strong resistance to impact. The only way to kill it was by fire. So, being crushed by a heavy object was nothing to that monster. It could easily pass the living creature detection. Zhou Chen walked around the boulder, calmly heading towards the exit at the back of the suspension bridge. The living dead had not yet died, still squeaking beneath the boulder. The moment Zhou Chen stepped out of the suspension bridge, flames surged, instantly engulfing both wooden suspension bridges. The living dead was also turned to ashes at that moment. Zhou Chen felt the heat wave behind him, blowing against the hem of his clothes. His bangs were tousled by the hot air. He did not look back. Awesome! Zhou Chen! Professor Chen Yun sighed in relief, joyfully speaking into the microphone. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the assessment. Welcome the birth of the president of our school's fourth major club. Unlike Chen Yun's excitement, the other three club presidents looked somewhat dejected upon seeing Zhou Chen pass the challenge smoothly. Oh no, the junior is going to have his own club? This year's hope of winning the elite cup has diminished again. Li Hanfeng's face showed bitterness as he sat on a small stool, holding his head. Zhuang Xingyao looked more surprised. Zhou Chen actually cleared the challenge in a way that no one had anticipated. He even passed through both the attack and defense paths and didn't use any supernatural abilities. Zhou Chen's reaction speed, decisiveness, and thinking ability have already far surpassed his peers. Lu Yingming also looked slightly astonished, murmuring to himself, after all, it's a best of 3, physical strength isn't Zhou Chen's strong suit. I thought he would lose the first 2 assessments and eventually win in the block assessment, but unexpectedly, he cleared the Spade assessment. Professor Chen Yun smiled. Zhou Chen is my favorite student, of course he wouldn't fail. Then, she spoke into the computer microphone, saying something to Zhou Chen. In the examination room, congratulations, you have successfully completed the assessment. Welcome the birth of the president of our school's 4th largest club. Please wait, I will teleport you out of the examination room immediately. Zhou Chen quickly said, wait a moment, professor. Don't send me away just yet. The reason Zhou Chen didn't want to return immediately was that there was a strange suspicion in this place. The living dead. No one knew what the living dead were, except for the skeleton society. and the living dead had actually appeared in the examination room of the Divine Card Academy. Professor, who is the question setter for these assessments? After pondering for a long time, Chen asked. Professor Chen Yun's voice clearly hesitated. I really don't know. These questions are very old, passed down year by year. Chen frowned slightly. After a few seconds of contemplation, he said softly, Professor, I won't withdraw. I want to complete all 3 assessments as soon. As he said this, several presidents were stunned. Professor Chen Yun asked in surprise, why? It's a best of 3, you've already completed it. Even if you fail the remaining 2 or win them both, it won't affect your becoming the new club president. Chen chuckled lightly. Professor, you might not know, in my life philosophy there is no giving up halfway. Once you start something, you must see it through to the end. Moreover, Chen smiled, after my new club is established, I hope that when all the students talk about me as the new president, it won't be best of 3, relying on connections to become president, but rather 3 assessments. All battles, all victories. Professor Chen Yun was moved. Alright, ambitious. No wonder you're the student I have my eye on. Then, I look forward to your performance in the next 2 assessments. Professor. Chen Yun ended the call. Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and pushed open the door to the next assessment. Beep, he was instantly teleported to a new room. At first glance, this room looked exactly like the previous Spade assessment room. It was the same empty large room, with an exit door on the opposite wall. The difference was, there was no large cliff blocking the way in the middle. Moreover, there were 2 tightly closed exit doors. Aside from that, the room had nothing else. Chen cautiously observed his surroundings while slowly approaching the exit. Bang! As Chen neared the center of the room, a loud explosion erupted from the middle. Then, a figure resembling a knight suddenly appeared in the center. This knight was fully armored, and his facial expression was hidden. He performed a standard noble salute to Chen, then spoke in a resonant voice, Welcome, candidate. I am the examiner for this assessment. This assessment is a test of the mind, evaluating the candidate's ability to utilize the mind-type divine cards. Upon hearing this, Chen politely bowed. Then, esteemed examiner, what is the specific method of examination? The knight's voice was very courteous. Please look at the 2 large doors behind me. One of these doors leads to the exit for completing the assessment, called the life door, and the other one, behind it, is a cliff with sharp spikes, known as the death door. These 2 doors appear completely identical on the outside. Only I, as the examiner, know which door is the life door. The knight straightened up and continued, what the candidates need to do is activate the mind-type divine card to uncover the hidden information in my heart and determine the correct exit. Thus, they can pass and complete the assessment. Chen nodded gently. I understand. The rules of this assessment were very simple and clear. Find the life door and walk out. The answer was hidden in the knight's mind and had to be found through a mind-reading ability. At this moment, Chen had not activated the divine card and could not read minds. His first thought was to tentatively ask the knight and then observe his micro-expressions to judge whether his answers were lies. However, the knight wore silver armor, completely concealing his face. Without seeing his micro-expressions, it was difficult for Chen to determine the truth of his words. This made things a bit tricky. Outside the examination room, I've seen this question before. Li Hanfeng's face lit up with excitement. I saw Chairman Zhuang easily pass this assessment before, and the method of passing was effortless. Zhuang Xingyao, for some reason, appeared a bit tense upon hearing him mention her past. Don't bring it up. This made the other 2 even more interested. Professor Chen Yun encouraged, Little Li, tell us about it. I really want to hear how Xingyao passed this level. Li Hanfeng's expression turned mysterious as he unhesitatingly revealed Zhuang Xingyao's history. It's very simple. Chairman Zhuang's divine card ability is charm. The moment she activated her ability, that knight immediately fell hopelessly in love with her. Not only did he reveal the correct answer, but he also kept proposing to Chairman Zhuang. That scene, TSK. Zhuang Xingyao covered half her face, slightly bowed her head, and silently withdrew from the discussion. Hey, if you ask me, there's a simpler way to pass this assessment, Li Hanfeng suddenly said, his tone full of confidence. What? Lu Yingming asked. Just beat him up. Knock that knight down and force him to tell you which is the life door. Li Hanfeng put his hands on his hips. He had turned the heart assessment into a spade assessment. Lu Yingming immediately countered, that's not a good method. After all, the knight is the examiner. Whether or not violence is allowed is another matter. After thinking, he continued, moreover, using force might provoke the knight's rebellious psychology, causing him to deliberately lie and give misleading answers. You would have no way to judge. That's true. Zhuang Xingyao said from the side, this is the heart assessment. How could it be passed with other divine cards? I can't think of a way to pass without using the heart type ability. She turned to look at the electronic screen. Chen lowered his head, resting his chin on his hand, slowly circling around the examination room. The knight remained standing, motionless, seemingly watching Chen, yet also appearing to look at nothing at all. Chen moved his feet, carefully observing the 2 doors. Identical, with absolutely no difference. It is impossible to find the entrance to life just by observation. Chen gently shook his head and shifted his gaze back to the night examiner. The only answer was hidden in his mind, and Chen had no telepathic abilities. Thus, the only remaining path was one to pass without using any abilities, relying on civilian methods. Having made up his mind, Chen walked towards the night examiner. He intended to pry the correct answer from his mouth with his silver tongue. "Hello," Chen greeted him again. "Hello, candidate. Are you ready to use your abilities on me?" The knight immediately stood at attention. Chen shook his head. "I don't have any red heart abilities." "You don't?" The knight's tone was somewhat surprised. Then he said seriously, "This is a red heart assessment. Without a red heart divine card, you cannot pass. Do you need me to help you apply for a waiver of the assessment?" Chen quickly replied. No, he paused, employing some persuasive rhetoric, and began to brainwash the night examiner. "I think our rules can be a bit flexible. After all, this is also to better assess the student's abilities. For example, making some appropriate adjustments so that students without red heart divine cards can, without using divine cards, determine the location of the entrance to life through observation." The knight softly repeated, "Through observation? What do you mean?" Chen immediately responded, "I mean I directly ask you where the entrance to life is, and then judge from your answers and reactions whether you are telling the truth." The knight understood, and he slowly said, "You can try, but it will be difficult." He pointed to his head. "The school has considered this very thoroughly. I have received professional training and can easily tell lies without blushing or raising heart, making it hard to distinguish without using red heart abilities. However, you can still state what kind of rules you want to adopt, and I will consider them." Chen smiled slightly. "My rules are very simple. I will ask you questions related to these two doors, and you can only answer with yes or no. I have 2 opportunities to ask questions." The knight was momentarily confused. "Ask me questions? But I don't quite understand. If you directly ask me, is the entrance to life on the left, wouldn't you get the answer directly? This rule I cannot accept." Chen continued to adjust his tone and facial expressions, persuading him in a very convincing manner. "Don't be anxious, dear examiner. You can lie, can't you? The rule I just proposed states that I have 2 opportunities to ask questions, and for one of those, you can lie. You don't need to tell me which one it is." Upon hearing this, the knight seemed to fall into thought again. He muttered to himself, "You ask me twice, and I can only answer yes or no. In those 2 questions, I have to tell a lie once and tell the truth once. I don't need to tell you which time I lied." Chen couldn't let him think too much, so he immediately interrupted. "Yes, I will gauge your heart through these 2 questions, determining which time you lied, thus finding the entrance to life. This is also a kind of mental assessment, isn't it?" The knight looked up and softly said, "According to my careful judgment, it seems there's no problem. I agree to this assessment method you proposed." Chen's lips curled slightly. "Then it's settled. Neither of us will go back on our word. After the 2 questions, if I haven't found the entrance to life, I will immediately withdraw from the assessment, and you must strictly adhere to the rules I just proposed." The knight bowed again, his tone resolute and serious. "Rest assured, I will uphold the spirit of knighthood. A gentleman's word is his bond." The knight paused, preparing to follow the assessment method suggested by Chen. In the 2 questions, he planned to tell the truth the first time and lie the second time. "Candidate, please pose your first question," the knight said with a firm voice. Chen appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was already bursting with laughter. After all, this knight was just an NPC, and his thinking ability wouldn't be too strong. Chen spoke slowly, walking at a leisurely pace to the door on the left, pointing at it. Then, he articulated his first question. Word by word, "If in the second question, I ask you, is this the entrance to life, what would your answer be?" The knight was taken aback. This question was a bit long, and he needed time to sort it out. He certainly knew that the exit the candidate was referring to was the door to death. The candidate was asking him what his answer would be in the context of the second question. Since he had decided to lie the second time, that door was indeed the door to death, not the entrance to life. Telling the truth would mean no, while lying would mean yes. Therefore, for the second question, he should answer yes. However, at the moment, it was the first question, so he could just speak the truth. Thus, the final answer. The knight stood up straight again and gave his answer, yes. Then, without thinking much, he continued, "Candidate, please ask your second question." But Chen had no intention of posing the next question at all. A mysterious smile suddenly appeared on his face. He walked slowly to the door on the right. He slightly turned his head, squinting his eyes, and a broad smile spread across his lips. Again, that iconic clown smile. "No need," he said softly. "Ha!" The knight stood there, stunned. With a swift motion, Chen pulled open the door in front of him and elegantly walked inside. The knight remained in the room, confused about what he had done wrong. Wasn't it agreed that there would be 2 questions? Why did you only ask one? And how could you so decisively open the door to life? The knight was somewhat bewildered. He began to reflect on his answer. He had strictly followed the rules proposed by Chen. His strategy was, tell the truth the first time, lie the second time. The candidate's question was, if in the second question, I ask you, is this the entrance to life, what would your answer be? And his answer was yes. So, if he reversed it, telling a lie the first time and the truth the second time, In the case of the second question, he would have to tell the truth, so the answer would be no. But since it was the first question, he had to lie, so the final answer would still be yes. No matter which time he lied, the answer to the candidate's question remained unchanged. And this answer, he suddenly realized, it was always a lie. So, since he answered yes, it meant that the true answer was actually no. With just this one question, he could immediately know that the door on the left was the door to death. Therefore, the door on the right must be the entrance to life. Thinking of this, the knight suddenly looked up at the figure that was leaving gracefully. He had actually been outsmarted by a student. Then, the knight shook his head helplessly. It wasn't just that. When that student proposed his own rules, he used many persuasive words, subtle expressions, and tones. And just when he was preparing to think carefully, he was forcefully interrupted. In the end, he guided himself, persuading himself to participate in this little game that was set with a trap. Before he even realized it, he spoke out the answer. Later, when he had enough time, even someone as slow-witted as a knight could clearly analyze where the trick lay. But how could he know what Chen was planning before the conspiracy was revealed? This was also a form of control over the mind. The knight chuckled silently. A gentleman's word is hard to retract. Since he had lost in the bet with his student, he would accept his defeat. Chen successfully entered the life gate and completed the assessment. With a familiar sensation of teleportation, he arrived at a new examination room. Beep, the electronic prompt quickly followed. Candidates, please note that this assessment is of the square system. The square system abilities are related to creation and change, encompassing everything. The path to success is not unique. Please find the method that suits you best. After this statement, the prompt sound disappeared. Chen immediately began to observe his surroundings. This was still a very spacious room, almost identical in layout to the previous two examination rooms. At first glance, apart from the distant exit door, there was nothing else. Chen remained vigilant and slowly walked towards the door. When he reached the center, he even slowed his pace and finally stopped. Based on the experiences from the previous two assessments, there should be some tests in the middle section. However, this time was different. Chen did not detect any abnormalities. There were no flames erupting from the ground, nor any night examiners suddenly appearing. So Chen no longer hesitated and quickly walked towards the door. The door was getting closer and closer until it was so near that Chen could touch the doorknob, yet he still encountered no obstacles. Was this assessment really that simple? Chen turned the doorknob. Click. The door remained unmoved. Prompt text immediately popped up. Please unlock the door. Methods are not limited. At this moment, Chen noticed that this door was very different from the previous two. This door had a high-end electronic lock. It featured fingerprint authentication, facial recognition, and the most traditional keyhole. Chen frowned slightly. He was skilled at lock-picking. However, picking a lock required a piece of wire. And this examination room had no wire. He paced thoughtfully, turning in circles at the center of the examination room, when suddenly, a shining glimmer above caught his attention. When he saw the glowing object clearly, he smiled slightly. So you're here. It was a key. The key was threaded through a very sturdy nylon rope and hung high above the ceiling. This height was completely out of reach for an ordinary person. Seeing this setup, Chen immediately thought of the design concept for this assessment. The square abilities encompass everything. To accommodate candidates with various divine cards, the questions must have multiple solutions. Chen immediately thought of countless ways to use the divine cards. As far as he knew about the square system, divine cards, square 2 cutting technique could sever the nylon rope and retrieve the key. Square 3 copy technique could directly replicate a key. Square 5 teleportation could teleport to a high place and pull down the key. Square 8 face change might allow him to transform into the examiner's appearance to pass the facial recognition at the door, and so on and so forth. But Chen at this moment had no square system divine cards at all. For divine card holders, this assessment was very simple. For an ordinary person, it was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Chen looked up at the key above, pondering something. He silently closed his eyes, contemplating countless possibilities. Time passed like this. He still maintained his eyes closed, but the corners of his mouth had already slightly curled up. He silently took 2 steps back, creating a considerable distance from the nylon rope above his head. Suddenly, he swiftly drew a short sword from his sleeve. Logically, no items other than clothing should be allowed into the examination room. But this treasure, left to Chen by his parents, was an exception. Chen gripped the hilt of the sword with one hand, spun around, and the hem of his clothes fluttered with the momentum. Like a dancer, he spread his arms, then, using the centrifugal force from the spin, he let go in an instant. The short sword flew upward, spinning rapidly, leaving only a white flash in its wake. In a split second, the short sword had moved beside the white nylon rope. The blade sliced through the tough nylon rope as easily as cutting through water, as if the rope didn't exist at all. The key, no longer tethered by the nylon rope, immediately fell. Chen kept his eyes slightly closed, walking forward slowly while slightly raising his arms. His hands formed a gesture to catch the item. The next second, the short sword landed precisely on the tiger's mouth of Zhou Chen's left hand. The key hit the target dead center, falling into the palm of Zhou Chen's right hand. Zhou Chen lightly gripped it with his left hand, spinning the short sword twice in the air before retracting it into his sleeve. At the same time, he clenched his right hand with the key and placed it in front of his chest, bowing slightly. Throughout the entire process, Zhou Chen did not open his eyes. Holding the key, he approached the door, inserted it into the lock, and gently turned it. A flash of light passed. The scene of the examination room blurred and vanished. In its place was the familiar office setting. Zhou Chen stretched lazily, suddenly realizing that he was not alone with Professor Chen Yun. The presidents of the three major clubs were now gathered around him. Zhou Chen paused slightly, then politely bowed. "Hello, seniors." Each of their faces bore varying degrees of astonishment. It was no wonder. After all, Zhou Chen had accomplished a feat that no one had achieved before, passing all three club entrance tests. Moreover, he had not used his divine card abilities even once. Professor Chen Yun cleared her throat and, in a tone different from usual, solemnly announced, "The fourth president of the Divine Card Academy is now born." She then turned to the other three presidents. "You all may leave for now. I need to discuss some preparations for the establishment of our new club with our fourth little president." The seniors finally snapped back to reality. They bid farewell to the professor and each cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Chen before leaving. "Zhou Chen, first of all, congratulations on successfully completing all three tests." Professor Chen Yun extended her hands and lightly clapped. "Well done, well done." Zhou Chen was used to the professor's playful tone and simply smiled humbly. "However, I noticed you took out a short sword at the last moment. Where did that come from?" As Zhou Chen expected, Professor Chen Yun had indeed noticed this detail, but he had no intention of hiding it. "It's something my parents left for me." Chen Yun seemed slightly surprised by this answer. "Is that so? Then where did your parents get this sword?" Zhou Chen replied honestly, "I'm not sure. After all, my parents passed away when I was very young." "What's the matter, Professor? Is there something special about this sword?" Professor Chen Yun pondered for a moment, seemingly hesitating whether to speak. Ultimately, she seemed to make up her mind and said softly, "This is just my guess. Your weapon can be brought into the virtual examination room. It is very likely to be a divine relic." Zhou Chen had anticipated this response. He politely nodded. "Professor, I had also realized that this treasure was extraordinary. Rest assured, I will take good care of it." Professor Chen Yun returned to her relaxed demeanor. "Okay, enough small talk. It's time to discuss serious matters. Zhou Chen, when I first saw you, you were just a street magician, but unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, you have become one of the club presidents at the best supernatural school in the entire Dragon Country. To become a club president at our school means you are among the elite. Of course, as the president of a newly established club, you still have some preparations to make. The most important thing is to come up with a name for the club. You need to think carefully. After all, from now on, the juniors at the Divine Card School will hear this name." Zhou Chen lowered his head slightly in thought upon hearing this. Then he looked up. "I've thought of it. There's no name more suitable than this. The plum blossom sways in the biting cold wind yet stands tall, leaving a proud silhouette. My club will be called." Zhou Chen slowly walked to the office window, watching the distant shadows of flowers sway. His eyes shifted, and he spoke the name that would impact the history of the Dragon Country. Linme Tuan. Professor Chen Yun's eyes lit up. "The plum of the biting cold? Good name." So, she brought her fingertips together in front of her. "As the new president of Linme Tuan, when do you plan to recruit your first batch of club members?" "Recruit club members?" Zhou Chen turned around. "Of course." Professor Chen Yun continued to smile. "After all, the number of participants for the Elite Cup is 4. 4? Zhou Chen rested a hand on his chin. "Isn't that just right?" "Oh." Professor Chen Yun was very interested. "It seems you already have some ideas? By the way, as the club president, the school will assign you a hall building specifically for club activities. If you have members you want to invite, don't forget to have them go through the membership assessment you just completed." Of course, she smiled slightly. "You can use the divine cards and only need to pass one. I will send you the specific information later." I understand." The campus network notification was quickly released. Official notification: the fourth major club is officially established. The fourth major club, Linme Tuan, marked by the plum blossom, is now officially a legal club at the school. First President, Zhou Chen. The comments below exploded. "What? Our school actually has a fourth club. Now, it was about time. There are 4 flower types, yet only 3 clubs. Doesn't that feel awkward?" Hee. When Zhou Chen just enrolled, I bet my friends whether he would establish a club himself, and I guessed right. But, is this reasonable? The 3 major clubs have always been the tradition of the school. Even if Zhou Chen is a genius, can he really break the school's long-standing tradition? Didn't you read carefully? He passed the official membership assessment. 3 assessments, and you only need to pass 1? Isn't that a bit lenient? Other clubs must pass 1 assessment in one go. But these assessments aren't easy, and Zhou Chen doesn't have the corresponding divine card. Just passing one would already be quite difficult, right? Yet he did it. The campus network comments began to stir. One side argued that Zhou Chen, as the only Plum Blossom student and an outstanding genius, faced no corresponding Plum Blossom assessment, so adopting this assessment method was completely fine. On the other hand, some believe that even if Zhou Chen is a genius, the standards for forming a club cannot be relaxed, if not stricter, at least they should be the same as those for other students. The discussion grew more intense until a comment suddenly popped up. Zhou Chen becoming the new club president is well deserved. An account with the ID silence is golden spoke up. This was a statement from senior Lu Yingming. That's right, because Zhou Chen passed all 3 assessments. The account with the ID eating a peach is so cool chimed in. This was Li Hanfeng, and he didn't use a single divine card. ID heart is distant. This was a statement from Zhuang Xingyao. Zhou Chen, I saw the school's announcement about you. As soon as Zhou Chen entered the dormitory, he heard Zhang Yang's voice. He was waving his phone around, chuckling. Zhou Chen didn't respond immediately. He silently walked over, circling around Zhang Yang, looking at him with an appraising gaze as if he were inspecting a product. Zhang Yang felt a bit uneasy. His throat moved as he swallowed. Zhou Chen, what are you doing? Zhou Chen rested his finger on his chin and said in a joking tone, looks pretty good. You're the school's know-it-all, an information gatherer, that's a plus. As a friend, you're quite loyal, so that's another plus. Alright, it's settled. Zhang Yang was a bit confused and hesitantly asked, settled? Settled what? Zhou Chen's decision had been made after careful consideration. Choosing members for the Linme Club was essentially choosing future teammates for the Elite Cup. Zhang Yang's strengths and weaknesses as a teammate were quite prominent. His strengths included being righteous, willing to stand up for his teammates, and sacrificing himself. He was very loyal. Moreover, he was a know-it-all, the first guy Zhou Chen encountered at school, and he knew a lot about the school's situation. No information could escape Zhang Yang's eyes. Many significant events at school were learned through him. Of course, there were also weaknesses. He wasn't particularly smart and lacked cunning. However, from another perspective, overly clever teammates could be harder to control, and in Zhou Chen's view, this weakness could actually be turned into a strength. Overall, Zhang Yang was a decent teammate. Zhang Yang, are you interested in joining my club and participating in the Elite Cup? Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned. Then he jumped up, his face lighting up with joy. Really? That's great. Woohoo, Zhou Chen, you really haven't forgotten about me, bro. I never expected I would have a chance to participate in the Elite Cup. My parents will be overjoyed when they hear this. Zhang Yang covered his face with his hands, a mix of emotions of excitement and gratitude. Zhou Chen couldn't bear to ruin his good mood, but the necessary procedures still had to be followed. Don't get too happy too soon. It's not certain that you'll be accepted. Ha? Zhang Yang was taken aback. All new members joining the club need to pass the entrance assessment, Zhou Chen said calmly. Zhang Yang realized and scratched his head. Right, I got too excited and forgot about that. His expression turned a bit nervous. My grades aren't that great, and my control over divine cards is a bit weak. Can I pass? Zhou Chen patted his shoulder and encouraged him. I believe in you, go for it. This time, you have to rely on yourself. Zhou Chen sent Zhang Yang the address of the newly established Linme Club headquarters. Tomorrow, we'll be waiting for you at the Linme Club. Zhang Yang noticed Zhou Chen's wording and curiously asked, who else is going? Zhou Chen thought about the other 2 teammates and decided to keep Zhang Yang in suspense. You'll find out when you get there. At the entrance of the library, Zhou Chen learned from his previous experience, so this time, he wrapped himself up tightly. He specifically chose a secluded corner with low foot traffic as the meeting place. As soon as Zhou Chen arrived, he saw a figure with a ponytail hurrying towards him. She ran directly in front of Zhou Chen and bent down, panting. Zhou Chen, go. I'm here. Zhou Chen patiently waited for her to catch her breath. Don't rush, take a break first. Tang Xian finally caught her breath and regained her strength. Zhou Chen, go. Why did you suddenly want to see me today? Zhou Chen remained silent at first, staring intently into Tang Xian's eyes, circling around the topic. There are many advantages. She seems brave and upright, unafraid of power. She's quite clever, thinking quickly in critical moments. Plus, she's a little fan of his, so loyalty isn't a concern. Being able to send him so many gifts suggests her family background is decent. Perhaps she could provide some financial support for the club. The only downside is Tang Xian has secrets, mysteries. Her strengths and weaknesses as a teammate are the exact opposite of Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang is loyal and straightforward, but not clever enough. Tang Xian is sharp-minded, but she hides her thoughts. Zhou Chen pondered carefully, then said to Tang Xian, do you want to join my club? A joyful expression quickly appeared on the girl's face as she replied rapidly, of course. I'm willing. Zhou Chen, go. When you called me out, I vaguely guessed you wanted to talk about this. Zhou Chen slightly tapped his forehead, but don't forget, there's still an assessment you need to complete. He thought of the content of the square assessment and added, but it shouldn't be difficult for you. Zhou Chen sent her the address. Tomorrow, we'll be waiting for you at the Linme Club. So you were hiding here, Zhou Chen said softly to the girl in front of him. In a shaded low hill, Su Chenxi sat quietly on a public bench, silently flipping through a book. Hearing Zhou Chen's voice, she looked up in surprise. Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen politely bowed to the princess. Sorry to interrupt your reading. Su Chensi put away the book. Not at all. I often come here alone when I'm bored. It's very quiet here. The environment is nice. Zhou Chen nodded and walked beside her. I understand. Sometimes I also like to hide in a quiet place to think. Su Chensi smiled. I saw the notice from the school. Congratulations on becoming the new club president. You are now a big name, on par with those excellent seniors. No, to be precise, your reputation is even greater than theirs. Zhou Chen replied. I came here for that matter. I know. You've been invited by Senior Zhuang Xingyao, and perhaps the other two seniors have also approached you. However, I still have to ask, do you want to join my club? Su Chensi raised her eyebrows in surprise, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes, but she quickly returned to her composed demeanor. I would be very happy. It's my honor. She quickly agreed. Zhou Chen joked, you and Senior Zhuang from the Qixing Club are good friends, so don't collude during the Elite Cup. Su Chensi laughed. Of course not. Zhou Chen sent her the headquarters address. Then, tomorrow, we'll be waiting for you at the Linme Club. Creak. Zhou Chen pushed open the long-unused door. This was the headquarters of the Linme Club, specially prepared for Zhou Chen by the school. At first glance, Zhou Chen thought the interior of this auditorium building was very similar to the ballroom of the Red Heart Society. The decor was magnificent, elegant, and luxurious, exuding a noble atmosphere. The hall had 2 levels. At the front on both sides of the first floor, there were curved staircases that spiraled up to the second floor. Zhou Chen strolled up the first step of the staircase, resting one hand on the handrail. There was no dust on it, as expected, since the school must have sent someone to clean it. Zhou Chen's footsteps were light as he slowly climbed up step by step. His palm gently brushed against the handrail, pausing with each step. His figure gradually rose, and in the atmosphere of this beautifully decorated hall, a solemn feeling suddenly surged within Zhou Chen. It seemed as if this grand auditorium was meant to belong to him. The staircase was long, and Zhou Chen walked slowly, but he thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. With each step, he felt himself rising higher, and finally, he reached the second floor. Zhou Chen stood in the middle of the second floor, directly facing the main entrance, leaning on the railing and looking down at the general environment of the first floor. The second floor was 5 or 6 meters higher than the first, giving a sense of overlooking everything below. Black plum blossom tapestries hung on the walls all around, further enhancing the grandeur of the auditorium. This was a building that belonged solely to him. This was the headquarters of the Linme Society. Zhou Chen reveled in the feeling of being up high when suddenly a gust of wind blew in, causing the hem of his clothes to flutter. He gently raised his arm, feeling as if he were a king high above. Although Zhou Chen knew that this action was somewhat childish and a bit over the top, it didn't matter since he was all alone here. He was intoxicated by the thrill of owning an entire auditorium building. Just then, creak, the main door on the first floor, directly in front of Zhou Chen, was quietly pushed open. The person who entered was Zhang Yang, who stared blankly at Zhou Chen high up on the second floor, then gave a thumbs up. Wow, so cool. Zhou Chen awkwardly cleared his throat twice and quickly retracted his arms. Ahem, you didn't see anything. The awkwardness of the moment was akin to singing loudly at an empty staircase, triggering a motion sensor light, only to suddenly realize that the neighbor at the staircase entrance was watching you with a mischievous grin. Zhou Chen quickly hurried down the stairs. He thought this scene would undoubtedly trigger a clown moment. Unexpectedly, the clown god was surprisingly tolerant. Or, Zhang Yang, with an innocent expression, said, "Wow, Zhou Chen, you were really awesome just now." Or, perhaps Zhang Yang didn't see himself as a clown, he genuinely thought it was cool. No wonder he was such a good brother. Zhang Yang was like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, exploring everywhere, running around. He looked left and right, touched everything. Wow, this vase, Zhang Yang picked up a carved vase so round. Wow, this tapestry, Zhang Yang looked up at the plum blossom tapestry, so big. Wow, this decoration, this chandelier, this atmosphere, this design. Zhang Yang took 2 steps back to look at the overall structure of the hall, his eyes filled with amazement, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence, seemingly unable to think of a good adjective, and finally said, "So awesome." Then he turned to Zhou Chen, grinning as he said, "Is this our club's activity venue?" "It's perfect." Zhou Chen was somewhat speechless. "What do you mean our? Let's talk about it after you pass the assessment." Zhang Yang seemed inspired by the luxurious decoration style of the club. He clenched his fist and said with high spirits, "Don't worry, for such a beautiful club headquarters." He paused and added, "Also for my most handsome club president, I will definitely pass the assessment." Zhou Chen smiled and said, "That sounds more like it. Good luck." Creak, "Excuse me, is anyone there?" A crisp female voice came through. "Tang Xin, so you received an invitation too?" Zhang Yang bounced over to open the door. "Come in. Make yourself at home." Zhou Chen ignored Zhang Yang and smiled at Tang Xin. As soon as Tang Xin saw Zhou Chen, her smile blossomed, and she entered the hall. "Brother Zhou Chen," and Zhang Yang, "Hello, nice to see you again." "Wow." Tang Xin's eyes lit up when she saw the interior decoration of the hall. "This place is so beautiful." Her eyes sparkled. "I really want to pass the assessment smoothly and join here." Zhang Yang blinked a couple of times, suddenly wearing a mischievous grin. He secretly glanced at Zhou Chen, then lowered his voice to Tang Xin. "Let me tell you something funny. Your idol, brother Zhou Chen, actually loves to show off when he's alone. When I just came in, I ran into him. Zhou Chen reacted quickly, covering his mouth before Zhang Yang could expose his embarrassing behavior and knocked on his head. I told you not to say that. Zhang Yang broke free. Isn't it normal for roommates to expose each other's secrets and roast each other? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, Tang Xan, let me tell you, Zhang Yang grinds his teeth at night. Sometimes he doesn't even take a shower, and the sink is clogged with hair. Stop. Hold on. Truce. Zhou Chen, I was wrong. Zhang Yang looked pleadingly, immediately backing down. At that moment, a clear, bell-like laughter rang out. You guys have such a great atmosphere. The group turned to look at the entrance. Princess Su Chenxi, dressed in white, had entered the hall at some point, smiling gently as she greeted them. Woo woo wow. Zhang Yang let out another strange cry. I can't believe it's the princess. Is the princess going to join our club too? Tang Xian's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Su Chenxi, but compared to Zhang Yang's reaction, she remained much calmer. Su Chenxi politely performed a noble greeting. Hello, I am Su Chenxi. I came at Zhou Chen's invitation. Hello, Zhang Yang, we've met before. Sorry for having to shoot at you during the previous competition. This should be Tang Xian, right? Zhou Chen has mentioned you to me. Tang Xian also politely replied, Hello, Su Chenxi, I didn't expect you to come too. They introduced themselves and shook hands. Seeing that it was almost time, Zhou Chen walked to the front of the hall. Since everyone is here, it's time to talk about serious matters. Zhou Chen walked slowly to the center of the hall, right in front of everyone. The wall behind him was adorned with a huge plum blossom emblem. He gently scanned the few classmates present. Although he didn't speak, an invisible aura of authority had already emerged. Perhaps it was Zhou Chen's natural leadership quality, or perhaps it was related to his mysterious lineage. The other three felt a sense of reverence from the bottom of their hearts. They all stopped chatting, straightened up, and waited seriously for Zhou Chen to speak. Zhou Chen cleared his throat, his tone slow. We are friends, and I sincerely hope that you can smoothly join the club. But there are strict regulations at school. Everyone must participate in the corresponding club entrance assessment and pass successfully. If Zhou Chen's expression became serious, if someone fails the entrance assessment, then, even if we are familiar with each other, I cannot make an exception to accept you. As Zhou Chen said this, he deliberately glanced at the faces of the three, focusing particularly on Zhang Yang. Su Chenxi wore a serious expression. That familiar sternness made Zhou Chen feel as if he was seeing the violent princess from the freshman assessment again. Tang Xian clenched her small fist, her eyebrows slightly moving, as if to say, Don't worry, I'll give it my all. Even Zhang Yang, who usually appeared a bit careless and unserious, was now unusually serious. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction and continued. The club entrance assessment is specifically designed for students with specific divine cards, mainly testing your control and utilization of the divine cards. In other words, as long as you can freely exert the powers of the divine cards, passing the assessment is naturally not a problem. But if you can't even properly release your powers, then joining the club and participating in the Elite Cup, of course, would be out of the question. Upon hearing this, Su Chenxi and Tang Xian's expressions remained calm as water, but Zhang Yang's posture shifted slightly, seemingly a bit nervous. Zhou Chen noticed this and didn't want to put too much pressure on them, so he softened his tone. However, I know that two of you three are still iron-level divine cards. For iron-level divine cards, the magical essence that can be utilized within is very limited, so occasionally being unable to use your powers is quite normal. If such a situation really occurs during the assessment, considering a way to pass without using your powers can also be a strategy. Zhou Chen paused and continued. You three happen to be spades, hearts, and diamonds, the three different suits of divine cards. So, you will each participate in 3 different assessments. The content of the assessment. Upon hearing this, the three of them straightened their bodies to varying degrees, looking at Zhou Chen with serious expressions. This gave Zhou Chen a sense of illusion, as if he had become a professor and these three were his students. Is confidential. Ah. Tang Xian let out a confused sound from her throat. Zhou Chen began to explain. For the fairness of the assessment, I cannot disclose the specific content to you in advance. Even if we are friends, it doesn't matter. All right. Zhou Chen walked to a long table and took out the familiar examination helmet. Who will go first? He looked at the three. No one spoke. Zhang Yang looked a bit timid, while Tang Xian just turned to glance at the other two. Even the usually calm Su Chenxi showed a rare hesitation on her face. The exam questions would not be disclosed in advance, making this assessment unknown to them, and they had only one chance, leaving them unable to prepare ahead of time. The fear of the unknown is the greatest. In the end, it was still Su Chenxi who stood up first and said, I'll go first. I am a copper-level divine card, so I should start the assessment first and set an example for everyone. She straightened her back, slowly walked to the chair, sat down, brushed her silver hair, and put on the helmet. She seemed to be trying hard to remain calm, but Zhou Chen still saw a hint of nervousness in her expression. Zhou Chen encouraged her. Come on, for you, the assessment is actually not difficult, you can definitely do it. Su Chenxi smiled slightly. Thank you, I'm ready. Zhou Chen nodded gently and operated on the computer screen. He pressed the Start Assessment button. Whoosh! Su Chenxi's body emitted fine points of light and then instantly disappeared. She entered the Spade assessment. Chen projected the real-time footage of the examination room onto a wall in the center of the hall, making it easier for everyone to observe the developments inside the assessment. Thus, the three of them sat together, watching the live broadcast of Su Chenxi's assessment. Su Chenxi's figure appeared in the Spade examination area. The layout was exactly the same as when Chen took the exam. A fiery chasm about 10 meters wide, with flames slowly rising from the bottom. 2 suspension bridges with different obstacles. And an exit door. Su Chenxi moved cautiously, gradually approaching the chasm. At the same time, prompt text immediately popped up. The candidate needs to cross this 10-meter wide chasm within a limited time to reach the exit on the other side to complete the assessment. And there are 2 methods to cross, one is attack and the other is defense? Zhang Yang looked at the big screen, softly murmuring, "That's right." Chen nodded. Those 2 suspension bridges have different obstacles. One has monster hands that must be defeated to pass. The other has boulders that must be withstood physically to get through. This is attack and defense. Tang Xian curiously turned to Chen. "Brother Chen, I remember you also participated in this assessment, right? Which path did you choose? I remember you don't seem to have any Spade-type abilities, right?" Chen recalled for a moment and chuckled softly. "Me? I guess I didn't choose either one, or rather, I cleared both paths at the same time." "Really?" Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. "How did you do that?" Chen smiled slightly. "The magician's 3 rules, one of which states, never reveal the content of the magic." He smiled at the 2. "It's a secret." "Ah, brother Chen, you always do this even in the live broadcast. You love to keep us guessing when performing magic." Tang Xian pouted. "Earlier, I and other viewers sent you so many gifts, hoping to exchange for the secret of your magic, but you wouldn't." Chen cleared his throat twice, quickly changing the subject. "Why don't we take a look at Su Chenxi? Let's see which path she will choose." "I'll guess." Zhang Yang seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, thinking back to the time when Princess brutally attacked me. "She will definitely choose attack." Tang Xian also looked at the big screen with great interest. "Although I don't know much about Su's personality, I've heard for a long time that the princess's divine card is the Spade Q. The Spade Q can transform into various weapons based on the user's thoughts. Maybe she will conjure a large shield to withstand the boulder's impact and cross the defense bridge?" Then she looked at Chen. "Brother Chen, what do you think?" Chen did not answer immediately, only gazing thoughtfully at the big screen. His gaze locked onto the zombie on the left. Suspension bridge. Then he spoke softly. "I really hope she will choose defense, but based on Su Chenxi's personality, she will definitely choose attack." On the big screen, Su Chenxi stood in the middle of the 2 suspension bridges, seemingly deep in thought. The prompt text still hung high in the air. Spade represents force. Attack or defense. Make your choice. Kill the guards or withstand the boulders. Su Chenxi slightly turned her head, glancing at the seemingly inconspicuous shriveled monster on the left bridge. Then she turned to assess the high-hanging boulder above the right bridge. After that, she lowered her head, lost in thought, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of these 2 choices. But this process didn't last long. She immediately lifted her head and walked firmly to the left. "Wow, Chen, we guessed right," Zhang Yang said excitedly as he looked at the princess's large screen. Chen didn't respond. He was staring at the undead creature, his expression growing increasingly severe. Su Chenxi stepped onto the left suspension bridge, confirming that the bridge surface was very sturdy before slowly moving toward the center. Bang! The moment her entire body was on the suspension bridge, a shimmering electronic gate suddenly appeared behind her, sealing off her escape route. She had chosen to attack and she was going to see it through. She gradually approached the guard at the center of the bridge. The guard monster appeared. Humanoid, its body wrapped in yellowed bandages, looking extremely frail and weak. This surprised Su Chenxi for a moment. Was such a seemingly fragile monster really suitable to be a guard for the group assessment? Moreover, she felt like she had seen this monster's appearance somewhere before, but she didn't have time to think about it. The monster screeched and charged at her. Su Chenxi leaped into the air, her body arcing gracefully, head down, silver hair flowing as she flew toward the monster's back. Thud! She landed lightly on the bridge surface. She had deftly dodged this attack. Since Su Chenxi had already circled behind the monster, she decided to ignore it and just run to the exit. But when she turned around, she suddenly realized the side of the suspension bridge near the exit was also sealed by a transparent light gate. She immediately understood only by defeating the monster could she completely pass the attack assessment. The monster stopped on the bridge, then turned around and lunged at Su Chenxi again. Su Chenxi nodded slightly and drew her divine card. She softly murmured her divine card incantation. Spade breaks 10,000 armies. Princess forges divine weapons. Swish, fine points of light condensed in her palm. In an instant, a tang knife appeared in her hand. She swung it twice in the air, and the sound of air being sliced echoed quickly. It felt quite handy. Su Chenxi lowered her center of gravity, raising the long knife. to her side with one hand, the blade tip aimed at the rapidly approaching monster. Stab! A cold light flashed. The long knife met only slight resistance before piercing straight through the monster's body. Roar! The monster howled, struggling, its movements gradually weakening until it finally lay still. Su Chensi returned to her usual composed demeanor, shaking the monster off her long knife. A large hole appeared in the center of the monster's body, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. It lay lifelessly on the wooden bridge surface. Su Chensi shook her head slightly, pulling out a handkerchief to gently wipe the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. Due to the chasm below, flames slowly rose, making the room very stuffy. She no longer cared about the monster and turned to head straight for the exit at the other end of the suspension bridge. But she sensed something unusual. The electronic barrier at the end of the bridge, that light gate, was still there. This meant the monster was still alive. Hiss! Su Chensi felt a sharp, intense pain in her shoulder. The monster had bitten. Horror! She reacted quickly, twisting her body to shake off the monster behind her. Drip, drip. Blood slowly flowed down her shoulder, soaking the originally white garment, dripping onto the wooden bridge surface. Su Chensi gritted her teeth against the pain, switching the long knife to her left hand and swinging it again to slash at the monster. Bang! The monster seemed to feel no fear or pain at all, completely not dodging, and the wound inflicted by the long knife quickly healed. A hint of astonishment flashed in Su Chensi's eyes as she dodged the monster's next attack once more. But she no longer swung at the monster impulsively, instead, she dodged whenever possible while contemplating something. What is the princess doing? Zhang Yang, who had been watching the battle, was quite surprised. Isn't this monster the undead we saw during the freshman assessment? I remember you said, Tang Xin, that this monster can't be killed, only burned, right? How could the princess not know? Tang Xin appeared somewhat nervous. After all, we didn't learn it in class. Zhou Chen remained silent. The source of knowledge about the undead was Tang Xin's secret. Since she didn't want to share it at that moment, there was no need to press further. But Su Chensi has seen it. Zhou Chen suddenly interjected. What? Zhang Yang was a bit confused. Su Chensi has seen the undead. Only once. And she has also seen the method to destroy the undead. Zhou Chen said slowly, that was during a class when an undead suddenly started attacking us. And I happened to have a lighter that day. I used magic essence to drive the flames created by the lighter's explosion throughout the classroom, successfully burning that undead to death. And Su Chensi witnessed the whole thing. If she has a good memory, she should be able to think of it. Zhou Chen stared at the screen without blinking. So, for her assessment, it only starts now. At this moment, Su Chensi had realized that mindless attacks were useless. While continuously dodging the undead's fierce lunges, she pondered how to defeat it. This was the school's exam, specifically testing students' proficiency in using the Spade God card. Therefore, theoretically, as long as the examinee could skillfully use their Spade-type abilities, it should be impossible to fail. In other words, the school would not arrange for an unbeatable enemy. Su Chensi believed she must have fallen into some kind of cognitive trap. Suddenly, a phrase Zhou Chen had once said to her flashed in her mind. Brute force cannot solve all problems. Su Chensi looked at the monster before her, her eyes widening slightly. She remembered. This monster, she had seen it in a certain class. It was a training dummy from a basic class on Spade magic essence. At that time, while Zhou Chen was conducting magic essence training, that bandage-wrapped training dummy suddenly came to life. And that animated dummy was something even Professor Yuan Xing couldn't kill. But Zhou Chen did. Su Chensi remembered it clearly. At that time, Zhou Chen had asked the entire class to leave the classroom and wait outside. Then, he ignited the entire room, turning that monster into charfire. Fire was the monster's weakness. Su Chensi realized. The chasm beneath her feet, the flames were still rising. But she now understood, this lava-made fire was not meant to increase the difficulty for the examinees or impose a time limit. Instead, it was to create an environment that could kill that monster. Su Chensi made up her mind and immediately activated the God card again. This time, she conjured a giant hammer. The monster continued to emit a fierce, grotesque scream from its shriveled mouth, launching a second attack on Su Chensi. Su Chensi gripped the giant hammer tightly. This time, she did not dodge. The monster drew closer. It extended its filthy, sharp claws. The distance was sufficient. Su Chensi instantly exerted force, swinging the long-handled giant hammer and striking the monster with a powerful blow to the side. What she aimed to do was not to hit the monster but to knock it off the suspension bridge. Wow! The monster let out a loud cry, instantly being struck into the air. The flames continued to rise, and it seemed to sense the heat beneath it. It directly clung to the giant hammer, refusing to let go. The undead seemed to know that encountering fire would mean death, so no matter what, they were unwilling to fall beneath the bridge. Tisk! A hint of displeasure flickered across Su Chensi's face. She swung her weapon, trying to shake off the filthy monster. But the creature would rather abandon its attack on her than plunge into the sea of flames, as if it were glued to the giant hammer. Su Chensi frowned slightly. There was no other way. She raised the giant hammer high, suspending it outside the suspension bridge. As soon as she let go, both the hammer and the monster would fall into the sea of fire. She released it with one hand. The hammer fell. But the undead, like an unkillable cockroach, had an intense will to survive. It erupted with a speed far beyond the ordinary, actually, climbing rapidly up the long handle of the hammer. Su Chensi was slightly startled and shifted half her body. In the blink of an eye, the undead was back on the suspension bridge. Su Chensi fell into thought again. This monster was extremely agile, clearly aware of its weaknesses, and consciously avoided the flames. It was not easy to knock it down. Sure enough, this assessment for joining the group was not that simple. Su Chensi surveyed the end of the suspension bridge, and suddenly a thought quickly emerged in her mind. She hesitated no longer, and immediately shouted the incantation to activate the divine card. Spades break 10,000 armies. Princess forges divine weapons. Instantly, a dagger gleaming with cold light appeared in her hand. This was the third time she had used the divine card today. Each use of the divine card consumed stamina, and if she failed this time, all her previous efforts would be in vain. With no further opportunities, she lowered her center of gravity and charged towards the undead. Gah! The undead, seeing Su Chensi's fierce expression, seemed a bit frightened. Although it took a defensive stance, it still fearfully closed its eyes. However, the blade did not fall upon it. Su Chensi leaped into the air again, soaring over the undead. With a graceful thud, she landed but did not waste a second, instead quickening her pace towards the starting point of the suspension bridge. The entrance to the bridge had been sealed off by an electronic light gate, so Su Chensi could not leave. But she had no intention of doing so. She raised the dagger and directly slashed at the ropes binding the suspension bridge. Sizzle, crack. With Su Chensi's action, the rope on one side of the bridge immediately snapped. In an instant, the suspension bridge lost its restraint and one side fell into the sea of flames below. Su Chensi quickly turned her head and dashed to the other side. As she passed the undead, she didn't even glance at it. Gah! The undead was a bit dazed, not knowing what had happened. Bang! As Su Chensi swept past the monster, she executed a sweeping kick, tripping it. The undead struggled, sliding towards the direction of the broken rope. Since the rope at the starting point of the suspension bridge was sawed off while the endpoint remained intact, the end at the starting point immediately fell into the sea of fire. Flames surged, instantly igniting the wooden bridge surface, climbing up the suspension bridge like a red snake. In the blink of an eye, the examination site had transformed into the scene. The broken suspension bridge hung over one side of the cliff, its end submerged in the magma flames, and the undead lost its balance, falling down. Su Chensi grabbed the suspension bridge rope with one hand, hanging there. She did not hesitate. Seeing the flames about to strike, she immediately used all her strength to climb up. The undead was not so lucky. Its hands were not agile enough to grasp, and it slid directly into the sea of fire. With a horrific howl, it was burned to ashes. Beep! The electronic light gate's restrictions immediately opened. But the crisis had not yet passed. Su Chensi was still hanging on the suspension bridge, struggling with difficulty. Due to her previous shoulder injury, her movements were not smooth, and every move brought a dull pain. The flames were rising at a rapid pace. She felt the heat beneath her feet. But Su Chensi did not give up. She gritted her teeth, silent, and desperately quickened her movements, pulling on the rope with all her might. Her palms were reddened from the rough rope, but she could no longer care about that. Once, then again. Sweat, mixed with blood, dripped down, falling into the sea of flames below, instantly swallowed. Finally, before the flames engulfed the entire suspension bridge, her feet touched the ground on the other side. Sweat soaked her white long dress. She panted slightly, regretting why she hadn't changed into sportswear. She struggled to prop herself up, covering her shoulder, and opened the exit door. Tiny points of light flickered, and the princess in white was teleported back to the hall. The bloodstains, sweat, and wounds on her body had vanished as if nothing had ever happened. Chen smiled and nodded at her. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the assessment and become an official member of the club. Wow, the princess is so strong. Zhang Yang immediately stepped forward. Yes, I was so excited watching. Su's classmate is really decisive and brave. Tang Xian also gathered around. Su Chensi humbly waved her hand, trying to maintain her elegance, but her slightly swaying figure still indicated her exhausted state. Ahem. Chen cleared his throat. You too, let Su Chensi rest for a while. Don't forget, it's your turn next. Are you ready? The excitement on Tang Xian and Zhang Yang's faces faded, and a tense expression reappeared. Next, you two, who will go first? They exchanged glances. I'll go first. It was still Tang Xian who spoke first. Waiting here nervously is too torturous. No matter if I can pass or not, I'd rather finish the assessment early. Chen nodded in understanding. Just like in class, when the teacher has all the students line up to take a test, some students prefer to stand at the back of the line, dragging it out for as long as possible, while another type of student likes to stand at the front, completing the test as quickly as possible to avoid the agony of waiting. It seemed that Tang Xian was of the latter kind. Okay, Chen nodded, helping to operate the computer. Your assessment is a block type, completely different from Su Chenxi's, but the difficulty is about the same. Tang Xin silently sat in the chair, took a deep breath, held the helmet, but hesitated to put it on. Even someone as strong as Su Chenxi didn't have a smooth experience during the assessment. It was even quite perilous. Tang Xin had tried her best to convince herself not to be nervous, but at the last moment, she still felt a bit scared. Will it be very difficult? Tang Xin's voice trembled slightly. Chen was taken aback, realizing Tang Xin's inner unease at that moment, and comforted her. Don't worry, the assessment is designed for students. It won't be difficult for you. He recalled the content of the block assessment. According to Tang Xin's divine card, the way to pass the assessment should be to use the teleportation skill to obtain the key hanging high in the air and open the door. The only difficulty might be that the key was not low, and Tang Xin's divine card level was not high, which might exceed her teleportation range. However, he still gently patted the girl's shoulder. I believe in you, go for it. Okay. Tang Xin's unease seemed to lessen a bit, and she seriously put on the helmet. The points of light flickered, and Tang Xin entered the examination room. Chen sat back in his seat. Chen, if we don't pass the assessment, you really won't accept us? With only Zhang Yang left to face the unknown assessment, he nervously asked. Don't think about it. When considering things, you should take your success as a premise, not your failure. Chen replied in a calm tone. Always thinking you will fail gives yourself negative psychological hints, and even if you could originally do it, you might not perform well. Conversely, constantly telling oneself that they will succeed, perhaps even things beyond their capabilities, can still be achieved. The key is the belief in success. That makes a lot of sense. Zhang Yang pondered carefully over Chen's words. Once Chen noticed that Zhang Yang had calmed down, he shifted his attention to the big screen. As soon as Tang Xin entered the assessment venue, she was immediately stunned. She was amazed to find that this examination room was strikingly similar to the Spade assessment, but all obstacles had been removed. There were no suspension bridges, no seas of fire, no giant rocks, and no monsters. There was only one exit door directly facing her. It looked very simple. This made her suspect whether the entire examination room was hiding some traps. She cautiously moved forward, but even when she reached the door, she encountered no attacks. She let out a sigh of relief. Then, she noticed something odd about the door. This door was completely different from the one in the Spade assessment. It had various types of locks on it. At the same time, a prompt appeared immediately. You can complete the assessment by passing through the door. The square system abilities are related to creation and change, encompassing everything. The path to success is not unique. Please find the method that suits you best. Is it really that simple? This was Tang Xin's first thought. Then, the first solution that came to her mind was using the teleportation ability of Square 5 to directly teleport behind the door. However, this idea only flashed for a moment before she dismissed it. Teleportation requires one to have the destination in mind, and it's best to maintain eye contact, focusing on the destination and clearing distractions. But Tang Xin had no idea what was behind the door, let alone being able to see it. Moreover, with her current divine card level and magic essence level, she couldn't support a wall transfer. If she forced the use of the divine card, she might end up stuck in the wall. Tang Xin imagined for a moment what it would be like to be stuck in the wall and couldn't help but chuckle. She shook her head self-deprecatingly and began to think of other methods. Her mindset is really good. She actually laughed, Su Chenxi said softly while watching the big screen. Zhang Yang scratched his head. I have no clue about this assessment. I always feel that the simpler the examination room looks, the harder it actually is. Tang Xin can't pick locks. How is she going to pass? Chen frowned slightly. This room isn't completely empty. This door, since it has keyholes, must have keys. And the keys are hanging somewhere beneath the ceiling. Now, the first challenge in front of Tang Xin is, can she find them? He continued to watch the big screen. Tang Xin's mind was still quite agile. Based on the prompt that said, the method to pass is not unique, she immediately thought of the various locks on the door. Tang Xin leaned in to observe fingerprint, face, pupil, and the simplest, the keyhole. Since there was a keyhole, there must be a key somewhere. But where was the key? She began to circle around the room, conducting a thorough search, not missing a single corner. But she found nothing. Tang Xin sat down on the ground in frustration. Thud. Tang Xin was startled. At the moment she sat down, her palm accidentally knocked against the floor beside her. And this section of the floor surprisingly emitted a hollow, dull echo. Tang Xin immediately tried bending her fingers, using her joints to tap on that section of the floor and the nearby floors. Apart from that section of the floor having a noticeable echo, the other floors did not produce similar sounds. Found it! A wave of excitement spread through Tang Xin's heart. Beneath this section of the floor, it was hollow. Perhaps something was hidden inside. Tang Xin explored the gaps in the floor, wanting to lift that floor tile. Unfortunately, the floor seemed to be firmly attached, and no matter how hard Tang Xin tried, it wouldn't budge. She shook her head, stood up, and furrowed her brows, silently contemplating something. Then, it seemed she made a certain decision and without looking back she walked away. But after just a couple of steps she turned around, began to run, and accelerated. As she approached that section of the floor, she jumped into the air. Soaring into the sky, she extended one foot and quickly descended. Bang! Tang Xian was relatively short, so she wasn't wearing flat shoes. The Sauls had raised heels, but they weren't the very thin kind, they were sturdy enough. In an instant, she stomped down hard enough to create a large hole in the floor. The floor immediately shattered, and debris fell into the hole below. Tang Xian moved swiftly, rolling away from that section of the floor to prevent herself from falling into the hole. Just like that, the space beneath the floor was exposed to everyone present. After doing all this, Tang Xian curiously peered into the hole. Inside, a metal key lay quietly. Outside the examination room, Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. He had thought that keys only existed on the ceiling. He didn't expect that this examination room was full of mysteries. No wonder the hints said the solution was not unique and the assessment was quite free. Tang Xian looked at the key at the bottom, her expression momentarily filled with joy, but soon, that emotion was replaced by a sense of frustration. The hole was too deep, it looked to be about 7 or 8 meters, equivalent to the height of 2 floors. Of course, at that distance, an ordinary person jumping down would definitely break a bone, and they wouldn't be able to come back up. But Tang Xian had the teleportation divine card, square 5, but this distance exceeded her teleportation range. Tang Xian pondered and took out her divine card. She didn't look at the bottom of the hole but instead fixed her gaze on the farthest wall in the room. Of course, Tang Xian didn't have the ability to teleport that far. She just wanted to conduct an experiment to see what her teleportation distance limit really was. Tang Xian tightened her grip on square 5 and softly recited the incantation to activate the divine card. Square transforms all phenomena. 5 dimensions determine the return path. Bang! The next second, her figure instantly flashed to a spot 4 to 5 meters away. Tang Xian sighed lightly. This distance was far from enough. Isn't that enough? Zhang Yang asked, somewhat puzzled. Why is Tang Xian sighing? Zhou Chen and Su Chenxi both looked at him. Zhou Chen's lips curled slightly as he asked in a teasing tone, "Oh, my genius roommate, what thoughts do you have now?" Zhang Yang's tone became a bit less confident, but he bravely voiced his opinion. "If I'm wrong, you two better not laugh at me. That big hole, it looks to be about 2 floors deep. And Tang Xian's teleportation distance is probably just a little over 1 floor. Can't she just teleport directly into the big hole and then drop the remaining half floor? Her skills are decent, right? A half floor distance shouldn't injure her, right?" Zhou Chen burst out laughing, which made Zhang Yang even less confident. He frantically thought about where his statement went wrong, but couldn't figure it out. Su Chenxi remained calm and politely explained to Zhang Yang, "Your idea isn't wrong, it's just a bit incomplete." "Ha? A bit incomplete?" Zhang Yang still didn't understand where his reasoning was lacking. Zhou Chen finally couldn't hold back and pointed out the issue. "My genius roommate, you only considered how to get in. So let me ask you, when you teleport into this hole and grab the key, how do you get out?" Although Zhang Yang was a bit single-minded, he quickly realized the problem. "Right, it's easy to get into the hole, but getting out is another story." He frowned and murmured. Then he spread his hands. "I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I really can't think of how Tang Xian will break the deadlock." Surprisingly, even Su Chenxi frowned. "Actually, I didn't think of it either. Zhou Chen, what about you?" The two turned their gaze to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen looked back at the big screen, his tone calm. "Of course I thought of it. I thought of it from the very beginning. She definitely has a way, it just depends on whether she's willing." On the big screen, Tang Xian was circling around the hole, her brow furrowed, but she hadn't taken any further action. She glanced at the distance to the hole and then at the exit door. In that instant, her eyes widened. She thought of something. However, the next second, her expression became hesitant. She seemed to want to say something but silently closed her mouth. She kept spinning around the hole, looking very anxious, and finally, she made up her mind and spoke to the empty room. "Zhou Chen, can I ask you to temporarily turn off the live broadcast of the exam?" Zhou Chen, outside the exam room, immediately responded into the microphone. "No, the exam has regulations. There must be relevant personnel supervising to prevent cheating or any accidents that could endanger the candidate's safety." Hearing this, Tang Xian said somewhat dejectedly, but Zhou Chen cleared his throat twice, signaling Tang Xian to listen to him. "Tang Xian, I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I can solve it." Tang Xian immediately looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. You know what I'm thinking?" Zhou Chen replied, "Of course, if you want to pass, your current thought is a very reasonable and direct way to break the deadlock. But this thought, you don't want me to see. As I mentioned before, the live recording cannot be turned off because there must be relevant personnel monitoring." Zhou Chen paused, then raised his tone. "Fortunately, this relevant personnel is not just me." He looked at Su Chenxi. Su Chenxi has already passed the assessment in advance and is now a formal member of the club. Tang Xian raised her eyebrows in surprise. "You mean?" Zhou Chen said. "That's right. Tang Xian, what do you think of this plan I proposed? Su Chenxi will supervise the remaining part of your assessment, and I and Zhang Yang will go outside the hall for a while. How about that? After hearing this, Tang Xian's eyes widened again, her pupils slightly constricting. I didn't expect, Zhou Chen. You really saw through my next actions. I agree to this plan. Zhou Chen stood up, grabbed Zhang Yang's arm, and then strode towards the door. Hey, where are you going? Zhou Chen? Zhang Yang stumbled as he walked. Didn't you hear Tang Xian's request? We shouldn't watch her. It's enough that Su Chenxi is keeping an eye on her, Zhou Chen explained. Lightly. Before leaving, Zhou Chen turned to Su Chenxi and instructed, after Tang Xian comes out, she will need a thing. And the thing she needs is in the cabinet of the small room on the left side of the hall. Su Chenxi opened her mouth in surprise. You seem to be quite sure that Tang Xian can pass safely? Then she silently repeated Zhou Chen's words, left side of the hall, small room, in the cabinet. I'll remember. She slightly raised her head. Can I ask what's in the cabinet? Zhou Chen did not answer directly. You'll know once Tang Xian comes out. Saying this, Zhou Chen opened the door and walked outside. Zhou Chen, are we not going to watch anymore? Why not? Zhang Yang was confused, completely unable to understand why Zhou Chen had to pull him away just when it was getting exciting. Zhou Chen crossed his arms. I'll tell you later. Right now, what we need to do is wait for Tang Xian and Su Chenxi to call us back. I believe it won't take long. In the hall, Su Chenxi spoke into the microphone. Classmate Tang Xian, Zhou Chen, and Zhang Yang have left the auditorium as per your request. At this moment, I am your monitoring examiner. Tang Xian nodded. Okay, I understand. Then, Tang Xian grasped the hem of her clothes with both hands and began to pull it over her head. She was taking off her clothes. After removing her top, Tang Xian started to take off her pants. Soon, she was left with only a few pieces of underwear. This series of actions left Su Chenxi dumbfounded. Then, she covered her mouth in shock, realizing Tang Xian's true intention behind wanting to stop the recording. At the same time, she understood why Zhou Chen had to pull Zhang Yang away and actively avoid the situation, making herself the examiner. He had really thought of Tang Xian's next move. But why? Why did Tang Xian want to take off her clothes? She quickly found her answer. Tang Xian's movements were swift and decisive. Soon, she began to tear at her clothes with effort. Rip! The sound of fabric tearing echoed through the speakers, reaching Su Chenxi's ears. Tang Xian's clothing was relatively light, and it was quickly torn into strips of fabric. Su Chenxi instantly understood. For fairness in the school's assessment, no special props could be brought into the examination room. But clothes were the exception. The reason was obvious: students couldn't be allowed to take the exam naked. And Tang Xian was using this to turn her clothes into a tool for passing the assessment. Tang Xian carefully tore her clothes into long strips, then tied the ends together. Now, a makeshift long rope was complete. Holding the long rope made from her clothes, Tang Xian walked step by step to the door. Then, she tied the long rope to the doorknob, making a secure knot. After tugging on it twice to confirm it was firmly tied, she picked up the other end of the rope and quickly returned to the hole where the key was hidden. Then she threw her hands up. The rope hung in the middle of the hole, still unable to touch the bottom. There was no way around it. After all, the rope was made from all of Tang Xian's clothes, and its length was limited. But with the distance of Tang Xian's divine card teleportation, it was just right. Tang Xian was small and light. She tightly gripped the rope, confirming it could support her weight, and began to slowly slide down towards the hole. Inch by inch, Tang Xian gradually approached her target. Blockify all phenomena. 5 dimensions determine the path. She softly recited the familiar divine card incantation. Bang! She landed steadily at the bottom of the hole. Picking up the cool key, she placed it in her mouth, then bit her lip and, in a hesitant tone, recited the incantation for block 5 again. Bang! Tang Xian instantly appeared in midair at the center of the whole tunnel. Quick as a flash, before her body could slide down, she extended her hands forward and tightly grasped the hanging rope. With all her strength, she began to climb step by step, her body slowly rising. This action resembled Su Chenxi's earlier climb on the hanging bridge. Only 2 meters left. The fabric was still quite resilient, but Tang Xian's arms were sore, her muscles tense, and her palms were marked with painful red imprints. Only 1 meter left. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself not to cry out from the pain in her palms. The tip of her tongue touched the key, and she tasted a faint metallic rust. Just one more step. But accidents always happen at the last moment. With a rip, just as she was about to reach the ground, the fabric caught at the edge of the hole suddenly tore apart. Tang Xian's eyes widened, and in that instant, her body began to plummet rapidly. She reacted quickly, immediately pulling the key from her mouth and throwing it towards the hole above her head. With her other hand, she took out the divine card and recited the incantation. Transform all into squares. 5 dimensions set the path. Bang! Tang Xian's body went limp, collapsing onto the ground outside the hole. Half a meter away from her sweat-drenched face, the small key sparkled. She activated the divine card 3 times in a row, feeling somewhat drained. After gasping for a long while on the cold ground, she pushed herself up with her hands and then grabbed the key. Rubbing her reddened little hands, she wasted no time and immediately walked towards the exit door. The key inserted into the lock, turning. Creak! the gate to the next level opened for her. Drip tiny, dense points of light entwined. Tang Xian's small figure was teleported back to the hall. Su Chenxi rushed over. Tang Xian, you were amazing. But Tang Xian didn't feel overly excited. Earlier in the exam room, due to the intense activity, she hadn't felt cold. But once teleported back to reality, the exhaustion and sweat on her body vanished. She couldn't help but shiver. Her clothes had been torn and left in the exam room, and she had no way to wear them again. She hugged her bare arms tightly. Sister Su Chenxi, I'm cold. Su Chenxi was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted. Clothes, right, I need to help you find some clothes. Chen had said before leaving that after Tang Xian came out, the thing she wanted would be Tang Xian, wait for me a moment. Su Chenxi hurriedly ran to the left side of the hall. There was a small door there. She quickly opened the small door and entered. It was a small room filled with various odds and ends. Cabinet. Su Chenxi murmured to herself. The cabinet wasn't hard to find. She soon discovered a wooden cabinet, neither too big nor too small, at the back of the small room. Su Chenxi quickly opened it. Upon seeing what was inside, her pupils suddenly constricted. Inside, there were already prepared women's clothing suitable for Tang Xian's size. Chen leaned gently against the door of the auditorium, glancing at his watch from time to time. Chen, isn't it about time? Why haven't they called us in yet? Zhang Yang squatted on the ground, bored, drawing circles in the dirt with a stick. Chen didn't respond immediately, still looking at his watch. Don't rush, just wait a bit longer. A few more minutes passed like this. Chen slowly raised his head and then gently said, it's about time. Chen stood up, turned around, and faced the door, waiting quietly. According to his thoughts, using clothes as the only item that could be brought into the exam room was a very straightforward and reasonable idea. So, he had arranged for the school to prepare a fitting set of clothes for everyone participating in the assessment. Seeing Tang Xian's hesitant and fidgety expression, he immediately understood. At that moment, Tang Xian must have thought of using the clothes as a prop to make a rope and retrieve the key. And now, this time should be enough for Tang Xian to pass. Splash. Chen, Zhang Yang, you can come in now. Before Su Chenxi could finish speaking, Chen stepped into the hall. As expected, he saw Tang Xian in a new outfit. This looks great on you. Congratulations, Tang Xian. You've successfully completed the assessment and officially become a part of the club. Chen said with a smile. The four of them returned to the hall. Zhang Yang, you're the only one left. You can't delay any longer, Chen urged in a calm tone. Zhang Yang's face showed tension as he swallowed hard. I know, but my magic level is very low. I've tried many times in private. I often can't use my divine card abilities, and even when I can, the effect isn't great. Chen, I'm not very confident. Zhang Yang blinked a few times, hoping Chen would say something comforting like he did for the two girls. But Chen just spoke the truth. Actually, I don't think you'll pass either. After all, this assessment isn't meant for first-year students. According to school rules, only second-year students and above can join student clubs. I'm making an exception to recruit you. So, Chen placed his hands on Zhang Yang's shoulders, looking him in the eye. If you don't pass, it's really not embarrassing. You can try again next year. I'll recruit someone new to replace you. After hearing this, Zhang Yang scratched his head. Chen, although that was a bit blunt, for some reason, I feel more at ease. Chen nodded. That's right. Don't worry about winning or losing, just give it your all. Zhang Yang took a few deep breaths, silently repeating, I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous. He put on his helmet. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yang was transported to the examination room. Chen, thank you for the outfit you gave me. I really like it. Tang Xian said while admiring her new clothes. By the way, is what you said true? Do you really think Zhang Yang will have a hard time passing the assessment? If he can't pass, who will you find to replace him? Chen stared at the large screen in front of him. It's true. Zhang Yang is a Red Heart System divine card user and he's participating in the Red Heart assessment. In the Red Heart assessment, there's a knight-like examiner. The candidates need to learn the way to pass from him. However, this knight was just deceived by another candidate, so he will be very cautious with students. If Zhang Yang really can't use his divine card freely, it will be very difficult. His chances of passing are really slim. We can't help him. Rules are rules. If he can't pass the assessment, it won't matter even if his roommate is the president. Everything depends on him. On the screen, after entering the examination room, Zhang Yang looked around nervously. Usually a bit thoughtless, he became very cautious at this moment. He slowly approached the exit door. When he reached the middle, bang! Stop! A knight in silver armor suddenly appeared in the center of the examination room. Ah, hello, Zhang Yang greeted nervously. Hello. The knight's voice was no longer passionate, it sounded somewhat cold. Let's skip the small talk. I am the examiner for this assessment. Do you see the two doors behind me? Zhang Yang immediately nodded. One is the life door and the other is the death door. Open the life door and walk out to complete the assessment. But if you open the death door, you'll die a terrible death. The knight briefly explained the rules. So, how do I find the life door? Zhang Yang examined the two doors and noticed they looked identical, so he asked, "Only I know where the entrance is. You need to use your red heart divine card to probe my heart and get the correct answer." The knight's words were still devoid of emotion. The knight had made up his mind, unless the examinee asked about the rules, he would not entertain any other requests from the students. After all, he had been burned before. "I understand." Zhang Yang took out his divine card. A metal card. With a red heart 5. It's red heart 5. Su Chensi, who was watching, murmured upon seeing Zhang Yang's divine card. Chen asked, "What ability does red heart 5 have?" Su Chensi recalled, "It controls people's minds, concept implantation, and so on, commonly known as manipulation. I've seen some big shots with red heart 5 divine cards, but at a much higher level. However, the power of this divine card ability is closely related to the level of magic essence. A high-level red heart 5 is very powerful, capable of manipulating others' actions. If the level is low, it will only produce effects similar to psychological suggestion." Chen shifted his focus back to the red heart examination area. Psychological suggestion, huh? Zhang Yang could try to hypnotize the knight and make him voluntarily reveal the location of the entrance. Su Chensi asked, "Do you know what Zhang Yang's magic essence level is?" Chen recalled, "At the beginning of the semester it was 3 points, I don't know if it has improved since then." 3 points, huh? Su Chensi's voice softened. "That's a bit precarious." Chen turned his attention back to the large screen in front of him. On the screen, Zhang Yang looked very tense, but he still shouted out the incantation. For his divine card, red heart sees the souls. 5 cents marionette. Bang! At that moment, the large screen went dark. Just as Zhang Yang activated his divine card, the screen suddenly flickered twice and then went out. It was as if someone had unplugged the power for the test. It felt like watching a favorite TV show or novel right at a crucial moment, only for it to suddenly disappear. "Ha, what's going on?" Tang Xin said, puzzled. Chen reacted quickly and immediately stood up. "Don't worry, I'll take a look." Chen rushed to the computer controlling the examination. The interface displayed that everything inside the examination was normal. Zhang Yang was still conducting his test. However, the live broadcast feed could not be retrieved no matter what. "Would you like to start the self-check program?" The computer immediately prompted. Chen clicked to confirm. The self-check program ran very quickly, and a few seconds later it reported the problem: the live broadcast program has been tampered with and cannot be automatically repaired. Chen frowned slightly. The 4 words "tampered with" were deeply etched in his mind. He suddenly recalled that during the initial qualification assessment when he first entered school, the examination had also been sabotaged by external personnel. That assessment had been interfered with by the Skeleton Society, whose power far exceeded that of the Divine Card Academy, even on par with the Dragon Kingdom government, leaving all the students helpless. Chen's expression grew increasingly severe. Today, the incident was repeating itself. Only this time, it was not Chen being assessed, but Zhang Yang. But, was there really a need for the Skeleton Society to interfere in such a mundane group entry test? Moreover, the computer showed that aside from the inability to send real-time footage, all data indicators in the examination room were normal. The safety devices in the examination room were intact and undamaged, so Zhang Yang would not be in danger inside. So, was this really the work of the Skeleton Society? Chen fell silent and quietly returned to his seat. Chen, how is it? What went wrong with the assessment? Su Chensi turned to him and asked softly. Zhang Yang was still in the examination room. The assessment was proceeding normally, and all indicators were fine. It was just that. Chen hesitated, and to avoid causing unnecessary worry for them, he ultimately did not tell the truth. The live streaming function of the assessment has temporarily failed due to aging equipment. Is that so? Su Chensi pondered for a moment and said, "Should we temporarily suspend the assessment? I remember you said that the assessment needs us to monitor it in real time." No, Chen immediately rejected Su Chensi's suggestion. "It's just that the footage can't be viewed. It shouldn't delay Zhang Yang's normal assessment process. All the basic functions of the examination room, including safety measures, are intact. I can also achieve real-time monitoring by observing the data on the computer. He won't be in danger." "All right." Su Chensi nodded. At that moment, by the computer, fine points of light suddenly coalesced. Zhang Yang's figure suddenly appeared. He rushed forward excitedly, flailing his arms and shouting, Chen! Chen! I passed! I actually made it through! Ha ha ha!" He stretched out his arms, pretending to hug Chen. Chen nimbly dodged, and Zhang Yang missed. "Hey, Chen, what are you doing?" Zhang Yang stumbled. Chen glanced at the computer screen, where the green words, "Assessment passed," were flashing. He smiled and patted Zhang Yang on the back. "Congratulations, Zhang Yang, welcome to the Linme group." Zhang Yang's excitement had not yet faded. He eagerly said, "I feel like I really performed exceptionally. At first, I was really nervous, especially that night, so cold and aloof. I recited the spell twice, and the Divine Card's abilities didn't activate. Then I recited it a third time, and miraculously, that knight seemed to be under my spell, directly telling me the location of the exit." Ha ha ha. Turns out I'm quite strong too. Oh, why am I saying all this? You all saw it anyway. Zhang Yang proudly put his hands on his hips, looking for compliments, but the other three just exchanged awkward glances. Tang Xin hesitated. Zhang Yang asked in confusion, why do you all look like that? It was Chen who shook his head helplessly, apologetically explaining to him, actually, we didn't see your brilliant performance at all. You didn't see? Zhang Yang looked incredulous. Yes. The live stream cut off when you recited the divine card spell for the first time. Chen revealed the truth. Zhang Yang's expression first went blank, then he slumped down on the ground, dejected. How could this happen? This was one of my few shining moments. As a first-year student with poor grades, I finally passed an assessment that even upperclassmen found difficult, and you all didn't see a single bit of it. Woo-woo. Zhang Yang hugged his head, looking sorrowful. Chen pulled him up. Alright. We know you worked hard. Think positively. You are now part of one of the 4 major student organizations, and you have qualified to participate in the Elite Cup. Chen encouraged him, and the gloom on Zhang Yang's face gradually lifted. You're right, my future shining moments will definitely not be limited to today. From today on, I am an elite. Zhang Yang clenched his fist, his expression returning to normal. Alright. Chen took out a few bottles of chilled cocktails from the club's liquor cabinet. Everyone is of age now. You all worked hard today. Everyone has successfully passed the initiation assessment through their own efforts. Now, you all are part of the club. Without you, the Linme club would be incomplete. Chen raised his glass and spoke the words that symbolized the moment of the Linme club's birth. At this moment, the Linme club is officially established. Cheers! Cheers! Clink. 4 glass cups collided. After the celebration, a few of them went to the door. You 3 can head back first. I have some matters to attend to in the club. Chen escorted them to the entrance. Oh, okay, goodbye, brother Chen. Then we'll leave. First, don't stay out too late. Get back to the dorm early. Bang, the door closed. In the next second, Chen's previously smiling expression instantly vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. After confirming that everyone had left, he walked back into the hall with a stern face. He then reopened the computer that controlled the assessment. Chen furrowed his brows, staring intently at the computer screen. The live feed of Zhang Yang's assessment had been deliberately interrupted, and he could not let it go unchecked, especially since he had been hunted by a terrorist organization. Any abnormal situation could be an enemy scheme. Chen valued his life greatly. Being cautious and meticulous, leaving no stone unturned, was his trademark. Therefore, as soon as Zhang Yang and the others left, Chen wasted no time and immediately returned to check. He kept typing on the keyboard until he finally pulled up a screen, the footage of Zhang Yang's assessment. Yes, even though the live broadcast function was damaged, Chen still had a way to access the complete recorded footage of Zhang Yang's assessment. The computer used for the assessment was very powerful, and only the recording function was destroyed. The storage function remained intact. This function was usually not needed, so it was generally turned off. However, Chen had been cautious when starting the assessment and had activated the backup function. This was to prevent various unexpected incidents. In other words, it was just that the live broadcast could not be shown in real time, but it could be viewed afterwards. Chen took a deep breath and clicked the play button. Mysterious person, why did you interrupt the live broadcast? What exactly is it that you don't want me to see? The screen flickered. The entire process of Zhang Yang's assessment was immediately presented before Chen's eyes. The initial content was the same as what Chen had seen during the live broadcast. Zhang Yang, who had just entered the assessment, was a bit nervous, observing everywhere until he encountered the knight. Chen picked up a glass of red wine, sipping it slowly while carefully observing, not missing any details. He did not fast forward but re-watched the beginning of the footage that had not been interrupted. It was completely the same as what Chen had seen on the big screen. Here it comes. Zhang Yang took out his red heart 5 divine card and loudly shouted his divine card incantation. At that moment, it was this instant when the live footage was directly interrupted. Of course, according to Zhang Yang himself, what happened next was quite simple. At first, he couldn't use the divine card freely, and it was only when he shouted the incantation for the 3rd time that the divine card took effect. The knight, under the influence of the divine card's supernatural ability, was psychologically suggested and, in a daze, revealed the location of the life gate, allowing Zhang Yang to pass smoothly. This was Zhang Yang's account, but Chen did not believe it. He completely did not believe it. The interruption of the footage must have been planned and premeditated. It could not have been a simple accident. And the purpose of interrupting the footage was, of course, to cover up secrets. Chen stared intently at the big screen. In the footage, after Zhang Yang shouted the divine card incantation for the first time, the knight remained unharmed. He was even amused, persuading him as a first-year student not to participate in such an exam. Zhang Yang's face turned red from embarrassment, seemingly undeterred, and so for the second time, he shouted his incantation. Clink. The wine glass in Chen's hand fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. His expression grew increasingly serious. Then, without a word, he silently stood up. Ha! Although he had anticipated the footage in the recording, seeing it with his own eyes still made him feel the terror of the enemy. In the video, Zhang Yang's face suddenly turned incredibly cold, as if he had become a different person. He turned his head and looked around, seemingly confirming that the recording had been turned off. Then, a faint smile crept onto his lips. This strange smile was something Chen had never seen on Zhang Yang's face before. In an instant, black mist began to swirl around Zhang Yang's figure. Chen saw that the back of the divine card in his hand had, in a moment, transformed from iron to gold. The black mist rose up, instantly enveloping the knight's entire body. The knight had no room to struggle and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Then, Zhang Yang stared at him expressionlessly, slightly extending his hands. In the next second, his hands suddenly exerted force, bending and transforming into claws. No, not claws. Rather, the gesture of a puppeteer pulling strings. In that moment, the knight immediately stiffened and rose. He twisted his neck lifelessly, his arms hanging weakly at his sides. He had clearly turned into a puppet. Zhang Yang still wore that gloomy expression, his hands seemingly grasping at something invisible, trembling slightly as he manipulated the knight's actions. The knight offered no resistance, his feet barely touching the ground, awkwardly twisting as he stumbled on the floor. With Zhang Yang's controlling movements, he was dragged toward the two doors. Upon reaching the doors, Zhang Yang seemed to hesitate for a second, halting his actions. The knight's forward movement immediately stopped, his hands swinging with inertia, swaying a couple of times. This pause did not last long, as Zhang Yang quickly chuckled self-deprecatingly. He unhesitatingly raised his hands again, guiding the knight to the door on the left. Then, one of his controlling hands grasped the doorknob and pulled the door open. Countless spikes instantly shot out, the sound slicing through the air like a piercing wail. This was the door of death. The knight made no attempt to evade or struggle, standing before the door as the spikes pierced through his silver armor, turning it into a beehive. Blood sprayed out, splattering against the ceiling, showering the walls of the examination room, pooling on the ground. Throughout the entire process, the knight remained motionless, seemingly devoid of feeling. Zhang Yang merely clicked his tongue and took a few steps back, appearing quite concerned about getting blood on himself. But after blocking a few times with his arm, he stopped trying to avoid it. There was simply too much blood spraying everywhere, it was impossible to avoid getting splattered. Moreover, since this assessment only had its live broadcast function destroyed, all other basic functions remained intact, and when he was teleported back to reality, not a drop of blood would be taken with him. Zhang Yang simply wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve, then strode toward the right door of life. He moved quickly, placing one hand on the doorknob. However, Zhang Yang did not immediately pull the door open. His figure suddenly froze, as if he were contemplating something. He stood still, like a statue. Suddenly, he turned his head, his neck stiffly looking toward a certain spot on the ceiling. There, in the examination room, there should have been nothing, just emptiness. But in the footage, Zhang Yang, with a strange smile on his face, was staring directly at the camera. Staring at Chen, who was watching the replay outside the frame. He slowly raised a hand, seemingly greeting Chen. Then, his lips moved slightly, forming a phrase, "I know you're watching." He stuck out his tongue and made a creepy face. He maintained that strange smile and opened the door to life without blinking. Beep. Video playback ended. After the computer emitted a prompt sound, the screen flickered with a few slightly sinister red words. That shade of red was like the blood spilled by a knight. Click. Chen gently turned off the computer screen. The only light in the entire hall was extinguished. In the pitch-black darkness, all senses became blurred and dull. Once the five senses were stripped away, thoughts became exceptionally clear. Greed. This was the first word that came to Chen's mind. Was Zhang Yang greed? This was the first thought that popped into Chen's head. He knew very little about the Skeleton Society, his only known enemy at this point. He began to mentally review everything he knew about the Skeleton Society. The Skeleton Society was a terrorist organization in Manhwa, primarily engaged in assassination activities. The Skeleton Society had a platinum-level demigod whose strength was formidable to the extent that even the Manhwa government could do nothing about them. The motto of the Skeleton Society was for a greater goal, the meaning of which was currently unclear. The Skeleton Society had the ability to create humanoid killing machines. These killing machines were clearly human but had lost intelligence to varying degrees, merely acting rigidly according to orders. The undead might be one type of these killing machines, but greed was clearly not that kind of killing machine. Chen first encountered greed at the Red Heart Society's ball. At that time, black mist enveloped the area and all the students were suppressed, bound, and unable to move, including Chen, who was controlled and led to act. In retrospect, the effect was already quite evident. The divine card ability of Red Heart 5, and it was a high-level card. Back. And Zhang Yang on the big screen revealed a gold-level divine card. He manipulated the knight to move forward, opening the door for himself. This scene gave Chen a strong sense of déjà vu. Wasn't this exactly like greed controlling himself to accept the gifts from the Skeleton Society? Chen frowned, gently stroking his chin with one hand. Moreover, There was another fact that served as strong evidence that Zhang Yang was indeed greed, interfering with the examination equipment. When Zhou Chen first encountered the Skeleton Society's assassin, the examination equipment was damaged. And today, at Zhang Yang's assessment site, the equipment was tampered with once again. Greed could control the electronic devices of the assessment. But there was one point that Zhou Chen had not figured out yet. If Zhang Yang was greed, why would he go to such lengths to prevent Zhou Chen from seeing the live broadcast? At first, Zhou Chen thought that Zhang Yang didn't want his identity to be exposed, so he tampered with the live broadcast function. But in the playback, Zhou Chen clearly saw Zhang Yang smiling at the camera. He spoke directly to Zhou Chen. Since Zhang Yang knew Zhou Chen would be able to see him afterward, why go to such great lengths to disrupt a live broadcast? This was a contradictory action. Zhou Chen frowned and lowered his head in contemplation. He began to peel back the layers, analyzing step by step. His thoughts gradually became clear and the truth emerged. Suddenly, Zhou Chen stood up, completely putting away the computer and related assessment equipment. He moved quickly, fearing he would be a moment too late. Then, he picked up a bottle of wine and took a new glass from the table. He filled it to the brim. He poured it into his mouth. After that, he turned on the speakers and replayed the soft background music. Then he leaned on the table, one hand swaying the wine glass while the other hand randomly tapped the table with the wine bottle. He wanted to pretend to be drunk, because he realized Zhang Yang did not intentionally expose himself. In fact, he didn't want to reveal his identity at all, which was why he wanted to disrupt the live broadcast. But he was not clear whether Zhou Chen had other ways to clearly see his progress through the levels. So, he made a face at the camera. This was a test. If Zhou Chen didn't see Zhang Yang's recorded gameplay, it would be perfect for Zhang Yang. If Zhou Chen, through some other means, saw the entire process of Zhang Yang using the divine card, then Zhou Chen would naturally also see Zhang Yang's silly face. Zhou Chen would find out that his roommate, whom he spent every day with, actually wanted his life. Zhou Chen's reaction would definitely be unnatural. And Zhang Yang would learn from observing Zhou Chen's response whether his identity was exposed. This was Zhang Yang's plan. This was why Zhang Yang made a face at the camera. Zhang Yang, oh Zhang Yang, you have always appeared harmless, silly, and somewhat dull. But the calculations behind it are meticulous and thorough. Your acting skills could really win an Oscar. But what you didn't account for is, I, Zhou Chen, have also been living in a performance since childhood. Come on, let me accompany you in a duet. Creak. The door to the auditorium was gently pushed open. Zhou Chen was still swaying his wine glass, leaning on the table, and turned to look towards the door upon hearing the sound. Zhang Yang tiptoed in quietly. Zhou Chen burped and said, "Oh, my good roommate, why are you back?" Seeing Zhou Chen in such a drunken state, Zhang Yang appeared a bit surprised. "Zhou Chen, you haven't gone back yet?" He walked over to Zhou Chen. "Zhou Chen, what are you doing?" Zhou Chen raised his glass. "Of course, I'm drinking. I've been busy these past few days with forming a club, holding club assessments, and preparing the venue for you all. After being so busy for so many days, can't I enjoy myself?" He turned up the background music, waving his glass, spilling some red wine on the floor. "Come on, let the music play, let's dance." Zhou Chen must not reveal anything unusual. Long before the ball, Zhou Chen had realized that with his current divine card level, he was definitely not a match for Greed. If Greed realized that there was a possibility of his identity being exposed, he would likely be provoked into taking extreme actions. For example, unable to wait for the blood curse to erupt, he might take action and kill Zhou Chen early. Zhou Chen could not give him such an opportunity, so he had to play dumb. Zhang Yang widened his eyes for a moment. "You've been here for so long, are you really just drinking?" Zhou Chen squinted his eyes slightly. "Of course. By the way, Zhang Yang, why are you back again?" Zhang Yang pulled out his backpack from a small corner. "I forgot to take my stuff." "Oh, when will I change this habit of being so forgetful? Sometimes I really want to cry at my own stupidity." Zhang Yang was not lying. He indeed left his backpack in some small corner, but it could not be ruled out that he did it on purpose to take this opportunity to return to the hall and check on Zhou Chen's state. Then, "I won't disturb you, Zhou Chen, drink less." Zhang Yang waved his hand and went back. Zhou Chen did not move, still maintaining his drunken posture. The background music remained soft. Both sides appeared calm on the surface, but inside, a storm had long been stirred up. Zhou Chen hid in a small corner, peering through a small window, his gaze following Zhang Yang's retreating figure. After confirming he had walked far away, Zhou Chen returned to his previous seat. He took out the prophet's skull and immediately asked, "Is Zhang Yang Greed?" The prophet's skull paused for a moment, then softly replied, "Why are you still tangled up?" "I remember. I said it before. My answer remains unchanged. Knowing his identity in advance is not beneficial for you." Zhou Chen nodded gently. "Of course, I remember what you said. But a killer who constantly wants to kill himself could actually be a roommate sleeping in the same room every day. I can't help but care. After all, I want to survive more than anyone else." The prophet's head did not respond immediately. It pondered for 2 seconds, then asked softly, "In your opinion, what is the likelihood that Zhang Yang is Greed?" Zhou Chen replied, Quietly, basically 99%. Before I saw this video, I had indeed vaguely suspected him. After all, I have doubted everyone around me. But there are many aspects where he doesn't fit. I have developed a skill since childhood reading people's words and expressions. By observing others' speech, demeanor, and conversation, I can roughly judge a person's character. However, I have never seen anything from Zhang Yang. Most importantly, Zhang Yang has a naive temperament, a kind of innocence untainted by the world. However, after this video, it is almost 100% certain his behavior can only be greed himself. Of course, I don't rule out the 1% possibility that he is not. Why did you leave 1%? Although it was a question, the prophet's tone was calm, seemingly indifferent to the answer, merely chatting with Chen. Chen replied, because the video could be forged. Or, Zhang Yang's actions could also be manipulated. There is another possibility. Zhang Yang is indeed a hidden, gold-level god card master, but he is not greed. And so on. All of these are possible. Chen paused, then smiled in relief, looking into the prophet's dark eye sockets. Is it that no matter how I ask, you won't say? The prophet's head immediately gave a definite answer. Yes. As I said before, knowing in advance is not beneficial, because sooner or later you will learn the identity of greed. But not now. The prophet's head paused for a second, then suddenly asked an unrelated question. Are you ready for the Elite Cup? Chen was slightly taken aback, then laughed. Big-eyed skull, your topic shift is really abrupt. There's no way. After all, the Elite Cup is your top priority right now. The Skull Society won't directly kill you, but the blood curse could take your life. Only by winning the Elite Cup and obtaining the notes can you find a way to escape the blood curse. So, how prepared are you? Don't forget, the start time of the Elite Cup is tomorrow. If you lose the match due to inadequate preparation, then even the gods can't save you. The prophet's head suddenly said a lot, emphasizing the importance of the Elite Cup. Chen sat down and took a small sip of red wine. I remember you said that whether I can win the Elite Cup depends on whether I can get the help of the sages within the four-sided stone, right? Yes. The power of these sages is very strong. As long as one of them is willing to help you, you can at least win the first match of the Elite Cup. So, has Miss Sadako agreed to help you? Has she promised to lend you her power? Not yet, Chen replied honestly. Not yet? The usually calm prophet's head now sounded anxious. The Elite Cup starts tomorrow. Why are you still so calm? This tone was like a worried mother asking her son, who had an exam tomorrow, how his studying was going. The son replied indifferently, I haven't started yet. Chen smiled slightly. Don't rush. Don't forget, I'm a genius. Currently, the test that Jinzi has given me is still missing one, ultimate trial. As long as I complete this trial, she has promised to lend me her power. And for this ultimate trial, one night is enough. Chen gently took out the four-sided stone. The prophet's head felt reassured by Chen's words. I believe you can do it. After all, I can clearly see your abilities. I wish you a great victory in tomorrow's first match of the Elite Cup. Chen rarely showed a sincere smile. Thank you for your kind words. He then refocused his gaze on the blue part of the four-sided stone. The stone absorbed him. You're back? I've been waiting for you for a long time. A ethereal female voice echoed in the void. Chen tried to move his body in this empty space, only to suddenly realize he had no body. Sister Jinzi, I'm in a hurry. Please tell me, what exactly is your ultimate trial? Jinzi let out a silver bell-like laugh. Young man, being so anxious won't get you hot. Tofu. Alright, I'll put you in the trial ground right away, and then you'll know the content of the exam. 1, 2, 3. But before Chen could hear the third countdown, he felt a strong wave of dizziness. It was as if his consciousness was spinning in endless void. He wanted to vomit, but he no longer had a mouth, which was the most uncomfortable feeling. However, this dizziness didn't last long. He soon felt his feet touch solid ground. He extended his hands to look around. He also felt around his body. Intact. Chen immediately began to observe his surroundings. It was the familiar old place, Zhang Yang's home. No, to be precise, it was the home of that NPC who looked exactly like Zhang Yang. Dim yellow furniture, swaying light bulbs, the black and white television in front of him, and the Zhang Yang NPC beside it. Chen blinked, and a few lines of text suddenly appeared before him. Ultimate trial exam question. What do I want to do? Note, this trial has only one chance. Failure means you can never try again, so act cautiously. What do I want to do? This was the question of the ultimate trial. Chen furrowed his brows tightly and immediately began to ponder. Then, he chuckled softly. Jinzi, oh Jinzi, your question is really interesting. 3 short questions. Who am I? Where am I? What do I want to do? Layered progression. Very clever. However, the third question of the ultimate trial has only one chance. Failure cannot be recovered. But this was not a problem for Chen. He only had one night, and tomorrow was the Elite Cup, so this time limit meant Chen basically had only one chance to try. However, unlike the straightforwardness of the first 2 questions, Chen did not quickly think of a solution to the third question. What do I want to do? It seemed to be an open-ended question. There were many directions to think about, but perhaps only one direction was correct. Thus, Chen prepared to review the first 2 questions to find the answer to. The third question, who am I, was the primary trial. The question was direct and very simple. He just needed to analyze the scene and tell her the identity of this sage by revealing the name Mountain Village Jinzi. Chen had already completed this easily. Where am I? It was an advanced trial, and although there were some twists and turns in the middle, the outcome was still under Chen's control. Jinzi found that well and told her the answer. She still passed easily. But, what do I want to do? Chen gently shook his head. Jinzi, how would I know what you want to do? Do you want to kill someone? Do you want to drain someone's life? Do you want your videotape to spread across the world? Do you want to take revenge on the person who pushed you into the well? Chen, what are you thinking? Zhang Yang suddenly spoke up, interrupting Chen's thoughts. Shut up, I'm thinking about something very important. Chen didn't even look at him, raising a hand in a gesture that said don't come near, which made Zhang Yang instantly close his mouth. Zhang Yang covered his mouth and stayed silent. This was the original trial site, Zhang Yang's home. Chen had already experienced the subsequent plot twice, so familiar he could not be more so. But why did Jinzi insist on sending Chen back to this original place? Was it really important to relive the same plot again? Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Chen caught a glimpse of the videotape in Zhang Yang's hand. Right, the videotape. In the Who Am I? Trial, Chen successfully recognized the owner of the trial, who was Jinzi, through the well in the videotape. In the Where Am I? Trial, Chen identified the background of the well, thus determining its specific location and finding Jinzi's exact spot. In the first 2 assessments, Chen had discovered the clues through the videotape. Chen vaguely remembered that the videotape was filled with a lot of meaningless images. But what if those images all had meaning? What if those images hinted at the answer to what do I want to do? Chen immediately stood up, looking seriously at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang sensed that Chen was a bit different this time, feeling a bit scared, and silently sat on the edge of the bed. Chen remembered that in the original plot, Zhang Yang would actively introduce the function of this videotape to him. But Chen already knew, so he planned to skip those steps and take the fast track straight to the ending. Zhang Yang, I want to watch the videotape. Play it for me. Chen opened one hand and said expressionlessly, "Ha, you want to watch the videotape? You want to watch it voluntarily?" Zhang Yang looked a bit confused. Hesitating, aren't you going to ask what this videotape is for? No need to ask, because I already know. Chen didn't want to waste too much time, so he spoke quickly. Anyone who has watched the videotape will be cursed and receive a call for their life from a female ghost. The way to break the curse is to let others watch the videotape. And you've already watched it, so you want me to watch it once to break your curse. Chen quickly explained to him, not giving him time to react. Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head to think for a while before understanding Chen's meaning. You mean, you already know this videotape is cursed, yet you still insist on watching it? Yes. Chen said no more, snatching the videotape from Zhang Yang's hand. Then, ignoring Zhang Yang's bewildered expression, he took large strides to the black and white television, inserting the videotape. He clicked play. The images from the videotape immediately appeared. This time, Chen did not intend to miss a single clue. The first image, bloodied nails filled the screen. The second image, fluttering moths appeared hazily. The third image, the bright moon hanging in the sky was shrouded in darkness. Then these few shots kept looping, until that white ring appeared. First the ring, then it would turn into a well. But did that ring really have no other meaning? Chen lowered his head, deep in thought. Nails, moths, the bright moon, and finally, the ring. He suddenly looked up, his eyes clear. In that instant, he connected all the images from the tape, ultimately leading to the correct conclusion. He understood. He understood everything. He knew the answer to the ultimate trial question. Ding-dling-dling-ling-ling. That familiar ringtone rang out at just the right moment. Zhang Yang, frightened, burrowed under the covers. I'll get it. Chen didn't hesitate and immediately got up. This process was already the third time. He was quite familiar with it. Chen walked into the living room and heard that ethereal voice. Your lifespan has 7 days left. I know, I was supposed to die anyway. Thank you for giving me an extra 7 days. Chen replied succinctly. The female ghost on the other end was clearly taken aback, then let out a crisp laugh. Hee, indeed. Beep beep. The call ended on the other side. In the bedroom, Zhang Yang let out a familiar scream, then fell silent. Chen naturally understood what was happening. He quietly walked up to the already deceased Zhang Yang, looking at the images on the television. At this moment, the ring had transformed into a well. The familiar figure in long hair and white clothing quietly emerged. Dripping with water, she crawled out of the TV screen. What should I do? Sadako asked softly. Chen took a deep breath and replied, you need to complete the ring. Upon hearing Chen's answer, Sadako chuckled, then spoke the brief 3 words again, help me. She extended her 2 hands, swollen from the well water, slowly reaching towards Chen's face. Chen's expression remained calm, his eyes unblinking. He did not dodge. Sadako smiled, gently brushing her cold hands against Zhou Chen's face. Cold and damp, that was Zhou Chen's first impression. He did not dodge, he could not dodge. He needed Sadako's help. Sadako lifted her long hair, revealing her dark, hollow eyes. She stared unblinkingly at Zhou Chen, her deep gaze seeming to want to swallow him whole. Zhou Chen also quietly looked into Sadako's eyes. Everything around them became blurry. His senses dulled, and the world spun. He fainted again. Another dizzying whirl, consciousness returning to his body. Zhou Chen blinked, and the surroundings transformed anew. Woo woo. Young man, how could my son just be gone like this? Woo woo, the familiar voice came again. Zhou Chen blinked. In the room, a middle-aged old man was crying with his head in his hands. Yes, just as Zhou Chen expected. He had returned to the scene where the advanced trial began. This was the path he had walked, and now he needed to walk it again. This was something he had to experience to complete the ring. Zhou Chen already knew the plot that followed. At this moment, he just needed to follow the story. Zhou Chen made up his mind, squatted down, and patted Grandpa Wang's shoulder. Grandpa, my condolences. Grandpa was still sobbing. Oh, young man, you and my son have been good friends since childhood. I've watched you two grow up together. I never expected. Zhang Yang would just die like this. Zhou Chen spoke in a sorrowful tone. Yes. A good friend I grew up with has died. I'm not feeling well either. This was, of course, a lie. He had no feelings for the NPCs here. It was merely a way to comfort Grandpa's emotions. The old man slowly stopped his tears. Yes, young man, you must be very sad inside too, without parents. Since childhood, Zhang Yang was your only friend, and I can be considered your adoptive father. And now, you've lost a good friend, and I've lost a son. We are, after all, sharing the same pain. Upon hearing the words without parents, Zhou Chen felt a tightness in his heart. But he quickly realized that this was not about him. It was referring to the background setting of the original owner of this body in the storyline. Based on his previous experience in the trial, according to the upcoming plot development, Zhou Chen would propose to watch the videotape again to search for clues. But this time, Zhou Chen did not intend to waste time. He had already memorized the content of the videotape and uncovered all its secrets. He knew what he needed to do. He already knew the answer to the question, what do I need to do? But knowing the answer was not enough, Sadako had presented a new request. Help me. In other words, at this moment, Zhou Chen needed to fulfill the answer to this question, complete the ring. Complete the ring that had been appearing throughout the videotape. Zhou Chen immediately stood up and said softly, Old man, what I'm about to say is very strange. You might find it odd at first, but I swear, everything I say is true. You must believe me. Seeing Zhou Chen's serious expression, the old man realized that what Zhou Chen was about to say was certainly not ordinary. He straightened up and said with a serious face, Young man, go ahead. I'm listening. I will definitely believe you. Zhou Chen did not speak immediately. Instead, he moved to the television and picked up the videotape. Everything is because of this videotape. The videotape? The old man looked very confused. Young man, you're not saying that the videotape killed my son, are you? Zhou Chen nodded and said earnestly, That's exactly it. The old man's face was filled with astonishment mixed with doubt, as if his eyes were saying, Are you alright? Zhou Chen ignored the old man's expression and continued to explain, This is not an ordinary videotape, it carries a curse. It is said that anyone who watches this videotape will have a female ghost emerge from the well in the tape 7 days later, killing the cursed person. And Zhang Yang watched the videotape 7 days ago. So, he was killed. Zhou Chen straightforwardly revealed the truth. Then he added, Old man, if you don't believe me, I can understand. However, you can see this videotape with your own eyes. Of course, the old man couldn't believe it. After all, Sadako was a god card holder, while the old man was an ordinary person. How could someone who had never encountered the supernatural powers of a god card believe in such a force that kills? But surprisingly, after hearing Zhou Chen's account, the old man's expression of doubt disappeared. In its place was a thoughtful look. He slowly nodded, stroking his chin, and softly said, I believe, I really believe. Zhou Chen furrowed his brows, staring intently at the old man's face. Then he nodded, Alright, I understand. The old man immediately stood up, taking the videotape. Young man, you said this female ghost emerges from the videotape to kill, right? Then I will burn this videotape to avenge my son. Saying this, the old man was about to throw it into the fire. Zhou Chen quickly stopped him. Wait, old man, that won't kill the female ghost. You need to calm down. Upon hearing this, the old man lowered his hand, but his words still couldn't hide his anger. Then tell me, how should I kill this female ghost? I'm willing to do anything, Zhou Chen said calmly. Of course, it's to find her hiding place. The old man was taken aback. Hiding place? Young man, didn't you just say she was in the videotape? Zhou Chen smiled slightly. She is indeed in the videotape, but in reality, she is not. This contradictory statement nearly confused the old man. Zhou Chen continued to explain, as I mentioned before, Sadako is in a well within the videotape. And this well actually exists somewhere in this world. Sadako is inside it. After hearing this, the old man quickly said, Great, let's hurry up. I want to personally kill the true murderer of my son, without mercy. But, where exactly is this well? Zhou Chen smiled slightly. I happen to know. He walked to the door. Old man, just follow me. The old man was stunned. Where to? By boat to a small island. The sea was vast. The old man stood on the swaying deck, smiling as he said, young man, you really have a lot of initiative. You just said go and we went. Chen did not respond. It was still the familiar plot direction. This was Chen's second time experiencing it. However, unlike last time, Chen already knew how the story would unfold. And the ending of the story would be slightly different from last time. Seeing that Chen was ignoring him, the bored old man stood at the bow of the ship, once again recreating the famous scene from Titanic. Noticing this, Chen simply added, old man, stay away from the edge of the ship. If you fall into the water, I don't want to save you. The old man just chuckled. How could that happen? Your old man is sturdy. I won't fall unless there's a storm. Just as he finished speaking, the wind and waves suddenly rose. With the impact of several waves, the fishing boat began to rock violently. The old man's face changed dramatically. Not good, young man, we've encountered bad weather. He said dejectedly, how could this be? I checked the weather forecast before we left. Why is the weather so strange? Chen felt no waves of emotion inside. He had seen this plot before. Afterward, the old man would slip and fall into the water. Fortunately, Chen would save him in time, so the old man wouldn't drown. But unlike last time, Chen already knew that the old man was not as simple as he appeared. He didn't believe Chen's ghost story at all, and even thought Chen was the true murderer of Zhang Yang, trying to cover up by fabricating lies. At the last moment before finding the well, the old man would completely forget the kindness of the person who saved him from the storm and push his savior into the well. But this was a necessary step. Chen knew he had to fall into the well. Moreover, it had to be pushed in by the old man himself. This was a necessary condition to complete the loop. Therefore, the old man absolutely could not die in the fish's belly along the way. Then there was another violent jolt. The old man, still being the old man, lost his balance and fell directly out of the fishing boat. Chen was already mentally prepared and had moved his feet in advance. At the moment the old man flew out, he acted quickly, stepping forward and grabbing the old man. Young man, don't let go, the old man shouted in terror. Don't worry, old man, in this journey, you are the key figure. Without you, it won't be completed, Chen said. Expressionlessly, Chen exerted force with his shoulder, but his body had very little strength. It seemed not like the strength a man should have. After much effort, the old man was still half submerged in the water, swaying. Chen gritted his teeth and exerted himself once more. Ah! The old man erupted with a strong desire to survive, letting out a fierce roar as he lunged upward in sync with Chen's movements. In the end, he managed to grab the edge of the deck with both hands, using his arms to push himself up and return to the fishing boat. Chen simply sat quietly beside him, rubbing his sore arms. Battling through the storm and heavy rain, the two finally reached the small island. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Chen had no intention of wasting any more time. Let's go, he said softly, urging the old man to move forward. He only had one night. According to the prophets, Skull, if he failed this ultimate trial, he would also suffer a disastrous defeat in tomorrow's Elite Cup. Hey, young man, do you know where the well is? The old man paused for a moment, taken aback by Chen's determined steps. As a second-round player, Chen already knew the location of the well, but he was too lazy to explain it to the old man and simply said, just follow me. Chen decisively led the old man in a certain direction. The old man was panting heavily, but his expression remained puzzled. However, he didn't ask any more questions. After an unknown amount of time, their legs were sore from running. Finally, Chen pointed to the distant destination. Old man, we've arrived. The old man's eyes lit up. Oh my, there really is a well. The two slowly approached the well. As they neared the edge, the old man hesitated for 2 seconds and ultimately stopped in place. Chen naturally understood the old man's intention. He deliberately said, old man, why did you stop? The well is right in front of you. Aren't you going to take a look? Then, Chen feigned a sudden realization. Could it be, you're afraid of ghosts? The old man was taken aback, then quickly nodded. Yes, young man, I'm afraid of female ghosts. How about you go take a look first? Chen chuckled inwardly. He certainly wasn't afraid of ghosts. In fact, he didn't believe in them at all. He was just looking for an excuse to get Chen pushed into the well. And this just happened to align with Chen's goal. Chen simply nodded lightly. Alright, old man. Then, he slowly approached the well. The well was surrounded by stones, with some glowing moss on top. Chen furrowed his brows, glanced at the old man in the distance, and then stopped looking at him. He moved his feet deliberately, leaning over the edge of the well, turning his back to the old man to remove himself from his line of sight. This was a temptation, a guide. He was intentionally coaxing the old man to push him. The expected force came from behind. Chen felt a momentary sensation of weightlessness. The world spun around him. He had already fallen into the well, beginning to plummet rapidly. The sound of the wind howled in his ears, and dark, damp mist enveloped his body. Just before hitting the water's surface, Chen caught a glimpse of the old man's sinister expression through the well's opening above. His roar was intense, venting all the rage within him. He shouted the same lines as last time. Are you fooling me? There can't be any ghosts in this world. You're lying, you killed my son, you are the murderer. I've finally found a safe opportunity to kill you. The old man's hysterical voice echoed in the depths of the well. Boom! Chen fell rapidly, and with a loud crash, he hit the bottom of the well, splashing into the water with a tremendous sound. The icy touch of the well water spread throughout his body. The old man pushed a large stone, slowly moving it over the well's opening. He intended to seal Chen inside the well. As the boulder covered the well's mouth, the faint moonlight gradually disappeared. At the bottom of the seemingly bottomless well, Chen relaxed his entire body, spreading his limbs wide. Now, the story of the primary trial and the advanced trial has been retraced by me. After that, it's time to complete the final trial. Sadako, let me help you accomplish what you want to do. But first, I need to find you. Chen stood up. The water in the well was not deep, reaching just to his waist. He soaked in the well, extending his hands, constantly groping in the icy well water. The water was bone-chilling, the cold creeping up Chen's arms and spreading throughout his body. But Chen showed no signs of retreat, continuing to search in the water. The massive stone covering the well's mouth did not completely seal the gap, allowing faint moonlight to filter through. With this little bit of light, Chen observed while searching. Nothing. Chen changed direction. Still nothing. Aside from some buzzing little insects, he found no signs of life. Splash! Chen dove headfirst beneath the surface of the well. Water, then opened his eyes wide, carefully observing, not missing any small corner. Below the water's surface, aside from some aquatic plants and stones, there was nothing he sought. Or rather, that person. He was looking for Sadako. Chen resurfaced, shaking the droplets off his face. Then, he stood in the center of the well, letting the chill invade his body. But he kept his eyes tightly shut, motionless. He kept thinking. Chen believed his previous judgment must be correct. What should I do? You need to complete the ring. Help me. This was the conversation Chen had with Sadako earlier. Chen said, complete the ring, and Sadako gave an affirmative response. The ring was not a specific bracelet, ring, or any circular object. It did not refer to the well either. The ring was an abstract concept. It represented closing the loop. The ring runs through the entire process, connecting the primary, advanced, and ultimate trials. Then, he returned once more to the primary trial. He had to retrace all the trials because he needed to complete all the rings. The beginning of the ring was when Sadako released the cursed videotape taking a boy's life. The course of the ring was the boy's father avenging his son, pushing Sadako into the well. And the conclusion of the ring was the true birth of the ghost, Sadako. But Sadako was not in this well. Chen searched the bottom of the well thoroughly but found no trace of Sadako's body. Ha ha! Chen, who had been silent, soaking in the well water, suddenly let out a cold laugh. He had long been vaguely aware. His search at the bottom of the well yielded no results, further confirming his thoughts. From beginning to end, these trials were Chen experiencing Sadako's past. Zhang Yang, Old Man Wang, these NPCs were all real figures from Sadako's past experiences. And the role played by Chen was naturally one of them. Chen was not strong, unlike a typical boy. Chen saved Old Man Wang's life but was instead harmed by him. This was the grievance in Chen's heart. Chen was pushed to the bottom of the well. There must be Sadako at the bottom of this well, yet. At this moment, only Chen remained. What Chen was playing was not some NPC. In the advanced trial, Chen was asked, "Where am I?" Chen's answer was, "I am right here." At this moment, Chen murmured to himself. A faint light filtered through the cracks in the stone, illuminating the water's surface. Chen silently lowered his head. He saw his reflection on the water's surface. Long hair covered his face. Chen raised his hands, brushing aside his bangs. The reflection on the water extended its bony, distinctly knuckled hands, sweeping aside its long hair. Chen slightly curled the corners of his mouth. In the reflection, the little girl's face revealed a chilling smile. Who am I? I am Sadako. Where am I? I am right here. What am I going to do? What I am going to do is take revenge. To complete this, the closure of the revenge story. Now, I am about to begin. Chen's figure rapidly changed, shrinking, becoming emaciated, with long hair growing out. He transformed into Sadako's likeness. The grudge in his heart continuously swelled, filling Sadako's entire being. Why? Why? Sadako roared and howled in her heart. Aren't we friends? Why should you make me watch the cursed videotape just to escape the curse? I regarded you as a father, and risked my life to save you from the sea. Why should you repay kindness with enmity? Sadako seemed to be summoned by some force, looking up at the sky. She stared intently at the massive stone pressing down on the well's mouth. She quickly lowered her head, her expression changing abruptly, becoming incredibly eerie and terrifying. She extended her hands. Sadako's nails were very long. Swish! In an instant, Sadako plunged her nails into the crevices of the well wall bricks. After being consumed by hatred, her body seemed to be granted an immense power. She clawed at the well wall, then placed her feet on the stones. Crack! Using her nails to support her entire body, she slowly began to climb. Her nails gradually oozed crimson blood, but she seemed to feel no pain. Expressionless, she continued to claw at the inner wall of the well, climbing upward. The bloodied nails had gone numb, but she had long since ignored it. She had only one thought: revenge. The well was deep. She climbed slowly, but inch by inch, she was steadily climbing closer to the massive stone at the well's mouth. During this time, it seemed that all her senses were occupied. She moved upward mechanically. Only the fluttering moths in the well buzzed around her ears. She shook her head, gritted her teeth, her lips bitten until they bled. One more step. One more step. She didn't know how long had passed. Her body was drenched in sweat. Her fingers had gone numb to the point of losing sensation. Finally, she touched the massive stone that covered the well's mouth. She reached out and pushed. The stone did not budge. She tightly closed her eyes, allowing hatred to once again fill her body. The power within her flowed once more. Sadako silently felt this power, mobilizing it throughout her body. Then, she struck the massive stone with her palm. The incredibly hard stone shattered with a resounding crash. Sadako slowly crawled out of the well, feeling the fresh air outside. It was now deep into the night. She saw the bright moon hanging in the sky, casting its light over her entire body. What time is it? Probably it was already midnight. Sadako couldn't help but have a strange thought. Suddenly, the power within her surged dramatically. Boom! A beam of white light shot towards Sadako, enveloping her entire body. Then, a playing card suddenly appeared. In the air, flipping and spinning. Sadako seemed to know what she needed to do. She extended her hands as if a saint accepting baptism, reverently receiving it. The playing card radiated a faint glow, spinning as it fell into Sadako's palms. Thunder rumbled. What's going on? A voice of an elderly middle-aged man came from the nearby bushes. It was Sadako's adoptive father, the man who repaid kindness with enmity, pushing his savior into the well. At this moment, he shed the appearance of NPC Wang Day and transformed into his true self, a somewhat balding, toothless, ugly middle-aged man. During this time, he had to stay here overnight to avoid the storm at night, but upon seeing Sadako actually crawl out of the well alive, he was instantly dumbfounded. Sadako made no sound, her face dark and silent. She gently raised her divine card. The fingertips pinching the corner of the card still had a faint trace of blood. Then, she forcefully slashed downwards. The air was sliced open. Whoosh! The divine card's power erupted. Sadako's figure swiftly flew towards Wang Day. No, that wasn't Sadako herself. The real Sadako remained motionless in place. What flew over was merely a clone. The appearance of Sadako, soaked in well water, was hideous, cold, and resembled a female ghost. The clone immediately grasped the man's neck. The man struggled, coughing a few dry coughs from his throat. But what he didn't expect was that this originally frail and weak girl could unleash such immense power. The man struggled desperately, twisting and hitting at Sadako's clone. But the clone felt no pain at all, and its strength was surprisingly great. The man couldn't harm her in the slightest. He had already given up struggling, instead revealing a pitiful expression. Please, let me go. The man croaked, coughing as he desperately pleaded with Sadako, spare my life. I was wrong. Sadako's actions did not cease, gradually increasing in force. The man's eyes bulged, completely stopping his struggles, but his pleas grew louder. You're a kind girl. I don't deserve your wrath. Forgiving others' sins is more noble. Please let me go. Upon hearing this, Sadako's expression shifted slightly. The pressure in her hands gradually lessened. The man quickly broke free, gasping for breath while giving Sadako a fawning smile. Thank you. I knew you couldn't bring yourself to do it. He revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth, wearing an ugly grin. In the next second, Sadako's clone swiftly grasped the man's neck with both hands. With a crack, it snapped cleanly. In that moment, the man seemed not to have reacted before he gasped his last. He fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string, limp and lifeless. His eyes bulged, and his face still bore the expression of painful shock. Sadako stood still in place. In the next second, she raised her divine card again. It was the same pinching motion, holding the divine card upright like a knife. Then, it slowly slid through the air. The air seemed to be torn apart, and with the cutting edge of the divine card, a shimmering crack gradually appeared. The edges of the crack emitted a faint white glow. As Sadako continued to cut, the crack expanded, eventually forming the shape of a portal. Inside the portal was a familiar bedroom layout. Inside, a man and a woman sat at the head of the bed, engrossed, staring intently at the portal. It seemed that this portal was just a television screen to them. The man and woman were Chen and Zhang Yang, who were watching a videotape in the beginner trial. However, shedding the appearances of Chen and Zhang Yang revealed their true forms. The boy was the middle-aged man's son, Sadako's childhood friend and boyfriend. The girl was Sadako herself. Holding the divine card, Sadako chuckled softly, then pulled out a mobile phone from the pocket of the recently deceased middle-aged man's clothing. She held the phone, tapped her fingers, and dialed a number. Then, she quietly held it to her ear. Inside the portal, the phone suddenly rang. The two people watching TV were startled. The boy, being quite timid, insisted that his girlfriend answer the call. The girl, helpless, quietly left the bedroom. Outside the portal, Sadako's lips curled into a smile. Beep. The call connected. Sadako softly said, "Your lifespan is only 7 days left, because, in 7 days, you will be pushed into the well. 7 days later, the ordinary and incompetent Sadako will die. Then, a transformed you will crawl out of the well, reborn." She hung up the phone. Looking at the bedroom now occupied only by the boy, Sadako activated her doppelganger again. In an instant, her clone appeared in the boy's bedroom. To the boy, it seemed as if she had crawled out from the television screen. His face was filled with horror, and he screamed. But Sadako did not give him much time. She tossed her long hair, revealing her withered yellow face and bloodshot eyes. The boy was scared to death in just a second. The girl, who had just returned from answering the phone, happened to witness the scene and was frozen in shock. Sadako controlled her doppelganger and slowly walked up to the girl. With a look of compassion, she extended her hands, lovingly caressing her own cheek, and softly said, "Help me find out who you are. Find out where you should be. Find out what you need to do. Complete this closed loop." The girl in front of her was very frightened, nodding repeatedly, and then fainted. The closed loop was completed. Sadako's figure gradually faded, and her consciousness slowly became blurry. At the headquarters of the Linme group, Chen, lying on the table, slowly opened his eyes. He gently propped himself up, blinked, and adjusted his immersed emotions back to reality. It seemed he had just watched a thrilling movie. The four-sided stone in his hand flickered with light. In his ear, Sadako's whisper came, "Hey, handsome, thank you for taking the time to listen to my story. These past events are actually quite hard to talk about. I haven't told anyone, you're the first. In any case, you completed the ultimate trial I set up. To thank you, please accept my gift. My power, I lend it to you. It's very strong, even more powerful than you can imagine." In an instant, the light of the four-sided stone flickered violently. The divine card in Chen's pocket began to warm slightly. Chen gently took it out. He saw his clown divine card immediately detach from his hands and float into the air. Then, as if going mad, it began to spin rapidly. Boom! A white beam of light shot down from the sky. A fierce wind rose, forming a white vortex centered around the clown divine card. The sound of the wind howled, tearing through the air, echoing throughout the entire auditorium. Chen sat calmly in place, the hem of his coat flapping wildly, yet he remained composed. The divine card shook violently, spinning. Then, the original back of the copper card suddenly transformed into platinum. Chen extended his right hand and gently grasped the trembling divine card. Boom! A blinding white light erupted beside him, shooting straight into the sky. At this moment, if anyone was still awake in the middle of the night, they would see above the auditorium of the Linme Group headquarters, a magnificent white beam of light illuminated half the sky. As Chen returned the card to his palm, the strange phenomenon in the sky and the bright light gradually weakened, eventually fading away. At this moment, demigod-level power coalesced in his palm, concentrated on the clown card. This was the reward for passing the trial, the blessing from the sages within the four-sided stone. He used his intelligence to solve Sadako's riddle, and he received a reward far beyond his imagination. Chen spun his finger and flipped the card over. The back of the platinum card shimmered with a faint glow. He naturally remembered that there were 7 major levels of divine cards in this world. Each major level's strength was comparable to 10 times that of the previous level. Iron, copper, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, divine. Ascending a divine card to the divine level would allow one to become a deity. The platinum and diamond levels, while not divine, possessed power comparable to that of a god. Thus, they were referred to as demigods. Chen's original divine card level was merely copper, and with his high magical essence level, he could barely be considered half silver. At this moment, he had unexpectedly become platinum. Chen furrowed his brows and flipped the divine card back over to check the front. The original clown design on the card had vanished. In its place was a very simple black line drawing of a circle, a ring. Chen frowned slightly. At that moment, Jinzi's voice rang in his ears. "Don't misunderstand, this is the power I'm lending you. Your original divine card is still copper. Ascending a divine card isn't that easy." Chen raised an eyebrow. "I know. What I'm curious about is, why has my clown card changed, both on the back and the front?" Jinzi spoke with a tone of obviousness. "Of course it will change. Because, this is my divine card, that's right. My divine card level is platinum, very strong." Chen understood in his heart. From what he knew about Jinzi and her performance in the four-sided stone trial, her power was indeed very formidable. Although she had not yet reached the ranks of deities, the power she displayed far exceeded that of an ordinary divine card holder. She could be called a demigod. And this demigod had lent him power comparable to that of a god. "With your current magical essence level, the power I'm lending you can only be used once," Jinzi explained in a gentle voice. "Your power," Chen softly repeated, "is my divine card's special ability. My divine card, whether in design or level, is very powerful. If you use it in front of your peers or even in front of the professors, it would probably leave them dumbfounded. Although the statement was a bit exaggerated, it was a fact that a platinum divine card possessed demigod-level power. Junzi spoke proudly, her tone as if Zhou Chen were her beloved child. After her special training, Junzi was eager for him to show off in front of relatives and friends. Zhou Chen nodded gently. What is your divine card's special ability? I remember you seem to have a square-type divine card? Junzi exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect you to know that. But, she said in a humorous tone, it's a secret. You'll know the effect once you use the divine card's special ability. Zhou Chen shook his head helplessly. I've noticed that you gods and demigods all love to keep secrets. Zhou Chen once again examined his temporarily altered divine card. So, how should I use the divine card you granted me? Junzi seemed a bit surprised by this question. Just like usual. Use the same method you normally use to trigger your divine card. Just like usual. Zhou Chen understood quickly. Got it. Zhou Chen nodded quickly. Thank you, Sister Junzi. No need to thank me, handsome. Junzi giggled. Anyway, I live in this big diamond, so make sure to chat with me often. I'm usually very lonely. Junzi's voice gradually faded away. Zhou Chen stood up and cautiously put away the four-sided stone. Then, he took out the prophet's skull again. Big-eyed skull, I'm here to report to you. The task you assigned to me has been successfully completed. The prophet's skull asked softly. Oh, so you have gained the recognition of Sadako and received the power she lent you? Zhou Chen answered affirmatively. Congratulations. So, what is Sadako's divine card level? The prophet's skull asked again. Platinum level, Zhou Chen replied succinctly. Platinum level? The tone of the prophet's skull subtly revealed excitement. Zhou Chen, do you realize? What? Zhou Chen quickly responded, having sensed the change in the prophet's tone. What should I realize? The secret of divine card ascension. The prophet's skull answered quickly. For a demigod like her to elevate her divine card to platinum level is no coincidence. She must have mastered some kind of secret to ascension. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Prophet, I seem to remember, you already knew the method of divine card ascension? Why are you so concerned about how she ascended? The prophet's skull replied swiftly. It is quite reasonable for you to ask this question. And my answer is simple. There is more than one method of divine card ascension, and I only possess very limited knowledge. After all, I once told you that I am omniscient about everything concerning mortals, but once it involves the divine, it is beyond my capability. That is why I am very concerned about all knowledge related to the divine. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen lowered his head. In thought, the vast majority of people's initial divine cards are iron level, and for Sadako to ascend to platinum level, it is indeed hard to attribute it solely to luck. She must have mastered some unique method of ascension. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen also felt a hint of excitement. Sister Sadako seemed quite easy to talk to. Perhaps, if he asked her directly how to ascend her divine card, she would tell him? I know what you're thinking. The prophet's skull had already seen through his thoughts and said lightly, let me reveal a harsh truth to you mortals. We call it the ascension lock. As the name suggests, once someone uses a known method to upgrade their divine card, that method becomes locked and can never be passed on. This is a rule set by the divine. So, she cannot inform you. Zhou Chen rested one hand on his chin, pondering slightly. The ascension lock. I didn't expect there to be such a concept, but it is quite reasonable. No wonder the secret of divine card ascension is unknown to anyone. Even if someone happens to ascend, they cannot disclose their actions, nor can they spread the information. The prophet's skull chuckled. Of course, otherwise, you humans would ascend first and lead others to ascend. It paused and continued. However, if you want to know how Sadako ascended so quickly, there is another way. Zhou Chen quickly asked. What way? He didn't want to temporarily borrow this platinum level divine card just once. He wanted to permanently enhance his divine card strength. The prophet's skull spoke slowly. Through her personal experiences, you might glimpse one or two things. The story she tells you must have some unusual aspects. Based on these anomalies, see what she did, and deduce how she ascended her divine card. Zhou Chen recalled and softly said, that's right, there is indeed a very unusual suspicion in Sadako's story. The prophet's skull said, what is it? I can help you analyze it. Or, you could tell me about your experiences in the trial in full. Zhou Chen recalled, the most unusual aspect of the entire trial is the structure of the story, which is a circular narrative. It is divided into 3 parts: beginner, advanced, and final. Each trial is not independent but interconnected, and each trial tells a part of Sadako's story. Sadako and her boyfriend watched a cursed videotape at home. Then, around midnight, Sadako received a death call. As Zhou Chen reminisced, he softly narrated. Speaking this story aloud greatly helped Zhou Chen clarify his thoughts. With his narration, the full picture of Sadako's story seemed to re-emerge before his eyes. Sadako grew up without parents in a harsh environment. This fostered her childhood psychology of being submissive, insecure, and lacking opinions. She was different from other children. It seemed she had superpowers. These superpowers were uncontrollable and quite strange. This also led to her being bullied by other kids, until she met her first friend, a boy who reached out to her. Later, he became her first boyfriend. Naturally, the boyfriend's father became Sadako's adoptive father. But after all, she was just living under someone else's roof. Her adoptive father pretended to be kind to her, but in reality, he had no feelings for her. Of course, this is just Chen's speculation, as Sadako's childhood was not revealed to him. However, judging by her boyfriend's attitude towards her, it was likely close to the truth. Sadako's boyfriend forced her to watch the ominous videotape to break the curse. And when the death bell rang, it was also her boyfriend who forced her to answer the call. Afterward, Sadako's boyfriend was killed by a ghostly woman who crawled out of a well drenched in water. In her grief, Sadako revealed the truth to her adoptive father. The adoptive father pretended to believe her, but in reality he had long suspected that Sadako had some kind of mental illness and had killed his own son. Sadako, in a frenzy, reviewed the videotape in search of the truth and eventually found the location of the well, a deserted island. She persuaded her adoptive father to accompany her there. On the way, her adoptive father accidentally fell into the water. Weak and sickly, Sadako recklessly saved her adoptive father from the sea. Of course, her adoptive father did not thank her. After they both reached the small island, Sadako seemed to be called by something, heading straight for the well. This only intensified her adoptive father's belief that Sadako was mentally ill. So, while Sadako was gazing into the well, her adoptive father pushed her down and blocked the well's mouth with a boulder. Crushed, Sadako finally awakened, no longer weak, no longer submissive. In her heart, there was only the desire for revenge. She must have been an orphan of someone with noble blood, with a large amount of magical essence within her. After awakening, this power also stirred to life. She clawed her way out of the well. Accompanied by moths, she pushed aside the boulder and saw the bright moon hanging high. And this was the content from the videotape earlier. At the moment she crawled out of the well, midnight had struck. She was now 18 years old. The divine card descended. She finally realized why she was different. She felt no pity and killed her adoptive father, because she knew that being merciful to the wicked was being cruel to oneself. The best way to deal with those who hurt her was violence against violence. In the reflection beneath the well, she saw her own appearance. Thus, she realized that 7 days ago, the ghostly figure that crawled out of the television was herself. To complete the loop, she activated the divine card's powers. She killed her boyfriend and, at the same time, made a phone call to her past self. The time of this call was, of course, midnight 12 o'clock. After all, midnight 12 o'clock was the moment she received the divine card. This is the truth of the ring. This is the closed loop. Chen concluded his narration with this sentence. The prophet's skull fell silent for a moment, seemingly digesting the story. Seeing this, Chen added a few more words. If this story hints at the secret of Sadako's ascension, then the most unusual point, I believe you can hear it too. The prophet's skull remains silent. So, Chen stopped speaking and quietly waited for it. He didn't know how long it had been when the prophet's skull finally spoke slowly. With just the first sentence, Chen heard a heavy sigh from it. I didn't expect that I, who call myself the omniscient god, would be stumped by this story. Chen blinked a few times. Oh, great goddess, was the narrative I just shared not clear enough? What do you not understand? The prophet's skull responded quickly this time. No, the story you told is very simple and easy to understand. I can fully comprehend it. What I cannot understand is the logic within it. Chen raised an eyebrow. Elaborate. The prophet's skull said softly, Sadako, why can she transcend time and space to kill her boyfriend from a week ago? And why can she converse with her past self from a week ago? In other words, why can she traverse time and space? Chen lowered his head, thought for a moment, and said, perhaps her divine card ability is related to time and space? Or maybe she possesses a divine relic that can reverse time? The prophet's skull replied, even if she used some method to achieve time travel, I still cannot comprehend the logic behind it. That is, where does the loop begin? If Sadako from 7 days later did not kill her boyfriend, she would not have been pushed into the well, and thus, that female ghost would not have been born. In other words, it was the later self that influenced the past self, causing all of this to happen. But what about the beginning? Did Sadako first encounter her boyfriend being killed, or was she pushed into the well first? What is the starting point that leads to the loop? This is the doubt you mentioned, right? This question troubled the prophet's skull, and it believed that Chen had not thought of an answer. But unexpectedly, a slight smile appeared on Chen's lips. He whispered, the loop, precisely because it is a loop, is without beginning or end, like a serpent eating its tail, where everywhere is a starting point and everywhere is an end point. Then, he laughed teasingly and suddenly asked the prophet's skull, do you still remember what the first question I asked you when I first met you was? The prophet's skull was taken aback. The first question? It fell into memories. The first question. Then, it suddenly looked at Chen. If it had eyeballs, its pupils would have surely shrunk to pinpoints. Chen just continued to smile. A month ago, he had already asked the prophet's skull that question. In this world, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Could it be that from the moment you saw me you realized this day would come? The prophet's skull asked incredulously. How could that be? I don't have the ability to foresee the future. Zhou Chen paused for a moment, the smile on his face still intact, but perhaps the future me has already mastered everything. The prophet's skull understood Zhou Chen's meaning. You believe that the future you must have obtained the divine relic related to time? Zhou Chen answered honestly, I don't know. He walked to a window and gazed at the starry sky. But I always have this feeling. Everything I do seems to be destined. In the dark, I feel that my countless experiences have already been arranged, heading towards a certain predetermined outcome. He extended the hand holding the divine card, watching the playing card spin slightly on his fingertips. This could be a good thing, or it could be a bad thing. If my feeling is not wrong, then either someone is paving the way for my success, or someone sees me as a pawn, a bird in a cage. There is a greater scheme waiting for me in the future. Whoosh! He instantly moved his fingertips, using a magic trick to switch the playing card from his right hand to his left hand with a snap. Zhou Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Forget it, maybe I'm just overthinking. There aren't that many conspiracies. He looked at the prophet's skull, big-eyed. Skull, I'm going to sleep now. After all, there's a competition to participate in tomorrow. I can't neglect my health. Then, he looked down at his divine card, Elite Cup. I'm ready. I really want to see what kind of explosive effect the platinum-level divine card ability has when used. On the day of the Elite Cup, the opening ceremony, in a competition venue, the size of a football field, surrounded by a circle of giant stands. The stands were filled with countless students, professors, and even a few parents who had come to watch. After all, it was a large-scale competition for the entire school, and all faculty and students were extremely focused. Zhou Chen and the others waited in one of the corners of the competition venue, waiting for the host to call them in. So many people. Zhang Yang seemed a bit excited, looking left and right. Yeah, it seems like even reporters are here with cameras. Recording. Tang Xian could hardly contain the excitement in her voice. Su Chenxi, on the other hand, remained very calm, standing upright next to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen said nothing, his gaze fixed on the center of the competition venue. In the center of the venue, Professor Chen Yun stood on a lift platform. As the platform slowly rose, she entered the view of the entire audience. Professor Chen Yun was the host of the Elite Cup, and at this moment her emotions were high as she spoke into the microphone in a loud voice. Teachers, professors, and some other friends from outside the school, welcome to the Elite Cup. Cheers erupted, echoing throughout the competition venue. At this moment, the audience was extremely excited, their enthusiasm soaring as they cheered. The Elite Cup is a traditional event of our school and an annual large-scale competition. Students participating in the Elite Cup are all elites of the school, and they all come from the 4 major clubs of the school. First, let's welcome Black Blade Team to enter. Li Hanfeng strode in confidently from the waiting area into the competition venue, entering everyone's view. He wore a smile, slightly raising one hand to greet everyone. Behind him were 3 teammates. Whoosh! At the spot where the Black Blade Team stood, a huge spade symbol suddenly appeared high in the air. Black Blade Team! Black Blade Team! Black Blade Team! Supporters of the Black Blade Team cheered and shouted. Some had spade stickers on their faces, waving small flags shaped like spades. Li Hanfeng smiled and blew a kiss to the crowd. A girl screamed. As the Black Blade Society made its slow entrance, Professor Chen Yun was introducing the club. The Black Blade Society is one of the oldest clubs in our school. The members of the Black Blade Society focus on the Spade God card, emphasizing strength, offense, and combat. The current president of the Black Blade Society, Li Hanfeng, holds the Spade J God card and is at the silver level. He has previously won the Freshman Assessment Championship, possessing exquisite combat skills, top-notch spade abilities, and an exceptionally high magic essence level. Let's give another round of applause for the Black Blade Society. The crowd cheered again. In a corner, Zhou Chen, who had been waiting, suddenly spotted a familiar figure among the 4 members of the Black Blade Society. It was the former vice president of the Red Heart Society, Sun Qiren. Zhou Chen had seen Sun Qiren's announcement online about joining another club. So, after leaving the Red Heart Society, he actually rejoined the Black Blade Society? Zhou Chen scrutinized his expression. He looked very honest. Presumably, he had passed the Black Blade Society's assessment with outstanding performance, which led to Li Hanfeng accepting him. Professor Chen Yun smiled and continued the introduction. Alright, let's welcome the next team, the Red Heart Society. On the other side of the venue, Zhuang Xingyao led her team in slowly. She still wore that cold, emotionless expression. 3 of her team members were tall beauties, walking steadily. They stood tall and walked to their designated positions. The remaining member was a short boy who moved quickly but still struggled to keep up with the other 3. Eventually, he managed to catch up, panting and wiping his sweat. Zhou Chen remembered his name was Yu Xingxing, a senior who was very sensitive about his height. As the 4 stood still, a huge red heart icon appeared in the sky. Red Heart Society. Red Heart Society. Red Heart Society. The crowd erupted in cheers again. I love you, Zhuang Xingyao. Some fans even shouted crazily. Zhuang Xingyao stood still, her head lowered, lost in thought. The Red Heart Society focuses on the Heart God card, and most of its members possess powerful psychic abilities, Professor Chen continued. The current president of the Red Heart Society is Zhuang Xingyao. Zhuang Xingyao hails from one of the four noble families of Longwa, being the heir of the Red Heart family and the Red Heart Scepter. Her God card is the Heart J, and she possesses the only gold-level God card among all students. In the last Elite Cup, she led the Red Heart Society to victory. Can Zhuang Xingyao defend her championship title? Let's wait and see. Now, let's welcome the third major society, the Diamond Society, to the stage. Professor Chen Yun's voice remained high-spirited. Lu Yingming entered from another entrance with 3 teammates. He appeared calm, walking with a very proper posture. The other teammates followed on either side of them. Upon seeing a certain face from the Diamond Society, Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. He didn't expect that he had also passed the Diamond Society's entrance assessment and was even selected to participate in the Elite Cup. Yiling Tian followed closely behind Lu Yingming. Unlike Lu Yingming's reserved demeanor, Yiling Tian was very flamboyant, exaggeratedly bowing to the audience. The group stood in their designated positions. Immediately, a huge square icon appeared in the sky. The Diamond Society is one of the school's long-established major societies, primarily composed of elite students with square God cards. Its president is Lu Yingming. Lu Yingming holds the square 10 God card and is at the silver level. His academic performance is outstanding, consistently ranking first in his grade and winning various scholarships. Their mastery of the divine card's extraordinary abilities is truly remarkable, and we look forward to the Diamond team's outstanding performance in this year's Elite Cup. The students supporting the Diamond team cheered, shouting, "Diamond team, Diamond team, Diamond team." After introducing the 3 major clubs, Professor Chen Yun deliberately cleared her throat, then smiled and said in a mysterious tone, "According to the tradition of previous years, the 3 major clubs have been introduced. However, this year, there have been some changes. Perhaps some students and teachers have already heard. This year, a historic change has occurred. The Divine Card School has given birth to a 4th major club." Most of the students had already seen the relevant notice online and erupted into intense cheers. Meanwhile, a small number of teachers and outsiders were still confused. What? A new club this year? All 3 major suits are complete, so this 4th one can't be. Professor Chen Yun raised one hand and shouted in an excited tone, "Please welcome our school's 4th major club, Linme team." The crowd erupted in cheers. Zhou Chen adjusted the corners of his clothes and quietly said to his teammates, "Let's go, it's our turn now." Okay, the other 3 responded. Zhou Chen walked at the front, his pace neither hurried nor slow. He simply wore a faint smile, slightly nodding to the fans in the audience who were cheering wildly. It's Zhou Chen. So he founded the new club. Ha, I saw the campus website notice, I knew it long ago. Hey, is that girl the princess of the Dragon Kingdom? The princess has also joined the Linme team and is participating in the Elite Cup? Amidst the cheers of the fans, Zhou Chen and his 3 companions reached their designated spot. Immediately, a huge plum blossom pattern appeared in the sky. Professor Chen Yun continued with the customary introduction. The Linme team is a newly established club this semester, with the plum blossom as its main flower. She smiled slightly. You may not have heard of this club's name, but you must have heard of its president, Zhou Chen. The crowd's emotions exploded, and cheers echoed through the air. They did not chant the name of the Linme team, but instead, Zhou Chen, Zhou Chen, Zhou Chen. They were unfamiliar with the Linme team, but most recognized Zhou Chen as the most popular student in the school. He had the largest fan base. Zhou Chen's supporters had already prepared various fan signs, small flags, and stickers. They waved their small flags and shouted Zhou Chen's name in unison. Zhou Chen did not expect his popularity to be this great, so he could only slightly bow to the audience in greeting. This only drove the audience even wilder. Ah, he's so polite. Did he just look at me? He's smiling at us, and his smile is so beautiful. Ah, I'm dead. Thus, Professor Chen Yun had to speak to maintain some order, and after the audience's fervent emotions calmed down a bit, she continued with the introduction. The president of the Linme team, Zhou Chen, is the divine card Plum Blossom K, which is known to be the only Plum Blossom divine card in the Dragon Kingdom, and it also possesses the very rare letter K. Although he is a freshman and his divine card level is only at the bronze level, he has demonstrated strength comparable to silver level in various school competitions, even rivaling gold level. Zhou Chen is undoubtedly the champion of this year's freshman assessment, the Rookie King. He is also the first student in history to pass all 3 major club assessments without using a divine card. I look forward to Zhou Chen's performance, expecting this emerging Linme team to create their own history in the Elite Cup. At this moment, all 4 major clubs of the Divine Card School had completed their appearances. Before we officially begin, please allow me to briefly introduce the competition format for those who are unfamiliar with the Elite Cup. There are a total of 5 matches in the Elite Cup, all held within a simulated examination venue. The first 4 matches focus on the Spade assessment, Heart assessment, Diamond assessment, and Club assessment. respectively. Among these 4 matches, the winning teams are not unique. Each match's winning team will receive a key item or hint for the next match as well as a key hint for the final match. The 5th match is the final match of the Elite Cup, which is the championship. The championship will comprehensively feature all 4 suits challenges, making it the most challenging match. In the 5th match's championship, the 4 teams must utilize all the items or information obtained from the previous matches to seize the final Elite Cup. For each match won, the victorious team will receive a substantial cash prize and a large amount of magic essence rewards. But remember, there is only one champion. Only the team that wins the Elite Cup and the championship can receive the ultimate prize, a notebook recording the secrets of the Divine Card's ascension. The audience erupted in excitement, their emotions reaching a peak. At this moment, I announce. Professor Chen raised her voice by 8 degrees. The Elite Cup competition officially begins. Cheers echoed through the air, and the students in the audience spontaneously formed a wave of human movement. The 4 suit icons in the sky slowly rose, then began to shine and spin. The spinning speed increased, ultimately converging together, producing a loud explosion. Simultaneously, at the explosion site, 4 huge and magnificent circular portals appeared, slowly descending in front of the 4 teams. The portals emitted a faint blue glow, shimmering in front of the teams. Everyone, once you enter the portal, the first match of the Elite Cup will immediately begin. Professor Chen, holding the microphone, smiled and said to everyone, each year's competition is different, but the common point is, all the competition rules will not be disclosed to the contestants at the start. The 4 teams need to explore the competition venue on their own, uncover the rules, and win the match. However, there is one hint that can be revealed to all participants in advance. The theme of this match is spades. Only through a contest of strength can one walk the path to victory. Do not fear the struggle, bloodshed, or pain. Of course, the school officially states that the competition venue is a simulated examination venue, and no real injuries or deaths will occur. Now, the competition officially begins. With a resounding cheer, the 4 teams immediately rushed into the portal before them. The portal vanished instantly. At the same time, a massive 3-dimensional screen suddenly appeared in the air at the center of the competition venue. The screen seemed to be imbued with some divine card abilities, allowing all the spectators in the stands to clearly see the actions of all the students within the venue through this large screen. Additionally, next to the large screen, a slightly smaller scoreboard suddenly appeared. The scoreboard read, Elite Cup, Spade Match, Team Score Ranking, 1. Black Blade Team, 0-1. Red Heart Team, 0-1. Diamond Team, 0-1. Linme Team, 0. Upon seeing this scoreboard, the audience immediately began to speculate about the content of the match. Hey, look at that scoreboard next to the big screen. What's wrong? Didn't you remember the spade competition from last year? Of course, the rules change every year. Professor Chen picked up the microphone again. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition has now begun. Observant viewers may have already noticed that the scoreboard for the first match has appeared. At this moment, I can inform the audience in advance there is a time limit for the competition, and only the team that ranks first at the end can be declared the winner. If there is a tie for first place, then all tied teams will win together. Alright, everyone, please look at the big screen and anticipate the wonderful performances from each team. Chen's expression was calm as he waited for the dizziness to gradually fade. Soon, everything in front of him became clear. He quickly began to observe his surroundings. Chen blinked. The familiar vase, staircase, tapestry, and the huge plum blossom pattern. This is the Linme Group Grand Auditorium, isn't it? He was not the only one in the auditorium. Countless classmates wearing masks crowded around him. They were all dressed in identical suits, slowly wandering about. The masks they wore had a floral pattern that covered their entire faces, obscuring their features. Spades, hearts, clubs, diamonds, all 4 suits were represented. Their movements were very mechanical, moving left and right without speaking. Chen carefully observed the entire auditorium. Aside from himself, everyone else was a classmate wearing this floral mask. Su Chenxi, Zhang Yang, and Tang Xian were nowhere to be seen. So, Chen gently moved next to a classmate and tried to strike up a conversation. This classmate appeared to be male, wearing a spade mask, and showed no reaction when Chen approached. Hello, classmate. Are you a staff member for this competition? The spade masked classmate seemed deaf, offering no response. Chen shook his head slightly and ignored him. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a watch on his wrist that he hadn't seen before. The style of this watch was exactly the same as the one from the freshman assessment. Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately opened the watch. Sure enough, the content inside the watch was the same as during the freshman assessment. A score ranking table with 4 teams, and a chat group of the same team. Chen first looked at the ranking table. All teams currently had 0 points, tied for first place. Chen showed no expression and then opened the chat group again. He had thought the messages in the chat group would have exploded. At least, Zhang Yang would be unable to stop sending messages. However, to Chen's slight surprise, the chat group was eerily silent, with not a single message. Chen frowned and quickly typed in the input box, "How is everyone doing?" He clicked send. Beep. The message did not go through. At the same time, a line of small text immediately appeared. Watch permissions have been disabled. Chen pondered for half a second and quickly figured out the reason for the silence in the chat group. Presumably, like him, no one could send messages using the watch. Chen pouted and sat down at his familiar long table seat. Ahem. He suddenly couldn't help but cough twice vigorously. This surprised him. Ever since Sadako had extended his life by 7 days, his discomfort had greatly alleviated. At this moment, that feeling of complete weakness and dizziness seemed to have unknowingly returned to Chen. He could no longer feel the flow of his magical essence. He reacted quickly and immediately took out his divine card to observe. The divine card, which had originally been faintly glowing, was now also dull and lifeless. A line of small text immediately reappeared before him. The divine card's abilities have been disabled. Chen's face showed no expression as he silently put the divine card away. He suppressed the pain brought on by the blood curse while maintaining his composure. Sorting through the current situation, this match was themed around spades, and no other rules would be disclosed. Therefore, all anomalies had to be explored by the contestants themselves. After the match began, the contestants from various teams should have been teleported to different locations in the simulated examination room, unable to see each other. Teammates also could not communicate. The simulated examination room should resemble a school environment, and Chen had been teleported to the headquarters of the Linme group. At the same time, Chen reasonably speculated that the presidents of the other 3 major clubs would also be teleported to their respective headquarters lobbies. Moreover, Chen discovered that his magical essence seemed to be disabled in the examination room. Without the magical essence in his body, he naturally could not activate the divine card. Other contestants should be in the same situation. But how could the match proceed without the use of divine cards? Chen shifted his gaze back to the entire hall, focusing on the most striking phenomenon: the group of masked individuals. These masked people should just be NPCs, right? Since the school competition specifically arranged for these NPC classmates, they must have a purpose. Chen did not intend to waste time. This time he prepared to meticulously investigate each NPC classmate. These masked NPCs exhibited very mechanical and rigid behavior. Chen observed them nearby, but the masked individuals showed no reaction. They would only evade if Chen got very close. Finally, after Chen's careful search, he discovered that one of the NPCs was quite different. That NPC wore a club mask, and its behavior logic was generally the same as the other masked individuals. The only difference was that it was holding a small piece of paper in its hand. Chen was quick and snatched the paper immediately. But surprisingly, the masked person showed no defensive action at all. Upon seeing Chen take the paper, it even turned around to look at him and said in a low voice, "This paper was prepared for the contestants. Go ahead and take a look." Chen, upon hearing this, opened the paper cleanly. It only had a few lines of small text written on it. "I am the club masked person. I hold the power of the rules. Here is a hint regarding the rules of this match. Each mask has its own role. Find all the special club masked persons to receive the final hint. Each mask has its own role?" Chen blinked and frowned as he looked at the masked person. The masked person bowed, then waved its hand, preparing to leave. "I am a club-type special NPC. After finding me, I will provide you with hints regarding the rules. Please uncover all the rules of this match as soon as possible. Utilizing the rules well is essential for your victory in the game." "Wait a moment." Chen called out to him. He then said nothing more, only rereading the small piece of paper. "Each mask has its own role." Chen looked up. "Do you have intelligence? Can I ask you some questions?" The club masked person was taken aback for a moment and smiled as it said, "Of course I have intelligence, but it gestured to the surrounding masked individuals. "Most of them are interference items, and they have no intelligence." Chen responded quickly, "I understand. After reading the paper you gave me, I got it. Throughout the examination room, there must be a large number of various masked NPCs distributed. And these masked individuals are divided into ordinary and special types. There's no note, no information, no intelligence, just an ordinary masked person. And someone like you is a special masked person. You possess intelligence, and if our players find you, you will provide us with assistance." The masked person in front seemed quite surprised. "Your understanding is quick, and the vast majority is correct. I almost felt conquered by you." Chen raised an eyebrow. He heard a strange word. "Conquer? Why would I want to conquer you? That phrasing feels a bit awkward." The face beneath the mask seemed to smile. "If you impress me in certain aspects, I will be conquered by you, and I will share more information with you." Upon hearing this, Chen carefully savored the words of the plum blossom masked person and thought for a while. Then, he chuckled softly. "I completely understand." Chen wore a confident smile. "The certain aspects you mentioned refer to the speed of understanding the rules, right? After all, you are the plum blossom masked person, and the plum blossom holds the rules and causality." The masked person's voice showed slight surprise. "You are correct again." Chen's smile remained. "If I say I also understand the meaning of each Masked person has their own role. Can I conquer you? Can I get you to share all the information with me? The masked person nodded. Of course, no problem. Chen then said, as the plum blossom masked person, your hints are of the rules type, and the other masked people must provide assistance in other areas. He took out his divine card and said softly, for example, my divine card has been disabled and the Spade masked person might help me lift the restrictions. Because the Spade governs force, the heart masked person might lift communication restrictions, allowing effective communication with teammates. After all, the heart governs the mind. The diamond masked person might provide certain special items or unlock special locations. After all, the diamond represents change, and you provide hints regarding the rules of this competition. In summary, masked people of different suits will provide us with corresponding assistance. That is the meaning of each masked person has their own role. Am I right? The plum blossom masked person was taken aback, then he bowed deeply. Your analysis is completely correct. I have been conquered by you. He removed his mask and threw it at his feet. Chen saw that his face was that of a male student from school. This male student said softly, however, there's one thing you got wrong. Ordinary, masked people are distractions, but they are not meant to hide us, special, masked people. As for what is hidden, he suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. You need to discover that for yourself. This mask is a gift for you. He pushed the mask forward and then knelt on one knee. The moment his knee touched the ground, he disappeared. Outside the examination hall. Hey, look, I'm on TV. In the audience, a male student who looked exactly like the plum blossom masked person was dancing with excitement, showing off to his friends. What's the big deal? It's definitely just the school creating these NPCs based on our images, said a friend beside him in a flat tone. Beep! Suddenly, in an instant, the rankings on the scoreboard changed. Team score rankings 1. Linme team 10 2. Black Blade team 0 2. Red Heart team 0 2. Diamond team 0. Professor Chen Yun raised the microphone. Let's congratulate the Linme team for scoring first and currently ranking first. Let's shift our focus to the scoring player. The audience gasped. The Linme team has scored. Is it Chen who just conquered a masked man and earned the points? Everyone's attention was drawn to the big screen. They believed that Chen must have been the first to score. However, the image on the screen surprised the vast majority. On the large screen, Su Chenxi was holding a long sword, breathing slightly heavily. She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood off the sword. The audience erupted in excitement. They saw Su Chenxi holding the long sword in one hand and the bloody heart mask in the other. That mask was just taken off a masked man's corpse by Su Chenxi. The screen replayed the footage of Su Chenxi scoring. When Su Chenxi first entered the examination room, she embodied the essence of her Spade divine card using force. She was teleported to the school's underground collection room, which was filled with all sorts of strange items, including weapons. At the same time, like in other places, the collection room was crowded with masked people. She quickly noticed that a certain heart-masked man was different from the others. That person was holding a note in his hand. Su Chenxi asked the masked man for the note, but the heart-masked man said he wouldn't provide help unless he was conquered. Su Chenxi clearly had her own unique understanding of the word conquer. Without a second thought, she drew the long sword from the display rack beside her and swiftly cut off the masked man's neck. As soon as Su Chenxi removed the man's mask, she immediately scored. As expected of Her Highness the Princess, action is decisive. Indeed, it was clean and swift. This Spade-type competition is truly suited for holders of the Spade Divine card. This killing speed is faster than the other three teams. The audience gasped in admiration, genuinely impressed by Su Chenxi's martial prowess. However, before they could recover from the excitement of Su Chenxi's scoring, another scoring announcement immediately came in, once again shocking their nerves. The Linme team has scored again. Professor Chen Yun said in a high-spirited tone. The score table changed again. Team score ranking 1. Linme team 22. Black Blade team 0 2. Red Heart team 0 2. Diamond team 0. The audience was in an uproar. This time it was Chen. On the big screen, Chen picked up the mask left behind by the recently vanished masked man. The moment he picked up the mask, the score changed. Professor Chen Yun smiled and addressed the audience. Smart audience friends, through these two scoring instances you may have already discovered in this competition, one of the scoring methods is taking the mask. As soon as she finished speaking, a small blackboard-style screen appeared beside the big screen. This was a memo board set up by the school to help the audience remember. It recorded a few lines. Scoring methods 1. Take the mask, gain 10 points. Inside the examination room, in a certain classroom. As soon as Yiling Tian entered the examination room, he immediately cautiously hid in a small corner. He was teleported into the classroom. He quickly discovered that both the communication device on his wrist and his divine card abilities were disabled. He paid no attention to the masked people surrounding him, moving swiftly and stealthily towards his destination. He needed to head to the headquarters hall of the Diamond team. Long before the elite Cup began. Lu Yingming had conducted special training for the other 3 members of the team. Lu Yingming, being a senior, had his own unique experience with the Elite Cup. Although the competition rules varied each year, there were always similarities. For example, the venue for the simulated competition is most likely the school, and the initial locations of the students are all scattered. Lu Yingming has set a starting strategy. Unless there are special circumstances, everyone should immediately gather at the Diamond Group headquarters after entering the game. This is undoubtedly a very universal and effective method. With 4 people in the team, gathering together allows for collaborative efforts, division of labor, brainstorming strategies, and thinking about ways to win. If they spread out, they could easily be picked off one by one. It must be said that having a predetermined meeting point is very useful in a situation where remote communication methods are prohibited. Thus, Yiling Tian, following the team's arrangement, hurried to the Diamond Group headquarters. Beep on the way. His watch suddenly emitted a soft alert. He quickly raised it to check. Linme Group, score 10 TSK. Just luck, he said, shaking his head in displeasure as he continued on his way. Beep. Another sound. He checked his watch again. Linme Group, score 20. His brows furrowed. TSK, really lucky. He dared not waste any more time and finally arrived at the designated location, pushing the door open. The lobby of the Diamond Group headquarters. Lu Yingming was already seated, eyes closed, resting his chin on one hand, seemingly deep in thought. Yiling Tian quickly approached. Senior, I'm here. Lu Yingming opened his eyes. You're the first to arrive. Yiling Tian wasted no time and got straight to the point. I saw on my watch that Linme Group has already scored 20 points. His tone was somewhat anxious, and we haven't scored a single point. Shouldn't we do something quickly? Lu Yingming raised a hand, signaling him to calm down. No need. Linme Group scoring first may not necessarily be a good thing. From my experience, every match in the Elite Cup has complex rules. Their rapid scoring likely isn't due to organized and effective scoring. Rather, it's just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Yiling Tian's excitement remained undiminished. After all, it was indeed too fast. I thought it was luck, but at least they have found a way to score. And we know nothing. Unlike Yiling Tian's impatience, Lu Yingming remained very calm. Caution makes for a long-lasting ship. Luck won't always favor one side. If there are scoring methods, there will also be ways to deduct points. If they try randomly, they will eventually suffer. Examination room, Linme Group headquarters. Chen watched as the masked figure in front of him knelt down and then vanished into thin air, leaving only a plum blossom mask behind. He crouched down, just about to pick up the mask when he was suddenly interrupted by the alert sound from his watch. Your team has scored 10 points. Current score 10. Scorer Su Chensi. Great. Chen immediately felt he had chosen a fantastic teammate. While he was diligently thinking of strategies and searching for clues, his teammates were surely working hard in their own ways. Unfortunately, with communication locked, it was still unclear what method Su Chensi used to score points. If Su Chensi could inform the entire team of her method, the scoring efficiency would surely be much faster. Just as this thought flashed through Chen's mind, a new message came through on his watch. The chat group displayed a new message. Chen felt a slight surprise, then without hesitation, quickly clicked to open it. It was Su Chensi. She had successfully sent the first message. In the group, messages from Su Chensi kept popping up in the chat group. I killed a special heart-masked person and unlocked the chat function. And discovered an important secret. The message has been blocked. The message has been blocked. Hey, why can't I send it out? In any case, never kill casually. Otherwise, we will die ourselves. The message ends here. Chen repeatedly read Su Chensi's message, extracting a lot of information. First of all, Chen's previous judgment was not wrong. Different types of masked individuals would provide contestants with different types of assistance. The heart mask would unlock communication functions. Furthermore, since Su Chensi scored 10 points, then one of the scoring methods must be related to killing. Thinking back to the fact that he also scored 10 points, Chen did not kill that club mask person, he merely made him be conquered. The scoring methods are, one is conquering and the other is killing? Or perhaps, Chen picked up the mask in his hand. The methods are not limited, no matter what means are used. As long as the mask is obtained, points will be awarded? Chen looked at his watch again. Why was the message blocked? What exactly did Su Chensi want to tell everyone? Since she gained points through killing, why did she say, never casually kill? At this moment, Chen really wanted to ask Su Chensi for clarification, but his communication function was still not unlocked. He instantly stood up and slowly walked to the front of the auditorium door. He had already searched through all the masked individuals of the Linme group. There were no special masked individuals left. At this moment, he needed to go off campus to find a new masked individual, preferably a heart one. After all, to clarify Su Chensi's discovery, he needed to contact her as soon as possible. Just as he was about to push the door open, his footsteps suddenly halted. At this moment, he maintained the posture of pushing the door with one hand, yet remained motionless. Unlike the Linme group's hall, the outside had a wide view. Going out like this would be too conspicuous. Chen shook his head slightly, then picked up the club mask and put it on his face. After that, he blended in among the various masked individuals and pushed the door open. The headquarters of the 4 major clubs were distributed in the 4 corners of the school: east, west, south, and north. The Linme group was located in the northern part of the school, and at the very center of the school was a large library. Chen was preparing to head there. Along the way, there were also a few masked classmates wandering aimlessly. Of course, Chen was also observing whether they had any notes in their hands. However, he did not find any special masked individuals. This was within Chen's expectations. According to his thoughts, such masked individuals could only possibly exist in special buildings. The Linme group had already been thoroughly searched, and the headquarters of the other clubs were likely to have several presidents inside, which was too dangerous to approach. Therefore, Chen's first thought was to go to a public area. For example, the library. The journey was calm, and he surprisingly reached the library entrance smoothly. Just as he was about to push the door open, he saw a familiar figure. A girl with a ponytail was being entangled by a heart-masked individual. "I already said I don't want to conquer you. You NPCs are really so strange when you talk," the girl said angrily. Chen quickly stepped forward, walking up to Tang Xin. Tang Xin instantly wanted to dodge. "Oh no, another one has come." Chen lowered his voice. "It's me." Tang Xin's eyes flashed with surprise. "Chen, why are you wearing a mask?" Chen briefly explained. "If I encounter members of other teams on the way, I can pretend to be an NPC to avoid them." Tang Xin's eyes brightened. "Pretending to be an NPC? That's a good idea." After hearing the term NPC, the man in the red heart mask spoke up. "Beautiful lady, please don't call us NPCs. If possible, call me Mr. Heart. I came here to be conquered by you." Tang Xin was a bit displeased. "I already said no." Chen immediately chimed in. "I can try to conquer you." Tang Xin momentarily showed a look of confusion. Chen explained softly, "This is their language. To conquer means to make these NPCs admire us in certain aspects. Thus, they will provide us with help, and we will also receive a reward of 10 points. Currently, from my judgment, the reward from the man in the red heart mask is unlocking the communication function. This is very important. We need to quickly coordinate with other teammates and clarify things with Suchensi. What exactly does she know? Why can't we easily kill? Why is it possible to die from killing?" He then looked at the man in front of him. "As long as I conquer you, you will help me, right?" The man in the red heart mask nodded, swaying the small note in his hand. "Yes." Chen continued to ask, "So, since you are the man in the red heart mask, I suppose the way to conquer you must be related to the mind?" The man in the red heart mask looked slightly surprised. "That's right." Upon hearing this, Chen lowered his head and pondered for a moment. After about half a minute, Chen raised his head again, a teasing smile on his lips. "So, Maskman, do you believe I can read minds?" The masked man was momentarily stunned. "Read minds?" He shook his head. "No, that's impossible. Not to mention, you are not the heart god card. Even if you were, your divine card ability has been temporarily disabled. Ordinary people cannot read minds." Chen's smile remained. "But what if I say I can?" The masked man was taken aback and did not respond. Chen took out a regular deck of playing cards. This was a prop he had stored at the Linme group headquarters, originally just for practicing magic tricks out of boredom, but now it came in handy. The masked man was taken aback. "So many divine cards?" "No, wait, these aren't divine cards, just ordinary playing cards imitated by commoners." Chen nodded. "Yes, I want to use these playing cards to conduct a small test, to test whether I have the ability to read minds." The masked man seemed to show some interest. "I think I've seen something similar, but I've never experienced it myself. So, I need to remember a card, and then you have to read out which card I remembered?" Chen shook his head. "No, reading your thoughts would be too simple, wouldn't it?" The masked man was stunned again. "Too simple? What do you mean?" Chen raised the playing cards high. "When I say I can read minds, I don't mean I can read the thoughts of mortals." He displayed a standard elegant smile of a magician. "What I want to do is read the thoughts of the gods." "Reading the thoughts of the gods?" "Not to mention the masked man." Even Tang Xin beside him was completely baffled. Although the masked man was confused, he still politely asked, "Could you be a bit more specific?" "The thoughts of the gods are invisible and intangible. How do you intend to read the thoughts of the gods?" Chen smiled slightly. "It's very simple. The will of the gods is everywhere. They govern the operation of time and all things. Perhaps if I say too much, you still won't understand. Let's get started directly." Chen sat down on the ground, gesturing for the masked man to sit across from him. The masked man curiously complied. Chen displayed the deck of playing cards to the masked man, confirming that they were indeed ordinary playing cards, and then casually shuffled them. After shuffling, he pushed the deck of cards face down towards the masked man. Chen made a gesture inviting him. "Please divide this deck of cards into 3 piles." The masked man looked a bit confused. "Divide into 3 piles? Should they be evenly separated?" Chen gently shook his head. "Of course not. Feel free to divide them however you like." Hearing this, the masked man lowered his head and looked at the deck of cards again. Then, he reached out and gently picked up about a dozen cards from the pile at once, thought for a moment and placed them on the left. Next, he used the same method to take another stack from the original pile and placed it on the right. Now, the originally complete deck of cards had been randomly divided into 3 piles, left, middle, and right. Very good. Chen nodded. You did it perfectly. So, what do you want to do with these 3 piles of cards? Although the masked man followed the instructions, he was still somewhat puzzled. Chen did not answer immediately, he simply pointed gently at the top card of each pile. Then, he said, let me ask you, do you know what these 3 cards are? The masked man was taken aback for a moment, then quickly thought in his mind. The deck had been shuffled beforehand, and was always face down. Each card's position should be random, and he had divided them arbitrarily into 3 piles. Therefore, theoretically, he could not know what the top cards of these 3 piles were. So, he shook his head. I don't know, and I dare say, you can't know either. Chen remained silent, only smiling. The masked man's heart stirred. Could it be that you know? Then he decisively shook his head. No, that's impossible. You didn't peek, the whole process was done by me. And you don't have any divine abilities. As an ordinary person, you can't see through the cards. Tang Xian, standing beside him, wore a puzzled expression. She had heard that Chen had the ability to read others' inner thoughts by observing their micro-expressions. But what were these 3 cards? Even the masked man across from him didn't know. How could he read minds? Chen finally spoke. So far, everything you've said is correct. These 3 cards were shuffled beforehand and were randomly selected by you. I'll be honest, I indeed don't know what these 3 cards are at the moment. The masked man looked as if he had expected this, of course. But Chen slightly raised his voice. You don't know these 3 cards? I don't know, but someone must know. Or rather, some being knows. The masked man was taken aback. You can't be saying. Chen nodded, then raised his voice, pointing to the sky. The omniscient and omnipotent deity knows. And what I need to do is read the deity's thoughts. Let the deity tell me what these 3 random cards are, their suits, and their values. After hearing this, the masked man suddenly burst into laughter. In terms of telling jokes, you've conquered me. Although there may indeed be an omniscient and omnipotent deity who can see through everything. But, who do you think you are? Why would a deity help you? They wouldn't even glance at such a trivial game. At the same time, a sharp voice in Chen's mind suddenly flashed. The voice of the clown god was filled with urgency. Hey, don't drag me into your show-off. You can't be thinking of having me help you reveal the cards, right? Although I really want to help you, I'm not that amazing. I don't have X-ray vision, I can't see through what these 3 cards are. Chen only responded faintly in his heart. It's none of your business. Just shut up and watch me operate. Alright then, I'm out. The voice of the clown god immediately vanished. Subsequently, Chen's expression turned serious. He extended a hand, gently hovering above the leftmost playing card. Then he murmured, Omniscient and omnipotent deity, tell me, what is this card? Black, spades? No, it's clubs? Clubs. 5? No, that's not right. This posture was quite intimidating. The masked man was taken aback by Chen's serious demeanor. Could it be he really has divine assistance? Tang Xian beside him also showed surprise, secretly cheering for Chen in her heart. Got it. Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of joy on his face. The deity has already told me the suit and value of this card. This card is the 7 of clubs. After he spoke, Chen gently picked up the card and took a quick glance. The smile on his face grew even wider. As expected. Ah! Tang Xian covered her mouth and screamed. How is that possible? It's really correct. The shock and disbelief in her eyes left the masked man stunned. As well. Impossible. Could it be that the deity really tells you the answer? The masked man's voice revealed his uncertainty. No, there's another possibility. You guessed it right. He thought for a moment and said, the probability of guessing one card correctly is 1 in 52. Although it's low, it's not impossible. Chen placed the card face down gently to the side. Don't rush. Guessing one card right, you say it's luck. Then, what about 3? Chen shifted his gaze to the other 2 piles of playing cards. He used the same method, extending a hand and lightly hovering above the middle pile of cards. At the same time, he murmured, Oh deity, thank you for your help just now. Now, reveal to me the suit and value of this card. A red card, okay, hearts, or diamonds. Diamonds, huh? Chen closed his eyes tightly, as if truly communicating with some invisible deity on a spiritual level. After a long while, he slightly opened his eyes. This card is the 2 of diamonds, he said with certainty. At the same time, he picked up the playing card. Behind him, Tang Xian gasped again. A red diamond, it really is the 2 of diamonds. How is that possible? Chen, you got it right again. The masked man opposite him widened his eyes. Slightly beneath the mask, his mouth agape. Chen wore an elegant smile as he placed this card face down beside the previously revealed 7 of clubs. The masked man's mind was already in disarray. He guessed the playing cards correctly twice in a row? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Doubt spread in the masked man's heart and a suspicion gradually emerged. Why? Is this person holding the guest playing cards face up? If he really guessed right, why not show me? At this moment, the masked man had an urge to directly flip over those two playing cards. But out of respect for the Elite Cup competitors, he suppressed this impulse and decided to finish watching his mind-reading performance. Of course, my performance is not over yet. Chen cast his gaze upon the third stack of playing cards. Guessing right once might be a coincidence, twice gives a probability of about 1 in 2500, which is very low, but not impossible. But if I guess right 3 times, it can only prove that I can indeed communicate with the divine. I possess the ability to read the thoughts of the gods. As he spoke, Chen once again placed his palm above the card he was about to guess. However, unlike the previous 2 times, as soon as Chen closed his eyes, he exclaimed in surprise. This card seems to look very different from the first 2. Clubs, hearts, spades, diamonds, none of those? Colorful. After a moment of talking to himself, Chen's expression suddenly became extremely serious. Interesting, really very interesting, Chen murmured. He then gently opened his eyes. The curiosity of the masked man was piqued to the highest point. What makes you find it interesting? What is the suit and number of this card? Chen smiled and slowly shook his head. No, this card has no suit and no number. He chuckled lightly. This card is a joker. He gently picked up the third card. Behind him, Tang Xian looked so shocked that her jaw seemed ready to drop. Chen, you can't really have divine assistance, right? It really is the trump card in the deck. Chen remained calm, turning the third card face down and mixing it with the first 2 cards. He then stood up and elegantly bowed slightly to the still-seated masked man, who seemed frozen. My performance ends here. Tang Xian was so excited she nearly jumped up. So amazing, you guessed all 3 cards right. How did you do it? Chen just smiled mysteriously and waved his hand. One of the 3 rules of magic: never reveal the secrets of the trick. However, the masked man, who had been sitting on the ground, suddenly lifted his head and said in a hostile tone, let me tell you how it was done. The truth is, both of you are frauds. You're just putting on a double act. Ha! Tang Xian seemed bewildered. Chen frowned. What do you mean by that? The masked man suddenly stood up. Let me tell you. The secret of the magic. The secret is, you didn't succeed at all. Chen remained calm. Why do you say that? The masked man tilted his head and grinned. Are you two treating me like a fool? Let me repeat, your performance wasn't completed at all. It was just a scam. You just randomly stated a suit and number, then picked up a playing card. You have no special ability. Of course, you didn't get it right. But the little girl behind you was very cooperative. She pretended you guessed correctly with her exaggerated acting. It was just repeated 3 times. So, the truth is, none of these 3 cards are correct. The masked man excitedly pointed at the 3 cards facing down. Otherwise, why did you only show the cards to the little girl and not to me? Chen pouted. So, you mean to say, these 3 cards are not Club 7, Diamond 2, and Joker? Of course. The masked man's excitement remained unabated. Otherwise, why would you place the cards face down? Chen's lips curled into a smile. Because I did it on purpose. I wanted you to think that my performance didn't succeed at all. I wanted you to think that I was just playing tricks. Chen pushed the 3 cards face down in front of the masked man. How about we make a bet? You turn over these 3 cards yourself. If you're wrong, you win. We didn't conquer you, just get lost. Of course I won't be wrong. If you guess one right, I'll consider it a loss. The masked man was still very agitated. Chen smiled. Don't rush. I haven't finished speaking. If I'm right, you have to commit suicide. Chen calmly uttered those words. The masked man, who had been so confident, now hesitated. Suicide? That price was too steep. Seeing the masked man's uncertainty, Chen said, what's wrong? Weren't you quite confident just now? You can win the bet, so what are you afraid of? Of course, if you have doubts, there's another option. Don't bet. If you don't bet, you'll be conquered by us. Which means giving us the corresponding reward. Unlock the communication permissions of the wristwatch. After all, Chen's purpose in this little game with the red heart masked man was to unlock the chat group of the wristwatch, so he could quickly reunite with everyone. The masked man was caught in a dilemma. Bet? Or not bet? According to his original thought, Chen covering the cards was just a trick. The truth was that he hadn't guessed any right. But his tone was just too confident. This made the originally confident masked man fall into self-doubt. Bet? Or not bet? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and a term appeared in his mind: empty city stratagem. So that's it. The person opposite was deliberately putting on a confident front, waiting for him to intentionally concede. So, he was indeed bluffing. If he backed down and chose not to bet, that would truly be falling into a trap. Therefore, he had to bet. With this thought, the masked man no longer hesitated, reaching out and flipping over all 3 cards in one go. Chen sighed slightly upon seeing this and softly said 2 words, what a pity. The masked man's hands trembled as the 3 cards slipped from his grasp. The 3 cards were Club 7, Diamond 2, and Joker. All 3 cards were correct. The masked man was stunned, completely stunned. In his mind, Chen was just playing tricks, being mysterious. Chen didn't dare to reveal the playing cards because he simply had no ability to guess correctly. Chen was just making him give up voluntarily. But he was wrong. The 3 completely correct cards were right before him. Who the real winner was, there was no doubt. Chen shook his head and slowly put away his playing cards. His movements were slow, and during this process he didn't even glance at the masked man, only softly saying, "You must accept the consequences of the bet. Don't forget our previous wager. You have to commit suicide." The masked man finally came to his senses. His voice trembled as he tried to plead, "Can you spare my life? After all, if I die, you won't get any points. I can give you something else. For example, my mask, and communication rights, and all sorts of other information. Anything you want to know, I can tell you." He spoke rapidly, incoherently, continuously. He didn't hold much hope. After all, losing the bet was a fact. However, even though he was just an NPC, he had intelligence, and like humans, he had a strong will to survive, so no matter what, he wanted to stay alive. Unexpectedly, Chen immediately said, "Okay." "What?" The masked man seemed unable to believe his ears. "Okay? You can spare my life?" Chen nodded, "Of course. After all, I'm not interested in your life. Why would I kill you?" The masked man was taken aback and immediately bowed repeatedly. "Thank you. Thank you." Tears streamed down his face. Chen slowly curled his lips into a smile. "But what you just said must count. You need to give me the mask, the information, and of course, you must help me unlock the communication rights." The masked man nodded repeatedly. "Of course, no problem. After all, you have conquered me. The mask and the communication rights should have been given to you anyway. It's just that, as for the information." He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "What do you want to know?" "As long as I know it and it's within the rules of the competition, I can tell you." Chen smiled slightly. "You just said, if you die, I won't get any points. Is that true? In that case, how should I score? Can you tell me all the ways to score that you know?" The masked man was taken aback, his tone somewhat hesitant. "The only scoring method I am sure of is one. The method is not limited. As long as you take away our masks, each mask gives you 10 points. There are 2 means to take away our masks. One is violent seizure and the other is conquest. To conquer us means to make us kneel willingly and offer up our masks. This is also the official method of the competition. As for violent seizure, although it can efficiently obtain masks, the side effects are significant. Not to mention, we masked people, even those ordinary masked people without intelligence, will resist violence to the utmost. The biggest problem is that violent seizure can easily lead to accidental death of a masked person. An accidental death of a masked person has very serious consequences." The masked man paused here suddenly. Chen quickly pressed on, "Why did you stop? What are the consequences of killing a masked person?" This was precisely what Chen was most interested in. After all, Su Chenzi had once warned everyone on the watch, never kill casually. She must have discovered the consequences of accidentally killing a masked person. But the specific reasons were actually blocked in the chat group. The masked man opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. But as soon as he spoke, he suddenly began to cough violently. He painfully covered his throat. "Cough, cough. I can't say. The rules of this competition restrict me." Seeing Chen frown slightly, the masked man hurriedly said, "I'm not lying to you. I really can't say it. The rules of the competition are like this. The consequences of accidentally killing a masked person involve the deepest secrets of the entire competition. But I really can't say." Chen nodded gently. I believe you." You actually believe me?" The masked man was taken aback again. Although he was speaking the truth, the person in front of him accepted it so quickly. "After all, my companion also discovered it, and she can't say it either," Chen said softly. "That's why we are trying every means to meet her." The masked man then immediately said again, "But there is a way to find out what the consequences of accidentally killing a masked person are. That is, conquer a Spade masked person. He will tell you the reason." "Conquer a Spade masked person?" Chen nodded. "Okay, I remember." The heart masked man seemed relieved. "That's all the information I know." Then he bowed again. "I will unlock the communication function of your watch right now." He maintained his bowing posture without moving. But Chen immediately heard the loud beeping sound of the watch. "Communication rights have been unlocked. You can freely send messages in the chat group." Then the heart masked man removed his mask. "After I kneel, I will disappear. Before that, allow me to express my respect to you once more. I am deeply shocked that you can truly read the thoughts of the divine. I have been conquered by you." Saying this, he held his heart mask with both hands. But Chen remained still, just staring at the masked man and the face beneath the mask. The masked man raised his head in confusion. "What's wrong?" Chen thought for a moment and then asked, "I want to ask you one more question, though it may not be related to the competition. Are you, or rather, are you all, just ordinary classmates beneath the masks?" Indeed, the face of this heart-masked man still resembled an ordinary student from the Divine Card School. He was a classmate of Chen, and Chen only had a slight impression of him. The masked man smiled. "This competition requires a large number of NPCs. The school just couldn't be bothered to create new NPC images. So, they imported the data of all the students and based on their faces and body structures created the NPCs. However, we are just NPCs after all, and in terms of intelligence, we are far inferior to real humans. You are right, our images are indeed unrelated to the competition. Chen lowered his head in thought. Faces and body structures all the same as ordinary students. Does this really have nothing to do with the competition? Chen shook his head, deciding not to dwell on this question any longer. He reached out and took the mask handed over by his classmate. At the same time, the wristwatch notification sound immediately rang out. Ding, Linme Tuan plus 10 points. Current score 30. The classmate bowed again, then knelt on one knee. Just like the plum blossom masked man Chen had encountered before, the moment his knee touched the ground, he radiated a bright light and ultimately vanished. After seeing the masked man disappear, Chen immediately turned around to look at Tang Xian. Tang Xian, you did great, he praised. Your acting is truly superb. Tang Xian was very happy, bouncing up and down. I'm glad I could help you. I was worried that my feigned surprise would be too exaggerated and that the masked man would see through it. Chen said softly, I thought you would slip up. After all, the magic trick I performed was improvised. I hadn't communicated with you beforehand. I didn't expect you to spontaneously step up your acting behind me. Of course I wouldn't slip up. Tang Xian laughed. After all, I've seen similar performances in your magic livestream. Although you didn't reveal the secret of the trick back then, but this time I watched you from behind and surprisingly understood the principle. Chen nodded. Yes, the principle of this guess 3 cards trick is actually quite simple, but the effect is quite good. That's why I performed it in the livestream. It's a pity that masked man hadn't seen it. Tang Xian, while happy, showed a hint of confusion. But Chen, I can understand most of your magic tricks and can cooperate with you. However, there's one thing I couldn't figure out. Chen raised an eyebrow. What is it? So Tang Xian began to recall the previous magic process and recounted. At that time, you had the masked man divide the playing cards into 3 piles, and you challenged him to guess what the top cards of these 3 piles were. Tang Xian spoke a bit quickly. At that time, I actually didn't react right away. You said that the first card you guessed was the 7 of clubs, but after you picked it up. Wrong. Chen continued his words. Yes, that card was not the 7 of clubs. The first card was actually the 2 of diamonds. You should have been able to clearly see the truth behind me. At that time, I was really worried about you. Your expression might have been unnatural, revealing a flaw to the masked man. Tang Xian smiled. Of course I wouldn't. The moment I saw it was the 2 of diamonds and not the 7 of clubs, I was puzzled, but I had to be a good magic assistant for you. I had to show a surprised expression to make the masked man believe it was true. Chen nodded. Then, I chose to guess the second card. I said, this card is the 2 of diamonds. Tang Xian spoke rapidly. That's right, brother Chen. After all, what I saw was the magic's God's perspective. So, I immediately understood the principle of the magic. You first look at the first card, then when guessing the face of the second card, you say the face of the first card out loud. For example, if you see the first card is the 2 of diamonds, you deliberately don't show it, and then when guessing the second card, you say it is the 2 of diamonds. Of course, the third card is the same. Chen praised. That's right. For the second card, I said it was the 2 of diamonds and then picked it up to check. Of course, it wasn't the 2 of diamonds. However, coincidentally, this second card turned out to be a joker. So, when I guessed the third card, I said it was a joker. Just like that, among the 3 cards, I had already guessed 2 correctly. Tang Xian immediately raised her hand like in class. Question. This is where I don't understand. This third card is actually not a joker, but the 7 of clubs, right? But, brother Chen, you hadn't seen the third card beforehand. How could you say it was the 7 of clubs from the very beginning? Chen shook his head. No, I had seen it. I already knew that card was the 7 of clubs. Chen suddenly looked up, meeting Tang Xian's eyes. Don't you think the 7 of clubs looks familiar? Tang Xian was taken aback, then thought carefully, and looked up. Indeed. Brother Chen, you often let the audience randomly pick a card when performing magic in the livestream, but it always ended up being the 7 of clubs. At that time, I thought it was a coincidence. Could it be? Chen stood up, took out the deck of cards again, and showed it to Tang Xian. It's not a coincidence, but a carefully arranged trick. After all, this is my deck of cards. As a magician, I have a habit to always be prepared in advance for possible performances. And what I prepared was to always place the 7 of clubs as the top card of the deck. When I shuffle the cards, no matter what shuffling technique I use, I absolutely do not disturb the top card of the deck, the 7 of clubs. Chen smiled slightly. Tang Xian, do you remember how the masked man divided the cards into 3 piles? Tang Xian recalled for a moment. I remember. He first randomly picked up a stack and placed it on the left, then picked up another stack and placed it on the right. I got it. The stack of cards on the far left, the top card is the 7 of clubs, because this is what brother Chen prepared in advance. Beep beep beep. Just as they were talking, the sound of the watch rang out again. The score has changed. Chen and Tang Xian reacted quickly, immediately raising their watches to check. But this time, luck was not on the side of the Linme group. The prompt text popped up, Black Blade Group plus 10 points. The current score ranking is 1. Linme Team 32, Black Blade Team 10-3, Red Heart Team 0-3, Diamond Team 0. Chen immediately stood up and said quickly, "We can't waste any more time. Other teams are also on the move. We need to quickly regroup with the other teammates. After that, we need to share the information we've gathered to plan our next steps." Chen was methodically planning while raising his wristwatch to open the chat group. He quickly edited a message and sent, "Everyone, gather at the library immediately." With a click, Chen's message popped up in the long silent Linme Team chat group. Chen, great, you've unlocked the communication permissions. 2. Su Chensi replied immediately, "I'll come find you right away." Her second message followed. Seeing the messages, Chen frowned and quickly typed a reply. Rush. Before you go out, put on a mask. Outside the examination hall, in the audience seats, the audience erupted in cheers once again. Chen has conquered another masked person, gaining 10 points. Professor Chen Yun held the microphone, faithfully reporting on the current competition situation in real time. Currently, the big screen was continuously replaying Chen's little magic trick performed for the masked person. Professor Chen Yun patiently explained Chen's recent performance. As a magician, Chen utilized his specialty to successfully perform a wonderful little magic trick for everyone. He deceived the red heart masked person and successfully obtained a new mask, gaining 10 points. The Linme team is still in the lead, continuously widening the gap with other teams. The score ranking table immediately changed. Linme Team 30. The audience below kept discussing, "I can't believe how clever this is. He can achieve a mind-reading effect without a divine card? Is this the wisdom of the common people? Using acting skills, rhetoric, and magical thinking to break the deadlock? This masked person really got fooled." Professor Chen Yun smiled and took the microphone again. Meanwhile, the Linme team represented by Chen has also obtained 2 important pieces of information. First, conquering masked people of different suits can provide different forms of assistance, along with a 10-point reward. Second, if a masked person is accidentally killed, there may be serious consequences. At the same time, a small memo screen beside the main screen displayed new content. Reward for conquering the club suit masked person, obtain partial rule hints. Reward for conquering the red heart masked person, unlock communication permissions for the wristwatch. Additionally, a large red message appeared, flashing, "What are the consequences of accidentally killing a masked person?" The organizers of the Elite Cup were very considerate, continuously updating the audience with content on the small screen as the contestants explored the rules, allowing the audience to keep up with the contestants' progress. Before the audience outside could fully digest this information, a new score increase prompt popped up again. Black Blade Team plus 10 points. As soon as this news broke, the students supporting the Black Blade Team erupted in cheers. Black Blade Team, Black Blade Team, Black Blade Team. It's always the Linme team scoring. It's time for our Black Blade team to score too. Of course, the students supporting the Linme team were not to be outdone. Don't get too smug. Chen will definitely turn the scores around. But fate is always unpredictable. Not long after the Black Blade team received 10 points, a shocking news popped up again, stunning the entire audience. Professor Chen Yun's voice rose. Black Blade team scores again, and it's 100 points. At this point, the entire audience completely exploded. Black Blade team, Black Blade team. The students supporting the Black Blade team all stood up, cheering and wildly waving their small flags. The ranking scores immediately shifted dramatically. Now, the lead position of the Linme team was overturned. Ranking score table. 1. Black Blade Team 110. 2. Linme Team 33. Qixin Team 0. 3. Diamond Team 0. The audience erupted in discussion. The live broadcast online was filled with comments, "Ha, go Black Blade Team. There's nothing to be proud of. The Black Blade Team is naturally good at Spade competitions, so it's normal for them to lead." Based on past experiences from the Elite Cup, usually the 3 major teams win around in their respective strong competitions and then compete for the final victory. So, in this match, it's highly likely that the Black Blade team will win, but this year is different. There's a genius in the Linme team. Just wait, the Linme team will definitely catch up. Don't rush. I've seen Chen's previous matches. He always likes to turn the tide. Why are only these 2 teams scoring? Why hasn't our Diamond team made a move yet? Right, and what about our Qixin team? Go Qixin team. Go, Senior Zhuang. While the audience below continued to discuss and send comments, Professor Chen Yun was also explaining on stage. As expected of the Black Blade team, specialized in martial power, in the Spade competition, they are like playing at home. Not satisfied with just a 10-point increase, the Black Blade team actually scored 100 points in one go. Professor Chen Yun paused, looking down at the backstage data in front of her, then continued, "Moreover, one competitor has already been eliminated from this match." The entire audience gasped at this news. Who got eliminated? I guess it must be a freshman from the Linme team. After all, besides Chen, the magic level of the Linme team is significantly low. Not necessarily. Didn't the Diamond team recruit a new student this year? Are you talking about that young master from the Yi family? If this rich kid has no strength and gets eliminated first, it's not impossible. Professor Chen Yun tapped the control panel. What exactly happened? Please watch the replay. The big screen immediately displayed new footage. It was from the very beginning of the match. Black Blade Team Headquarters Hall. The match had just started. As soon as Li Hanfeng opened his eyes, he immediately began to survey his surroundings. The environment was the school, the headquarters of the Black Blade Team. There were no teammates around, but a large number of NPCs wearing masks. He had a wristwatch in hand, but couldn't type. Moreover, he couldn't feel the magic energy within him and couldn't use his divine card abilities. He absorbed all this information into his mind within just a few minutes. Like Zhou Chen, after grasping the situation, he began to investigate the masked NPCs. Although he encountered some setbacks along the way, he eventually found a special masked person, tightly holding a small note. This masked person wore a spade mask and moved with great politeness. He constantly emphasized that his rewards were related to martial power. Furthermore, one needed to conquer him to obtain the corresponding rewards. Conquer you? So violent? Ahem, can this be broadcasted? Li Hanfeng, still maintaining his dry humor during the match, asked, "In what way should I conquer you?" But the masked person was a bit robotic. It's the literal meaning of conquering. Me. Don't forget, I am the Spade masked person. Li Hanfeng, being an experienced veteran who had participated in many school competitions, replied, "You are the Spade masked person? Is this a hint?" He just lowered his head and thought for a moment, then smiled. "I understand, the spade represents force, so the way to conquer you is, man." He delivered an elbow strike directly to the spade masked man. Bang! The spade masked man clearly didn't react in time, taking a direct hit to the shoulder. He immediately lost consciousness, swaying for a moment before collapsing to the ground. In the instant he fell, his body began to glow, transforming into fine specks of light, which gradually disappeared. Only the spade mask on his head and the small note in his hand remained on the ground. Li Hanfeng quickly picked up the note to check it. It read, "I have been conquered by you. Unlocking the divine card usage rights for you immediately." In an instant, Li Hanfeng felt his magical essence return to his body. He swiftly picked up his divine card to examine it. His divine card, the Spade J, no longer appeared dull as it had at first, but was now faintly glowing. He then picked up the spade mask. This action earned him 10 points for the Black Blade group. After unlocking the divine card's abilities, Li Hanfeng quickly walked towards a small door at the headquarters. With a whoosh, he yanked open the small door. Inside, the walls were densely hung with various cold weapons. This was the weapon storage of the Black Blade group and also Li Hanfeng's exclusive collection. At this moment, it came in handy during the competition. Li Hanfeng approached a wall and picked up a long knife. It was his most comfortable weapon. He weighed it in his hands and found that the weapons in the examination room felt just like those in reality, with no difference, so he nodded in satisfaction. He then exited the weapon storage and headed towards the second floor of the hall. He climbed up to the rooftop via a hanging ladder. This place wasn't very high, but it provided a clear view of the entire school. He quickly hid behind a wall. He then took out his divine card. Divine card, Spade J, silver level. He softly recited the incantation for his divine card. Spade breaks 10,000 troops attendant. Tempers steel bones. The divine card ability of Spade J enhanced all aspects of his physical functions, with the degree of enhancement determined by the level of magical essence. In an instant, Li Hanfeng felt all his senses significantly enhanced, his vision becoming broad and incredibly clear. His body became immensely strong, and the once slightly heavy steel knife felt as light as a feather. He crouched down, slightly turned his head, and began to observe all the main roads of the school continuously. His eyesight was also greatly enhanced. As long as there were no obstacles in the way, he could see every corner of the school clearly. At that moment, he resembled a sniper crouching on the rooftop, waiting for his target. The sniper rifle was himself, the scope was his eyes, and the long knife in his hand was his bullet. However, he couldn't find his target for the time being. His field of vision was filled with swaying masked figures. The masked figures were not his targets. His targets were, of course, the contestants from other teams. But after a few minutes, he still hadn't spotted any signs of other living beings. Just as he was about to relax his vigilance, a figure without a mask flashed by quickly. It was a member of the Diamond Group, a freshman. Li Hanfeng remembered him as Yiling Tian from one of the 4 major families. He quickly tightened his grip on the long knife, but in just a few seconds of hesitation, that figure was obscured by several floors and disappeared from sight. Li Hanfeng felt a pang of regret while also admiring the freshman. As expected of the son of one of the 4 major families, his movements were swift, and from the way he was moving, it was clear he had received professional training in stealth. This is not an easy target to catch, Li Hanfeng thought to himself. Even if he drew his knife, he might not hit him. So, if the target runs away, so be it, no regrets. Li Hanfeng shook his head and adjusted his state of mind. At the same time, he focused intently on observing everything around him again. A qualified target did not appear. However, he did find a rather interesting masked person. That masked individual wore a plum blossom mask and moved slightly faster than the other masked figures, eventually squeezing into the school library. Probably a special masked person with intelligence, Li Hanfeng thought aimlessly, then shook his head again. He couldn't let these masked figures distract him. His target was a living person, not these NPCs. But after a long time, there was still no target in sight. It seemed he wouldn't be able to catch anyone. Just as Li Hanfeng was thinking this, a new target suddenly appeared. It was a little short guy. He seemed to be from the Red Heart group. He had no sense of danger at all, just jogging quickly along the main road of the school, seemingly unaware of how dangerous this was. He had no mask on his face, and his physique was so unique that he stood out among the crowd of masked figures. A smile appeared on Li Hanfeng's face. "I've decided to take you down." He raised his long knife. Then he slightly closed one eye, aiming the blade at him. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air with a loud bang. The long knife slipped from his hand, spinning like a bullet, swiftly flying towards the short target. Inside the library. "Don't rush. Before going out, put on a mask." Chen typed these few lines and then clicked send. Chen's reply came quickly. "Got it. I don't know why, but I'll do as instructed." "Put on a mask? Why do we need to wear a mask?" Tang Xian asked curiously, looking at her watch. Chen explained, "Just in case." Tang Xian asked again, "In case of what?" Just as Chen was about to speak, the library's main door was suddenly flung open. Chen's first thought was that Su Chenzi or Zhang Yang had successfully arrived at the library. But this thought only flashed for a moment before he immediately dismissed it. He had just sent the message, and even if they were in the next building, they couldn't arrive that quickly. So, the person who came could only be an enemy. Chen acted swiftly, not even needing to look back, as he directly pulled Tang Xian and hid behind some cover. During this process, Chen caught a glimpse of the newcomer's face out of the corner of his eye. It was someone Chen knew. A small figure with a slightly panicked expression. Yu Xingxing. From the Red Heart Group. Chen had a brief exchange with him at the Red Heart Group's ball. Although Chen quickly pulled Tang Xian to hide, it was clear that Yu Xingxing had already seen them. His gaze first went blank, then filled with surprise and confusion. It seemed he had never expected to encounter an enemy in the library. "Brother Chen, what should we do?" Tang Xian whispered, very panicked and scared. Chen did not answer. Before he could make any further moves, Yu Xingxing immediately turned around and ran away. He was more afraid than the two of them. Yu Xingxing was alone, having accidentally stumbled into the library, only to find it already occupied. And it was the enemy, with even more numbers. This was a spade competition, and spades represented armed conflict. From his perspective, all the contestants from different teams were enemies. Although Yu Xingxing was short, he ran incredibly fast, covering several meters in just a few seconds. "Not good." Tang Xian immediately jumped up and rushed towards the door. "He will go notify his teammates. We can't let him go." In Tang Xian's view, the Linme team had chosen the library as their meeting point, and the library was their stronghold. The location of the Linme team must not be exposed to the enemy. Just as Tang Xian was about to burst out of the library, Chen quickly grabbed her shoulder. Tang Xian looked at Chen in confusion. "Aren't we going to stop him?" Chen replied softly. "Of course we need to stop him, but it shouldn't be us who does it. It's too dangerous to recklessly expose ourselves on the main road right now." Chen paused. His gaze fixed on Yu Xingxing, who was running outside, and continued, "Tang Xian, didn't you ask me why we need to wear masks when we go out?" Tang Xian's eyes brightened. "Why?" Chen didn't answer immediately, still watching Yu Xingxing outside, while raising one hand. 5 fingers spread open. 5. Yu Xingxing wasn't wearing a mask and wasn't hiding behind any buildings. He was running out in the open, completely unguarded. Chen retracted one finger. 4. This is a spade game, emphasizing force and slaughter. There are 16 contestants in this match, and the other 12 are all enemies. Most of the enemies are hiding in the shadows. The entire school is fraught with danger. Chen's expression remained unchanged as he retracted another finger. 3. The time is almost up. Another finger. 2. Yu Xingxing had already run far. At this distance, Chen could no longer catch up, but he didn't need to chase. 1. Yu Xingxing seemed to have run out of energy and stopped in place, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed like lightning in an instant. Yu Xingxing didn't react in time, his body frozen. The next second, blood spurted out. His body was cleanly severed in half from the middle. Thud! First, the upper half fell to the ground. Then a fountain of blood surged out, spraying several meters. Finally, the lower half wobbled and collapsed. In the last second before Yu Xingxing's consciousness faded, he saw the weapon that attacked him. A sharp long knife, reflecting white light. A ribbon wrapped around it, inscribed in an ink wash style with 2 large characters, Black Blade. 0. Chen in the library said softly. He lowered his palm. The countdown ended. Tang Xian covered her mouth in horror, watching the bloody scene of death outside, seemingly unable to speak. Ugh. She squatted on the ground, unable to stop retching. Chen showed no expression, only clenched the hand he had raised into a fist and pulled it back. His gaze remained level. Didn't you just ask me why we must wear masks when we go out? He looked at the bleeding corpse outside. This is the reason. Ding, school-wide announcement. A member of the Red Heart team has been eliminated. Remaining contestants 15 people. The emotionless mechanical voice echoed throughout the entire school examination hall. Boom! The moment the first contestant was eliminated, a new large screen appeared in the center of the examination hall above the entire school. The screen was divided into two parts. The upper part was identical to the score ranking table in the wristwatch. However, the scores changed again. The Black Blade team, originally ranked second with only 10 points, suddenly flashed and moved up. They surpassed the Linme team, which originally had 30 points, becoming the new first. The current score is ranking score table 1. Black Blade team 110 2. Linme team 33. Red Heart team 0-3. Diamond team 0. The lower part of the large screen displayed a table with the avatars and names of all the contestants. The four teams occupied 4 areas of the screen. Each player's avatar photo hung there with their names displayed beneath. These photos were originally in color. Only in the area of the Crimson Heart team, Yu Xingxing's photo suddenly turned black and white. At the same time, dark red blood splatter effects flickered above the avatar, indicating his elimination. At this moment, all the remaining players in the school unconsciously focused on this large screen. Coupled with the sudden score of the Black Blade team and Yu Xingxing's abrupt elimination, they realized a means of scoring. Perhaps it was the most crucial scoring method of the entire competition. Killing other players can earn you 100 points. Chen murmured as he looked at the screen. After thinking for 2 seconds, he suddenly smirked. This competition has finally become more interesting. Outside the examination room, the replay ended. Li Hanfeng activated his divine card ability to enhance his physical attributes. Then, from hundreds of meters away, he threw his long knife, accurately slicing his target in half. He scored 100 points in one go. Professor Chen Yin continued her commentary. Through Li Hanfeng's brilliant performance, we have also discovered an important rule in the competition. It is also the most crucial winning rule of the entire match. As Professor Chen's words fell, the little blackboard hanging high in the stands added another line. Scoring methods 1. Steal a mask, add 10 points. 2. Kill members of other teams, add 100 points. New, so exciting. As expected, the Black Blade team is just slaughtering in the Spade competition. I said, in a Spade-type competition, if there's no fighting and bloodshed, how can it work? Our senior Li Hanfeng is amazing. Supporters of Li Hanfeng cheered. However, some students noticed something odd. Hey, in the replay, when Li Hanfeng was lying in wait, he clearly saw Chen disguised as a masked man, but he let him go. Look at Chen making all the team members wear masks. He seems to be prepared already. The discussion barrage grew more numerous. Professor Chen Yun naturally noticed the students' focus. It seems everyone has discovered that disguising as a masked person can effectively reduce the probability of being attacked. Moreover, another very important rule is about to be announced to everyone. As she spoke, the line of blood-red text on the big screen flickered. What are the consequences of mistakenly killing a masked person? Professor Chen Yun continued. The consequences of mistakenly killing a masked person involve the core rules of the entire competition. Currently, the competition is still in the exploration rules phase. And to expedite the competition process, we have decided, once someone discovers this core rule, it will be immediately announced to the entire examination room. At that time, the entire competition will enter the official stage. She smiled slightly, and according to our observations, there are already players close to discovering the secret. The big screen immediately displayed images from inside the examination room. Inside the examination room, Black Blade Team Headquarters, top floor. Ding, you have successfully killed a member of another team, gaining 100 points. Remaining wrong kill chances 1 time. Good. Li Hanfeng, hidden in the shadows, clenched his fist in secret. He looked at the ranking on his watch. The Black Blade team's score had surpassed the Linme team, firmly in first place, far ahead. His guess was indeed correct. According to Li Hanfeng's understanding of the school's competition model, assessments related to spades generally encourage students to use force to fight each other. So, he chose an easy target to test his skills. Although it was somewhat risky, the outcome proved that the risk was worth it. However, Li Hanfeng frowned. A term on his watch caught his attention. Remaining wrong kill chances 1 time. Wrong kill? Wrong kill. Does it refer to killing the wrong person? Li Hanfeng thought for a moment. Inside the examination room, apart from the contestants, there were only these masked individuals. And killing a contestant was clearly a correct kill. Could wrong kill refer to killing a masked person? Li Hanfeng could only assume so. With one remaining chance for a wrong kill, it likely meant if one were to mistakenly kill a masked person more than once, they could face severe punishment. He was glad he hadn't taken lethal action against other masked individuals. In the examination room, the library. Incredible. Brother Zhou Chen, how did you know? Someone would attack that short senior? Tang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm not sure, Zhou Chen explained softly, but he wasn't wearing a mask and had been wandering around outside for a long time. If any members of other teams discovered him, they wouldn't hesitate to attack. Zhou Chen looked at the big screen, and now we can confirm that initiating an attack is absolutely correct. Killing one person can earn a full 100 points in rewards. This really aligns with the style of the Spade competition. However, Zhou Chen glanced at his watch again. What? Su Chenxi said, never kill indiscriminately. What does it really mean? Before Zhou Chen could ponder deeply, someone who knew the answer arrived immediately. Creak with the sound of a door being pushed open, a nimble figure flashed into the library. It was a masked person. No, not a masked person. The newcomer swept back her silver hair and gently removed her mask. Great, the princess sister is here too. Tang Xian happily welcomed her. Zhou Chen also stepped forward quickly. After a brief chat about their experiences since entering the examination room, Zhou Chen got straight to the point. Su Chenxi, what does the information on your watch mean? What do you know? Su Chenxi first asked. You haven't killed any masked people, right? Tang Xian shook her head vigorously. Zhou Chen also said, so far, I've only conquered masked individuals, never resorted to violence against them. Su Chenxi nodded. That's the right approach. Killing masked individuals will have serious consequences. She then revealed her watch. You'll know when you see it. Su Chenxi's watch had turned the entire screen a blood red color. A line of warning. Text flashed frantically, remaining wrong kill chances 0 times. If another wrong kill occurs, immediate death will follow. Su Chenxi continued, I don't know what this wrong kill really means, but this state of the watch popped up immediately after I killed a masked person. I'm now wondering, did I kill the wrong masked person? After all, I've noticed there are two types of masked individuals, ordinary masked people without hint notes, and special masked individuals with intelligence. Zhou Chen thought for a moment, then gently shook his head. No, I've observed countless masked individuals, and they are basically the same. I'm more convinced that wrong kill means killing an NPC within the examination room, and the correct kill is killing a person. After Zhou Chen softly uttered this sentence, the entire examination room suddenly shook violently. A loud electromagnetic mechanical sound echoed throughout the campus. Hidden rules have been revealed. Now, the competition has shifted from the first phase, exploration, to the second phase, killing. Contestants can earn a substantial score bonus by killing members of the other teams. At the same time, if they accidentally kill a masked person, they will die immediately. This is the consequence of mistakenly killing a masked person. After this prompt, both Zhou Chen and Tang Xian's wristbands began to shake violently. Their wristbands turned red, just like Su Chenxi's, and there was the same prompt, remaining wrong kill chances 0. If another wrong kill occurs, they will die instantly. Tiska Zhou Chen pouted. It seems that once the rules are discovered, we have lost our only chance to make a mistake. At this moment, the core rules of the Spade competition had been revealed to all 4 teams. The rules were very straightforward. One word: kill. Kill members of other teams, reduce their combat power, and increase your score. Simple and violent. Su Chenxi immediately stood up and said quickly, in that case, we should act immediately. After all, there are only 12 people for us to kill. And the Black Blade team has already killed 1, leaving 11. If we don't hurry, we might not get the first place in points. As she spoke, she put on her mask again and was about to leave. Wait, Zhou Chen called out to her. Why wait? Su Chenxi asked, somewhat surprised. Zhou Chen smiled. Princess, I know deep down you are a violent girl, but do you remember what I said? Force cannot solve all problems. Su Chenxi paused but still wanted to argue. But isn't this competition all about force, the Spade competition? Zhou Chen lowered his head in thought. He recalled what the Prophet Skull had once said: you must rely on the power of the sages to win the Elite Cup. In his pocket, the divine card blessed by Sadako seemed to tremble slightly. We don't need to use force, I have other ideas. Zhou Chen smiled and said, a perfect and splendid plan. After saying this, Zhou Chen showed no intention of speaking again. He already vaguely knew what he needed to do, but to ensure everything was foolproof, he needed to clarify his thoughts. He slowly walked to a window. From here, he could clearly see the outside environment. The competition had been going on for quite some time, and now, dusk was approaching. He looked at the scoreboard. At this moment, the Black Blade team's score remained high, several times ahead of the Linme team. He then glanced at the large screen displaying the photos of each contestant. Apart from Yu Xingxing, no one had died. He looked up at the sky, trying to empty his mind and calm himself. Then he gently closed his eyes. Seeing Zhou Chen like this, Su Chenxi and Tang Xian wisely kept quiet, waiting for Zhou Chen to think. Zhou Chen relaxed his entire body, blocking out all external disturbances. At this moment, his mind was as calm as a still lake, clear and bright. His thoughts gradually became clearer. First, the Prophet's skull had already informed him in advance. If he successfully obtained Sadako's help. He would use her divine card's supernatural ability to achieve a great victory. The scene, as described by him, was standing at the highest point of the campus at the pinnacle of all, successfully activating the divine card's supernatural ability, completing a splendid performance. That scene was like a grand special effects movie, making countless people look up in awe. The so-called pinnacle of all, the highest point of the campus, Chen naturally understood the school's tower was the highest point of the school, conveniently located next to the library. But how should he achieve victory? To achieve a great victory, naturally, the score of the Linme team must far exceed that of the other three teams. There are two ways to score: killing or taking masks. Taking masks is too inefficient, while killing is too difficult. A flash of inspiration crossed Chen's mind. Why can't he achieve both? First, consider how to take the masks. The most suitable and official method is conquest. However, conquering the masked individuals takes a considerable amount of time, and the points gained are too few. It's clearly too slow. Is there a one-time method to take multiple masks? Underneath the masks of the masked individuals are real student data from the school. They have the same faces and body structures as the students of the Divine Card Academy. A thought suddenly flashed through Chen's eyes, snapped open, and he gasped for breath. He stumbled, swaying his body, nearly falling over. Chensi looked surprised. She reacted quickly and hurried forward to help Chen up. Chen, what's wrong? What did you just think of? Chen quickly extended a hand to stop her. I'm fine. He steadied himself. Then, he returned to that contemplative state. Seeing this, the other two patiently stayed by his side. Chen closed his eyes. Alright, what was I just thinking about? Right. The method to take multiple masks at once has been resolved. Now, is there an effective way to kill other contestants? Of course, he couldn't do it himself. Although he had temporarily borrowed the platinum-level divine card, it was still a square type, and his combat power couldn't be guaranteed. Chensi's combat ability might be very strong, surpassing other non-Spade enemies, easily able to fight against the Black Blade team. But Chen slightly opened his eyes and looked out the window again. At this moment, the sky was darker. Not a single enemy was unmasked, exposed to the outside. The entire school was silent. This seemed very strange at first glance. After all, this was a Spade competition, and the rules for scoring through killing had already been made public to everyone. Why was there no battle, no slaughter? Instead, there was peace? The reason was very simple. This was a competition among 4 teams. Each team probably understood a principle: when the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. Each team was unwilling to strike first. They preferred to wait until the other teams fought to the death before coming out to collect the heads. They all hid in the shadows. Some were concealed within buildings, while others wore masks, mingling among the masked individuals. After all, accidentally killing a masked person would lead to the attacker's death, so pretending to be a masked individual was a very safe way to protect oneself, hide oneself, and prepare for cleanup. A phrase suddenly appeared in Chen's mind. In the current competitive environment, everyone had to hide their positions. If someone dared to expose themselves in public, their fate would be the same as Yu Xingxing's. They would be besieged. Chen opened his eyes again, surveying the environment outside the school. They weren't choosing not to attack. They were waiting for the enemy to expose themselves. Chen frowned as he looked at the various buildings outside the school. Almost every building had its lights on. Enemies were everywhere. Pat pat. Chen stepped down from the windowsill. His expression suddenly became relaxed. Alright, he said softly. Chensi quickly asked, so, Chen, have you thought of a way to win the competition? Chen nodded confidently. Yes, I am 100% sure we can win this competition, and it will be a crushing victory. Really? Tang Xin was so happy. She nearly jumped up. Hearing this from Chen feels inexplicably reassuring. Chen walked to a seat in the library, gesturing for the two of them to sit down. Then, he took his seat at the head. In order to achieve the predetermined victory, we need to hold a small meeting to arrange the next steps. The two of them sat down. Aren't we waiting for Zhang Yang? Chensi asked. Chen frowned slightly. Zhang Yang. If Zhang Yang is not greedy, then his coming wouldn't help much. If Zhang Yang is greedy, I'm afraid he is busy with his own matters right now. Chen shook his head. We won't wait for him. Who told him to be so slow? Then, he cleared his throat. Alright. I'll start with the conclusion. Once my plan is completed, our score will be overwhelming. However, before the plan is realized, our score will gradually fall behind, and we might even end up in last place. But all of this is worth it. The process may be bumpy, but the final reversal will be even more shocking. The two of them nodded. Chensi said, I understand, but I'm a bit curious. You said our victory will be overwhelming. What will the final score be? According to Chensi's thoughts, there are still 11 people left to kill, and if the team kills about half, that would be an overwhelming victory. That would be roughly a score of 600 points. But Chen's tone was very confident. Could it be that he wants to kill all 11 people? Tang Xin and Chensi's eyes lit up. Brother Chen, you wouldn't have A way to kill all 11 people at once and get over 1,000 points, would you? Zhou Chen smiled. 1,100 points? How could that be so low? The corners of his mouth curled up. After my plan is completed, he extended 5 fingers. The entire competition, the Linme team will end with a score of 5,000. Clap. Su Chenxi's hand trembled, and the long sword she was holding fell to the ground with a crisp sound. She wasn't the only one who was startled. At this moment, during the Linme team's meeting, thousands of spectators outside were also paying attention. The entire school was in an uproar. 50,000 points? Tang Xian was clearly shocked as well. Brother Zhou Chen, is that true? Zhou Chen's expression remained calm. 50,000 points is just a conservative estimate. It might actually be higher. If someone else said such a thing, everyone would think he was crazy. But this was Zhou Chen's declaration. The two felt that Zhou Chen could really do it. Su Chenxi swallowed. You tell us, what should we do? Zhou Chen stood up. We are going to the Qixin team's headquarters. Qixin team's headquarters? Is that the ballroom we went to before? What are we going there for? Su Chenxi was a bit surprised. That must be Zhuang Xingyao's starting point. Perhaps all the members of the Qixin team are meeting there right now. Zhou Chen smiled slightly. I know. It is indeed very dangerous there. But if I want to realize my plan, I must go there. Su Chenxi nodded in understanding. Alright, but can you tell us the reason? Zhou Chen smiled again. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that I regard my 5,000 points plan as a magic show. And before a magic show, the content of the magic is never revealed in advance. Zhou Chen handed his extra mask to Tang Xian. Put on this mask before going out. Tang Xian quickly put on the mask, and just before leaving, she seemed to suddenly think of something. What if Shan Yang happens to come to the library after we leave? Should we leave someone behind to meet him? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen thought for a moment and then said, not advisable. In the current situation, being alone is extremely dangerous. Indoors is not absolutely safe either. Many teams may have already started to check all the buildings one by one. The three of us cannot separate. Then Zhou Chen opened his watch and accessed the chat group. There were still no new messages in the chat group, indicating that Zhang Yang had not yet unlocked the communication permissions. Zhou Chen typed quickly, Zhang Yang, we've changed our position. For now, protect yourself and try to find a mask to wear. Zhou Chen paused for a moment, then added a few more lines. If you can't sit still, 2 hours later, come find us at the Yi Tower. The tower? Su Chenxi asked curiously. Isn't that the highest point of the school? Are we going to the tower afterward? Zhou Chen revealed that confident smile again. Yes, my magic must conclude at the highest point of the school. The journey was quite smooth, but along the way, the sound from Zhou Chen's watch never ceased. Ever since the rules of the competition were publicly announced, the other teams seemed to have broken some seal and were scoring wildly. Although they were all small scores of 10 points, their rankings gradually surpassed the Linme team. Zhou Chen looked at his watch, frowning. As expected, the temporary lead of the Linme team at the start was not because the other teams were too weak. Rather, it was because the other teams were too cautious. The Qixin team and the Diamond team remained inactive until they understood the rules. They let the other clubs make mistakes, and only when the true rules were uncovered did they begin their real actions. Ranking scoreboard 1. Black Blade team 132. Qixin team 43. Diamond team 33. Linme team 30. Near the headquarters of the Qixin team, the three of them wore masks and quietly tiptoed to the side of the Qixin team's auditorium. Look, Senior Zhua and the others are still inside. Tang Xian whispered. How do we get in? Su Chenxi also lowered her voice. Zhou Chen did not answer, only cautiously observing the movements inside through the window. Aside from Yu Xingxing, who had already fallen, the other three members of the Qixin team had gathered. They were seated around a long table, seemingly discussing something. Fortunately, the window was not tightly shut, and Zhou Chen could vaguely overhear their conversation. Senior Zhua, what should we do next? Although we've obtained a few masks, the point gap to first place is still too large. We don't have Spade-type abilities, and in terms of strength, we absolutely can't compete with the Black Blade team. Is it the same as in previous years? Give up on this Spade-type competition and focus on preparing for the next heart competition? This was a question from two of Zhuo Xingyao's teammates. Zhuo Xingyao seemed troubled, but her voice remained calm. No. Although this competition is the Black Blade team's home ground, the rewards from this competition will help in the next one. If we can't win the first round, we will be at a disadvantage in the following matches after the Elite Cup. It's like a snowball effect. A black-haired girl sitting to the left of Zhuo Xingyao appeared. Anxious, but how do we score? If we go out, not to mention killing, even ensuring our own safety is a big problem. After all, the Qixin team headquarters is absolutely safe. Other teams can't get in. Zhou Chen's heart tightened. The Qixin team headquarters, other teams can't get in? Why? Zhou Chen seemed to have received a very important piece of information. At the same time, it was quite tricky, because if this information is true, then his entire plan would be in ruins. Zhuo Xingyao raised her eyebrows in surprise. Manhwa, where did you get this information? The girl with black hair, known as Manhwa, replied, of course, it was after conquering the square-masked man that he told me. A square-masked man told me that all the club headquarters are equivalent to safe houses. Here, other team members cannot enter. However, if you conquer a square-masked man, you can temporarily lift the protection of the safe house. As she spoke, Manhwa handed the square mask she had obtained, along with a small note, to Zhuang Xingyao. Zhuang Xingyao glanced at the note. I can't believe there's such a saying. Zhou. Chen's heart tightened. Now, looking for a square-masked man to conquer, it was probably too late. What should we do, brother Zhou Chen? We can't break into the Red Heart Group's headquarters. Tang Xin, beside him, sounded a bit anxious. Zhou Chen closed his eyes. He wanted to enter the Red Heart Group to steal something. But if he couldn't even get in, how could he steal anything?